After the Imperial Planetary Defense Force clashed with the rebels, the battlefield was littered with extensive reports. Equipped with a scavenging system, Qinwu commenced his endeavor to reclaim resources. The laser rifles of fallen soldiers? He claimed them, alongside their level 3 ammunition. Armored shells? He seized those too, along with the level 4 armor. A demolitions handgun belonging to a deceased political officer, wow. It fired level 5 rounds. From a destroyed Leman Rustank, he astonishingly extracted a large golden tank battery. All of it was transported back to his hideout, where he sold it to various gang contacts in exchange for construction materials to upgrade his refuge. His hideout produced exquisite machine guns and high-capacity batteries, equipping him with 6 sets of powered armor. Thus, he ventured onto the battlefield, relentlessly attacking the heretics, enhancing his favor with the Emperor, and aspiring to ascend to the Golden Throne. Chapter 1. Concerning Qinwu's exploits in the scavenging system of Warhammer 40k, ***. On agricultural planet 496b, located near the equatorial metropolis, the Planetary Defense Forces engaged in combat against the rebels across vast plains. Due to disturbances caused by green-skinned orcs from the neighboring industrial planet, the Ministry of Military Affairs required support from 496b, prompting the planetary governor to impose heavy taxes. The already burdened populace of 496b struggled to make ends meet, and with the additional tax burden, half of the farmers revolted in anger. Initially, the rebels overran numerous farms, repurposing agricultural machinery into weaponry to launch assaults on the Planetary Defense Forces. They breached several military encampments, acquiring ample weaponry, and swiftly grew in strength, directing their offensives towards the metropolis. Millions of rebels charged across the agricultural plains outside the city, only to be repelled by the Planetary Defense Forces stationed at the periphery. A fierce battle ensued, lasting years, with the earth marred by craters and trenches. Both sides recognized their inability to conquer one another, leading the conflict into a prolonged stalemate, which afforded some scavengers a chance to survive. 80 kilometers north of the metropolis, a group of rebel soldiers rested in their trenches when suddenly, a large-caliber shell rained down, obliterating them all. A modified automatic rifle tumbled into the tilled earth, catching the attention of Liin Wu, who had been crawling through the soil for some time. This automatic rifle appears to be in good condition, likely firing level 2 ammunition. I could sell it to a black market contact for at least 1,500 credits. He murmured, crawling towards the weapon. Liin Wu hailed from the Third Era. While playing Escape from Tarkov at home, he was swiftly dispatched by an AI with a cannon shell from 200 meters away. In a fit of rage, he uninstalled the game, transitioning to Dark Zone Breakout, only to be killed by a barrage of 6 H416 rifles. In another outburst, he uninstalled that game as well, transitioning to Delta, coincidentally encountering the shocking events surrounding the shared prison incident. Frustrated, he chose to close his computer and scroll through his phone, only to stumble upon an image of the Emperor as a female figure, with text stating, "Those who behold this image willingly serve the Emperor in Warhammer 40k." Thus, he found himself thrust onto this imperial agricultural planet. The plight of humanity in the Warhammer 40k universe is well known. Fortunately, the scavenging system accompanied Liin Wu. This system digitized his bodily data, enabling him to gain experience and enhance attributes, while also providing a refuge located beneath the metropolis, a space of absolute safety. Most importantly, he possessed the ability to resurrect infinitely. Regardless of the cause of his demise, he would revive in his hideout, restored to peak condition, although he would lose all his equipment. With no fear of death, Liin Wu began to live according to the scavenging mindset, venturing daily onto the battlefield to acquire valuable items, which he would then return to his hideout to sell to various gang contacts in exchange for upgrades. Returning to the present, with only a combat knife in hand, Liin Wu crawled to the automatic rifle, cradling it as he inspected it. The rifle was rectangular, cobbled together from rebel parts, with poor ergonomics and a weight of 7 kilograms. But he glanced at the barrel and noticed rifling, which delighted him. Rifled weapons held greater value. Upon opening the magazine, he discovered 20 rounds of improvised rebel ammunition, with an estimated caliber of 9.65 millimeters, quite substantial, unsuitable for an average individual. Given the myriad of beasts and demons in the Warhammer 40k world, the popular calibers of the Third Era, such as 5.56 and 7.62, were utterly inadequate. Confirming the rifle was intact, Liin Wu activated the scavenging system in his mind to check the weapon's attributes. Name: Rebel-made automatic rifle. Reference value: approximately 2,000 fertilizer coupons. Weight: 7.2 kilograms. Vertical recoil control: 54. Horizontal recoil control: 42. Ergonomics: 41. Stability: 42. Accuracy, 50. Hip fire stability, 61. Effective range, 500 m. Muzzle velocity, 950. Fire mode, fully automatic. Rate of fire, 550. Ammunition caliber, 9.65 millimeters. Firing power, medium. Liin Wu was highly satisfied. This rifle was worth 2,000 credits, while he knew the monthly expenditure for a lower-class farmer in the agricultural world was merely 150 fertilizer coupons. This rifle represented a year's worth of sustenance for a farmer. He slung the rifle across his back and lay in the tilled field for 10 minutes, ensuring no one was approaching, before cautiously jumping into the rebel trench. Arriving at the site of the recent shell explosion, the remains of the dozen rebels were scattered, utterly decimated. Liin Wu spat, suppressing the stench of blood, and began to rummage through the bodies. After a busy search, he acquired the following items: a magazine for the automatic rifle, 60 rounds of 9.65 millimeters ammunition, a dagger, an axe, a wrench for packets of biscuits, and a filled water bottle. Totaling a value of 120 fertilizer coupons, he tossed these items into his artificial leather backpack, scanning the trench for anything else of worth. The trench had been dug into the farmland, currently occupied by the rebels, but originally constructed by the Planetary Defense Forces, who had retreated to other defensive lines. Perhaps in a few days, the Planetary Defense Forces would launch a counteroffensive, reclaiming the trench. Liin Wu aimed to scavenge during the lull between the two armies. He explored the trench further. It was not a continuous line but rather a scattered array, housing only 10 rebels, all of whom had perished from the shelling. Here, he could scavenge freely. After a thorough search, he found little of value. His backpack now held only about 2,300 credits, with the bulk of it stemming from the automatic rifle. Damn it, this is disappointing. Liin Wu spat again, frustrated with the useless haul, most of which consisted of food, lacking even a single rare item. Just as he contemplated retreating, he heard footsteps approaching, causing his heart to race as he gripped the automatic rifle tightly. The sounds came from the direction of the metropolis. He cautiously peeked over the trench's edge, then quickly withdrew. Crap! A squad of the Planetary Defense Forces. A squad of 10, fully equipped with body armor, helmets, and standard automatic rifles, approached. The squad leader wielded a laser pistol and grenades, an embodiment of the Empire's fundamental armed forces. Liin Wu pivoted and dashed toward the opposite end of the trench. Though not a rebel, he was within a rebel trench. The Planetary Defense Forces would not grant him an explanation. They would certainly eliminate him on sight. He intended to sneak out from the other side of the trench and take a longer route back to his hideout beneath the metropolis. However, as he reached the far side of the trench and peeked out, he was confronted by over 50 approaching rebels. This is bad. I'm surrounded. Chapter 2. Urgent mission. Liin Wu was in a state of distress. He feared not for his life, for death merely meant revival in his hideout. But rather he was anxious about the prospect of not being able to retrieve the automatic rifle. The sound of footsteps from both sides grew increasingly closer, and Liin Wu was like an ant on a hot pan, frantically darting about. Suddenly, he caught sight of a crater created by an exploded shell, the remnants of flesh and blood strewn within. An idea sparked in his mind, and he leapt into the pit, lying down within it. He borrowed an arm from the comrade to his left, draping it across his chest, while the one to his right provided him with intestines, which he placed upon his abdomen. He then smeared the blood and gore across his face, tilted his head, and stuck out his tongue, merging seamlessly with the lifeless bodies surrounding him. Just as he concealed himself, both sides reached the edge of the trench simultaneously and discovered one another. Without a moment's hesitation, they raised their weapons and fired. The PDF squad leader, wielding a somewhat rare laser gun, fired a shot that tore a fist-sized hole in the chest of a rebel, instantly cooking the internal organs within and rendering the foe lifeless. However, only the squad leader was equipped with a laser gun. The other PDF members utilized automatic rifles, firing live rounds that lacked the same lethality, as they were thwarted by the rebels' makeshift organic armor. On the rebel side, they were armed with automatic rifles, bolt-action guns, shotguns, and a hodgepodge of other weaponry. Though inferior to the PDF's arms, their numerical advantage compensated. A fierce exchange of fire ensued, filled with screams and gunshots, while Liin Wu lay motionless amidst the pile of corpses. After 15 minutes, following the explosion of a grenade, the battlefield fell into silence. Liin Wu waited an additional 5 minutes, confirming there were no sounds. A wave of joy washed over him. Could it be that both sides had perished together? He cautiously opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. The trench was littered with bodies. Rebels with their gray flesh and PDF soldiers adorned in green helmets sprawled everywhere. With a triumphant exclamation, Liin Wu began to clear the battlefield, disregarding the rebels. and lunged towards the body of a PDF soldier to claim a helmet. Name: PDF Bulletproof Helmet. Reference value: 500 fertilizer coupons. Bulletproof level: 3 ricochet probability, medium durability, 30-30 material, ceramic steel weight, 22 kilograms. He then removed a seemingly intact piece of armor and donned it. Name: PDF Lightweight Bulletproof Vest. Reference value: 1500 fertilizer coupons. Bulletproof level: 3 durability, 45-50 material, ceramic steel weight, 62 kilograms. Next, he picked up an automatic rifle from the PDF soldier. Name: PDF Standard Automatic Rifle. Reference value: approximately 3500 fertilizer coupons. Weight: 45 kilograms. Vertical recoil control: 68 horizontal recoil control, 52 human machine efficiency, 52 weapon stability, 53 accuracy, 60 hip fire stability, 72 effective range, 600 muzzle velocity, 1050 firing modes, fully automatic. Semi-automatic rate of fire: 750 ammunition caliber, 8, 955 millimeters impact power. High. The mere value of a standard automatic rifle was 3,500, and Qinwu was elated, discarding the remaining fragments of gear on him to seize the automatic rifle. With 1, 2, 3, and 4 guns slung around his neck, Qinwu felt the weight of approximately 20 kilograms causing him to breathe heavily. Yet he persevered. Reaching the extraction point was an essential aspect of the search and destroy game. Today was indeed a fortuitous day. Qinwu extracted a 5th automatic rifle from the lifeless body of a PDF soldier and secured it across his chest. Suddenly, he pondered whether the PDF squad leader possessed a laser gun. Although often derisively referred to as a flashlight, the laser gun was formidable on the battlefield, particularly in the chaotic realm of Warhammer 40,000. A single battery could unleash 200 shots, creating gaping wounds the size of fists on human targets and capable of penetrating 20 millimeters of steel, an achievement typically reserved for heavy machine guns of the Third Era. Yet here it was, a mere infantry weapon. Qinwu scanned the surroundings, hoping to locate the PDF squad leader's corpse. Having spent over 3 months in this Warhammer world, he had yet to encounter a laser gun. By the way, what caliber bullet did the laser fire? Was it a level 4? After searching thoroughly, he found no trace of the squad leader's demise. Just as confusion set in, he heard a rustling noise behind him. Turning around, he locked eyes with a pair of menacing orbs. "Ah, you're not dead." Qinwu beheld the PDF squad leader, bloodied and leaning against the trench corner, aiming a laser gun directly at him. A wave of fear washed over him, and he silently pleaded, "No, I don't want to lose my gear. Don't shoot. I'm not a traitor." He attempted to beg for mercy, but before he could finish his plea, the squad leader fired. The searing laser struck Qinwu's chest, and for a moment, he felt a rush of warmth and emptiness in his mind, as if he were being transported back to the warehouse for redeployment. Yet, he did not lose consciousness, nor did he feel pain. Instead, he detected a faint odor of burning. Looking down, he realized that the blast had obliterated the 5 guns strapped to his chest, expending a significant amount of energy, while the remaining force had been absorbed by the armor he had just retrieved from a corpse. Damn it! Fury ignited within Qinwu as he lunged forward, delivering a powerful kick to the squad leader's chest, sending him sprawling. He then stepped on the hand gripping the laser gun, eliciting a pained scream. The squad leader, already exhausted from sustaining a bullet wound in battle, was no match for Qinwu's onslaught and was soon overwhelmed. Qinwu seized the combat knife from the leader's waist, ensuring he posed no further threat before lunging forward to claim the laser gun for himself. He pressed the dagger against the squad leader's neck, contemplating the act of execution. Why not use the laser gun to kill him? Because Qinwu was uncertain whether the weapon possessed a genetic lock. The technological levels varied across the Empire's planets, resulting in differing capabilities of laser guns. Some planets featured laser guns that could be wielded by anyone, while others were equipped with advanced genetic locks, usable only by the weapon's rightful owner. Just as he prepared to deliver the fatal blow and head to the extraction point, a notification from the search and destroy system echoed in his mind. Ding! Emergency mission, rescue Sergeant Rustank. Sergeant Rustank was a highly esteemed veteran within the PDF, valued by his superiors. His superior informed him that if he successfully led his squad to reclaim Trench 2563, he would be promoted to the rank of second lieutenant. However, it appeared that Sergeant Rustank had encountered a setback this time. The mission objective was to escort Sergeant Rustank to the PDF defensive line. The reward included securing Rustank's evacuation point, allowing one to retreat to a safe haven through his defense zone. Positioning oneself as his savior, was it not reasonable to expect some convenience in return? Additionally, one would unlock contact with Rustank, enabling the sale and purchase of specific items. as well as the acceptance of particular tasks. Furthermore, the PDF troops' favor would increase by 10 points. Chapter 3. Successful evacuation. Liin Wu held his dagger against the neck of the PDF squad leader, yet made no advancement. Unlocking the evacuation point and establishing contact. This was truly remarkable. Presently, Liin Wu had only one evacuation point, a massive air duct leading to the underground of the nest. Spacious enough for 2 Leman Rustanks to pass side by side. Surrounding it lay a forest, providing access to the depths of the nest and a specific area of refuge. He also had a contact, a black market dealer from the nest gang, who dealt in everything, primarily scavenging refuse, and selling, mostly rubbish. The opportunity to unlock an evacuation point and a contact was one Liin Wu could not refuse. He hurriedly helped the PDF squad leader, Rudolph, to his feet, eager to assess his injuries. However, Rudolph resisted fiercely, shouting accusations. "Traitor! Die!" Frustrated, Liin Wu delivered a couple of sharp slaps. "Damn, I am no traitor, merely a scavenger from the nest, here to collect refuse from the battlefield," he exclaimed. "By the divine emperor, if I were a traitor, your throat would already be pierced by my dagger." Upon hearing this, Rudolph ceased his struggle, staring at him in astonishment. "Now, for heaven's sake, remain still while I tend to your wounds, and let us hasten our escape. You wouldn't want to be captured by the rebels and meet a grim fate, would you?" Rudolph fell silent, and Liin Wu began to examine his wounds. Rudolph had sustained a gunshot wound to his right hand, leaving his palm mangled, and another to his calf, which was bleeding profusely. Liin Wu tore a strip of cloth from a corpse, wrapping it around Rudolph's hand, then fashioned a makeshift sanitary pad from the remaining fabric, inserting it directly into the bullet hole in Rudolph's calf. Rudolph winced in agony, nearly leaping from the pain, his teeth gritting. Yet he remained still as Liin Wu wrapped additional layers of cloth to staunch the bleeding. The immediate threat to his life was averted, but how to evacuate? Rudolph appeared to weigh over 70 kilograms. It would be impractical to carry him. Moreover, there were numerous weapons nearby. Surely, it would be unwise to leave them behind. Scanning the surroundings, he suddenly spotted a metal handcart in the corner of the trench, likely used for transporting soil during its construction. He swiftly maneuvered the cart to the trench, retrieved 4 standard automatic rifles, removed the magazines, and discarded the bullets into the cart before assisting Rudolph into it. "Just hold on. I will get you to the PDF defensive line, and then I shall leave," he declared, beginning to pull the cart away. "Wait a moment," Rudolph suddenly called out. Liin Wu glanced back at him. "The insignia of my comrade. Take it." Liin Wu's recent actions confirmed his suspicions. He was indeed not a traitor. Otherwise, he would have perished long ago. Perhaps he was merely a scavenger from the depths of the nest, a situation not unheard of, as some of the nest's rats would sneak to the surface through the breaches in their lairs to pilfer. After some contemplation, Liin Wu returned to the trench, tore a dog tag, an identification badge, from the chest of a deceased PDF soldier, and tossed it to Rudolph. "You owe me a favor." What followed was a prolonged ordeal of hauling. Liin Wu dragged a 70-kilogram man along with 5 firearms, to the point of near exhaustion. However, it must be said that the environment of agricultural planet 496b was remarkably pleasant. The azure sky was visible, the ground teeming with lush crops, and abundant forests flourished. Such scenes, commonplace in the Third Era, had become a rare delight in the Fourth Era, and the inhabitants of this agricultural planet were fortunate enough to witness them constantly. As Liin Wu ran, while pulling the cart through the fields, he paused to recover his strength whenever he depleted his energy reserves. Each time he rested, he resumed his sprint, gradually enhancing his strength by 1 point, increasing from 10 to 11, and his stamina by 2 points, from 10 to 12. Along the way, he stopped to rest in a small depression, while Rudolph succumbed to unconsciousness from excessive blood loss. He retrieved water and food from his backpack and began to eat, simultaneously accessing a map in his mind to check the distance to his objective. This mental map resembled the in-game feature of pressing MTO view, intricately detailing the evacuation point and mission site. At this juncture, the mission site was a mere 2 kilometers away. Beyond it lay the PDF's defensive line, and further still, the towering nest into the atmosphere. The evacuation point, however, was a daunting 20 kilometers distant. With a groan, he lamented the arduous run ahead. After consuming 2 packets of biscuits and half a bottle of water, he restored his hunger and hydration to full capacity, resuming his journey. By now, darkness enveloped the land, and the sky of agricultural planet 496b sparkled with countless stars, occasionally revealing some massive object streaking across the horizon. Those were near-Earth orbit space stations and warships. At this moment, Liin Wu found himself over 300 meters from the PDF defensive line, where a multitude of landmines and barbed wire lay before him. In the distance, watchtowers and searchlights stood vigilant, and PDF soldiers could be seen patrolling intermittently. Qinwu unceremoniously pushed Sergeant Rudazen from the small cart, striking him awake with a couple of sharp slaps. Sleeping Beauty, Weavee arrived. Rudazen, still dazed, caught sight of the distant searchlight and recognized that they had reached the PDF camp. Overjoyed, he opened his mouth to shout, but Qinwu swiftly covered it. Hush! Don't shout. I'm not gone yet. You can shout once I've left. He had no desire to be captured by the PDF, as he was uncertain how the governor's lackeys would treat a lowly individual like him who had dared to flee the nest. Rudazen swallowed hard, signaling his silence, prompting Qinwu to remove his hand. Rudazen gazed at Qinwu with a complex expression. I owe you my life. What is your name? Qinwu pointed to his own face. Indeed, you owe me a life, so remember my face and my name. Qinwu, the scavenger. Keep this in mind and repay me when the opportunity arises. Now I must take my leave. You should count to 100 before seeking help, once I have distanced myself, until we meet again. With that, Qinwu dashed away with his small cart, moving swiftly. Lu Daosun watched his receding figure and murmured, Qinwu, the scavenger? I shall remember you. Oh, where's my laser gun? Qinwu ran energetically, his stamina depleted after exhausting himself for over 10 rounds before finally pausing to catch his breath. Glancing at the 4 automatic weapons and the laser gun in his cart, he felt an overwhelming joy, almost wanting to roll on the ground in delight. I need to eat. I need to eat. This is exhilarating. Humming a cheerful tune about food, he sprinted towards the extraction point, his mood buoyant, as if his stamina had increment. Before the sun rose, he arrived at an underground ventilation duct within a forest. It was a colossal structure made of corroded metal and ceramic steel, a part of the nest city. Perhaps due to its vastness, the designers had overlooked the ventilation ducts, which had fallen into severe disrepair. One path led directly beneath the nest city. Upon entering the duct, a green countdown timer appeared, indicating 10 seconds. As the timer reached 0, his figure abruptly vanished, reappearing in a dark room at the bottom of the nest city. A series of notifications flashed before him. Extraction successful, outstanding operation, extracted resources valued at 300 fertilizer vouchers, mission accomplished, contact Lu Daosun unlocked. Chapter 4. The Black Market Arms Dealer. The hideout is a sanctuary for private military contractors, a comfortable abode for task force members, and a beloved home for operatives. In the Scavenging game, the hideout serves as the resting place for players, where they can stockpile resources, upgrade equipment, and manufacture advanced items such as firearms, armor, and ammunition. The higher the level of the hideout, the more sophisticated the items that can be crafted. In Warhammer 40k, localized advanced items like power armor and energy swords can also be produced. However, these require the hideout to be upgraded to a particularly high level. Currently, Qinwu's hideout is merely a dilapidated room at the bottom of the nest city. The hideout is quite spacious, possibly having once been a warehouse, spanning over 500 square meters. The walls, floors, and ceilings are constructed of black steel and ceramic steel. The air is stuffy, tinged with a rusty odor, illuminated only by a few bubble lights casting a dim glow. There is no electricity or running water, making the living conditions quite poor. Yet, this is Qinwu's home, a secure space in the depths of the nest city, entirely separated by a locked iron door. Feeling utterly exhausted from a full day of running outside, Qinwu collapsed into his makeshift bed crafted from synthetic fleece. He fell into a deep slumber until the protests of his stomach roused him. Clutching his aching back, he sighed, if I sleep any longer on this bed, my back will surely break. He rose and walked to the corner of the room, opening a plastic barrel with a sense of urgency. Alas, a solution was needed to install a toilet, for the place reeked of urine. Afterward, he consumed a few biscuits and some water, then proceeded to the area where his firearms were kept. He picked up a gun and approached a bubble lamp. This bubble lamp served as a regional status indicator for the nest city. Its green glow signified that the area was functioning normally, while a shift to red would indicate a malfunction requiring repair. Qinwu set up a metal workbench beneath the lamp, adorned with various tools he had recently acquired. This workbench was certified by the search and retrieval system, capable of manufacturing certain items. He took a seat beside the bench, placing the automatic gun upon it, securing the gun's body with pliers before employing a file to erase its serial number and the emblem of the Imperial Eagle. Level 1 Workbench, Manual. Input, 1 PDF Standard Automatic Gun, 1 file. Output, 1 Unmarked Black Gun, Automatic. Manufacturing duration, 10 minutes. Qinwu sat on the workbench chair, diligently rubbing the file against the gun, the air filled with the creaking sounds of metal grinding together. After 10 minutes, the file snapped. The serial number and Imperial Eagle insignia vanished, leaving behind unsightly scratches where they once were. Thus, a gleaming black gun, suitable for circulation among the lower-tier gangs, was born. Without erasing the markings, the gun would fetch only half its value from black market dealers. Occasionally, officials from the upper tiers would dispatch inspectors to the lower levels. And black market traders, wishing to avoid trouble, adhered to this unwritten rule. To facilitate this, Liin Wu purchased a file from a black market dealer, handling the modifications himself before reselling the weapon. However, the materials of the Warhammer world proved too resilient. After 10 arduous minutes of filing, he realized that upgrading his tools was necessary to enhance efficiency. Yes, it was time to elevate the workbench to level 2. Liin Wu stood, wrapped the black gun in cloth, and slung it over his shoulder. He retrieved a small caliber handgun from beneath his pillow, securing it at his waist, and pushed open the iron door to exit. This iron door could also be upgraded to increase the security level of his hideout. For now, it was a robust steel barrier equipped with a knob-style mechanical lock, the code known only to him. Beyond the door lay a pitch-black steel corridor. To the left was the descent to the map, accessible via ventilation ducts leading to the surface. To the right, one could venture deeper into the lower levels of the Nest City, where many inhabitants of the lower tier roamed. Nest City was a colossal urban expanse, its apex piercing the atmosphere, while its depths delved underground. The officials resided in the upper levels, indulging in their atmospheric gardens. The middle tier housed respectable individuals, including merchants, soldiers, and workers, an influential force within the planet, enjoying a relatively comfortable existence. As for the lower tier, it was a hodgepodge of unsavory characters, society's refuse. The unfortunate who had fallen from grace, criminals, deformities, mutants, and possibly even subspace anomalies or demons. In essence, the lower tier was a veritable lawless realm teeming with life. Liin Wu wielded a flashlight as he ventured deeper into the corridor for over 30 minutes. Gradually, a light emerged ahead, revealing a vast space. This is the domain of the bottom nesters, where a fertilizer factory operates. Enslaved individuals, under the control of a gang, synthesize fertilizer here, which is then handed over to officials in exchange for resources, establishing a form of collaboration. Liin Wu disregarded the acrid scent of fertilizer permeating the air as he ventured into the vast space, only to be halted by 2 gang members wielding makeshift shotguns. Halt! What brings you here? Liin Wu retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, offering one to each of them. They accepted the cigarettes, their demeanor slightly easing. He lit one for himself with a flip-top lighter, then ignited theirs as well, and the 3 began to indulge in the smoke. I'm looking to procure some quality goods from the black merchant in Nepal. He gave a slight shake of the wrapped gun slung over his shoulder. Upon hearing the name Nepal, the 2 gang members parted, allowing him passage. Go on in, but do not cause any trouble. Liin Wu tossed a cigarette pack to the 2 men and waved as he entered. Acquiring tobacco in the agricultural world is relatively uncomplicated. It is said that in the neighboring industrial realm, ordinary people cannot even access plant-based tobacco, but instead smoke a byproduct of steel production's waste gases. Liin Wu entered the gang-controlled sector, heading straight to a peculiar shop nestled within a steel and ceramic structure. Though referred to as a shop, it resembled more of a junkyard filled with electronic components, metallic fertilizers, and chemical canisters. Here, one could find virtually any item desired, albeit with questionable quality. The black merchant from Nepal was a gaunt, brooding individual. Upon seeing Liin Wu, he forced a disingenuous smile. Welcome, esteemed customer. Are you buying or selling? Liin Wu unveiled the fabric bundle, placing the gun upon the table. I wish to sell before I buy. The merchant's eyes gleamed at the sight of the firearm, his parched lips licking together. With his slender fingers, he swiftly dismantled the gun into parts, inspecting them meticulously. After glancing down the barrel and confirming the rifling's integrity, the black merchant quoted a price. PDF standard automatic rifle, 80 condition, markings worn. I offer 2,700 fertilizer coupons. Liin Wu placed a fully loaded 30-round magazine on the table. Including this, I wish to purchase other items. What do you say to 3,400? The merchant pondered for a moment before responding, 3,200. But you must spend it all in my shop. Liin Wu nodded in agreement. Deal. The merchant signaled for his subordinate to take the gun away and inquired, what else do you wish to buy? Liin Wu began listing his desired items. 1 thorium battery, 2 30-meter-long wires, 1 motor, 1 angle grinder, 10 light bulbs, 50 sets of screws and nuts for 1-meter-long steel pipes, 1 standard toolbox, and 4 electric control switches. Yes, these are all materials needed for upgrading my hideout. Chapter 5. The Black Merchant's task. The Black Merchant from Nepal dispatched someone to retrieve Liin Wu's requested items, and during their idle chatter, Liin Wu asked, do you deal in laser guns? The merchant, while polishing a metal scrap with a cloth, paused at the mention of laser weapons. Have you acquired a laser gun? Li Qinwu remained silent, merely observing him. After a moment's hesitation, the merchant shook his head. No, it's not possible. Laser guns are equipped with genetic locks, making them operable only by their owners. Li Qinwu mused to himself, so there truly exists a genetic lock. The painstakingly acquired laser gun would become merely a decorative object. Is there no method to crack it? Indeed. The black market dealer, Nepal, nodded. One could employ a decoder for a brute force attack. But given the advanced nature of the laser gun, it may harbor a machine spirit. Such an approach could incite its wrath. You would also require holy oil and incense to pacify the machine spirit. Otherwise, after a few shots, the battery might explode. Li Qinwu inquired. Where can I procure these items? I am uncertain about the decoder. It may only be available from Lord Chao. As for the holy oil and incense, you must obtain an identity card from Zhongchao and then visit a church to make a donation, where the state pastor will provide you with what you seek. Li Qinwu diligently noted all this information, and soon, the black market dealer's associate arrived with his belongings. He shouldered a backpack filled with supplies and hoisted a palladium battery, the size of an automobile battery, nodding at Nepal before departing. Observing him walk away, Nepal's subordinate approached and whispered, "Boss, should we?" Nepal shot a glance at the underling. "You lack vision. Get out of my sight." As a black market dealer, he engaged in underhanded dealings. Yet there were nuances to selecting those worthy of exploitation. Individuals like Li Qinwu, capable of procuring standard-issue rifles, needed to be handled with care. His fertilizer gang had ongoing conflicts with the neighboring chemical gang, and the gang leader had tasked him with obtaining 30 reliable firearms within a month. As a confrontation with the chemical gang loomed, Li Qinwu, possessing the audacity to scavenge on the battlefield, was essential for the survival of such a black market dealer. He instructed his subordinate, "Inform the watchdog to refrain from troubling my guest. Anyone who dares disregard my orders will be turned into fertilizer." As Li Qinwu made his way back, he nodded to the two guards at the entrance of the steel passage. He bore no fear of the underground gang's treachery. Should they dare to engage in such activities, he would simply resurrect and continue to confront them daily. Having successfully traded with the fertilizer gang several times without issue, it appeared that the black market dealer was indeed astute. Upon entering the steel passage, Li Qinwu switched on his flashlight, the corridor echoing with the weighty sound of his footsteps. The palladium battery was cumbersome, weighing over 30 kilograms, causing discomfort in his shoulders, while the metallic components within his backpack added another 20 kilograms, bringing his total load to 50 kilograms. A yellow weight scale icon appeared in the lower left corner of his vision, indicating a weight reduction of 30%. Fortunately, there was no red overload indication. Otherwise, he would have been unable to move. He hurried back to his hideout, opened the heavy iron door, and secured it, shutting out the external chaos. After placing the materials down, he began to fortify his humble abode. First, he positioned the palladium battery in a corner, upgrading his hideout's energy from level 0 to level 1. Energy supply, palladium battery, durability, 54, with only half its durability remaining. This was the nature of black market dealings, selling subpar goods. Nevertheless, the palladium battery was formidable, a product of the battlefield capable of powering a new energy vehicle for up to 5,000 kilometers. With energy secured, he set about establishing lighting. First running electrical wires, and then connecting light bulbs, driving nails into the crevices of the ceramic steel walls. Once finished, he flipped the switch, and with a satisfying click, the previously dark room was instantly illuminated. The illumination has been upgraded from level 0 to level 1. Li Qinwu was immensely satisfied. Finally, there was light. He then turned his gaze to the workbench, tossing in the remaining components, and, after a flurry of clanging and connecting to the power supply, upgraded the workbench from level 1 to level 2. The level 2 workbench was now equipped with a corner grinder, capable of efficiently removing the markings from firearms and allowing for the exchange of blades to cut metal. Armed with more efficient tools, he promptly commenced his work, grinding away the insignias from the laser gun and the remaining 3 automatic weapons, followed by erasing the Imperial Eagle emblem from his ballistic armor and helmet, completing the task in under 10 minutes. Upon finishing, Li Qinwu began to perform push-ups, squats, and shuttle runs to enhance his physical fitness. His physical attributes, inherited from the Tarkov PMC system, were categorized as follows: Strength 11, Endurance 12, Vitality 10, Hunger Resistance 10, Thirst Resistance 10, Virus Resistance 10, Radiation Resistance 10, Chemical Toxin Resistance 10, Subspace Resistance 10, and Psychic Resistance 10. Proficiency levels in firearms, psionics, throwable items, melee combat, ground vehicles, atmospheric aircraft, extraterrestrial spacecraft, battleships, and powered armor all stood at 10. After a rigorous training session, Li Qinwu had exhausted his energy, panting heavily and neglecting the 3 physical attributes. Physical conditioning was arduous, requiring prolonged practice for improvement. He consumed some biscuits and water to recuperate his stamina before lying down to sleep, not awakening until dusk approached. He intended to embark on a night mission. What weapons and armor should he prepare? Naturally, he would bring a combat knife, as well as a stash of supplies essential for scavenging in combat. Qinwu packed a medium-sized hiking backpack, a dagger, a flask of water, and 4 packets of biscuits in preparation for his expedition. Just as he stepped outside, he instinctively checked the contacts in his mind's scavenging system, noting that both contact heads bore an exclamation mark, indicating the availability of a task. To accept the task, he needed to approach the contacts directly. Although he was unsure of Redaison's whereabouts, he was aware that the black market dealer resided within the fertilizer gang's territory. He turned right toward the fertilizer gang's base, intending to accept the mission before heading out. At the end of the corridor, the same 2 gang members stood guard. Halt. Oh, it's you, go on in. But don't cause any trouble. Recognizing Qinwu and recalling their previous instructions, they allowed him to pass, without any further hindrance. As he approached the shop of the black market dealer, Nepal, he noticed a considerable gathering of armed gang members, suggesting an impending event. Upon entering the store, he found Nepal sifting through a pile of debris to assemble firearms. Upon seeing Qinwu, a false smile crept across his otherwise gloomy face. Oh, Emperor above, who has brought my kind patron at such a critical moment? Qinwu, puzzled, inquired. Critical moment? Nepal replied, we, the fertilizer gang, have discovered a chemical reactor amid the construction debris in the derelict area. We plan to seize control of that zone and utilize the reactor to manufacture fertilizer. The neighboring chemist has also set his sights on the reactor. Thus, let us see whose strength prevails. My kind guest, procure for me 10 reliable firearms. In addition to purchasing them at a standard price, I shall reward you with 5,000 fertilizer coins, along with my friendship. What say you? A notification echoed in Qinwu's mind. Ding. New task. Sell 10 automatic rifles or military handguns to the black market dealer. Reward, 5,000 fertilizer coins. Black market dealer favor level 0 upgraded to level 1. Chapter 6. Shaojin, the Emperor's woodcarving. Qinwu pondered why there were so many armed individuals on the streets. It turns out the underground gangs are vying for territory. The Nest is a colossal city, home to tens of billions, even hundreds of billions of people within this super metropolis. Yet, planetary governors often lack the capacity to manage the Nest's inhabitants, or may simply choose not to, leading to a power vacuum that various underground gangs eagerly fill. Qinwu chose to accept the task, based on the tendencies of the game contact. The more tasks he undertook, the higher his favorability rating would rise, granting him access to more valuable goods. Moreover, the rewards for completing tasks would progressively increase, ensuring that he would benefit from undertaking them. Qinwu stated, 10 firearms, is it? I shall search the battlefield for them, await my news. The black market dealer, Nepal, flashed a standard insincere smile. May the divine emperor bless you, my kind guest. Qinwu departed with the task, leaving the fertilizer gang's base and traversing the steel corridor towards the surface. After 5 minutes of walking, a green countdown appeared in his view. Deploying map, Northern Combat Zone. 10, 9, 8, 7. As the countdown reached 0, with a swish, Qinwu vanished from the corridor. He felt a momentary blur, as though he could see nothing. When his vision returned, he found himself deployed to a cultivated field approximately 30 kilometers outside the Nest. This is the formidable aspect of the deployment system. Upon selecting a location on the map, he would be teleported to an absolutely safe spot, saving him the considerable time otherwise spent traversing the terrain. The return journey was equally efficient. The vent pipe evacuation point was actually over 20 kilometers from his hideout, winding through the depths of the Nest. If he had to run, it would take several hours to reach his hideout, especially burdened with such spoils, exhausting indeed. Fortunately, arriving at the evacuation point allowed for a direct teleport back to his hideout, which was quite convenient. Having successfully selected the deployment point, Qinwu began to survey the terrain. He found himself at a certain farm, where the buildings had been largely decimated by artillery, leaving only 2 relatively intact 3-story concrete structures. Qinwu crouched low, approaching the buildings under the cover of night, then strained his ears to listen intently. There was no sound, no one was inside. He climbed through a window and began to scavenge. On agricultural planet 496b, with its 2 moons, visibility at night was quite decent, and after acclimatizing, he could see clearly. Utilizing the moonlight, he examined the room meticulously. It was a dormitory for farmers, with 16 such rooms in the building, responsible for cultivating the nearby land. He rummaged through the drawers and cabinets, but found nothing of value. This place had been repeatedly ravaged by insurgents and the PDF, and anything usable had long been plundered. However, as he reached the innermost room on the third floor, he discovered a wooden carved imperial statue beneath the bed, roughly the size of a thermos. Astonishing, a small fortune had emerged. Qinwu activated the system in his mind and was taken aback to find that this humble imperial wood carving was, in fact, a golden item. Name: Imperial wood carving. Reference value: none. Description: a statue of the emperor secretly carved by a peasant, although the craftsmanship is severely lacking. The creator's devoutness imbues the statue with a faint aura of faith, which can be utilized to create an imperial shrine. Hint: important item for upgrading the hideout. Qinwu felt a surge of joy, having stumbled upon an item essential for upgrading his refuge. The hideout offered an option to upgrade the shrine, utilizing this very item. By combining ordinary water and oil at the shrine, one could produce holy water and holy oil. Consuming the holy water could purify the body of chaotic contamination, while applying the holy oil to one's face could fend off chaotic incursions. When applied to cold weapons, it would specifically target chaotic beings. Ecstatically, he placed the imperial wood carving into his backpack and made his way towards the second peasant dormitory, only to find it utterly barren. Nothing. Not even a scrap of cloth remained. The ground was licked clean. This was unacceptable. It was far too desolate. Qinwu shook his head and opened the search and extraction system to examine the map, noting two potential locations. 3 kilometers to the north lay a trench, possibly containing military supplies and firearms. However, that area was under the control of rebel soldiers, who might currently be stationed there. 4 kilometers to the northwest was a grain station, where the pre-war agricultural yield would have been gathered, now also controlled by rebels, likely serving as a small gathering point with an even greater number of insurgents. Where to search? Qinwu hesitated, armed with only a knife. A soldier with a firearm could easily end his life. His preferred locales were those recently ravaged by battle, where both sides had begun their pursuit, leaving the battlefield unscoured, allowing him to feast and flee afterward. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, a sudden eruption of gunfire and artillery from the direction of the trench shattered the night. Instinctively, he dropped to the ground, seeking refuge amidst the ruins of a structure, straining to listen intently to the sounds of warfare. The gunfire predominantly emanated from PDFs, while the artillery was not heavy, rather some form of large-caliber automatic cannon, likely mounted on armored vehicles. With PDFs and armored vehicles present, this was a night raid against the rebels. What an exciting turn of events. Qinwu contemplated scavenging the battlefield but refrained from immediate action, knowing that timing was crucial. Rushing in at the wrong moment could lead to disastrous consequences. The cacophony of gunfire and explosions echoed for over 20 minutes, particularly the incessant rat-a-tat of the automatic cannon, firing live rounds, presumably a 40mm caliber. What type of armored vehicle would be equipped with such a cannon? According to Imperial PDF organization, it should be a Chimera troop transporter. As he pondered this, the sounds of battle began to shift, indicating that one side was being routed. Judging by the noise, it appeared the rebels entrenched in the trench were faltering, retreating towards the grain station, with PDFs in hot pursuit to expand their victory. Without further ado, he dashed out from his concealed position amidst the ruins, charging towards the trench. He estimated that both sides were currently preoccupied with the pursuit, completely neglecting the aftermath of the battlefield. He had to complete his scavenging before the PDF returned. Indeed, when he reached the trench, he found no one there. Only the acrid scent of gunpowder and the metallic tang of blood. The PDF soldiers and their armored vehicles were in hot pursuit of the fleeing rebel troops. The sounds of gunfire extending towards the granary. Qinwu leaped into the trench, prying an automatic rifle from a rebel corpse and slinging it around his neck, then lunging for a second and a third from other fallen bodies. As he collected weapons, he surveyed the battlefield. This was a skirmish involving around 100 combatants. The PDF had deployed about 100 personnel along with a Chimera transport vehicle to launch a surprise attack under the cover of night. The rebels, numbering approximately 200, suffered heavy casualties in the ambush, with the trench strewn with bodies, some lifeless from kinetic projectiles, others mangled by automatic artillery. Before long, Qinwu had 7 automatic rifles dangling from him, along with a dozen magazines he had collected from the corpses, weighing a total of 53 kilograms, triggering a yellow overload status that slowed his pace. With these 7 rifles, combined with 3 more from the warehouse, he had sufficient arms to fulfill his mission for the black market dealer in Nepal. He dared not linger and took off running. Chapter 7. Lieutenant Rudolph's mission. He intended to head straight for the extraction point, climbing out of the trench and sprinting towards the direction of the Nest City. eager to return the weapons and declare his task complete. The sounds of gunfire continued to echo from the granary, the rebels clearly lacking heavy weaponry. Unable to contend with the Chimera transport vehicle, the rebels stationed at the granary were in for a rough time. Qinwu melded into the shadows, opting for lower ground as he tuned his ears to the distant sounds, striving to avoid encountering any other armed personnel. At some point, the gunfire from the granary ceased, leading Qinwu to surmise that the rebels had been annihilated, and the PDF must be clearing the battlefield. He contemplated returning to the granary for a potential search for valuable items that may have been left behind. While lost in thought, a cacophony of noise approached from behind. Initially, Qinwu paid little attention, as the sound was faint. However, it gradually grew louder, prompting alarm. He hastened his pace, praying the source of the sound was not directed at him. But, to his misfortune, it was indeed aimed at him. It was the Chimera transport vehicle. Having dealt with the rebels at the granary, now barreling straight towards him, its headlights and searchlights illuminating his path. Damn it! Qinwu cursed under his breath. Sprinting with all his might as his stamina quickly waned, the 7 rifles swinging wildly from his body. Yet, burdened as he was, he could not outrun the armored vehicle. The roar of its engine grew ever nearer, and he could almost smell the gunpowder from the Chimera. His energy reserves dwindled rapidly, and he heard the ominous clattering from the turret behind him, likely tracking him with precision. In a panic, he caught sight of a nearby drainage ditch and, summoning the last vestiges of his strength, he leaped into it, disappearing from sight. But this was merely delaying the inevitable, for this vast expanse of farmland offered no sanctuary. He was left to cower within the confines of the ditch. The thunderous roar of the Chimera transport vehicle's tracks drew near, marking the countdown of Qinwu's life. He gazed longingly at the 7 automatic rifles slung across his body, filled with reluctance, though death could lead to redeployment. The automatic rifles would surely be reclaimed by the PDF, a significant loss indeed. Puzzlement clouded his mind as he pondered why this Chimera had made its way to the grain station only to return, as if it were aware of his presence. Damn it! The bird divination device. How could I forget? He slapped his forehead in frustration. The bird divination device, akin to radar in Warhammer 40K, could survey the terrain, weather, and enemy numbers within a certain radius. A small unit could be carried by a single soldier, capable of scanning battlefields from several hundred meters to a kilometer, while those on space warships could scan entire planets. The medium-sized device on this Chimera could easily scan battlefields spanning 3 to 10 kilometers. It was likely that this Chimera had swept through the rebel forces at the grain station, upon noticing a red dot on the bird divination device near the trenches. The driver would have accelerated towards it. Forget it. Let us just see what happens. Qinwu sighed as the Chimera came to a halt mere meters away, and he climbed up onto the water ditch. He had yet to experience the sensation of being struck down by a 40mm autocannon and was oddly eager to find out. Standing firm, the 2 headlights of the Chimera illuminated the area, blinding him. With a defiant spirit, he shouted, "Come on, fire around at me. If I so much as grunt, I'm no man." After his declaration, he tensed his muscles, bracing himself to savor the taste of a 40mm shell. Yet, time passed with no response. There were no sounds of artillery or gunfire, only the glaring headlights that obscured his vision. After a considerable wait, he wondered what the delay was about. Were they planning to capture him? His expression shifted. While he was unafraid of death, he dreaded the thought of torture. The possibility of being taken as a rebel prisoner and subjected to torment was unbearable. As Qinwu's expression fluctuated, preparing to use his automatic rifle for suicide and redeployment, the headlights of the Chimera dimmed, leaving only a few small lights illuminated. Rubbing his eyes to regain his vision, he turned his gaze toward the Chimera. It was a marvel of steel, cloaked in gray-green paint, emblazoned with the PDF insignia. The primary weapon was a massive chain gun mounted at the front, its caliber nearing 20mm, accompanied by an automatic turret housing a 40mm autocannon. Other variants of the Chimera might boast 120mm howitzers or dual laser cannons. But this agricultural planet clearly could not accommodate such advanced components, settling for a mere 40mm autocannon. Qinwu examined the war vehicle with a sense of wonder. At that moment, a metallic click rang out, and the hatch on the turret opened, revealing a familiar PDF soldier peering out. Minutes later, the Chimera set off towards the PDF infantry line in the direction of the nest. Within the confines of the troop transport vehicle, 2 lifeless bodies lay on the floor, while 5 individuals occupied the seats, 3 of whom were wounded soldiers, softly groaning in pain. The remaining 2 were Qinwu and Lu Daosan. Qinwu cast a glance at Lu Daosan's left hand, recalling how he had once saved this man, whose palm had been mangled. Now, it was replaced with a mechanical iron hand. His military rank had also changed, He was now a second lieutenant, commanding a PDF company. This operation against the insurgents was orchestrated by him, leading a company of 120 PDF infantrymen and a Chimera transport vehicle to seize 2 insurgent strongholds. Qinwu examined Lu Daosan from head to toe, and Lu Daosan returned the scrutiny. An uncomfortable silence enveloped them. After a moment, Qinwu could no longer endure the quiet and broke the silence, saying, "Oh, you've been promoted, congratulations. When are you treating me to a meal?" Lu Daosan's eyelids flickered as he noticed the 7 insurgent automatic rifles hanging from Qinwu's chest. "You do realize that possessing weapons without authorization is a capital offense?" Qinwu chuckled lightly. "Those scum from the bottom must be apprehended and executed." The air thickened with silence once more. Qinwu was confident that Lu Daosan would not take any action against him, as Lu Daosan was a PDF officer, and Qinwu had once saved his life. Thus, he was certain that Lu Daosan would turn a blind eye. The PDF served as the planetary governor's watchdog, eternally stationed on a single planet, essentially constituting a puppet military. However, if it were the Starbound Army, Qinwu would have chosen to end his own life. The Starbound Army represented the Emperor's coin, the true cornerstone of the Empire. To act unlawfully in their presence would invite the wrath of a political commissar's explosive firearm. Noticing that Lu Daosan had not confiscated the weapons on him, Qinwu understood that the officer remembered his act of salvation. He pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and casually remarked, "Head west for 20 kilometers. I'll disembark there." A few minutes later, the Chimera transport vehicle halted a few kilometers from the ventilation duct. Qinwu, armed, jumped off the vehicle and brushed off the lingering scent of gunpowder. He turned back to Lu Daosan, the second lieutenant, and introduced himself again, saying, "I am Qinwu, a scavenger who delights in discovering high-value items on the battlefield and occasionally assists others. Do you have any inconvenient tasks for me?" Second Lieutenant Lu Daosan gazed earnestly into Qinwu's eyes, to which Qinwu shrugged nonchalantly. Lu Daosan spoke solemnly. "Some of my comrades perished on the battlefield against the insurgents. Those areas remain under insurgent control, and we do not always have the opportunity to bring them home. That wretched planetary governor, that despicable little man, is a greedy rat. The compensation he provides is not only meager but also difficult to obtain, without identification tags. The families of my fallen comrades cannot claim even that paltry sum. If you happen to find the bodies of my comrades while scavenging on the battlefield, please retrieve their identification tags. I can offer you some assistance in return." Chapter 8. The Great Elevator Ding. Accepting a timed mission. Delivering unlimited PDF identification tags to Second Lieutenant Lu Daosan. While Lu Daosan may not be an officer of principles, he is undeniably a person of compassion, and he appears to have a good relationship with his superiors, having secured a Chimera transport vehicle for his company. Strive to cultivate a harmonious relationship with him, for unexpected joys may arise in the future. As Qinwu perused the system tasks, Second Lieutenant Rudazen remarked, "I have marked your signal characteristics on the bird servant as friendly. As long as you refrain from initiating aggression towards the PDF and do not succumb to chaos, my comrades in the Northern War Zone will facilitate your endeavors." Qinwu tightened the 7 firearms strapped to his body and replied, "In the future, I shall delve into the rebel-controlled territory to seek out your comrades' dog tags. Remember, you must assist me." With a dismissive wave of his hand, he departed. Moments later, he arrived at a forest near the ventilation duct, where a small farm lay, abundant with wooden planks. He hoisted the planks, burdening himself with a weight that left him gasping for breath. Gradually, he approached the entrance of the duct, counting down, evacuating, executing an exceptional operation, and securing 150,000 worth of fertilizer rolls. Upon reaching his hideout, Qinwu took a moment to catch his breath. The exertion had nearly exhausted him. He collapsed onto his bed, instantly succumbing to slumber. When he awoke, he rubbed his empty stomach and began searching for food. Alas, the biscuits were gone, and the water had run dry. Qinwu smacked his lips and concluded he would have to venture to the market for supplies. He commenced his work, gathering the wooden planks, and with a saw and nails, constructed a shrine, placing the Emperor's holy image within for veneration. Ding! The Emperor's Shrine Level 1 has been completed. Your sanctuary is now under the Emperor's protection, and chaos shall not encroach upon your hideout. Here, you can gradually eliminate chaos pollution. Qinwu promptly inspected the shrine's output, noting that it had only one slot and could produce only one item at a time. It required either a candle and a bottle of water or a candle and a bottle of oil to yield holy water or holy oil. Lighting a candle would infuse the water and oil with the Emperor's power. Holy water would take 6 hours to produce, while holy oil required 12. I lack candles as well. I must venture out to procure some, Qinwu mused, deciding it was time for a market excursion. He grabbed his backpack, stowed the 10 firearms within, and, burdened by the weight, trudged toward the fertilizer gang's location. Half an hour later, panting heavily, Liin Wu arrived at the fertilizer gang's base. The 2 guards at the entrance spotted him from afar and hurriedly approached. He unceremoniously dropped a bag of firearms to the ground, breathing heavily as he exclaimed, "Damn. This is too heavy. Over 50 kilograms. I've carried it all the way here, and my strength has increased to 12. The 2 guards looked bewildered as Liin Wu continued, "I'm exhausted. Lend me a hand. You too. These guns are for your Nepali boss." A few minutes later, within the junk shop, the black market dealer from Nepal whistled at the sight of 7 Rebel automatic rifles and 3 PDF standard automatic rifles. "By the Emperor. My gracious guest has brought me good fortune. I shall offer friendship and gold in return." He produced a stack of high-denomination fertilizer coupons and handed them to Liin Wu. Ding. Task completed, earning 33,000 fertilizer coupons. The black market dealer's favor has upgraded to level 1, unlocking the purchase of items: pipe pistols, pipe rifles, large-caliber pipe shotguns. Ammunition, canvas suppression armor, level 2, canvas suppression helmets, level 2, industrial-grade gas masks, handmade smoke bombs, and homemade small detonators. A variety of tools and materials were at hand. With the task completed, the rapport with the contact had improved, and now it was possible to acquire some inexpensive, albeit inferior, weaponry, an emphasis on the word cheap, which was of utmost significance. Liin Wu accepted the money, stuffed it into his pocket, and inquired with a smile, "Is there more work for me?" The black market dealer from Nepal had instructed the gang members to remove the firearms, and with a feigned smile plastered across his face, he replied, "My kind patron, your weapons have greatly augmented the strength of my fertilizer gang, instilling us with greater confidence against the chemical gang. Yet, this is merely a beginning. My boss desires to diminish the chemical gang's power as much as possible before the conflict ensues. If you wish to earn some money, you can hunt the chemical gang's refuse near the reactor. I shall reward you with 300 fertilizer vouchers for each one you eliminate, and of course, my friendship as well." After a moment's contemplation, Liin Wu asked, "How can I prove to you that I have killed them?" The refuse of the chemical gang bear tattoos of the periodic table on their shoulders. Removing such a tattoo will serve as proof. Liin Wu nodded in understanding. "Very well. I shall pay a visit when I have the time." With that, he departed from the fertilizer gang's base and made his way toward the public area. Though the underbelly was a lawless realm rife with gangs and criminal organizations, it was also home to many ordinary individuals. These people either labored in factories operated by the gangs or scavenged for scraps. Collectively, they formed a semblance of a safe zone within the underbelly. This safe zone was located near the grand elevator, the sole conduit leading from the underbelly to the midsection, where refuse generated by the upper echelons was directly discharged into the underbelly through the sewage outlets nearby. This refuse constituted the lifeblood of the underbelly's inhabitants. The grand elevator also served to excommunicate certain criminal elements from the midsection, a city of billions cohabiting in cramped quarters, resulting in a daily influx of offenders. Nearly every day, someone was cast down, which explained the deplorable living conditions of the underbelly, despite its dense population. Of course, on occasion, the upper-class denizens would bestow a few favors upon the refuse to ensure it remained content within the dump. Near the grand elevator, official establishments operated, selling various essential goods. There were purveyors of clean water, food aid outlets providing starchy sustenance, as well as shops selling water purification tablets, low-grade medicines, clothing, and tools. This system allowed the underbelly to exist in a state of profound hardship, yet remain alive, thereby preventing any insurrections among its denizens. Liin Wu positioned himself at the end of a long queue, bowing his head in silence as he awaited his turn. In front of him stood hundreds, all waiting to purchase water from the Clean Water Guild. Chapter 9. Shopping. After queuing for what seemed like half an hour, Liin Wu began to fidget, and finally, his moment arrived. The staff member at the Clean Water Guild wore a sullen expression, extending a hand without uttering a word, signaling no desire for conversation. Should Liin Wu fail to pay within 3 seconds, he would be met with a security guard's electric baton. Wasting no time, he produced a fertilizer voucher valued at 1 dime and handed it over. The fertilizer voucher served as the unique currency of this planet. Due to the vast expanse of the empire encompassing millions of stars, a unified currency was impractical. Trade between planets relied on barter. Yet for the sake of management within a single planet, there existed a local currency in circulation. This currency is a curious amalgamation, encompassing metallic coins, paper notes, and labor credits. Planet 496b is predominantly agrarian, with all aspects of life revolving around agricultural production, wherein fertilizers hold paramount significance. Consequently, fertilizer vouchers, redeemable for fertilizers, have emerged as the currency of this realm. The staff collects payments and gestures towards a black portable canister, constructed of inferior ceramic steel, containing 3 liters of water. Qinwu lifts the canister and departs, contemplating the necessity of devising a water purification system. Otherwise, he would be compelled to queue for water each time it runs out. A process far too tedious. Subsequently, he finds himself in line to receive food, with hundreds still ahead of him, inciting a growing impatience within him. From a distance, he glimpses the food distribution point at the relief station, characterized by drab, inexpensive ceramic steel barrels filled with starchy sustenance. This concoction, a mixture of potatoes, wheat, cornmeal, vegetables, salt, and chemically synthesized protein, can be acquired for a mere 10 cents worth of fertilizer vouchers, sufficient to feed an adult for 3 days. Qinwu has endured this fare numerous times. In a word, it is unpalatable, a low-cost ration provided by the elite to the lower strata, merely to satiate them and prevent unrest. Were it not for the fear of malicious waste of water and food, even the 10-cent fertilizer vouchers would not be accepted. Despite its unappetizing nature, Qinwu recognizes that, in the chaotic realm of Battlefield 40, the wretched inhabitants of the lower tiers on agricultural planet 496b are fortunate to consume plant-based sustenance, a privilege not afforded to the denizens of Empire 99, who subsist on cadaver starch, an abysmal fate. After 20 minutes, only 30 individuals remain before him, and his turn is imminent. Yet, at that moment, an inconsiderate miscreant brazenly pushes his way in front of Qinwu, a blatant act of queue jumping. Qinwu is momentarily taken aback, then seethes with rage. He places a hand on the man's shoulder, intending to confront him, but the man retaliates with a fierce glare, brandishing a dagger against Qinwu's neck. Little brat, if you wish to live, keep your mouth shut, or I'll slice off your manhood and stuff it in your mouth. The surrounding individuals, witnessing the altercation, instinctively step back, yet remain in line. The relief station staff cast a fleeting glance at the commotion, remaining silent, clearly accustomed to such disturbances. Provided that the conflict does not encroach upon them, they would remain indifferent even if thousands of the lower tier were to perish before their eyes, for they regard them as mere refuse. Qinwu feels the cold steel of the dagger at his throat and blinks. The queue jumper, believing he has instilled fear in Qinwu, narrows his eyes and retracts the dagger. Yet, as the blade leaves Qinwu's neck, he suddenly retaliates, delivering a powerful punch to the intruder's abdomen. With a strength exceeding that of the average individual, this blow sends the queue jumper staggering to the ground. Gasping in shock at Qinwu's unexpected resistance, fury floods his mind as he draws his dagger once more, aiming to eliminate Qinwu. However, in the next instant, a pistol is pressed against his head, freezing him in place. It is a handgun manufactured by rebels, with a caliber of 15 millimeters and a front-loading magazine containing 5 rounds. It is heavy, with a dismal human-machine efficacy and poor accuracy, yet the short 15 millimeters round possesses immense power, capable of bringing down a bear with a single shot at close range. This was a trophy he had acquired during a ground scavenging expedition. Without uttering a word, Qinwu pulled the trigger, and with a resounding bang, the interloper had no time to plead for mercy before his head was obliterated by the large-caliber handgun, his body collapsing on the ground in convulsions. The surrounding individuals were momentarily startled, but then regained their composure with alarming speed. Even the line showed little disturbance, though many cast furtive glances at the corpse on the ground. Putting away his firearm, Qinwu crouched down to search the body, discovering a rough dagger, 2 fertilizer coupons, and 3 purification tablets. After securing his finds, he resumed his place in line as if nothing had transpired. Moments later, a few scavengers approached to strip the corpse of its clothing. After a further while, even the shoes, socks, and undergarments had been removed. By the time Qinwu received his rations and began his return, the body had vanished, likely transformed into skewers, while several individuals remained on the ground, lapping up the fresh blood in an effort to absorb the precious salts and trace elements. This illustrates the grim ecology of the lower tiers in Warhammer 40k. Subsequently, Qinwu arrived at a shop, which was eerily desolate, devoid of any patrons. This establishment specialized in high-end goods, exorbitantly priced, far beyond the means of the refuse from the lower tiers. Addressing the languid shopkeeper, he requested a pack of incense candles, 3 cans of cooking oil, and a bottle of chili oil. The shopkeeper scrutinized Qinwu before languidly stating, 55 fertilizer coupons. Qinwu produced 60 fertilizer coupons, slapping them onto the counter. And only then did the shopkeeper break into a smile, retrieving the requested items and placing them in a bag made of plant fibers before handing it to him. With his arms laden, he made his way home, keenly aware of the predatory gazes locked upon him from the shadows of several corners. On planet 496b, a farmer's earnings hover around 150 to 200 fertilizer coupons, while a denizen of the lower tiers earns approximately 20. The boutique serves the affluent gang leaders of the lower tiers, and for individuals like him, merely to glance at such a place is a transgression. Yet, astonishingly, one person had just emerged from the boutique with goods. A few followed closely behind Liin Wu, resembling ravenous wolves trailing a plump lamb. Transitioning from the crowded public area to a deserted passageway, Liin Wu retrieved a lighter and a cigarette, igniting one as he ventured deeper into the dim corridor. The followers peered into the inky darkness, fixated on the flickering glow of the ember, exchanging knowing glances. They brandished stones or metal pipes and surged towards the glimmer of light. The sound of pounding footsteps echoed in the dark tunnel, their eyes fixed on the glowing ember. Drawing nearer with weapons raised high, ready to strike. Clang. The corridor reverberated with the clash of metal. As several overly aggressive pursuers felt their bones rattle from the force of their strikes, eliciting cries of pain. One follower, grimacing in agony, discarded his metal pipe and cautiously extended his hand forward, encountering the cold metal of the pipe wall. He groped towards the luminous cigarette butt, which had become lodged in a crevice of the wall. The pursuer became aware of something, his expression shifting dramatically. In the next moment, a bright light suddenly illuminated from the side, blinding everyone present. Liin Wu held a flashlight in his left hand and a pistol in his right. The muzzle aimed directly at the terrified pursuers. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 10. The new reactor upon returning to his hiding place. Liin Wu lit an incense stick and placed it beside the altar, then deposited a bottle of cooking oil, approximately 150 liters, into the shrine. The system then indicated that holy oil was being produced, set to be ready in 12 hours. Although he had not witnessed the chaotic corruption on agricultural planet 496b. In the universe of Warhammer 40k, chaos was as pervasive as the very air one breathes. It was merely a matter of time. He decided to stockpile some holy oil, anticipating the need to prepare a meal in the event of an encounter with chaos. With production arranged, Liin Wu commenced his training, performing push-ups, squats, and weighted sprints for over 2 hours, leaving him breathless. He reviewed his personal attributes in his mind. His endurance had increased slightly to 13, and his vigor had risen to 11. After wiping down his body to cleanse himself, he opened a ceramic steel barrel containing food, consumed a few spoonfuls of porridge for energy, and then collapsed into sleep. Upon waking, he first checked the altar. The incense had burned out, and the oil had transformed into holy oil. He removed the holy oil and stored it for future use, lit a second incense stick, and inputted the second bottle of oil, awaiting the output of more holy oil. With production settled, Liin Wu stepped outside, intending to undertake a task for the black market dealer and investigate the reactor situation. As he made his way to the black market shop, Liin Wu addressed Nepal. I require a pipe shotgun, 50 rounds of ammunition, a set of head armor, 5 detonators, and 2 smoke grenades. The black market dealer, Nepal, gestured to his subordinate, who ventured into the depths of the shop. Moments later, he returned with the requested items. Kind patron, that will be a total of 500 fertilizer coupons. Liin Wu handed over the currency and began to inspect his new weaponry. The pipe shotgun, indeed crafted from a pipe, was quite robust, lacking rifling, featuring dual barrels that fired the dealer's homemade 35mm pellets. After examining the condition of the firearm, he donned the head armor, an improvised fiber-pressed armor with a protective rating of merely level 2 and a durability of 35, akin to wearing paper into battle. However, it was more than sufficient for skirmishes between gang factions, where the equipment typically consisted of cold weapons and rifled homemade firearms. After organizing his gear, Liin Wu inquired, "Where's the reactor located?" Nepal, perceiving Liin Wu's intent to confront the chemical gang, wore a feigned smile. My kind patron, are you off to exterminate the vermin? How splendid." He produced a piece of paper and handed it to Liin Wu. "This is a rudimentary map leading to the reactor. It will guide you to the location." A system notification flashed through Liin Wu's mind. Ding. New map discovered. Underground reactor. This was a lost chemical factory situated deep within the underbelly, filled with dilapidated iron pipes and structures, narrow and confined, dark and profound, illuminated only by a few air lamps. Liin Wu folded the map and turned to descend to the lower level when the black merchant from Nepal cautioned him, "My kind-hearted guest, you must tread carefully. The dregs of the chemical gang have controlled numerous chemical hounds through their substances, and their numbers are vast. However, the good news is that these chemical hounds have had their minds scorched by the chemicals, rendering most of them dazed and bewildered. Many can only wield cold weapons, and pulling a trigger is akin to reciting the imperial truth in its entirety for them. After pausing for a moment to absorb this information, Qinwu nodded and committed the details to memory. Exiting the fertilizer gang's stronghold, he followed the mental map's guidance towards the designated location. Navigating through a series of complex and winding underground tunnels, he noticed a green countdown timer materializing in his view. Deploying, map, reactor, 10, 9, 8, 7. The countdown concluded, and in the next instant, Qinwu felt the world spin violently around him. Upon landing, he found himself in a unique space. This was the reactor indicated on the map, a cubic structure composed of 5 layers of metallic ceramic steel. At its core stood a massive metallic tank, extending from the 5th layer down to the bottom, the very reactor for which the fertilizer gang and the chemical gang were vying. Once on solid ground, Qinwu immediately pressed against the wall, straining to hear the surrounding sounds. The atmosphere was bustling with noise, footsteps, conversations, and raucous laughter emanating from the first floor. Currently positioned on the 5th floor, he pondered for a moment before cautiously maneuvering his water gun downwards, taking care to tread lightly. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, he overheard a conversation. Once we seize the reactor, we can produce more chemicals and recruit more individuals into our gang. At that point, we can charge into the fertilizer gang's territory with our brothers, and this place will be under our dominion. Qinwu crept to the edge of the 2nd floor staircase and peered down, spotting a dozen gang members gathered around a flaming iron barrel, suspiciously adorned with skewered meat. The scattered syringes on the ground and the elemental periodic table tattoos on several of their shoulders confirmed that they were indeed lackeys of the chemical gang. Unnoticed from his vantage point at the top of the stairs, Qinwu carefully counted the men, 11 in total, all wielding crudely sharpened metal knives, their equipment decidedly subpar. Moreover, these drug-fueled miscreants appeared to be in a stupor, some sprawled on the ground, while others giggled vacantly, their minds clearly unhinged. Noticing their close proximity, Qinwu retrieved 2 detonators from his pants pocket, igniting their fuses with a lighter before hurling them towards the densest cluster of chemical hounds. The Warhammer 40 weapon boasted a significant payload, with each detonator containing 500 grams of explosive material. Combined, they amounted to a formidable 1 kilogram, immensely powerful. The chemically intoxicated hounds were oblivious to the detonators landing at their feet, engrossed in their chatter as the fuses burned down. Boom, boom. The sound of 2 violent explosions resonated, the reactor and surrounding structures emitting a cacophony of metallic distortion, while a cloud of dust erupted in every direction. With the hounds clustered so closely, the detonators wreaked havoc, instantly claiming the lives of 7 while injuring 4 others. In a harrowing scene, the explosion left the wounded gasping for breath, their internal organs irreparably damaged by the shockwave, writhing on the ground before succumbing to their injuries. Only one individual, a man with a severed leg, clutched his dismembered limb while emitting a heart-wrenching scream. Observing that the threat had dissipated, Qinwu descended to the 1st floor. The legless chemical thug recognized his attire and shouted, "The family will not spare you. Mother will turn you into chemical pigs." Qinwu, uninterested in his ramblings, raised his shotgun and dispatched him with a single shot, then commenced searching the corpses. Chapter 11. Chemical pigs to Qinwu's delight. He discovered a special syringe amidst the bodies. Its designation read, Poison Needle. Reference value, 25 fertilizer coupons. Effects, induces extreme agonizing hallucinations, possesses a high level of addictive properties, and severely damages the body's liver, kidney metabolic systems, and immune system. Prolonged use leads to cognitive decline. Note, despite being a vile substance, when diluted and mixed with other chemicals, it can be transformed into various legitimate pharmaceuticals. Elated, Qinwu recognized this as a fundamental material for drug production. With a medical station component available for upgrade at his hideout, he could construct a medical station upon acquiring special supplies. This station would allow the creation of health packs, surgical kits, analgesics, and hemostatic agents. Moreover, it could manufacture various functional syringes, such as weight-bearing injections to enhance strength and increase load capacity, endurance syringes to double stamina for extended running distances, and regeneration syringes that could restore health as long as one's limbs remained intact. Qinwu had not anticipated such precious syringes would be found on these chemical thugs, and promptly commenced his search. 11 poison needles were recovered from the bodies of the chemical thugs, and 1 squad leader bore a handmade gas grenade. This device would create a toxic area within a 20-meter radius, inducing relentless coughing for a duration of 80 seconds. Qinwu felt a wave of relief. Had he not launched a surprise attack, the chemical thug leader might have unleashed the gas grenade, resulting in dire consequences. He stowed away the syringes and the gas grenade, deeming the chemical thugs to be excellent sources of materials. Even in the absence of a black market mission, he could certainly seek further trouble with the chemical gang. With this in mind, Liin Wu drew his knife, intending to carve the tattoo of the periodic table from the shoulders of the chemical thugs when suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed nearby. Thud, 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 boom. With a cacophony of flying debris and twisting metal, a colossal figure emerged, towering at 25 meters. Its body a mass of fat. This supersized behemoth had a physique where height and shoulder width were nearly identical, adorned with several layers of iron plates driven directly into its flesh with steel nails. The creature wore a helmet fashioned from metal scraps, complete with a pair of pig ears and connected to an iron mask featuring an abstract pig snout. This was the chemical pig, a one-time humanoid weapon modified by the chemical gang, typically consisting of captured denizens, members who had erred within the faction or enemies of rival gangs. These individuals are subjected to the injection of copious amounts of veterinary growth agents, regenerative substances, and various chemical compounds, inducing a secondary development of their bodies, resulting in an unimaginable strength. However, the downside is that their brains transform into beasts controlled by these chemicals, driven solely by instinct to annihilate all surrounding life, with only a single activation permitted. Once the transformation commences, the chemical pig lies dormant, and upon activation with the agents, it embarks on a frenzied rampage of destruction for approximately 1 hour, after which it succumbs to heart failure, as its diminutive heart cannot sustain its massive physique. This squad of chemical dogs was dispatched by the chemical gang's matriarch to preliminarily explore the reactor, and they placed a dormant chemical pig at the entrance. The squad leader of the chemical dogs realized they had been ambushed the instant he was knocked down by a detonator. He activated the dormant chemical pig with a small radio button concealed within his attire. The pig's spine features an apparatus known as the anger spine, which connects to its pig mask. This device not only awakens the dormant chemical pig, but also injects an anger-inducing agent into its brain and spinal nerves, ensuring the pig remains perpetually enraged, unleashing immense combat prowess. Once activated, the chemical pig bellowed furiously at Liin Wu and charged towards him. Imagine the sensation of a creature towering 25 meters high and equally wide, adorned with a pig mask and affixed with steel plates, barreling towards you. Liin Wu felt a wave of terror wash over him, prompting him to flee upstairs without a moment's hesitation. The chemical pig pursued closely, despite its bulk. It remarkably maintained a swift pace, closely mirroring Liin Wu's strides. Liin Wu was astonished by its speed, realizing that if he exhausted his stamina, he would be in dire straits. For reference, his current endurance allows him to sprint at a pace akin to a long-distance athlete, covering 3 kilometers in approximately 9 minutes. Yet, this monstrous being was hot on his heels, grunting and stomping the ground with a resounding thud, sending Liin Wu's heart racing. In moments of peril, individuals instinctively seek refuge in what they perceive as safe spaces, so he dashed to the 5th floor, with the chemical pig in relentless pursuit. The reactor resembles a compact square map, each floor spanning about 500 square meters, filled with various small rooms. Each corner of the floor features a staircase leading downward, while the center houses a cylindrical structure connecting all levels. This is the reactor itself. Liin Wu found himself circling on the 5th floor with the chemical pig in tow, desperately searching for a smaller space to conceal himself, but to no avail. Every passage and room was accessible to the chemical pig, leaving him with nowhere to hide. It is only reasonable, as this is a facility for chemical production, necessitating ample space for transporting vast quantities of raw materials. This predicament weighed heavily on Liin Wu, as he had already expended half of his stamina, while the pig's endurance remained uncertain. Death was inconsequential. He simply could not afford to lose the precious agents he had painstakingly acquired. With beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, he glanced back to see the chemical pig pursuing him with a series of guttural grunts, its maw, grotesquely visible beyond the mask, dripping with a viscous, sanguinary fluid, its decayed teeth resembling black holes. By the heavens above, Liin Wu was determined to avoid the grim fate of being bitten to death by this chemical pig, and thus began to devise a solution. Suddenly, he noticed a gap between the cylindrical reactor and the metal flooring, just wide enough for a person to slip through. Elated, Liin Wu leapt over, clinging to the reactor with arms and legs wrapped around it, and with a swift motion, slid from the 5th floor down to the 1st. Upon landing, he looked up to see the chemical pig on the 5th floor attempting to squeeze its body into the gap, but it was futile. A smile crept across Liin Wu's face as he observed his stamina gradually replenishing. He had devised a plan to vanquish the chemical pig by exhausting its stamina. It was known that Liin Wu could dash to the 5th floor and then slide down, while the chemical pig could only ascend and descend, expending twice the stamina. Moreover, Liin Wu could rest while the creature descended, allowing his energy to recover. In that case, if he made several runs, would the chemical pig not tire and succumb? He felt quite clever for this strategy and awaited the descent of the chemical pig, eager for his stamina to fully restore. However, as his stamina reached its zenith, the chemical pig still had not come down, its anguished squeals echoing from the 5th floor. Qinwu grew puzzled. What was the pig doing? Peering through the gap from the 1st floor, he discovered that the chemical pig was stuck. The creature, being rather dim-witted, had followed Qinwu's lead and attempted to squeeze through the same gap, but in doing so, had wedged itself firmly in place. Chapter 12. Chemical Pig 2. Qinwu waited on the 1st floor for what felt like an eternity, confirming that the creature was indeed ensnared. Before cautiously creeping upstairs with his shotgun, he advanced with utmost care, step by step, and upon reaching the 5th floor, he carefully observed from the staircase. The chemical pig's head and upper body were lodged within the crevice, trapped and in distress. Qinwu inspected his shotgun, then charged forward, aiming the barrel directly at the unarmored left hind leg of the chemical pig before firing. With a deafening boom, the leg erupted in a spray of blood and flesh, eliciting a heart-wrenching wail from the creature, which then began to thrash violently. Without hesitation, Qinwu unleashed a second round at the same spot, shattering the pig's knee and exposing bone. The chemical pig struggled even more ferociously, pulling its head outward, the metal crevice groaning under the strain. Qinwu opened the shotgun's chamber, reloaded, and unleashed the 3rd and 4th shots upon the left hind leg. The 35mm shot was immensely powerful, especially when fired at such close range, and with those 4 shots, the chemical pig's left thigh was severed at the knee. The creature's agonizing cries echoed through the air as it writhed in pain, and with a tremendous effort, it somehow managed to extract its head from the tight confines. Qinwu quickly retreated and reloaded his shotgun, preparing for the next encounter. The chemical pig, having lost a leg, continued to crawl after Qinwu with surprising speed, akin to a brisk walk of an adult. As Qinwu retreated, he fired his shotgun at the creature, but the heavy armor encasing it rendered his unarmored shots ineffective. After expending over 10 shells with no discernible impact, he decided to cease fire, retracting his weapon and opting to simply evade, hoping the wounded pig would bleed out and succumb to its injuries. He circled with the chemical pig, but after 2 laps, he observed that the creature's mutilated leg was no longer bleeding, or perhaps the blood loss was minimal. He suspected that the chemical pig possessed some sort of coagulant within its body, preventing it from dying of excessive blood loss. Scratching his head, Qinwu produced 3 detonators from his pocket, binding them with the bag intended for shotgun shells. Estimating the fuse length relative to the speed of the creature's crawl, he ignited them and tossed them to the ground before making a hasty retreat. The chemical pig let out a howl, mistaking his flight for cowardice, and intensified its efforts to close the distance, completely disregarding the detonators lying on the ground, which it inadvertently crushed under its bulk. At that moment, the explosives detonated with a thunderous roar. The blast propelled the creature's forelimbs from the ground, obliterating its abdomen and chest, leaving a gruesome scene of blood and entrails scattered about. Qinwu, choked by the dust from the explosion, gradually regained his composure, only to find the chemical pig lifeless. "Clear the area," he shouted, humming a tune of sustenance as he began to scavenge the battlefield. His first target was the chemical pig, which, devoid of clothing and pockets, posed a challenge for retrieving any tangible proof to barter with the black market. This was a chemical pig, after all, substantial in size, and he could not merely discount it as a typical member of the chemical gang worth a mere 200 fertilizer coupons. Surely, it warranted at least 2,000. Qinwu appraised the creature, decisively using his knife to slice along its spine, removing the helmet and a segment of metal from its back. This apparatus was a singular entity, with the helmet and metal segment housing numerous needles that delivered a rage-inducing serum directly into the chemical pig's brain and spinal cord, an insidiously malevolent device. After examining this Warhammer 40K inspired equipment, he discovered 7 small protrusions that appeared to be openings. He fumbled with them until they popped open, revealing 7 cylindrical glass vials, each the size of a thumb. Of these, 2 were empty while 5 contained an unknown red liquid. Qinwu collected the 5 vials, and upon inspecting the entries in his mind, he exclaimed in delight. Name: Rage Serum. Value: 800 fertilizer coupons. Description: a substance that grants immunity to pain while maintaining heightened aggression, also integrating a coagulant function. Hint: you can use Rage Serum at the medical station to manufacture advanced pharmaceuticals or injections. The Rage Serum is a superior iteration of the toxin syringe, capable of producing even more advanced drugs, the specifics of which would need to await the establishment of the medical station. Qinwu tidied up, packing the rage-infused spine along with the serums for transport, before returning to the first floor, where he meticulously removed all the tattoos from the chemical dogs. With these items in hand, Qinwu commenced the meticulous task of scraping the ground. This site had once served as a chemical production base, now abandoned for reasons unknown. Yet it likely harbored precious artifacts awaiting discovery. As he rummaged through the first floor, he stumbled upon a complete set of test tubes and beakers, valued at 200 fertilizer vouchers, primarily intended for upgrading the medical station. He swiftly collected them. Ascending to the second floor, he discovered a small gold device known as a chemical purification apparatus, roughly the size of a half suitcase, valued at an astounding 25,000 fertilizer coins. It was the most valuable single item Qinwu had encountered thus far, also intended for upgrading the medical station, capable of purifying certain chemical substances for concocting remedies. Overwhelmed with joy, he executed an impromptu celebratory maneuver before carefully stowing it in his backpack. The third floor yielded nothing of worth, merely a heap of refuse. On the fourth floor, he extracted 3 unused biochemical filters from a box, useful for purifying water by eliminating microorganisms and viruses, serving as upgrades for the water purifier in his hideout. On the fifth floor, he unearthed a powerful impact drill, substantial and hefty, capable of penetrating most buildings composed of reinforced ceramics and metals when connected to a power source. This tool was valued at 200 fertilizer vouchers, approximately equivalent to the price of a PDF automatic rifle. Having organized his findings, Qinwu resolved to evacuate. He consulted the map and discovered that the evacuation point was located on the 5th floor, near a ventilation duct. However, curiosity compelled him to explore the wall breached by the chemical bore before making his exit. He discarded his backpack and impact drill on the 5th floor and sprinted down to the 1st floor, locating the breach created by the chemical bore. As he approached, a green countdown appeared above him. Heading towards the map, he realized he could deploy to the chemical gang's stronghold from this location. He quickly retreated as the countdown reached its end. Taking note of this, Qinwu returned to the 5th floor, gathered his belongings, and stood near the ventilation duct as the countdown concluded, executing an outstanding maneuver that netted him a total value of 32,500. Chapter 13. The water purifier. Upon returning to his hideout, Qinwu collapsed into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, he was met with the acrid sense of gunpowder and blood, prompting a grimace. Damn it, I can't bathe haphazardly. This is unbearable. I feel utterly revolting. He hastily rose to tidy up, using a towel dampened with water to wipe his body. The cleansing process was straightforward, consuming at most 500 milliliters of water, but his clothes were beyond salvaging, the stench intolerable. Gazing at the 3 water filters he had recently reclaimed, he muttered to himself, I can no longer tolerate this. I must achieve water freedom. Armed with a self-defense pistol and his tattoo, Qinwu ventured out of his hideout towards the location of the black market dealer, Nepal. Upon arriving at the fertilizer gang's stronghold, he was taken aback by the increased number of armed individuals, nearly 1,000. They were fabricating rudimentary armor from steel plates, sharpening iron scraps into knives and axes, preparing for a desperate struggle against the chemical gang. Qinwu approached the black market dealer's shop, where the dealer's underlings were wheeling out 2 carts laden with knives. Ah, kind customer, come forth. You always bring me good tidings. The dealer, Nepal, eagerly beckoned Qinwu over as he observed from outside the door. Qinwu placed 11 tattooed skins, each adorned with the periodic table of elements, onto the table, prompting the black merchant to whistle in admiration. Oh, my kind guest, you have single-handedly vanquished 11 chemical beasts. Truly impressive. He continued, here as we agreed. Each chemical beast is worth 300 fertilizer coupons, totaling 3,300. Qinwu accepted the money without counting and tucked it into his pocket. He gestured towards the bustling base of the fertilizer gang behind him. Are we on the brink of war? The black merchant nodded. My boss is currently negotiating with the chemical gang's leader at the law enforcement department in Zhongqiao. If an agreement is reached, conflict may be averted. If not, we shall fight for control of the reactor. However, based on past experience, it is unlikely to succeed, rather than a negotiation. It feels more like a request for the law enforcement's permission on how far we can escalate our actions. Qinwu retrieved a cigarette, offering one to the black merchant, who produced a lighter, and they began to smoke. Qinwu inquired, can you contend with the chemical gang? A serious expression crossed the black merchant's face. It's hard to say. The chemical gang outnumbers us, and their chemical beasts are insensible to pain after being injected. Moreover, there are those monstrous chemical pigs. You have never encountered a chemical pig, I assure you. Qinwu pulled an angry spine from his bag and placed it on the table. I have seen a chemical pig and even slain one. The black merchant, momentarily taken aback, stared at the angry spine in astonishment. By the Emperor, my kind guest has actually defeated a chemical pig. Qinwu raised a hand to calm him. Let us not get ahead of ourselves. Tell me, how many fertilizer coupons will you offer for killing one of those beasts? The black merchant hesitated slightly, then replied, 3,000. I'll give you 3,000 for each one. Qinwu was somewhat satisfied. While killing one of those creatures might not be as beneficial as acquiring an automatic rifle, it was still a convenient task. He needed to produce medical supplies in the future, requiring angry serums, which meant he had to hunt chemical pigs for their output. Earning a little on the side was a bonus. The black merchant pondered before suggesting, my kind guest, if you wish to make some quick money, how about joining us when we engage the chemical gang in battle? Qinwu asked, how much will you pay me? 5,000 as a participation fee. Simply joining the fight earns you 5,000. After a moment's deliberation, Qinwu replied, all right, but I will not take orders. Any spoils from the enemies I slay belong to me. The black merchant nodded. That is only fair. Once we engage, you can choose your position in battle, and you will have the right to loot the fallen. As he spoke, he handed Qinwu a black armband, emblazoned with a red fertilizer pouch. This is a recognition armband. Just wear it, and the fertilizer gang's members will provide you with some support. Qinwu took the armband, only to notice a refrigerator in the black merchant's shop behind him. Is that a refrigerator? The black merchant glanced back and nodded. Yes. It was found in the waste disposal of a large elevator. The item is intact. Perhaps the upper echelon replaced it with a larger one and discarded this smaller unit. Qinwu's breathing became slightly heavier. This was one of the 3 essential components for constructing a medical station: chemical purification equipment, temperature controllers, and mixing precipitation machines. The temperature controller can be detached from the refrigerator. If I acquire it, I will have gathered 2 crucial components. How much would you sell it to me for? The black merchant fell silent for a moment and replied, Does the customer desire this? How about this? You slay 3 chemical pigs and bring back their furious spines as proof, and I shall gift you the refrigerator. Qinwu hesitated slightly, but eventually nodded. His current cash amounted to a little over 40,000 fertilizer vouchers. Although he was considered affluent in the lower nest with his aspirations, this sum was insufficient for extravagant spending. Moreover, he had yet to discover where to find the 3rd medical station manufacturing equipment. He had plenty of time to undertake tasks. All right, 3 chemical pigs. I will devise a way to slay them. Thus, Qinwu accepted 2 tasks, one to kill the chemical pigs in exchange for equipment, and another to await the conflict between the fertilizer and chemical factions, where he would serve as a combatant. After securing the tasks, he purchased some items to upgrade his hideout from the black merchant. Having bought too much, he also acquired a small cart to transport everything. Upon returning to his hideout, he began organizing the items he had procured. First, he gathered several large plastic barrels and a few ceramic steel pipes. Using his tools, Qinwu drilled holes in the barrels, connecting several of them with pipes to create a water purifier. The purifier consisted of 2 parts. The first large barrel served as a sedimentation tank, capable of handling 100 liters of dirty water with 1 purification tablet. After waiting for a day, it would output 99 liters of clean water. The purification tablet would cause larger particles of dirt to settle at the bottom, at which point the electric timer would activate, allowing the clean water to flow through the pipes to the next large container. The pipes contained biochemical filters, which would eliminate any residual chemicals from the water, rendering it safe for consumption. Each filter could purify approximately 1,000 liters of water, meaning that by introducing 1 purification tablet, 10 units of filter durability, and 100 liters of dirty water, it would take 24 hours to yield 99 liters of safe water. Thus, Qinwu would soon have access to clean water. Qinwu carried a bucket to the passage outside his hideout and located a leaky pipe, directly connecting it to fill a large barrel with water to pour into the purifier. The wastewater from this pipe appeared quite clear, but was undrinkable, as the chemical content was severely excessive. This substance likely originated from an industrial factory, perhaps used for cooling machinery. At times, the effluent even included hot water. After filling the barrel, he returned to pour the water into the purifier, making multiple trips until it was full. He tossed in a purification tablet, and now awaited the clean water output the following day. Chapter 14. The corpse pit. Having completed the water purifier, Qinwu picked up a rotary hammer, connected it to a power source, and proceeded to a corner of his hideout. Aiming at the ceramic steel ground, he began drilling, intent on creating an entire sewage outlet. Previously, he had taken the time to explore the lower levels and discovered a pit several hundred meters deep, flanked by ceramic steel support columns, with unknown depths below, shrouded in darkness. After a series of operations, Qinwu had drilled 2 fist-sized holes into the ground. Then, Using the iron toilet, pipes, and ceramic steel powder he had purchased from the black merchant, he fashioned a flushing toilet. At last, the issue of having a place to relieve oneself has been resolved, though the water must be poured manually. He proceeded to construct a partition using wooden boards, sealing the edges with ceramic steel powder. Additionally, he perforated a water bucket and suspended it high, fashioning a rudimentary shower. The bathroom upgraded from level 0 to level 1. Qinwu poured water into the makeshift shower and enjoyed a refreshing cold rinse, with all the wastewater draining away through the floor drain. After tidying himself up, he cleaned his foul-smelling clothes and bed linens, hanging them to air dry before succumbing to a deep slumber. Unsure of the hour, he eventually stirred from his bed, smacking his lips in hunger, consuming a meal and drinking water, followed by a check on his production. The candles on the imperial altar had burned out, and the second bottle of holy oil had been produced. Collecting the holy oil, he lit a second candle and input the next bottle of cooking oil. Next, he approached the water purifier. The first sedimentation tank contained only dirty water at the bottom, while the second tank held 99 liters of safe water. Qinwu fetched several buckets of dirty water to fill the purifier, then dropped in a purification tablet to maintain production, preparing himself to venture below. This time, he aimed to search for a PDF dog tag and inquire with Lieutenant Rudelson about acquiring some armor-piercing weaponry. The black market dealer had assigned him a task to eliminate 3 chemical pigs, a challenging endeavor. His previous success had been mere luck, and he recognized the necessity of obtaining armor-piercing weapons. Qinwu hefted the remaining water pipe shotgun from his last outing, donned his level 2 gear, and took 2 smoke grenades along with a gas grenade as he made his way to the ventilation shaft. Before long, he successfully triggered the descent. The familiar sensation of spinning returned, and once again, he found himself in the northern war zone. His landing spot was not far from the last, and he could see the grain station on the map. Previously occupied by rebels, the grain station had been cleared by Lieutenant Rudelson using a Chimera transport vehicle, leaving the area devoid of rebel presence. After all these days, he was uncertain to which faction the grain station now belonged, but he intended to investigate. With his water pipe shotgun in hand, Qinwu sprinted towards the grain station, which lay 2 kilometers away. It was midday, and he felt no fear running boldly. If he were to be shot by a sniper, so be it. His equipment was of little value. Having expended 23 points of stamina, he arrived at the grain station, pausing on the ground for a moment to gather information and allow his stamina to recover. The grain station featured an exterior wall made of ceramic steel, containing a grain warehouse and an office inside. A massive breach in the surrounding wall suggested it had been created by the Chimera transport vehicle. Leaning against the edge of the wall, Qinwu peered inside, observing the chaotic scene within the grain station, marked by deep craters from 40mm automatic fire and scattered corpses. Lieutenant Rudelson had initially aimed to ambush the rebels rather than occupy the area, and as a result, the rebels returned once he departed. Now, a group of about 100 rebels busied themselves collecting the bodies, loading them onto small carts for disposal. Many among them were armed with automatic rifles and peculiar homemade weapons. Should he retreat? As he hesitated, he caught sight of a rebel dragging a cart laden with corpses, struggling to move northward, seemingly to bury the dead. A thought crossed Qinwu's mind. Perhaps he should follow and observe the burial site, for it might be an opportunity to acquire some valuable dog tags. However, with so many rebels around, the further north he ventured, the more numerous they would become. How could he possibly keep up with the one transporting the bodies? After a moment's contemplation, Qinwu devised a clever plan. He smeared some mud and dust on his face, hands, and clothing, then nonchalantly walked into the grain station, as if casually taking a sip of water. The rebels paid him no mind, as their uniforms and weapons were far from standardized. Qinwu's disguise blended seamlessly among them. Though a tinge of nervousness gripped him, he remained focused, his gaze fixed on the cart carrying the bodies. The cart was being pulled by a rather frail young man, straining under the weight of several corpses. Qinwu approached and began to push from behind. The young man felt the cart lighten and glanced back, to which Qinwu lowered his head and urged, "Hurry up. Don't dawdle, there's much work to be done." The young man, grateful, replied, "Ah, all right, thank you," and resumed pulling the cart, with Qinwu pushing from behind. Thus, they moved deeper into the northern rebel-controlled territory. As they ventured further north, the number of rebels increased. Qinwu observed that many fields still bore crops. With the local populace working diligently, their faces adorned with genuine smiles. It appeared that the rebel policies for farmers were far more favorable than those of the planetary governor. Hence the smiles. Yet, Qinwu understood that this facade was merely a pretense. If the planetary governor failed to remit the imperial taxes on time, The arrival of the tax fleet would spell doom for both the governor and the rebels. Of course, Qinwu cared little for such matters. He was merely a lawless rogue seeking to carve out a better life for himself, indifferent to everything else. After pushing the cart for some time, the young man could bear it no longer and stopped to rest by the roadside. "I'm exhausted. Let us take a break," he gasped, sitting on a mound of dirt, eyeing Qinwu. Just as he was about to speak, he sensed something amiss. "Hey, which squad are you from?" Qinwu, who had been lighting a cigarette, paused for a moment before continuing to strike the match. "Squad 4. The young man's pupils constricted. "We don't have a squad 4. Qinwu lowered his head to light his cigarette, glancing around the road. No one was in sight. Then he turned his gaze back to the young man. 30 seconds later, Qinwu wiped the blood from his knife and hoisted the young man, whose throat was cut and still twitching, onto the cart, grumbling, "Look at you. Asking so many questions. You've just lost your life. In your next life, try not to be so inquisitive." He grabbed a handful of dirt and covered the bloodstains on the ground before taking the cart laden with additional corpses and moving forward. After walking for a short while, Qinwu encountered an elderly farmer tending to his fields. "Good sir," he inquired, "I am a new recruit and unfamiliar with the area. I have been tasked with transporting a body for disposal. Could you kindly direct me to the location for such a task?" The farmer replied. "Continue north along this road for another 2 kilometers, then turn left. You will find the mass grave there." "Thank you, kind sir." Qinwu followed his directions, dragging the cart northward for 2 kilometers, and indeed discovered the grave where the insurgents disposed of their dead. Chapter 15. Acquiring dog tags. The mass grave was substantial, divided into 2 sections. One part was designated for the insurgent zone, where the bodies were wrapped in cloth and marked with a wooden headstone, a simple burial rite. Adjacent to it lay a common grave, where corpses were unceremoniously tossed in, awaiting interment. Qinwu approached a group of insurgents tasked with collecting the bodies, stating, "This cart bears our own brethren. They deserve a proper burial." The insurgents, holding the wrapping cloth, responded, "May their souls return to the golden throne." Upon hearing this, Qinwu was surprised that these insurgents still held faith in the emperor. It made sense, however, as their rebellion was against the heavy taxes imposed by the planetary governor, not the emperor himself. Should they succeed in seizing control of the planet, they might indeed find favor, for the empire cared little about who governed the planet, only that the taxes were paid punctually. Yet, one had to ponder the feelings of those who revolted against the governor's heavy taxation, only to exploit the people themselves after taking power. Shaking his head to dispel such chaotic thoughts, Qinwu approached the common grave and immediately spotted several highly decomposed bodies of PDF soldiers. The soldiers had been stripped of their uniforms, leaving only their undergarments. This was fortunate, as on less prosperous agricultural planets, they might not even leave behind a scrap of clothing, let alone a uniform. Qinwu fashioned a mask from a tattered cloth and descended into the grave, yet the overwhelming stench nearly rendered him unable to open his eyes. He wasted no time and began searching for dog tags, military identification tags that soldiers typically possessed 2 of, worn around the neck, inscribed with their information. After rummaging through the remains of a PDF soldier, he successfully retrieved a dog tag, resembling those of American soldiers from the Third Era. The tag was split into 2 parts. Qinwu took the secondary tag, leaving the primary one behind, ensuring that should the PDF return, the identity of the body would still be recognizable. In a short span, he had amassed over 20 PDF dog tags. At that moment, he heard a voice from above the grave, filled with curiosity. "What are you doing?" It was 2 insurgents, armed and gazing down at Qinwu with puzzled expressions. Qinwu, covering his nose, raised the dog tag and shook his shotgun on his back. "I'm searching for ammunition for my weapon. This tag is made of iron and can be melted down into small projectiles." The 2 insurgents understood. After their rebellion, the controlled area had little industrial capacity, and the weapons they crafted varied greatly in quality. Some were advanced automatic weapons, yet the majority were poorly made, lacking even rifling. However, such rudimentary firearms had their advantages. They could fire anything, as long as it could be forced into the barrel. 2 rebels mistakenly believed that Qinwu was using dog tags as bullets. After casually stating that the vehicle could be towed away, they departed. Qinwu, feeling a surge of clarity, collected all the PDF dog tags from the pit, stowed them in his backpack, and emerged from the hole, inhaling the fresh air with fervor. Alas, the stench was overwhelming. The odor from the pit assaulted his senses like a foul intrusion. After catching his breath, Qinwu dragged the empty vehicle back, nearly a kilometer from the grain station. He unceremoniously discarded the trailer into the irrigation ditch, leaping in himself to await in silence. Before long, darkness enveloped the land. He replenished his strength with some biscuits and water, quietly emerging from the ditch under the cover of night, heading towards the nest city. The discipline among the rebels was rather lax. Qinwu navigated through the outskirts of the rebel-controlled territory without encountering any sentries, allowing him to retreat smoothly under the shroud of darkness. However, he only possessed 38 PDF dog tags, an insubstantial weight that felt awkward, akin to fishing in a barren sea. Casting his gaze around, Qinwu noticed a patch of crops in the field. Were those potatoes? He rushed to the area, wielding his dagger as a makeshift spade, unearthing several fist-sized tubers from beneath the plants. Indeed, they were potatoes. Elated, he fell to the ground, fervently digging until his backpack brimmed with the starchy treasure. Who could have imagined that the future merchant adventurer traversing the starry seas would, in his nascent stage, resort to pilfering potatoes? With his backpack full, he triggered a yellow overload status and commenced a lengthy journey. Consulting the map, he noted that the PDF defense zone surrounded the nest city, with a section designated as Lieutenant Rustank's territory, approximately 20 kilometers away. He set a direct course for that region. Hours later, under the luminous moonlight, Qinwu stealthily approached the front of Lieutenant Rustank's defense zone. The PDF territory was distinctly fortified, featuring watchtowers, searchlights, heavy machine gun bunkers, trenches, barbed wire, and possibly landmines surrounding the perimeter. Qinwu halted 2 kilometers from the PDF position, finding a soft patch of ground to rest. He was confident that Lieutenant Rustank would come to him. His life signal had already been recorded on the bird instrument, appearing as a small green dot on the map. Sure enough, moments later, the rumble of an engine echoed from the PDF defense line as a Chimera troop transport, its headlights ablaze, came to a stop before Qinwu. The turret opened, and Lieutenant Rustank peered out. Qinwu smiled. Care to take me on a tour of your defense line? Lieutenant Rustank crossed his arms, declaring, unauthorized personnel are not permitted in the military zone. Violators will be shot. Qinwu raised his hands in exasperation. Please, I've been running all night. Just let me catch some sleep, and I'll be on my way. Lieutenant Rustank regarded him in silence. Qinwu clicked his tongue, producing a fistful of dog tags from his backpack and waving them. Rustank's pupils contracted. Qinwu asserted, to facilitate your affairs, I ventured into the rebel-controlled area, nearly risking my life. After a moment of contemplation, Rustank instructed the driver, open the hatch. With a creak, the Chimera's hatch swung open, and Qinwu swiftly climbed aboard as the vehicle made its way back to the PDF defense line. The vehicle came to a halt in a camp encircled by trenches. The hatch opened, and Second Lieutenant Rustank led Qinwu towards a particular tent. Qinwu surveyed his surroundings, noting a watchtower, 2 machine gun bunkers, each equipped with large-caliber logging guns, essentially heavy machine guns. The camp was dotted with numerous tents, where several PDF soldiers were drinking and playing cards. Some soldiers, intoxicated, shouted boisterously, while strange shrieks from women echoed from within the tents. Qinwu chuckled softly, teasingly remarking, no unauthorized personnel allowed in military zones. Violators will be executed. Second Lieutenant Rustank's expression darkened as he guided Qinwu into his tent, gesturing towards a field bed on the ground. You can rest here until tomorrow morning. We will descend to the lower nest via the large elevator. He then extended his hand towards Qinwu. Hand it over. Qinwu noticed a small electric stove beside the field bed. He retrieved a few potatoes and tossed them onto the stove to roast, then produced a handful of PDF dog tags and presented them. Chapter 16, Semi-Automatic Rifles and Armor-Piercing Rounds Ding. You have provided Second Lieutenant Rustank with 38 PDF dog tags. Affection level LV0 has upgraded to LV1. Unlockable items. PDF Semi-Automatic Pistol, 800 Fertilizer Coupons. PDF Automatic Rifle, 3,200 Fertilizer Coupons. PDF Bulletproof Armor, Level 3, 1,500 Fertilizer Coupons. PDF Bulletproof Helmet, Level 3, 1,000 Fertilizer Coupons. Special Item, Central Nest Identity Verification, 100,000 Fertilizer Coupons. Note, the registration in the nest is stringent, with genetic scanners at each main gate. Without matching identification, entry to this area is impossible. Second Lieutenant Rustank seems to have certain connections that could facilitate the entry of your identity into the nest genetic system, elevating you to Central Nest citizenship. Though it requires a substantial sum of money. Qinwu's breath quickened at the thought of Central Nest citizenship, an astonishing opportunity. Since his arrival in this world, he had only traversed the lower nest and the surface, never having ventured into the Central Nest. What wonders lay within? As far as he knew, only the high-quality populace of this planet resided in the Central Nest, all possessing citizenship and earning over 2,000 fertilizer coupons monthly. The allure of visiting Central Nest was enticing. Perhaps he could procure some upgraded items for his hideout. Yet, That price was exorbitant, 100,000. His current savings barely amounted to 40,000, less than half. He needed to devise a plan to earn more money. Second Lieutenant Rustank collected the dog tags, switched on the desk lamp, and sat at the field desk, opening a notebook to record the names for submission to the planetary governor for compensation. Meanwhile, Liin Wu used his dagger to turn the potatoes on the stove, ensuring they were evenly heated. I say, old Rustank, I've encountered a bit of trouble lately and require some reliable gear. Could you assist me? Rustank paused his writing momentarily before resuming his task. Go on. Liin Wu picked up a potato, scraping its skin with the dagger. The chemical gang and the fertilizer gang in the lower nest are on the verge of a conflict. The fertilizer gang's Nepalese offered me 5,000 to act as a muscle. I decided to seize this opportunity. However, the chemical gang has modified individuals with iron plating embedded in their bodies. Ordinary bullets cannot penetrate. Do you happen to have any surplus armor-piercing weapons available? Rudolph turned around, gazing intently at Liin Wu, seemingly seeking to ascertain the veracity of his words. Liin Wu, with a deft motion, used a dagger to lift a roasted potato and offered it to him. Their eyes met for a few moments before Second Lieutenant Rudolph accepted the potato, took a bite, and then retrieved a weapons box from the corner of the tent. He opened it to reveal a rifle with a long barrel. As he inspected the rifle, he remarked, "This is the PDF semi-automatic battle rifle, chambered for the 8,955mm conventional round. It features a heavy long barrel designed for high-pressure armor-piercing ammunition, capable of penetrating 15mm of armor within a range of 300 meters." Liin Wu let out a whistle, reaching for the rifle, but Rudolph quickly withdrew his hand. "I have repaid your favor." Liin Wu nodded in acknowledgement. "It is settled." Only then did Second Lieutenant Rudolph pass the rifle to him. Liin Wu accepted it, caressing it with appreciation. The rifle boasted a black polymer stock and foregrip, with an elongated barrel resembling the M14 rifle of the U.S. military from the third period, but with a more angular exterior. He hastily employed the system to examine the weapon's attributes. Name, PDF semi-automatic battle rifle reference value, for 1,500 fertilizer vouchers weight, 5 kilograms vertical recoil control, 71 horizontal recoil control, 61 human machine efficiency, 51 weapon stability, 51 precision, 89 hip fire stability, 42 effective range, 800 meters muzzle velocity, 1550 firing mode, semi-automatic rate of fire, 450 ammunition caliber, 8,955 millimeters firing power. Liin Wu inquired. What about the ammunition? Rudolph handed over 3 15-round magazines and 2 boxes of cartridges, one containing 50 rounds, totaling 100 rounds. These are high-pressure armor-piercing rounds, also known as AP rounds, meant exclusively for the semi-automatic battle rifle. Using them in an automatic rifle would cause jams. However, the semi-automatic can fire regular ammunition without issues. Liin Wu accepted the ammunition and checked its specifications using the system. Name, 8,955mm high-pressure armor-piercing heavy round, AP round. Reference value, approximately 200 armor-piercing level. 5 note. Within the PDF series, AP rounds are considered relatively rare high-penetration ammunition, capable of breaching most light armor. However, due to their excessive chamber pressure, they cannot be fired from automatic rifles and require a specially designed heavy-barreled semi-automatic rifle, which makes them less favored among PDF infantry. With a grin, Liin Wu stored the rifle and ammunition, feeling assured. The armored pig was merely cloaked in a layer of iron, with a thickness not exceeding 10 millimeters, making it vulnerable to the AP rounds. Subsequently, the two squatted by the electric stove, enjoying roasted potatoes while engaging in conversation. Liin Wu asked, "How much is the compensation from the planetary governor?" Second Lieutenant Rudolph's expression dimmed slightly. 1,500 fertilizer vouchers. Liin Wu gasped in astonishment. Is it really just that little? On agricultural planet 496b, a farmer's monthly income is 200 fertilizer vouchers, while a middle-tier citizen earns 2,000. They have perished, and the compensation for their families is less than a citizen's monthly wage. It is said that the PDF serves as the planetary governor's lapdog, but I never imagined that the governor would truly regard everyone as mere dogs. No wonder the discipline of the PDF is so poor. It is hardly surprising that the rebels have managed to seize all the land outside the nest city. The two men finished their roasted potatoes, and Lieutenant Rustank unfolded a cot from the corner, lay down, and prepared to sleep. Tomorrow morning, I'll have my men escort you into the nest city. Do not wander about. Go directly to the main elevator that descends to the lower nest. Do not cause me any trouble. Liin Wu also lay down and propped himself up, inquiring, "Do you have any tasks for me?" Rustank pondered for a moment and responded, My commander has assigned me a task to conduct a sweep of the western reservoir in due time. There is a rebel camp located there. Prior to the war, the reservoir was a vital water source for the surrounding lands, equipped with numerous pumping devices. The rebels now control that area, and it is said that nearly 1,000 of them are stationed there. I have heard that 2 companies of PDF infantry perished there, which, given the rebels' combat capabilities, is nearly inconceivable. It seems there is something unusual in that vicinity. I need you to investigate the reservoir within the next fortnight and ascertain what lies there. Qinwu contemplated for a while and asked, "Is there any further information?" Rudelson continued, "Indeed, a soldier who escaped reported hearing distorted screams, and moreover, the ground was frozen." Qinwu's pupils constricted. Distorted screams. Could it be the corruption of chaos? The frozen ground. Was it the work of a psychic? He recalled that some weaker psychics could not control their abilities, causing the excess energy to result in freezing. Considering that 2 PDF infantry companies had perished there, it seemed plausible that a chaos sorcerer might be present near the reservoir. Chapter 17. The Ecology of the Nest City. Early the next morning, Lieutenant Rudelson announced that he would go on patrol and instructed Qinwu to find a sentinel named Little Joel at the camp entrance, who would lead him to the main elevator. Qinwu acknowledged with a sound and roasted 4 potatoes on the electric stove for breakfast. The discipline of the PDF was truly lacking. Lieutenant Rudelson had inexplicably allowed him to stay in the main tent simply because they had some acquaintance. If he were a spy, it would spell disaster for him. After finishing the potatoes, Qinwu naturally packed the electric stove into his backpack, which became bulging, as though it were always his. Exiting the main tent, he spotted a young PDF soldier standing guard. "Little Joel?" Qinwu inquired. The young soldier shouted, "Yes, sir." Qinwu quickly waved his hand. "I am not your superior." Little Joel, clearly a rookie, scratched his head in confusion, unable to understand how someone emerging from the company commander's tent could fail to be a superior. Qinwu did not elaborate further. "Rudelson has spoken to you, hasn't he?" Little Joel nodded. "Please follow me, sir. I will take you into the Nest City." He led the way, and Qinwu, too lazy to correct him, followed onto a railcar. Inside the railcar, there were numerous wounded soldiers being transported to the Nest City. Qinwu gazed at the towering Nest City, which soared into the atmosphere. No matter how many times he saw it, the sight was awe-inspiring. The human empire of Warhammer 40,000 could effortlessly construct buildings towering several kilometers high. What a remarkable display of technological prowess. Yet, despite this, the human empire was beleaguered by aliens, demons, and all manner of monstrous entities, which was truly absurd. After a brief journey of around 10 minutes, the train came to a halt near the grand elevator of Zhongqiao. Upon passing through a gate here, a genetic test awaited. For others, nothing would occur, but as soon as Qinwu stepped through, he was immediately met with a sharp red flash and a piercing alarm. Subsequently, a law enforcement officer wielding an electric baton approached. Each time, Xiao had to step forward to explain and present his PDF credentials before he could accompany Qinwu through Zhongqiao. Qinwu gazed curiously at Zhongqiao and, to be frank, felt a twinge of disappointment. He had envisioned Zhongqiao resembling the era of the Third, adorned with neon lights and lush greenery. However, reality painted a different picture, a dreary expanse filled with gray ceramic steel constructions, bustling with factory workers who appeared devoid of vitality. It was hardly surprising, as this was the universe of Warhammer 40k. Aside from the privileged elite of the Spire, it was unimaginable for anyone to enjoy a comfortable existence. As Xiao led Qinwu towards the grand elevator, Qinwu glanced around and inquired, "Xiao, does your family reside in Zhongqiao?" Xiao nodded in affirmation. "Yes. In the military district of Zhongqiao, families of PDF soldiers like mine are allocated housing, in praise of the planetary governor." Qinwu probed further, "Xiao, does your family's income suffice for a decent living?" A shadow of sorrow crossed Xiao's face. "I receive a monthly military stipend of 1,000 ration vouchers. My father works in a chemical plant, earning 100 vouchers, while my mother crafts handmade textiles at home, bringing in 120 vouchers monthly. Our family comprises my parents, myself, and my younger brother, with monthly expenses around 500 vouchers. Furthermore, we must pay a tax of 500 vouchers, leaving us with approximately 200 to save. My younger brother is soon to reach adulthood and will require tuition fees. The savings barely cover his educational costs, allowing him to attain a primary school diploma, after which he can work in the chemical plant." Qinwu clicked his tongue, realizing that this was indeed the reality of the Warhammer universe. To farmers outside, the monthly income of over 2,000 vouchers for Zhongqiao residents seemed quintuple their own earnings, resembling a life akin to paradise. Yet, The living conditions within the spire were meticulously designed. Earning 2,000 vouchers came with its own set of challenges. The cycle of consumption, taxation, and the arduous struggle to save money for education, healthcare, and employment often left families in dire straits. Zhongqiao families were exceedingly fragile. A significant illness could unravel their entire existence. A disrupted financial chain could lead to unpaid taxes, resulting in the loss of Zhongqiao citizenship and a descent to the Underqiao. It was no wonder that so many resided in the Underqiao. Such was the hallmark of the Warhammer 40k universe, where the agricultural planet 496b was, in its own twisted way, a merciful world. After a 20-minute walk, they arrived at the grand elevator. This elevator had pathways leading upwards, toward heaven, and downwards, towards the depths. Clearly, they were headed downwards. At that moment, thousands gathered near the grand elevator. Some were workers from the Underqiao safety zones, who traversed the elevator daily with impassive expressions. However, the majority were the unfortunate souls stripped of their citizenship. These individuals bore ceramic steel shackles, often as families of 3 or 4, lamenting and pleading, yet only the law enforcement officers with their electric batons responded to their plight. These unfortunate souls had been crushed by a society under immense pressure. Those unable to pay taxes would find themselves sent down to the Underqiao once their number reached 1,000. As Qinwu withdrew his gaze, he noticed a peculiar emblem on a shop along the street. 2 intertwining red serpents, with a crimson cross at their center. He turned to little Joel and inquired, "What is the purpose of that establishment?" Joel glanced at the shop and replied, "Ah, that is the Double Serpent Academy, a medical establishment. It houses a physician known as the Double Serpent Doctor, who possesses the remarkable ability to cure nearly any ailment. You can procure all manner of health-related items there." His expression then soured. "However, the prices are exorbitantly high, truly exorbitant." Qinwu stroked his chin, his eyes fixated on the sign of the Double Serpent Academy. Was there a possibility of acquiring components for upgrading a medical station within? The enhancement of a medical station necessitated 3 crucial components: a chemical purification device, a temperature controller, and a mixing sedimentation machine. The first 2 were already within reach, yet the whereabouts of the mixing sedimentation machine remained uncertain. Could it be purchased from the Double Serpent Academy? "Commander, the elevator has arrived," Joel reminded him, interrupting his musings. "Oh, very well. You may return," Qinwu responded, placing 2 potatoes into Joel's hands, waving him off as he strode into the elevator. Chapter 18. The Purification Guild. Reno. The colossal gears of the building creaked and groaned, lowering a vast platform of pure metal, the size of several football fields, beneath the Earth's surface. The grand elevator could transport over 2,000 individuals, dozens of tanks, and thousands of tons of supplies, a crude yet audacious mechanical marvel. At that moment, the elevator was divided into 2 groups, one comprised of hundreds of individuals heading to the bottom nest safe zone for work, who quietly occupied the corners alongside Qinwu. The other group, encircled by hundreds of law enforcement officers, consisted of 1,000 exiles stripped of their status within the central nest, their wrists bound in ceramic steel shackles, lamenting as if their lives were at an imminent end. Qinwu shook his head and lit a cigarette. A man beside him chuckled derisively, as if speaking to himself yet intending to engage Qinwu. "Those poor souls, I wager half of them won't survive." Qinwu cast him a sidelong glance. "Who do you look down upon? If even 1/10 of them emerge unscathed, it would be a testament to the hospitality and benevolence of the bottom nest dwellers." The man, taken aback by Qinwu's retort, inquired, "Oh, what do you mean?" Qinwu gestured towards the 1,000 individuals. "Each of them will be robbed upon arrival, with at least 1/10 perishing in the ensuing chaos. In the following 5 days, they will be plundered by the bottom nest inhabitants, who will seek trouble and indulge in their misfortune, resulting in another 3/10 lost. After 10 days, hunger, cold, disease, and contaminated water will claim yet another 3/10. The remainder will be seized by gangs to serve as muscle, test subjects, or expendables, leading to yet another 3/10 lost." The man paused, bewildered. "Wait, doesn't that total 10/10? Qinwu grinned broadly. "Ha, I jest. Not even 1/10 will survive." The man was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. "How intriguing. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Reno, the head of the Bottom Nest Purification Guild." Qinwu produced a cigarette from his pack and offered it to him. "I am Qinwu, a scavenger. Whatever you seek, whatever task you wish to accomplish, or whom you desire to eliminate, as long as the price is right, I can assist you." Reno accepted the cigarette, his eyes widening in surprise as he regarded Qinwu, clearly unprepared for the revelation that his casual conversation partner was, in fact, a formidable individual. Upon noticing the two long objects wrapped in tattered cloth on Liin Wu's back, it became apparent that they were firearms. The great elevator was on the verge of reaching the ground. The machine's spirit stabilized, and all personnel prepared to disembark, praising the Emperor. The announcement echoed through the elevator, accompanied by an increase in the cries of despair. Reno observed the nonchalant demeanor of Liin Wu, a rare quality in this merciless world. After a brief moment of hesitation, he spoke. While my workers were enjoying themselves in the safety zone, they were robbed by a madam and her thugs. If you could assist me by using our water guild's pipes to break the legs of the madam and her henchmen, I am willing to offer a price. Ding. New contact unlocked. Reno. Liin Wu raised an eyebrow. Was this truly a new contact? After all, Reno was merely a passerby. Please elaborate, he requested. Reno replied. The madam has established a red light district at the edge of the safety zone, where my workers frequently seek entertainment. For reasons unknown, she and her thugs have robbed my men, which has severely impacted my reputation. I need to retaliate to restore my standing. Liin Wu inquired. Why use the Water Guild's steel pipes to inflict harm? Reno explained. I need this pack of rats to understand that the retribution comes from me, deterring them from troubling me in the future. The steel stamp on the Water Guild's pipes will leave a sufficiently deep mark if wielded with enough force. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Liin Wu pressed for details. What can you offer? Reno responded. How about 100 pieces of purified water? Liin Wu whistled. 100 pieces of purified water was a trivial matter for Reno, a minor manager of the Water Guild. Yet in the depths, purified water was as valuable as currency. Any tainted water, when treated with a single piece of purified water, would settle and disinfect, becoming potable and thus serving as a medium of exchange. After a moment of contemplation, Liin Wu asked, do you have standardized chemical filter cartridges? Reno nodded. Yes, I can add 10 chemical filter cartridges to the offer. Thus, Liin Wu accepted the task. Ding. Task accepted. Reno of the Water Guild requires your assistance in reclaiming his dignity. Task objectives. Use the Water Guild's pipes to break the madam's leg, 01. Use the Water Guild's pipes to break the thug's legs, 05. Task rewards. 100 pieces of purified water, 10 chemical filter cartridges, Reno's favor level upgrade from 0 to 1. Liin Wu smiled broadly and confirmed, excellent. I shall attend to it when time permits. Reno nodded. If you perform efficiently, I can offer you more work in the future. At that moment, the great elevator jolted violently, arriving at the bottom. The massive iron doors creaked open, gradually revealing the greedy eyes of thousands of denizens from the depths, who gazed at the individuals shackled in ceramic steel handcuffs as though they were mere meat. Liin Wu followed the staff, intentionally revealing the shotgun concealed within the water pipes to deter any foolish souls from confronting him. As for the 1,000 prisoners, they were unshackled by the law enforcement officers and roughly shoved out of the elevator. Some individuals remained reluctant to descend the elevator, huddling in corners, clutching random objects and weeping bitterly, many of them cradling children in their arms. They beseeched the law enforcement officers to take them back to the central hub, promising to toil diligently to repay their tax debts. Yet, they are met with the crackling of electric batons, a weapon capable of incapacitating even the mightiest of beasts with a mere jab to the lower back. As Liin Wu, moving away from the safety zone and preparing to enter the conduit, glanced back at the grand elevator, the officers abandoned 1,000 prisoners and ascended once more. The long-awaiting Undercity dwellers erupted in cheers, seizing various weapons to commence their looting spree. They pilfered packages, snatched clothing, and even abducted children. The 1,000 prisoners were swiftly torn apart by the throngs of Undercity marauders, suffering severe casualties in mere moments. They cried out for the Emperor, shrieked in terror, and fought valiantly, yet faced only the avaricious gazes of their assailants. Liin Wu shook his head and vanished into the conduit. The safety zone does not ensure security for all. Rather, it forbids attacks on personnel arriving from the central hub and prohibits the Undercity gangs from approaching the grand elevator, so as not to disturb the spirit of the machine. Within the safety zone, one can exercise a restrained form of violence, which entails the capacity to annihilate over 100,000 lives in a single instance. This is the essence of Warhammer 40k. Upon returning to his hideout, Liin Wu connected the electric stove gifted by 2nd Lieutenant Rustank to the power supply and roasted a few potatoes. Ding. The kitchen of the hideout upgraded from level 0 to level 1. Indeed, the electric stove is a significant upgrade item for the hideout, and Liin Wu expressed gratitude for the essential enhancement provided by 2nd Lieutenant Rustank. Subsequently, Liin Wu seated himself at the workbench, securing a PDF semi-automatic combat rifle in a vise, and began to disassemble and maintain the firearm. Shortly, he would venture into the wild to hunt chemical pigs, necessitating a thorough understanding of the weapon's condition. Minutes later, the workbench was strewn with firearm components, with a notably thick and elongated barrel standing out. The rifle was in excellent condition, likely having fired over 100 rounds since its manufacture, just past the break-in period, with gun oil meticulously applied and devoid of rust. Qinwu wiped the gun oil clean with a rag, retrieved a bottle of holy oil, and commenced lubricating the internal components of the firearm. Once he had treated every part with holy oil, he reassembled the rifle and tenderly kissed the action, uttering, "Good girl, I shall rely on you shortly." Ensuring the spirit of the machine was soothed, if indeed it existed, Qinwu began to load ammunition. Rustank had provided him with 100 rounds of AP armor-piercing bullets, while he possessed over 600 standard rounds, level 3 ammunition, having saved some from his last foray into the depths. Qinwu filled one 15-round magazine with AP rounds, loaded 2 additional magazines with standard rounds, and tucked away 30 rounds of AP ammunition and 200 rounds of standard ammunition into his pockets. He donned the PDF bulletproof vest and helmet he had procured previously, assembling a modest full combat outfit in preparation for undertaking black market tasks in the depths. Chapter 19. Gang warfare. Equipped with the finest gear from the warehouse, Qinwu stealthily approached the fertilizer gang's stronghold. Upon arriving at the location, he observed the personnel of the fertilizer gang huddled together, numbering in the thousands, occupying every available inch of the limited space squeezed by the chemical reaction apparatus. A formidable figure stood atop a lofty platform, possessing but a single eye, while the other was a crimson mechanical prosthetic, presumably the leader of the fertilizer gang. He bellowed commands to the raucous underlings below, rallying them to march forth and annihilate the wretched members of the chemical gang, promising them glory, riches, and the company of lovely courtesans for their valor. The henchmen erupted into fervent cheers, brandishing an array of archaic weapons, eager to rush into battle against their foes. Behind the mechanical-eyed leader stood several elite subordinates, among them a shrewd merchant from Nepal. This merchant surveyed the crowd with keen eyes, swiftly identifying Qinwu at the back, particularly due to his distinctive gray-green headgear amidst a sea of mismatched metal armor. The Nepalese merchant discreetly beckoned a young lackey, whispering hurriedly as he handed him an object. The lackey nodded and vanished from the platform, making his way to Qinwu's side. "Esteemed scavenger, the illustrious Nepalese has sent his regards," he said, producing a bundle of fertilizer vouchers and extending them to Qinwu. "This is your appearance fee. We are about to embark on an assault against the chemical gang. I implore you to accompany us." Qinwu accepted the vouchers, counting them. 5,000, not a penny less. He was thoroughly pleased and tucked the money away. The lackey continued, "Esteemed scavenger, I shall remain by your side as your aide, assisting you in battle." This lackey was clearly the eyes of the Nepalese merchant, for such a sum was not easily earned. It was inconceivable that one would simply pocket the money and flee after a few shots fired on the battlefield. Someone would undoubtedly keep watch. Qinwu retrieved a cigarette, offering one to the lackey. "What shall I call you?" The lackey accepted the cigarette. "You may call me Little Blade." Qinwu nodded. "Little Blade, stay close behind me. Keep count of the enemies we slay. For each chemical dog you help me dispatch, your master shall reward me with 300. For each chemical pig, 3,000. Ensure that no count is missed." Little Blade nodded affirmatively. "The esteemed Nepalese sent me for precisely that purpose. My eyes are sharp. Every foe you vanquish shall be duly noted." As the two conferred, the electronic-eyed leader issued a thunderous shout, prompting the fertilizer gang's henchmen to echo his cry as they charged toward a designated direction, a chaotic throng devoid of any semblance of strategy. Qinwu and Little Blade trailed behind the fray, prompting Qinwu to inquire, "How many are you deploying this time? And how many from the chemical gang?" Little Blade replied, "We have over 1,000 among us, with more than 500 hired fighters. The chemical gang will undoubtedly field a greater number. They have controlled numerous venomous insects with their serums. Yet, our equipment surpasses theirs, and we have more gunners. The electronic-eyed leader possesses secret weapons, enough to give those chemical scoundrels a run for their money." Qinwu merely grunted in acknowledgement, indifferent to the details. Subsequently, over 1,500 ruffians traversed the steel structure of their underground lair for more than 30 minutes. This seemingly fragile army clamored loudly, with intermittent neurotic shouts and the clanging of weapons against surrounding pipes, utterly disregarding any semblance of military discipline. At that moment, they arrived at an expansive space, reminiscent of a vast underground warehouse, measuring several dozen football fields in area. Towering columns of ceramic steel loomed throughout the expanse, surrounded by heaps of metallic debris, collapsed steel frameworks, and the ruins of ceramic steel, all dimly illuminated by a series of air-state lamps. This was the S-65 strategic warehouse, abandoned 120 years prior. which had since been sanctioned by the law enforcement department to serve as a venue for the Bottom Nest Gang to resolve disputes. Colloquially dubbed the Dueling Ground by the Bottom Nest Mafia. As the 500 ruffians of the Fertilizer Gang entered the Dueling Ground, they fell into a hushed anticipation, waiting for the arrival of the Chemical Gang, who would soon appear to contest the ownership of a newly discovered reactor through combat. While the crowd engaged in idle banter, Liin Wu did not remain idle. He began scouting for a vantage point. The area was vast yet cluttered, filled with an abundance of concrete and steel debris. Enormous empty metal containers and metallic structures that transformed the Dueling Ground into a veritable labyrinth. Liin Wu spotted a damaged crane, standing approximately 10 meters tall, topped with an operations cabin. He patted Knife on the shoulder and said, "Follow me." Though confused, Knife complied and ascended the crane with Liin Wu, ultimately reaching the operations cabin. The cabin, fortified with glass and armor, provided ample cover and, more importantly, an unobstructed view. Liin Wu shattered the glass with the butt of his gun, setting up his PDF semi-automatic rifle for precision aiming. Its elongated barrel could easily serve as a sniper rifle. He handed Knife a magazine loaded with level 3 ammunition along with an additional bullet. "Can you load bullets?" Knife nodded in affirmation. "Excellent. When I fire, you will load the bullets and keep track of the kill count. Understood?" Knife nodded once more. "I understand, Mr. Scavenger." What followed was a prolonged wait, during which Liin Wu's hunger reached a peak. He consumed 2 potatoes and sipped from his water flask, ultimately opting to lie down in the operations cabin with his rifle, instructing Knife to keep an eye on the situation and wake him if necessary. After a considerable time had passed, Knife roused Liin Wu. "Mr. Scavenger, the Chemical Gang scum has arrived." Liin Wu rose, kneeling within the cabin, positioning his rifle at the window, chambering around and disengaging the safety, preparing to shoot. Before him, the dark expanse erupted with a cacophony of noise, thousands of footsteps, the clattering of steel pipes against the ground, and the frenzied shouts of deranged individuals heralded the arrival of the Chemical Gang. Over 5,000 strong, the Chemical Gang was primarily composed of gaunt figures draped in rags, wielding steel pipes and long blades, their bodies frail yet electrified with fervor, mere cannon fodder. The backbone of the Chemical Gang, however, consisted of robust men clad in armor, brandishing long melee weapons and homemade firearms. Their abnormal musculature suggested the influence of the Nine Dragons' power, though it remained uncertain whether such brute strength would prove advantageous in battle. As both sides prepared for confrontation, the leaders of the Fertilizer Gang and the Chemical Gang exchanged taunts across the void. The leader of the Chemical Gang, a woman known as Mama, resembled a vampire, her skin an unnatural pallor, clad in a black leather coat, her bald head adorned with a towering braid. A peculiar device adorned the back of her head, brimming with various colored serums awaiting injection. The 2 gang leaders exchanged shouts for several minutes, ultimately culminating in a barrage of mutual insults aimed at each other's parents, leading to the collapse of negotiations and the onset of battle. Chapter 20. Muscle Dogs. As the leaders retreated, the underlings commenced their fray. It remains unclear who initiated the rallying cry of "For the Emperor," but soon both factions engaged in a fierce melee. What ensued was a chaotic battle reminiscent of Warhammer 40k, where both cold steel and blazing firearms were unleashed, and the morale of both sides soared to extraordinary heights. A rabble of lowly gang members, driven by an intoxicating fervor, engaged in a frenzied slaughter without a hint of retreat. At the heart of the battlefield, the corpses quickly accumulated into a mountainous pile. Then, amidst the carnage, someone planted a flag of the Fertilizer Gang atop the heap, prompting a throng of Fertilizer Gang gunmen to ascend the mound and wage war from its summit, unleashing a barrage of gunfire upon their adversaries below. Though the Chemical Gang outnumbered their opponents, they were merely a band of venomous insects, and after receiving their injections, they were little more than pain-resistant pests. A blow to the head with a metal pipe would still spell death. Thus, both factions found themselves locked in a protracted stalemate, gradually depleting each other's strength. Within the crane's operating cabin, Liin Wu expertly maneuvered a semi-automatic combat rifle, firing with precision at a steady rate of 1 shot every 4 to 5 seconds. Prior to each shot, he would alert his companion, Little Knife. "Do you see that chemical dog atop the blue container, approximately 250 meters ahead?" Little Knife nodded in acknowledgement. Bang! Liin Wu's bullet found its mark, exploding the man's head, killing him instantly. "To your left, over 300 meters away, do you see that torch-bearing figure?" "I see him." Bang! The torchbearer fell, clutching his bleeding neck as the flame extinguished. "What about the chemical dog at the foot of Brother Mountain, approximately 200 meters away?" "I see him." Bang! "Oh, it seems I missed." The bullet struck a hapless soul nearby. "Count it." Amidst this peculiar atmosphere of shooting and tallying, Qinwu emptied a magazine of 15 rounds. Claiming 6 lives and earning 1,800 credits, he tossed the empty magazine to Little Knife, who promptly handed him a fresh one. Beginning to load bullets as Qinwu continued his onslaught. After expending 3 magazines, the barrel grew warm, prompting Qinwu to stow his weapon and prepare to change positions. "Are we not firing anymore?" Little Knife inquired, perplexed. "We're relocating. After such prolonged engagement, we may have drawn attention." "How many did you get?" 17. Following Qinwu, Little Knife descended from the crane, and the two sprinted towards the western flank of the battlefield, covering more than a kilometer, with Little Knife gasping for breath. In a quiet area filled with empty containers, devoid of combatants, Qinwu assessed the lack of suitable vantage points and instructed Little Knife. "Crouch beside the container while I climb up." Little Knife complied, and Qinwu stepped onto his shoulder, gripping the edge of the container and performing a pull-up to hoist himself up. "Give me your hand." Qinwu extended his arm, pulling Little Knife up to join him. The view from their new perch may not have been as advantageous as from the crane, but it still afforded them a glimpse of the unfolding battle below. As the young man steadied himself, a series of intense, muffled gunshots erupted, raining a hail of bullets upon the control room of the crane where they had just been stationed, leaving it pockmarked and riddled with holes. Sweat instantly drenched him. Had he remained up there, he would have been reduced to mere pulp. "Hey, get a grip. Start counting," Qinwu shouted, crouched atop a shipping container. He removed his backpack and placed it in front of him, using it as a makeshift rest for his weapon. The young man quickly followed suit, clutching a magazine and bullets, fully aligning himself with Qinwu's lead. Qinwu waited for over 30 seconds, allowing his heartbeat to steady before he gradually began to fire. The recent relocation had also served to cool his weapon, having already expended 3 magazines, which had rendered it somewhat hot. The battlefield reverberated with the sounds of semi-automatic firearms. For every 1 to 3 shots fired, a member of the chemical gang fell lifeless. This drew the attention of the gang leader, known as Mama. The distinct and deadly cadence of Qinwu's gunfire was unlike anything she had encountered. While others wielded crude, makeshift weapons that lacked range, he executed precision shooting from afar. Observing the flanks of the battlefield, where the flickering gunfire illuminated the darkness, Mama directed a burly, muscle-bound man. "Darling, go assist Mama by bringing me the head of that marksman." The muscular man knelt, kissing the tip of Mama's combat boots, his eyes filled with eagerness. Mama raised her hand, and a needle shot forth from her metallic forearm, piercing the man's neck and injecting a potent serum. Instantly, he flushed with vitality as the rage-inducing formula transformed him into a superhuman, propelling him towards Qinwu's position with the speed of an Olympic athlete. Qinwu continued his precise shooting from atop the container when he heard heavy footsteps approaching rapidly, diverting his attention. He turned to see a towering figure, a 2-meter giant with a needle-pricked head, sprinting towards him at an astonishing pace. Startled, Qinwu aimed his weapon at this formidable foe, unleashing a barrage of shots. Bang! 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 All 5 shots missed. His target was simply too swift to hit. "Ah! Quick, kill him! It's a muscle beast. He'll tear us apart." The young man shrieked, clearly shaken by the sight. Qinwu disregarded his panic, crouching down, inhaling deeply, and holding his breath as he aligned his sights on the charging muscle-bound adversary. Bang! A bullet struck the man's thigh, the large caliber round tearing away a chunk of flesh. The muscle-bound figure stumbled and crashed to the ground, rolling several times and scraping his exposed skin against the rough surface. "I hit him," the young man exclaimed with excitement, but Qinwu remained unperturbed. That shot had not been fatal. He recalibrated his aim on the slowly rising muscle beast, intent on delivering a finishing blow. He steadied his mechanical sights on the target and squeezed the trigger. Click! An empty chamber. "Damn it! The magazine!" Qinwu shouted, prompting the young man to snap back to reality and hurriedly hand him a fully loaded magazine. Qinwu swiftly reloaded his weapon. But the muscular man who had just fallen was already back on his feet, blood gushing from his thigh where a bullet had torn a significant chunk of muscle. Though it had not shattered the bone, his pupils shrank to the size of pinpricks, froth escaping his lips, his body trembling uncontrollably. He felt no pain from his injured thigh, and with a manic shout, he bellowed, "Mother, allow me to bring back their heads." The muscular man, his muscles taut, sprinted forth at the limits of human capability, blood spurting from his thigh wound. In under 10 seconds, he covered a distance of over 100 meters, reaching the front of a shipping container, and then leaped into the air. At that moment, Qinwu had just finished reloading his magazine, yanked back the bolt with force, raised his weapon, and aimed at the muscular man leaping towards him, quickly pulling the trigger amidst the terrified cries of showdown. Bang! 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 Bang, 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 bang. Chapter 21. The changing tide of battle on the front lines. The situation began to shift. The thugs of the fertilizer gang were clad in makeshift armor, wielding cold weapons and iron shields, effectively withstanding the assault of the poisonous insects. Observing that the poisonous insects had nearly been eradicated, the mother of the chemical gang commanded her subordinates, "Good children, release mothers of obedient dogs, and let them tear the enemies apart." The main members of the chemical gang, known as the chemical dogs, were significantly more elite than the poisonous insects, equipped with makeshift armor, cold weapons, and iron shields, while the mother's confidants possessed self-made firearms. The strategy was to first exhaust the fertilizer gang's strength with the poisonous insects, then deploy the core fighters of the chemical dogs to engage in battle. Approximately 1,600 chemical dogs received the order, injecting themselves to enter a state of frenzy, and they charged forward with wild cries to clash with the fertilizer gang. Meanwhile, the leader of the fertilizer gang, known as Electric Eye, let out a cold laugh and commanded a group of special personnel nearby, "Commence." Each of these individuals bore a suicide bomb vest, filled with detonators and metal fragments, capable of unleashing a terrifying storm of shrapnel upon explosion. These men were convicts from the upper nest, who had yet to adapt to life in the lower nest before being captured by the fertilizer gang. The fertilizer gang only recruited individuals with families, coercing men into becoming suicide bombers, assuring them that their wives and children would be kept safe. Now was the moment for these men to serve their purpose. One suicide bomber's eyes flickered with fear and pain, culminating in a desperate question. "Will you treat my family kindly?" Electric Eye remained silent, but one of his senior underlings stepped forward. 15 years ago, my father died in a suicide bombing when I was just 10. Now, I am the trusted aide of Electric Eye, and my mother works in the fertilizer pool, expected to live until she succumbs to illness at 40. The words sent shivers down the spines of the three men present, yet here they became conditions compelling a man to willingly embrace self-destruction. "You swear, in the name of the Emperor." The man tightened his grip on the bomb vest, staring intently into Electric Eye's singular eye. "I swear, in the name of the Emperor, your child will grow to adulthood as my enforcer, and your wife will become my laborer. They may perish in gang conflicts, succumb to chemical diseases, or die from grueling labor, but they shall not be toyed with and die without dignity." The man closed his eyes, tears cascading down his cheeks. When he opened them again, they were filled with a fierce brutality. 50 self-detonating men rushed forth from the ranks, charging headlong at the chemical gang, a group of drug-crazed individuals. The two sides collided violently, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. Human bodies were torn asunder, shrapnel flying through the air, while distant chemical thugs were also caught in the devastation. Blood, entrails, and shattered limbs were strewn about, akin to the stains on the golden boots of a human sovereign, devoid of meaning or value. The primary assault of the chemical gang was significantly thwarted by the self-exploding men, eliciting hearty laughter from the electric-eyed leader, who wielded a hefty sword in his left hand and a large-caliber homemade pistol in his right. He bellowed, "Brothers, charge forth. Let us annihilate this swarm of venomous insects." With that, he was the first to advance, invigorating the morale of the fertilizer gang, who roared and surged forward, pushing the front line into the territory controlled by the chemical gang. Furious, the leader of the chemical gang ground his teeth and shouted, "Release all the chemical pigs." Upon hearing this command, his subordinates trembled. "But, Mother, our men are mingled with the enemy. Won't releasing the chemical pigs create chaos?" The leader cast a piercing glance, causing the subordinates to nearly soil themselves, and they could only pull out the remote control to activate all the chemical pigs. Elsewhere, atop a container on the battlefield's flank, a small knife was shrieking wildly, stabbing at a muscle-bound dog that had leapt onto the container. In reality, the muscle-bound dog was already deceased when it had jumped up. Liin Wu had unleashed a barrage from his semi-automatic combat rifle, emptying a magazine of 15 rounds into the dog's chest within 2 seconds. Its heart, liver, and lungs were obliterated, resulting in its immediate death, though its dying momentum allowed it to topple Liin Wu beneath its weight. Startled, the small knife frantically stabbed the muscle-bound dog, delivering over 100 blows in mere moments. Liin Wu, gasping for breath under the 2-meter-tall brute, shouted, "Push him off." The small knife replied with a frantic wail. Liin Wu cursed, "Stop stabbing. It's dead. Hurry, get him off me." The small knife paused, realizing the muscle-bound dog had long ceased moving, and quickly pushed the corpse aside. Liin Wu managed to rise, taking a deep breath before rummaging through the body, extracting 4 poisonous needles from the dog's pants pocket. "Ah, this yield matches the creature's strength. It qualifies as a minor boss." Satisfied, he stored the needles in his backpack. Just as the battlefield began to shift once more, with a series of explosions, The final forces of the fertilizer gang clashed with those of the chemical gang. Entering a fierce struggle, the chemical gang unveiled their ultimate weapon, over 30 chemical pigs. Towering at 25 meters, these grotesque, rotund creatures unleashed indiscriminate slaughter upon their arrival. Lacking rationality, they could not distinguish friend from foe. The fertilizer gang was attacked, as were their own members, and even two chemical pigs collided, turning on one another. The battlefield descended into chaos, the situation becoming increasingly unclear. From a distance, Qinwu spotted the chemical gang releasing the pigs and readied a magazine loaded with level 5 rounds. Perfectly poised to undertake a black market mission to slay 3 of the beasts. He aimed at the battlefield for an extended period, yet refrained from firing. The chaos was overwhelming, with the pigs leaping about, occasionally tearing into a person for a quick bite, making them difficult targets. The armor-piercing rounds primarily served to penetrate armor, necessitating a shot to the head for a clean kill. Striking the corpulent body would likely yield minimal damage. As he observed, suddenly, he witnessed a pig seize a chem dog, pinning it to the ground, its large maw sinking directly into the man's abdomen. The unfortunate chem dog howled in agony, quickly having its belly torn open, unable to resist the formidable beast resembling a mountain of flesh. The chem pig knelt, slurping as if enjoying noodles, its head swaying in weakened motions, which conveniently allowed Qinwu to take aim. He steadied his weapon, inhaled deeply, and held his breath, reducing the tremor of the gun's muzzle. Aligning the sights with the pig's head, he pulled the trigger. Bang! A round of high-caliber armor-piercing ammunition erupted from the barrel, striking the pig's forehead with precision. The projectile pierced through its iron helmet and skull, reducing its chemically influenced brain to a chaotic mess. The creature emitted no sound, its body stiffening before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. In one shot, this half-ton monstrosity had been vanquished. Chapter 22. Luring with 1 AP round, eliminating a chem pig. Qinwu felt a surge of exhilaration, believing himself fortunate. However, he could not venture forth to reclaim the anger spine device amidst the tumultuous battlefield, where combatants from both sides mingled dangerously. It was a pity to miss out on the anger serum, a premium material he wished to acquire in abundance. Contemplating, Qinwu glanced at his companion, Xiao Dao, who was now regarding him with a look of admiration, having counted over 60 chem dogs felled by Li's hand, alongside a muscular dog, and now witnessing the downing of a chem pig. This man was nothing short of a war god. Did he not fear? Qinwu was unfazed. After all, death was not a concern for him. Should he fall, he could merely redeploy. However, he lamented the inability to collect spoils, and thus contemplated a change in strategy. Xiao Dao, he inquired, how swift are you? Xiao Dao hesitated, replying instinctively, reasonably quick. Reasonably quick is adequate, Qinwu remarked, a knowing look upon his face. He gestured toward the chaotic battlefield. The distance from here to the battlefield is approximately 280 meters, with about 150 meters of unobstructed terrain ahead. Xiao Dao was puzzled, uncertain of the significance of this information. Qinwu chuckled, patting Xiao Dao on the shoulder. You will lure the chem pig over, and I shall dispatch it with an armor-piercing round. Xiao Dao's complexion paled. As a senior subordinate in the fertilizer gang, he aspired to endure his position for as long as possible. Perhaps he had survived too long, witnessing too much, and had a keen understanding of the ferocity of the muscular dogs and chem pigs. These creatures relished devouring their victims, pinning them down to tear open their abdomens while they remained alive. How terrifying. The mere thought of being captured by a chem pig sent his legs trembling uncontrollably. But can we not fight here? My esteemed scavenger, did you not just fell a chemical pig with a single shot? Qinwu replied. That was only because the chemical pig knelt down to feast on a victim. Its head remained stationary, allowing me to deliver a decisive blow. But now, observe the battlefield. These creatures are darting about relentlessly. How am I to strike? Xiao Dao surveyed the scene, and indeed, the chemical pigs were rampant, pursuing the crowd with lethal intent. The populace was utterly helpless against the rampaging beasts, and casualties were mounting on both sides. The battlefield was gradually expanding, a consequence of soldiers scattering in their desperate attempts to evade, which inadvertently favored Qinwu. The larger the battlefield grew, with its diminished density of personnel and ensuing chaos, the more advantageous it became for him to seize opportunities. Noticing Xiao Dao's hesitation to act as bait, Qinwu resolved to abandon the plan of luring. Fine. If you are unwilling, I shall proceed. Just then, Xiao Dao trembled slightly and unexpectedly uttered a resolute statement, his eyes gleaming with determination. Qinwu was taken aback. Just moments ago, Xiao Dao had been paralyzed with fear, yet now he exhibited the unwavering resolve of a gang warrior. Qinwu, too indifferent to inquire about the sudden change, instructed, Be attentive. You must only lure one chemical pig at a time. Then run in a straight line across this 150-meter open ground. It is imperative that you maintain a straight path. Xiao Dao, still somewhat anxious, gritted his teeth and questioned. Why must I run in a straight line? The chemical pig is encased in armor and thick layers of fat. My armor-piercing rounds can only dispatch it if aimed at the head. This creature lacks intelligence. If you run straight towards me, the chemical pig will follow suit in a direct line. From my vantage point atop the container, the chemical pig's head will appear as an ever-enlarging, easily discernible target, with its trajectory uncomplicated, making it simple for me to strike. Now understanding, Xiao Dao decisively descended from the container and stealthily approached the battlefield's edge. Qinwu detached the magazine, loaded it with armor-piercing rounds, and dragged the carcass of a muscular dog over. Setting his weapon upon the body to await the target in silence, Xiao Dao cautiously crept towards the battlefield's periphery, moving with utmost care to avoid detection. He crouched behind a pile of scrap metal and peered out. Ahead, a dozen members of the chemical gang wielded steel pipes and machetes, relentlessly attacking a chemical pig. Yet, their primitive weaponry was ineffective against the armor, producing only clanging sounds while the chemical pig remained unscathed. One member of the fertilizer gang screamed in terror as he plunged a blade into a gap in the chemical pig's armor, causing its magical core to explode. While a typical individual would have succumbed instantly, the chemical pig merely howled in rage before delivering a crushing blow with its massive fist, reducing the unfortunate assailant's head to a pulp within his chest cavity. With a swift motion, the beast lashed out, incapacitating all those around it, leaving a trail of broken bones and lifeless bodies in its wake. In the blink of an eye, 10 members of the chemical gang lay dead, utterly powerless against the monstrosity. After dispatching the nuisances, the chemical pig knelt down, seizing a limb of one victim as if to savor a meal. At that moment, Xiao Dao steeled himself, inhaling sharply as he picked up a shard of metal and hurled it fiercely at the chemical pig. The clang of the fragment striking the creature's iron helmet echoed, prompting it to lift its head, akin to a predator disturbed during its feast. Xiao Dao seized a second piece of debris and, filled with fervor, shouted, "You wretched beast! Come chase your father." The chemical boar let out a fierce roar, forcefully tearing a limb in two before hurling it towards the small knife. The knife swiftly turned and fled, as the dismembered body crashed to the ground before it, rolling several times, intestines trailing like a string. "Oh, Emperor above!" The knife cried out, quickening his pace even further. The boar rose, its mountainous form surging forward with explosive power. Hearing the thunderous footsteps behind him, the knife felt tears welling up from sheer terror, his mind flashing with vivid images of being violently seized by the chemical beast, prompting him to run even faster. Fortunately, Qinwu's plan was astutely devised. An ordinary person could match the speed of the chemical boar if they could overcome their inner fears, allowing them to evade for several minutes. At that moment, the knife zigzagged into an open area and spotted Qinwu approximately 150 meters away, crouched behind a container with a gun, gritting his teeth and seemingly wishing he could run on all fours. The chemical boar hurled several empty containers aside, relentlessly pursuing the knife, its massive claws reaching forward, saliva dripping profusely. In stark contrast to the knife's frantic soul, Qinwu remained remarkably calm atop the container. He inhaled and exhaled steadily, his sights trained on the charging chemical boar. As he had anticipated, the boar ran in a straight line, its trajectory simple, with its large head swaying slightly from side to side. Finally, as the target approached within about 100 meters, Qinwu fired. Bang, 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 bang. After 4 shots, the chemical boar collapsed with a thunderous crash, its head exploding, convulsing a few times before succumbing to death. The knife rushed beneath the container, furiously pounding it, nervously shouting, "I'm going to die of fright." Qinwu, unloading his magazine and loading it with armor-piercing rounds, calmly remarked, "You were very brave." The knife knelt on the ground, gasping heavily, feeling a sense of redemption, but Qinwu had more to say. "Continue. Lure out the second one." Chapter 23 concluded. The battle between the two gangs raged for 3 hours, leaving thousands of corpses strewn across the battlefield. The entry of the chemical boar had wreaked havoc, forcing the fertilizer gang to expend considerable manpower and explosives to deal with it. Currently, both leaders, accompanied by several hundred trusted followers, were holed up in the rear, armed with homemade firearms, the last vestiges of their gang's resources. With the lower-tier lackeys cleared away, only a few hundred armed men remained, and both sides deliberated whether to continue the fight. A cessation would result in a stalemate, leaving the fate of the reactor unresolved. While continuing to battle risked depleting their last resources, rendering them unable to maintain control over their gangs upon return. Both leaders found themselves ensnared in a dilemma. with only the cries of the wounded echoing across the battlefield, a situation that greatly benefited Qinwu. He and the knife collaborated to lure and shoot down 3 chemical boars, after which he ceased combat and began to collect the spoils. He allowed the exhausted knife to rest, while he loaded standard ammunition into his semi-automatic combat rifle, preparing to scour the battlefield for corpses. First, he approached the 3 chemical boars he had slain, picking up a steel pipe that was readily available, using it as a lever to pry open the boar's furious spine, forcibly removing its helmet. Qinwu then opened the storage compartment of the violent spine, retrieving the collected anger elixirs. After a flurry of activity, he successfully acquired 3 anger spines for quest completion and secured 14 anger elixirs. He was quite satisfied. However, his backpack was not yet full, and many corpses remained on the battlefield untouched. Cautiously, he made his way to the edge of the battlefield, where he came upon the corpse of a chemical hound. Digging into his pocket, he produced a poisonous needle. After stowing the needle away, he proceeded to the next chemical hound's body. Just as he reached out, the corpse unexpectedly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Am I still alive? Qinwu swiftly drew his dagger and plunged it from the creature's chin into its brain. Nothing but an illusion, he reassured himself. The chemical hound's leg twitched, going rigid. From its pocket, he extracted another poisonous needle and a few coins, then moved on to the next body. After a thorough search, he amassed over 50 poisonous needles and more than 300 coins. Having nearly exhausted this area, he began to venture towards the more central part of the battlefield. In the heart of the battlefield, the number of corpses multiplied. Qinwu eagerly scavenged, acquiring over 40 more poisonous needles. He also obtained several anger elixirs from the chemical pig that had fought valiantly for the fertilizer gang. While he was engrossed in his plunder, he suddenly heard a groan emanating from a pile of construction debris. Instantly alert, he gripped his weapon and approached stealthily, peering around to gather information. It was a key member of the fertilizer gang, gravely wounded, with a massive gash in his abdomen and his intestines missing, blood gushing out. He seemed unlikely to survive. Noticing a large-caliber homemade gun beside the injured man, Qinwu's eyes brightened, and he emerged from his cover to examine the weapon. This was a fully automatic shotgun, firing 35mm rounds, featuring a long barrel and a notably large circular magazine capable of holding 30 rounds. Qinwu whistled in admiration, recognizing how advantageous this weapon would be in the confined spaces of the lower tiers. Observing that the gang member still had a full magazine, he reached to take it. The gang member coughed up blood and said, "I think I'm about to die." While retrieving the magazine, Qinwu casually remarked, "Your intestines have been hollowed out. Bitten by a chemical pig, haven't they? Time to lighten your load." The man, clearly in distress, pleaded, "Please don't torment me. It hurts too much. Give me a quick end." Qinwu nodded, drawing his dagger, but the gang member quickly protested, "No, not with the knife. I saw you picking up poisonous needles on the battlefield. Give me 3. After a moment of contemplation, Qinwu sheathed his dagger and produced 3 poisonous needles from his pack, swiftly injecting them into the man's neck. The excessive chemicals severed the connection between his brain and body, dulling the pain, and he began to mumble incoherently, his eyes glazing over. He looked at Qinwu as he stripped the magazine from his body and whispered, "In my next life, I don't want to be human." With that, his head slumped to the side, and he perished. Qinwu stuffed the magazine into his backpack and stood up to leave. Another life, you say? Off to the chaos you go. In Warhammer 40k, there exists a realm known as the Warp, which can be simply understood as hell, inhabited by demons. Demons exist in various factions, each possessing distinct personalities, collectively referred to as chaos. Upon death, if a soul is not retrieved by the human sovereign, the Emperor, it is highly likely to descend into the subspace, becoming a mere plaything of demonic deities. Thus, does this creature still yearn for another life? What foolish wishes! It would be better suited to serve as a mere pawn for the demons. As hours slipped away, the leaders of both factions remained devoid of the courage to gamble everything. The gunmen were the elite of the gang. The loss of any other member could be replenished within months, but the gunmen were irreplaceable. These individuals had been nurtured with genuine care, and losing even one diminished their power, while gaining one allowed their leader to command at least 100 more pawns. However, should all the gunmen perish, even if rival gangs did not invade, the leader would lose control over his own territory, risking insurrection from within. Hence, both leaders opted to gradually withdraw from the battlefield, temporarily relinquishing their pursuit of the reactor, planning to regroup with fresh cannon fodder in a few months for another confrontation. Qinwu, having scavenged a few commendable self-made automatic firearms with rifled barrels, and his bag brimming with poison needles, had triggered a yellow burden. With such fruitful gains, he decided it was time to retreat. He returned to the resting spot of his companion, Little Knife, and declared, "Let us go, the battle is over. Your leader has retreated." Startled, Little Knife realized that he had been somewhat injured in his hasty escape, primarily from fright, after Liin Wu had dispatched 3 chemical pigs, prompting him to rest. Hearing the cessation of gunfire and cries, Little Knife rose, eager to pursue the main force of the fertilizer gang. Liin Wu halted him, inquiring, "How many did I kill? Do you recall?" After a moment's contemplation, Little Knife replied, 63 poisonous chemical dogs and 4 chemical pigs. Liin Wu nodded. "Go inform your leader to prepare the payment. I shall collect it in a few days." He then slipped 300 coins into Little Knife's pocket and waved his hand, disappearing into the shadows. Holding the coins, Little Knife stood momentarily stunned. 100 for just one trip? Chapter 24. For the Space King. After a series of twists and turns, Liin Wu returned to his hiding place, took a cold shower in the bathroom, and cleaned his clothes before drying them by the heater. Upon inspection, he noticed that the knees and seat of his trousers were worn through. This old-fashioned worker's attire, made of coarse gray-white fabric, was sturdy yet could not withstand the rigors of his vigorous escapades. His shoes were no better, on the verge of disintegration, necessitating a foray to procure a few new pairs. If he were to perish outside, all his belongings would fall, and he would resurrect in his hideout stark naked. Thus it was imperative to keep some clothing on hand. Liin Wu placed a grooved iron plate on the heater, opened a bottle of holy oil, and applied it to the surface. He then opened a ceramic steel barrel, scooped out some food starch, and began to make pancakes. Before long, a crispy fried starch pancake was ready, and he commenced his meal. As he consumed the pancake, a status appeared in the lower left corner of his vision. Sacred. Sacred. The power of the human sovereign, the emperor, protects you. You shall not be lost, nor cowardly. Evil shall not enter your being. Chaos shall not cloud your mind. The light of humanity endures, restoring 5 energy, lasting for 2 hours. With the holy oil pancakes settling in his stomach, Liin Wu felt an invigorating surge throughout his body. The sacred state not only enhances his energy attribute by 5 points and amplifies his perception of the world, but also purges the chaos contamination from his being entirely. In the universe of Warhammer 40, chaos contamination is a ubiquitous affliction that affects everyone to varying degrees. For an ordinary individual, a contamination level of 0.0001 is considered normal, yet in worlds besieged by chaotic entities, this figure can skyrocket to staggering heights, reaching levels such as 200 to 2000. When chaos contamination reaches critical levels, individuals may be grotesquely transformed into a myriad of monstrous entities, a truly terrifying prospect. For Liin Wu, the consumption of a sacred pancake resulted in the complete eradication of his chaos contamination. What a delightful experience. Although the chaos contamination for an ordinary person appears negligible at 0.0001, the distinction between absolute 0 and 1 is profoundly significant. In this pristine state, devoid of any contamination, Liin Wu felt an unparalleled sense of clarity and comfort enveloping his soul. He hurriedly fried the remaining food into pancakes, utilizing a bottle of holy oil to yield 15 sacred pancakes. Subsequently, he meticulously cleaned the food storage barrel and set it beside the oven to dry, preparing it for the sacred pancakes. Exhausted, he succumbed to a deep slumber. Upon awakening, he lay in bed reviewing his attributes and inventory. His attributes stood at Strength 13, Endurance 14, Energy 12. Proficiency with firearms was 16, while proficiency with thrown weapons was 15. His inventory included 1 laser gun, 1 PDF semi-automatic combat gun, 1 shotgun, 2 self-crafted automatic guns, 1 pipe shotgun, and 1 self-crafted pistol. He possessed 1 magazine for the laser gun, 2 30-round drums, 6 magazines for self-crafted guns, and 3 magazines for the PDF semi-automatic combat gun. Ammunition consisted of 340 rounds of 8.955mm, 76 rounds of 8.955mm AP, for 121 rounds for self-crafted guns, 80 rounds of 35mm shotgun shells, and 15 rounds for the self-crafted pistol. Additionally, he had 6 self-crafted gas grenades, 2 smoke grenades, 1 piece of PDF bulletproof armor, level 3, 1 PDF bulletproof helmet, level 3, 1 drum magazine holder, 1 medium-sized hiking backpack, 2 bottles of holy oil, and 15 sacred pancakes. His stock of poison needles numbered 78, and he possessed 24 anger potions. His assets totaled 45,890 fertilizer coupons. After meticulously tallying his resources, Liin Wu donned his attire, opened the door, and headed toward the fertilizer gang's headquarters. In the past, the fertilizer gang was bustling with people, but this time, Only a handful of individuals traversed the corridors, and even the guards at the entrance had been replaced with unfamiliar faces. Navigating with ease, Qinwu arrived at the shop of the black market dealer, Nepal. He cast a glance at the dealer's visibly displeased countenance and nonchalantly retrieved 3 anger spines from his bag. According to our agreement, hand over the refrigerator. And regarding the individuals I dispatched, the small knife should have informed you of my accomplishments. The black market dealer, Nepal, remained sullen, signaling to his underling, who then placed the refrigerator before Qinwu. Nepal produced a stack of fertilizer coupons from beneath the table and slammed them down in front of Qinwu. Qinwu began to count the coupons. He had eliminated 63 chemical dogs and 4 chemical pigs, totaling 100 fertilizer coupons, without missing a single one. After collecting his earnings, he hoisted the refrigerator, intending to depart when Nepal called out to him. Wait, I have more work for you. Qinwu turned back. Speak. This time, we have suffered significant losses. However, the situation is far from over, and we shall not relinquish our control over the reactor. The leader of the chemical gang has laid bare his resources to bolster his forces, planning to resume the conflict in a month. Yet, the expansion rate of the chemical gang will only accelerate, as their venomous agents will attract a multitude of toxic insects. We must curtail their recruitment efforts. Qinwu inquired. What must be done? How much will it cost? The black market dealer from Nepal inhaled deeply and placed a 35-kilogram bomb backpack on the table. Take this to the chemical gang's base, find a crowded area, and detonate it. If you succeed, I shall reward you with 10,000 yuan, along with my friendship. Qinwu contemplated the simplicity of the task. It was akin to receiving money freely. He accepted it without hesitation. Ding. Mission accepted. The black market dealer from Nepal required him to impede the chemical gang's recruitment speed. A bomb detonated at their base could effectively eliminate a substantial number of their living forces. Mission reward, 10,000 fertilizer vouchers. And an increase in favorability with the black market dealer from Nepal to level 2. Qinwu asked, how will I prove my success? The dealer replied, I have placed informants on the outskirts of the chemical gang. As long as you successfully detonate the bomb amidst the crowd, they will testify to your success. Wait a moment, Qinwu exclaimed. He dashed back to his hideout, set down the items, and stripped off his clothes, wrapping a piece of tattered cloth around his legs before descending into the fray. He first descended to the reactor and then teleported directly to the vicinity of the chemical gang. The atmosphere at the chemical gang's base was grotesque, filled with chemical furnaces and the air thick with toxic fumes. Numerous emaciated individuals wandered about, resembling skeletal figures. The chemical gang was actively recruiting, indeed at a pace surpassing that of the fertilizer gang. Several of their members brandished poison needles, drawing in a multitude of toxic insects willing to sacrifice themselves. Perhaps due to their zealous recruitment, the base was teeming with people, with gaps between the chemical furnaces overflowing with individuals. Qinwu, now bare, surveyed his surroundings briefly before sprinting toward the crowd. The chaotic mixture of individuals, both within and outside the base, rendered him unnoticed and unimpeded. He navigated deeper into the throng, akin to an eel slipping through its surroundings. The toxic insects surged forward, emboldened by their comrades, as the chemical gang's members unleashed their needles. After what felt like an eternity of reckless bravery, Qinwu found himself at the forefront of the crowd. A member of the chemical gang, across a long table, offered him a poison needle. Oh, sturdy young man, so eager to serve the gang? Here, take one. It will elevate your spirits to the heavens. He gazed at Qinwu's bare physique, contemplating whether to introduce him to his mother as a masseur. Qinwu swatted the needle away, cursing, get lost. I only smoke Furong Wang. He then leaped onto the long table, with thousands of eyes fixated upon him, sensing that his confidence might be somewhat misplaced in such a formal setting. As he prepared to pull the detonator's cord from the bomb backpack, he felt the weight of the moment. It seemed inappropriate to remain silent in such an official environment. After a brief moment of reflection, he shouted, for the Space King. With a decisive pull of the bomb backpack's activation cord, 35 kilograms of explosives detonated, rendering Qinwu instantly unconscious, devoid of any sensation of pain. In the blink of an eye, he found himself reborn, stark naked on the vessel where he had hidden, with not a shred of cloth upon him. At that moment, 8 hours had elapsed since his self-detonation. Indeed, he required an 8-hour cooldown for resurrection, though an upgraded bed could diminish this interval. Springing up like a fish out of water, he donned his clothing and footwear before dashing to confront the black market dealer. Pay up, he demanded, his urgency palpable. The dealer, Nepalese in origin, gaped in disbelief, utterly incredulous. But, weren't you dead? Chapter 25, Black market dealer level 2 Qinwu waved his hand dismissively. That's nonsense. Hurry, give me my money. The dealer remained skeptical. But my informants reported that a naked lunatic stormed into the chemical gang's stronghold and self-destructed. They claimed that lunatic was you. Nonsense, Qinwu retorted. If that were me, I'd be dead. Now, hand over the cash. The dealer hesitated, but Qinwu's expression darkened. Ah, right, that was indeed me. I was obliterated by 35 kilograms of explosives, but the Emperor himself reached out, and guess what? I resurrected. Now, hurry up with the payment. The dealer fell silent, contemplating Qinwu, his mind racing. Ultimately, his curiosity waned, overshadowed by pragmatic considerations, and he reluctantly handed over 10,000 yuan. Qinwu accepted the money, unfazed by the potential exposure of secrets. This was the world of Warhammer 40, where all manner of bizarre entities roamed freely, and the extraordinary was commonplace. What did it matter if someone who had just perished returned seeking money? Perhaps they were merely lookalikes, clones, or even immortals. In this realm teeming with demons and apocalyptic technologies, everyone harbored their own little secrets, which paled in importance compared to tangible gains. The dealer, casting aside his chaotic thoughts, observed Qinwu's rapid counting of the cash. Contemplating how this character had profited nearly 70 or 80,000 from him, he needed to recoup some of that loss. Clearing his throat, he said, "My esteemed customer, after our numerous collaborations, our camaraderie has grown stronger. Perhaps you should explore the depths of my cozy little shop. I possess many intriguing novelties that might pique your interest." Ding. The black market dealer's rapport level with Qinwu upgraded from level 1 to level 2, unlocking a plethora of new merchandise. Qinwu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Quickly, show me what you have. The two ventured deeper into the dealer's shop, where an array of large machinery and an assortment of oddities awaited, seemingly salvaged from the depths of some refuse heap. Among the imposing machines, several items immediately captured Qinwu's attention. A high-temperature, high-pressure hydraulic press, the quintessential apparatus for upgrading the workbench to level 3, capable of compressing armor, shells, and DIY components for firearms. An ammunition formulation device, designed for the production of high-penetration, large-caliber munitions. The ceramic steel powder purification mixer is a device utilized in the manufacturing of ceramic steel armor. It crushes and purifies ceramic steel powder, mixing it with various metal powders before feeding the mixture into a high-temperature, high-pressure hydraulic press to mold the armor. As for the costs, the hydraulic press amounts to 120,000. The ammunition formulation device is priced at 30,000. And the ceramic steel powder purification mixer is valued at 80,000. Furthermore, the black merchant offers different grades of ammunition for producing various calibers of bullets, as well as ceramic steel powders for crafting armor of differing standards. Upon discovering that the upgraded level 3 manufacturing items could be sold by the black merchant, Qinwu initially felt elated. However, upon viewing the exorbitant prices, his expression swiftly soured. Exhausted from his efforts, he had merely 850,000 in his pocket. Yet the total cost of these items reached 230,000, rendering them utterly unaffordable. The black merchant, noticing Qinwu's despondent demeanor, couldn't help but smile. Aware that he had ensnared the mysterious man's interest, thus anticipating a future influx of wealth directed towards his coveted goods. With a sigh, Qinwu inquired, "Do you have any tasks for me?" The black merchant, grinning, shook his head. "Not at the moment, but feel free to return in a while." Reluctantly, Qinwu gazed at the 3 machines and weakly asked, "Is it possible to purchase on credit?" The merchant promptly declined before he could finish. Alas! Qinwu sighed once more, and the merchant, with a smile, queried, "My kind patron, do you require anything?" With a heavy heart, Qinwu requested, "A gas mask, please." After acquiring the item and settling the payment, he exited the merchant's shop, feeling somewhat lost as he made his way back to his hideout. A sense of unease enveloped him. He desired to amass wealth, yet where could he procure it? According to the gameplay logic of the search and kill game, options for generating income included hunting for targets, completing tasks, scavenging for items, or engaging in the trade of goods. However, his current hideout was of too low a level, yielding minimal high-value outputs for sale, leaving him in a state of frustration. Yet, to claim there were no high-quality outputs would not be entirely accurate, for the sacred oil produced by the Imperial Shrine was indeed a highly coveted item. Not only was it of superior quality, but it also possessed extraordinary properties. Capable of purging chaotic pollution, consuming a sacred cake imbued with it could render one feeling utterly sanctified, enhancing mental fortitude as well. Such a miraculous substance was a true treasure, yet within the confines of the dilapidated bottom nest, It remained a gem tarnished by neglect. If only he could present the sacred cake to a planetary governor or a national clergy member, it might open avenues for trade. However, he found himself unable to connect with such elevated figures or possess the strength to safeguard this extraordinary fortune. With a heavy heart, Qinwu lamented on his bed. Eventually rising to prepare for a task, he intended to undertake a mission for the Purification Guild, led by Reno, while also aiming to secure some cooking oil from the safe zone to concoct the sacred oil. As he readied himself, Qinwu donned the PDF helmet, affixed 2 iron plates around his arms and shins, and stowed 6 gas grenades and 2 smoke bombs into his backpack, securing his handgun to his belt. Finally, he picked up a 2-arm-length pipe, testing its weight and finding it remarkably comfortable to wield. The water pipe was salvaged by him from the ruins. A standard model from the Clean Water Guild. One end is quite sharp, seemingly severed by someone, capable of inflicting a piercing wound. The other end features a 90-degree connector affixed to the pipe, adding weight to its tip, transforming it into a hammer-like implement, ideal for wielding. The connector bears the logo of the Clean Water Guild. With sufficient force, one could imprint this logo onto human flesh. Qinwu wrapped a strip of cloth around the pipe, donned a gas mask, and strode purposefully towards the safe zone. Chapter 26. Integrity in Business. It is said that a worker from the Clean Water Guild, under the supervision of the miner supervisor Reno, sought out a technician but fell victim to a trap set by a brothel madam. Reno felt his authority was undermined and sought to reclaim his standing. What exactly is the Clean Water Guild? In the universe of Warhammer 40, humanity has evolved into an interstellar civilization, governing millions of planets. These planets exhibit diverse environments. Some industrial worlds are suffocated by toxic gases, their water sources utterly contaminated. At this juncture, the organization responsible for water purification becomes particularly vital. The Clean Water Guild operates as a state-owned enterprise on some planets, while on others, it is a private entity, and in certain cases, it is even controlled by organized crime. The agricultural planet 496b boasts a favorable environment, where one can traverse the surface without protective gear, resulting in minimal demand for clean water. Thus, the influence of the Clean Water Guild is limited, thriving only in urban centers like Nest City, where there is a heightened need for water, making it a modest-sized private enterprise. At this moment, within the red light district of the safe zone, Qinwu crouched in a corner, smoking, his gaze fixed intently on the 3-story garbage building ahead. The madam, a corpulent woman, stood outside the building with several technicians, soliciting clients. Through the figures of the madam and the technicians, Li's eyes were drawn to the first floor, where a group of men were engaged in a game of cards, serving as enforcers for the garbage building. Qinwu spat disdainfully on the ground. Looking down upon the madam, he held a strong belief in integrity within the Underworld. He believed in a mutual respect among those who profit from their trades. Killing for money or creating life for profit, none is nobler than the other. Yet integrity must be upheld. This unscrupulous madam, who sells her services while preying on the vulnerabilities of her clientele, risks scaring them away with her dubious tactics. In the face of such unethical and illegal conduct, Li felt compelled to take decisive action. He inhaled deeply from his cigarette, extinguishing the butt on the ground, donned his gas mask, and armed himself with a gas grenade in each hand, removing the safety pins and gripping the activation levers tightly as he advanced towards the garbage building. "Ah, young man, come in and play. My girls are all exquisite." The madam, with a seductive flair, beckoned clients, while behind her, Jenny, Alice, and Lena swayed their hips and revealed their legs, enticing the passers-by in search of a living. However, the recent economic downturn in the lower tiers had left the upper tiers too preoccupied with dealing with the rebel forces to indulge in pleasures, leading to a scarcity of refuse from the waste outlets. The scavengers had little income, rendering them unable to support Jenny, Alice, and Lena, who were on the verge of starvation. In desperation, the madam resorted to luring several workers from the middle tiers into her trap. The mice scurrying by greedily eyed Jinjin, AI, and Liin. Yet as soon as Jinjin approached to solicit them, they promptly fled. This infuriated the madam, bereft of income. She feared she might be compelled to resort to the sordid path of deception once more. At that moment, she spotted a man striding directly towards her, and her spirits lifted. Surely, a potential patron. Just as she prepared to call out, Qinwu flung a gas bomb from his hand. 2 gas canisters soared into the first floor of the dilapidated building, and upon release, the detonators sprang open, unleashing a noxious yellow-green smoke upon impact. The toxic fumes spread rapidly, filling the first floor within seconds, leaving the thugs gasping as if their lungs were being inundated with pepper spray, causing them to cough violently. The madam, momentarily stunned by Qinwu's sudden action, quickly changed her expression and reached behind her for a weapon. However, Qinwu was swifter. having thrown the gas bomb. He wielded a pipe in his left hand and a large-caliber homemade gun in his right. The madam raised her hand, brandishing a small-caliber pistol at Liin Wu. Yet, Liin Wu's pipe was already in motion, striking down hard upon the hand that held the gun. With a sickening crack, her bones shattered, and the pistol fell from her grasp, eliciting a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Without hesitation, Liin Wu aimed his large-caliber gun at her knee and fired. The sound of the shot rang out as her knee shattered, sending her crashing to the ground in agony. Jinjin and Aii were momentarily stunned, but soon reacted. Instead of fleeing, Aii drew a small knife from her underwear and lunged at Liin Wu. Life in the underbelly was brutal. A job was of utmost importance. Without it, one risked being toyed with and ultimately perished by the merciless rats of the lower strata. Thus, when this trouble in the form of Liin Wu appeared, these seemingly fragile women chose to fight for their survival rather than flee. They faced a stark choice: either eliminate Liin Wu, the source of their troubles, to preserve their livelihood, or die trying, demonstrating their resolve to cling to life at all costs. Liin Wu, however, was even more resolved. He swung the pipe down onto Jinjin's head, caving in her skull and causing her eyes to pop from their sockets as she collapsed to the ground, twitching. Ai, shrieking in terror, rushed at Liin Wu with her knife. He deftly evaded her thrust and struck her in the abdomen with the pipe. She gasped, her body bending in pain, yet she still attempted to stab him. Liin Wu countered with a blow to her neck, snapping it with a sickening crunch, extinguishing her life instantly. Meanwhile, Liin dove to the ground, desperately reaching for the small-caliber pistol that belonged to the madam. Just as she grasped it, before she could raise it, Liin Wu stepped on her hand, pinning both her hand and the gun to the floor. Liin let out a piercing scream and attempted to bite Liin Wu's foot, but he swiftly shot her, shattering her skull. After retrieving the small-caliber pistol and tucking it into his pocket, Liin Wu turned his gaze towards the thugs on the first floor. At this moment, the first floor was enveloped in a toxic haze, with several henchmen rolling on the ground, clutching their throats, incessantly coughing and retching, rendered utterly incapacitated. Liin Wu, equipped with a gas mask, remained unaffected by the noxious fumes. He grasped a water pipe, traced the logo of the Purity Guild, and approached one of the henchmen, raising the pipe high before delivering a crushing blow to the man's leg. The air was soon filled with the chilling sound of bones fracturing, as Liin Wu shattered the legs of the henchman. Next, he advanced towards the brothel madam, who was dragging her mutilated form away. Discarding his gas mask, he crouched before her, seizing her hair and demanding, "Do you comprehend whom you have provoked?" Terror filled the madam's eyes, pain from her severed limbs causing tears and mucus to stream down her face. "I was wrong. How much did Reno offer you?" "I'll give you 3, no? 10 times that." Liin Wu nodded in acknowledgement. "That is good to know." He then flipped the madam's corpulent body over, and amidst her screams of horror, he shattered her and scathed legs with the water pipe. At that moment, a throng of denizens from the lower tier gathered to witness the spectacle. They were vermin, decomposers, scavengers. With avaricious eyes, they observed the unfolding scene, measuring everything with their insatiable greed. Having completed his task and relishing the moment, Liin Wu, feeling elated, decided to address the crowd surrounding him. Clearing his throat, he raised the water pipe and bellowed, "Children, remember to conduct your businesses with integrity." Chapter 27. Opening the key room. Having accomplished his mission and exchanged pleasantries, Liin Wu tossed aside the water pipe and vanished into the crowd. He cheerfully made his way towards the Purity Guild, but before he reached the shop, he noticed a longer line of lower-tier rats queuing for water. The number of people had surged, stretching from the edge of the large elevator to the shanty district, comprising thousands. As Liin Wu contemplated navigating through the crowd, he spotted Reno waving at him, flanked by a dozen security guards wielding electric batons. With a smile, Liin Wu approached. Reno's face bore a grin, clearly informed of the events transpiring at the rubbish tower, given the close proximity of merely 2 or 3 kilometers. "Mr. Integrity in business, you move swiftly," Reno remarked with a chuckle. Liin Wu, unfazed by his newfound moniker, cut to the chase. "What is my reward?" "Follow me," Reno replied, leading Liin Wu into the depths of the Purity Guild's lower-tier shop. It is essential to note that the lower-tier safe zone is but a farce. One can commit murder and arson without consequence. However, the shops near the large elevator are managed by those from the middle tier, a lifeline granted by the upper tier to the lower tier, representing a true safe zone. If one dared to cause trouble within these establishments, the PDF and law enforcement would conduct a thorough investigation, rendering any hiding place futile. Thus, Liin Wu's entrance into the shop stirred restlessness among the queuing rats. The interior of the Purity Guild shop was quite simple, featuring enormous water pipes interconnected with the building structure. Where workers filled substandard ceramic tanks with water for distribution, that was the essence of it all. Reno led Liin Wu into the depths of the office, gesturing toward a cardboard box. Here, your reward. Liin Wu opened the box, revealing 100 water purification tablets wrapped in plastic film, along with 10 water filter cores. A smile spread across his face. With these resources, he could enjoy complete freedom of water in the depths. Ding. Task completed. Contact Reno's favorability level upgraded from level 0 to level 1. Unlocking items. Water filter cores, purification tablets, filtration fermentation distillers, energy drinks, water bags, and brewing yeast. The energy drink was akin to the popular ones found in the Dark Zone, a beverage that, once consumed, could replenish one's stamina completely. If we consider that 1 unit of stamina allows for a 3-kilometer run, a single energy drink could enable another 3 kilometers of travel, making it an invaluable asset for traversing the map, priced at 10 fertilizer coupons per bottle. As for the filtration fermentation distiller, it served as an upgrade component for the water purifier, adding a brewing function. Liin Wu's eyes brightened as he pointed to the distiller in the corner of the office and inquired, "How much for this?" Reno glanced at the item and replied with a chuckle, "Ah, this? I initially intended to use it for brewing private wine in my leisure time, but for some reason, the wine I produced turned out sour and undrinkable, so it has been left unused. What's the matter, do you want it?" Liin Wu nodded. "What price do you have in mind?" After a moment of contemplation, Reno responded, "This device is of no use to me, and being second-hand. How about you give me 5,000, and it's yours?" Without hesitation, Liin Wu handed over the 5,000. Reno, being a respectable individual, recognized the distiller's value and seemed to be offering it at a mere disposal price. With a smile, Reno accepted the money. As a minor supervisor in the Water Purification Guild, this sum was trivial to him. He had originally purchased the distiller for 50,000, primarily believing that someone like Liin Wu, who engaged in underhanded dealings, could be of assistance to him. Now that Liin Wu desired it, he sought a reason to part with it. Next, Reno retrieved 2 bottles of energy drinks from the cardboard box, handing one to Liin Wu while taking a sip from the other. This drink was quite popular in the central hub. It could invigorate one for an entire day, allowing for late-night work without fatigue. "Give it a try," he urged. Liin Wu pulled the tab and took a sip. It had a complex flavor akin to a sweetened beverage, reminiscent of a more intense Red Bull, and he found it quite enjoyable. However, with his stamina bar already full, he could not discern its effects. "I quite like this flavor. Do you have more?" "I wish to purchase some," Liin Wu inquired. Reno lifted an entire case of drinks from beneath the desk. There were 20 cans in total, with 18 remaining, priced at 10 each. Liin Wu handed over 180, and Reno accepted it. Though he did not mind the money, he understood the importance of maintaining good relations. Sometimes, when someone offers you money, it is to avoid feeling indebted. Liin Wu appreciated this straightforward monetary exchange and asked, "Do you have any tasks for me? Whether in the depths or beyond, I am willing to take them." Reno hesitated. He indeed had an important task at hand, but should he entrust it to this formidable individual before him? Liin Wu observed his hesitation and remarked, "I have always been one to complete the task before receiving payment. You may inform me of the job, and should I fail to execute it adequately, I will not seek compensation." Reno recalled the last instance when this individual had descended the elevator with him, appearing akin to a bottom-feeding rat. How had he managed to ascend the ranks? Did he possess some hidden connections? Then came the report from the newly recruited henchman. This individual had remarkably exceeded expectations. Indeed, there was a task at hand, though it remained uncertain if he would find it appealing. "What is it? And how much will it pay?" Liin Wu inquired. "Prior to the conflict, our Water Purification Guild operated a hydrological monitoring station by the water lake, tasked with analyzing the subterranean water patterns over a vast area. Unfortunately, the rebels advanced too swiftly, and our technicians were unable to evacuate the data storage panels before the station fell into enemy hands." Liin Wu grasped the situation. "You wish for me to retrieve the data storage panels?" Reno nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the water lake is essentially a reservoir formed by a labyrinth of underground waterways. Mastery over these conduits is crucial for our water extraction efforts, hence the significance of the data storage panels. Liin Wu nodded, rubbing his thumb and forefinger together. Reno continued, "If you can successfully return with the data storage panels, I shall reward you with 100,000, and everything within the hydrological monitoring station will be yours." Perplexed, Liin Wu asked, "Isn't it said that the monitoring station is under rebel control? Are there still items within?" Reno produced a mechanical key from his pocket and handed it to Liin Wu. The monitoring station comprises both surface and subterranean sections. The latter is sealed by a ceramic steel door. Without the key, entry is impossible unless the rebels acquire thermite explosives. Receiving the key, Qinwu noted the system's notification. Ding. Task item acquired. Key to the underground hydrological monitoring station, durability 11. He tucked the key into his pocket and said to Reno, "Very well, I accept this task. Prepare my 100,000. Chapter 28. Upgrading the brewing apparatus. Subsequently, Qinwu purchased some bottles and brewing yeast from Reno, intending to transport the filtration fermentation distillation apparatus back. However, burdened by his numerous acquisitions, he found it cumbersome. Reno kindly provided him with a cart to ease his load. Afterward, Qinwu ventured to a neighboring boutique to procure a dozen sets of work uniforms, 10 bottles of vegetable oil, and a bag of 10 grams of sugar, spending over 200 in total before heading toward his hideout. The sheer volume of items on his cart naturally attracted a swarm of rats. Qinwu contemplated enlisting a few underlings to assist him, as managing everything alone while being hounded by a multitude of pesky rats was quite tiresome. Moreover, it was unbecoming to transport all his purchases single-handedly. Deep in thought, he found himself on the outskirts of the safety zone, entering a metal conduit. Behind him, the throng of rats grew increasingly restless, brandishing knives and steel pipes, with some even wielding makeshift firearms. As Qinwu's silhouette gradually faded into the shadowy passageway, the horde of rats surged forward. Just as they erupted into action, a gas canister landed at their feet, releasing a cloud of toxic smoke. The mice were suddenly thrown into chaos, coughing violently and shoving one another, with some even resorting to physical altercations. As the situation escalated, they seemed to forget their original purpose, devolving into a frenzy of mutual slaughter. Qinwu, however, paid no heed to their trivial squabbles. He affixed a flashlight to the front of his cart for illumination and strolled back to his hideout. Upon entering and closing the door, he took a deep breath of the musty air. What a cozy home it was. He meticulously organized his belongings and began upgrading his hideout. Running a line from the energy level 1 to the water purifier, connecting it to the filtration fermentation distiller, and linking a series of pipes. The level 1 water purifier was upgraded to level 2, expanding its brewing capabilities. To brew alcohol, he input 5 kilograms of potatoes or other grains, 10 grams of sugar, and 1 yeast, yielding a bottle of homemade liquor, approximately 500 milliliters, after 12 hours. Qinwu washed a few potatoes from his previous batch, added the yeast and sugar to the distiller, and set it to work. He then approached the Emperor's shrine, lit an incense candle, and input a bottle of cooking oil, initiating its production before commencing his training. As per usual, he engaged in a round-trip run while carrying heavy weights for stamina, training for over 3 hours until he was drenched in sweat. He felt exhausted enough to devour a whole cow, yet upon checking the system, he found no attributes had increased. This was to be expected. Even vigorous exercise in reality seldom yields significant strength gains. Progress is slow and steady. However, in the game Escape from Tarkov, there exists an upgrade option for a gym hideout, allowing mercenaries, PMCs, to enhance their attributes through weightlifting. Once Qinwu upgraded his hideout, he hoped to similarly enhance his own attributes. After his training, Qinwu tidied up, consumed some food, and lay down to sleep. He fell into a deep slumber for 12 hours, awakening to the fragrant aroma of alcohol. The distiller had produced a bottle of liquor. Holding the bottle, he contemplated tasting it, when suddenly his gaze shifted to the Emperor's shrine, where the incense candle had burned out, yielding a bottle of holy oil. Could the liquor be sanctified? He approached the shrine, stored the holy oil, lit a new incense candle, and input the bottle of liquor. The system indicated the process had commenced, with a production time of 24 hours. Indeed, it was possible. He eagerly anticipated the effects of the holy liquor after the 24 hours. Would a sip allow him to glimpse the Emperor himself? With the production arranged, Qinwu began to contemplate undertaking a mission. At Lakewater, coincidentally, he needed to make a trip for Reno's task and Lieutenant Riddleson's task as well. One involved retrieving an item, while the other required reconnaissance. Both could be accomplished simultaneously. However, there were rumors of a particularly fearsome chaotic sorcerer in the vicinity of Lakewater, a being who had decimated 2 PDF infantry battalions with formidable psychic powers, a truly terrifying adversary. Psychic energy could be simply understood as a form of magic. A perilous kind at that. The strength of psychic practitioners emanates from the subspace, the very realm of demons. When they cast spells, it is akin to stealing water from the wells of the demon's domain. If one were to unwittingly attract the attention of a demon and be captured, they would face a dreadful transformation into a demon's form. The psychics can be simply categorized into good and evil. Those who align with the human empire, driven by it, can be considered benevolent psychics, while those corrupted by chaos are deemed chaotic sorcerers, undeniably malevolent. Qinwu had yet to encounter any psychics, and the thought of facing a chaotic sorcerer, the epitome of wickedness, filled him with trepidation. However, the mission could not be neglected. He had no choice but to proceed, albeit with careful consideration of what supplies to bring. It is well known that the life of a prisoner is worth little. Even a shabby firearm holds more value than his existence. Thus, he thought it prudent to venture forth and ascertain the situation. After all, one must face death to understand. He donned a tattered outfit and shoes, armed himself with a dagger, and packed 3 holy biscuits and 4 bottles of energy drinks before setting off with a brisk pace. Chapter 29. The psychics. Upon reaching the designated area, he activated a countdown and successfully deployed his mission parameters, locating himself in the northern trench of the map. As he landed, Qinwu glanced up at the sun, estimating it to be around 4 p.m. A few hours remained before dusk. Inspecting the map provided by the system, he noted with dismay that the watering lake was an astonishing 30 kilometers away. The resurrection point was rather distant. Moreover, he discovered that the tasks assigned to Reno and Rudelson overlapped, both leading to the water pattern monitoring station, indicating it might be the lair of the chaotic sorcerer. Qinwu felt a surge of anxiety. How was he to approach a mission site guarded by a chaotic sorcerer? Would he need to launch a full frontal assault? Alas, he did not possess such manpower. With a resigned sigh, he declared that where there is a will, there is a way, and began to sprint towards the watering lake. The 30-kilometer journey proved to be quite the endeavor for Qinwu. Each time he exhausted his stamina after 3 kilometers, he would down an energy drink to restore his vigor and continue his run. Remarkably, this energy drink was extraordinarily effective, no matter how fatigued he felt prior. 1 bottle revitalized him completely, alleviating the burning sensation in his lungs and the soreness in his knees, as if refreshing his entire state of being. He pondered the miraculous effects of this drink, curious if ordinary people without a system would experience similar benefits. He resolved to procure more from Reno upon his return. Qinwu pressed on from daylight into the night, completing the 30 kilometers in approximately 2.5 hours. A remarkable feat. Fortune favored him, as he encountered no rebels or PDF forces along the way. The fighting between the 2 factions lacked strategy, with neither side gaining the upper hand, resulting in relatively low combat intensity. Should this stalemate continue, Qinwu surmised that both factions would eventually coexist separately, with the planetary governor sequestered in his palace, indulging in the last vestiges of his opulent life. Once the tax-collecting adjudicator arrived, a single loyal detonator would seal his fate. As for the rebels, despite their control over the entire planet save for the palace, they lacked heavy weaponry to breach the stronghold. Under these circumstances, if the PDF refrained from interfering, they could cultivate their own lives in peace. Yet, once the adjudicator's tax fleet arrived, he would eliminate the planetary governor and impose taxes upon the rebels, shattering their illusory days of prosperity. After all, when dozens of colossal warships, some stretching several kilometers and even up to 10 kilometers, linger in the near-Earth orbit of agricultural planet 496b, any resistance from the rebels would be rendered as feeble as that of a small creature seeking affection. As Qinwu arrived at the shores of the water supply lake, twilight had just begun to envelop the surroundings. He lay quietly on a large boulder by the lake, silently observing the environment around him. The water supply lake is an immense body of water. From his position on the shore, he could not see the opposite side. Fortunately, the water monitoring station was not situated across the lake, but rather on his side, approximately 500 meters ahead of the stone he was perched upon. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss regarding how to traverse the expanse of water. The water monitoring station was a structure of ceramic steel, standing about 7 stories tall. Quite sizable. The main body of the building was half on land and half submerged in water, with numerous detection instruments extending into the depths below. At that moment, the 7th floor was illuminated by a dim yellow light, likely from candles, indicating that there were indeed people inside. Qinwu retrieved a sacred biscuit, consuming it to invoke a holy state that would enable him to resist potential chaotic corruption, while also boosting his energy by 5 points to enhance his perceptual abilities. He fixated his gaze on the candlelit window of the 7th floor, aware that a chaos sorcerer capable of annihilating 2 PDF infantry companies resided within. His heart began to race inexplicably, a surge of anxiety coursing through him. He resolved to remain in his position until deep into the night, waiting for the lights to extinguish before stealthily entering to ascertain the situation. Determined, he regulated his breathing to relax, listening to the nocturnal symphony of insects, allowing his mind to wander and contemplate other matters. At his age, could he still be transformed into an Astartes? The Astartes are the super soldiers of Warhammer 40. having undergone 21 transformative surgeries, implanted with super organs that elevate them to 3 meters in height, with formidable musculature and lightning-fast reflexes. The likelihood of a successful Astartes transformation diminishes with age, and as Liin Wu approached 30, he realized he was nearly disqualified from such an operation. The Astartes chapters would never permit someone of his age to undergo the transformation, as the super organs were exceedingly rare, and each new recruit had to endure rigorous scrutiny. Liin Wu sighed, lamenting the missed opportunity to become an Astartes in this Warhammer 40,000 universe. Such beings are not bound by the limits of mortality. They rarely die of old age, often meeting their end in battle. The oldest recorded Astartes veterans have lived for over 10,000 years. And coupled with the resurrection capabilities of the search and destroy system, he could have truly achieved absolute immortality. Alas, what a pity. He sighed once more, then shivered. Why did he feel a sudden chill? Why had the nocturnal insects ceased their chorus? Why was the ground freezing? Suddenly, Liin Wu felt a cold gaze fixated upon him, stirring his most primal instincts, reminiscent of the terror he experienced as a child watching horror films. Trembling beneath his covers that fateful night. This is bad. He had been discovered. Panic surged within him as he attempted to leap to his feet and flee. But when his brain issued commands to his body, he found himself paralyzed, unable to move. It was over. He had been ensnared by psychic energy. Liin Wu felt a chill in his heart, realizing he was ensnared by the psychic energy of the chaotic sorcerer. He exerted every ounce of strength, yet found himself unable to move even a finger, as if hundreds of invisible hands were pressing down upon him. The sound of rustling grass came from behind, and a figure exuding a chilling aura approached him stealthily. The closer the footsteps drew, the more terror engulfed Liin Wu. The unseen adversary exerted immense pressure upon him. The figure halted 3 paces behind him, and a somewhat neurotic male voice pierced the silence. A charming little mouse. Have you come to keep me company tonight? Knowing how dreadfully bored I am. A force yanked Liin Wu off the ground, compelling him to slowly turn around. As his eyes widened, he beheld a horrifying visage. The man before him was grotesque, his scalp gruesomely missing in patches, revealing raw flesh beneath. His face was marred by deep, vertical gashes, some so severe that they had penetrated through to the bone, with saliva oozing from these ghastly wounds. Both ears and the nose were absent, as if something had systematically gnawed away at his flesh. Clad only in tattered remnants, his upper body was punctured with iron wires, creating a grotesque tapestry of hundreds of holes. The sight was utterly ghastly. The cacophony in my head is particularly intense tonight, he muttered in a deranged whisper, extending a withered hand to seize a clump of blood-soaked hair from his own scalp and yanking it violently. With a sickening rip, a chunk of bloody scalp was torn away. At that moment, Liin Wu understood. This psychic was a victim of his own torment. The voices in his head revealing him to be an out-of-control psychic. The projection of a psychic in the subspace is akin to a torch in the night, drawing the attention of demons eager to harvest their souls. One method of torment is the incessant whispering in their minds, stripping them of sleep, driving them to madness, and ultimately corrupting them into chaotic sorcerers. This wretched soul had succumbed to the demon's incessant murmurs, descending into self-mutilation. Complete degradation was merely days away. Faced with such a terrifying figure, Liin Wu attempted to speak, but the oppressive psychic pressure rendered his lips immobile. The voices in my head urge me to rend your flesh, to revel in your screams, to feast upon your entrails. His eyelids twitched erratically, and his body trembled unnaturally as he extended his bloodied claws towards Liin Wu's neck. As his hand drew nearer, the psychic pressure intensified, causing Liin Wu's bones to creak ominously, as if they might burst under the strain. A muffled groan escaped him. The thought of being crushed by psychic force was, in an odd twist of humor, a peculiar way to meet his end. In that moment, he contemplated a strategic retreat to regroup and devise a plan to eliminate this psychic menace. Perhaps a hefty explosives backpack could do the trick. Could it destroy this psychic? Kill him. Tear out his entrails. Shatter his skull. Scoop out his brain. Sever his throat. Tear his windpipe from his neck. The devil's voice echoed in the psychic's mind. A cacophony akin to hundreds of voices clamoring, inflicting torment and erasing his rationality, compelling his body to act on instinct. I shall slay you. The twisted laughter of the psychic reverberated as his bloodied hands clutched around Liin Wu's throat. Just as he was about to rip apart the tender flesh before him and drink deeply of its crimson essence, the maddening whispers in his mind abruptly faded away. Chapter 30. The young master eats cake. The voices have vanished. Those noises have ceased. The psychic froze, then was engulfed by an explosion of ecstatic joy. Since reaching adulthood, whispers had plagued his mind, which over time escalated into deafening shouts. A barrage of foul language and grotesque howls relentlessly screamed within him, robbing his body of rest and distorting his soul, causing him to gradually lose his sense of self. But today, at this moment, as his hand rested upon this man's neck, all those whispers had vanished. He looked in astonishment at this man he could effortlessly tear to shreds. A cool, moist breeze swept across the lake's surface, and the joyous chirping of night insects resonated with unparalleled clarity and sweetness. The sounds of nature, in stark contrast to the devil's howling whispers, resembled a mother's warm lullaby, healing his battered soul. Tears cascaded from his eyes as he, a man tormented akin to a demon, unexpectedly embraced Liin Wu and wept. Liin Wu, bewildered, found himself in the arms of a grotesquely disfigured man, feeling somewhat despondent. If you wish to kill me, then do so, but must you assault me with mental pollution? As he transformed into a lifeless pillow, a sudden disturbance emerged around them. Bang! A gunshot abruptly shattered the night, followed by a barrage of gunfire. Centered around Liin Wu and the psychic, behind them lay the water monitoring station, while ahead sprawled a serene forest, now erupting with a deluge of gunfire, clearly indicating an ambush. Liin Wu's eyes widened. The sheer volume of gunfire suggested over 100 assailants. What on earth is happening? Kill the monster! A shout rang out from the attackers, intensifying the gunfire. The assailants were rebels. The water monitoring station had been their small command post, orchestrating the operations of thousands of rebels and PDF forces in the vicinity. Yet one day, the psychic had suddenly appeared, and this madman swiftly executed the command personnel within the water monitoring station, then frenziedly swept through the surrounding garrisons, obliterating nearly 1,000 lives within days. The rebels had organized several attempts to counterattack, but all had failed. This monster was too powerful, with unpredictable methods that could instantly annihilate individuals or induce horrifying illusions of hell in hundreds, causing panic and chaos. Not only the rebels, but even the PDF forces were left in dire straits by this psychic's relentless onslaught. Upon receiving intelligence that the water monitoring station was a command center for the rebels, the PDF dispatched a specialized squad to infiltrate and eliminate it. The outcome is well known to all. The 2 PDF infantry battalions were decimated, and it was then Lieutenant Rudelson who received the mission to investigate. Fearing a similar fate, he dispatched Liin Wu to the scene. The anomalies at the water pattern monitoring station have become common knowledge, with rumors circulating among the rebel forces that a demon has taken residence there, causing widespread panic and undermining the stability of the rebellion. Several rebel leaders united their resources, consolidating all available automatic weapons to form a battalion of armed infantry, launching a nighttime assault against the psychic. In an instant, nearly 1,000 rounds were fired at Liin Wu and the psychic. The psychic, momentarily lost in the comforts provided by Liin Wu, remained motionless, burying his face in Liin Wu's facial cleanser, savoring the essence of his male mother. However, Liin Wu sensed a shift. The psychic had begun to unleash his psychic energy, a potent force radiating around him, thickening the very air. Indeed, it was as if the bullets, propelled with tremendous kinetic energy, slowed upon approaching them, abruptly halting midair. In that fleeting moment, hundreds of guns discharged, thousands of bullets suspended in a web of metallic projectiles, forming a semicircular barrier just 3 positions away from Liin Wu. Gradually, the cacophony of gunfire ceased, leaving both Liin Wu and the ambushing rebels in stunned disbelief. Such terrifying firepower had failed to harm this otherworldly entity? The psychic continued to indulge in the facial cleanser while the suspended bullets began to pivot, their tips now aimed at the rebels lurking in the forest. Quick! Throw the grenades! The rebel commander shouted, rousing his bewildered comrades. Some hastily reloaded their automatic weapons, while others fumbled to pull the pins from their makeshift grenades. In the next moment, a violent surge of psychic energy erupted, and the thousands of suspended bullets were propelled back towards their origin. A chorus of anguished screams erupted as the rebels were engulfed in a storm of metal, with some being struck by multiple bullets, reduced to mere fragments. The forest echoed with the sound of bullets striking, leaves cascading to the ground. Within mere seconds, over 100 rebel assailants lay lifeless. The squad leader, bloodied and gasping, bore the marks of several ricocheted bullets. In a final act of desperation, he hurled his homemade grenade, but it only traveled a few meters before returning unscathed to his grasp. In his moment of despair, the grenade detonated, tearing him apart, sending his spirit into chaos. Silence enveloped the scene as Liin Wu surveyed the devastated battlefield, then turned to the psychic, who remained clinging to him, savoring the facial cleanser. He realized he could move again and smiled, saying, "Darling, would you like to nurse? How long will you hold on?" Liin Wu mused that if he were to be punished for any crimes, He would prefer the law to adjudicate rather than endure such torturous circumstances. The psychic slowly lifted his gaze, meeting Qinwu's eyes. You are extraordinary. There is a purity of power within you. The demon dares not approach me. Who exactly are you? Qinwu sensed the oppressive force that had bound his spiritual energy dissipate, and he exhaled in relief. Observing the tearful energy user before him, he began to grasp the situation. He retrieved a holy cake from his pocket and offered it, saying, "Here, my friend, have a cake." Chapter 31. The transaction. In the innermost room of the 7th floor of the water ripple monitoring station, Qinwu sat opposite the energy user. The latter clutched a holy cake in his hands, consuming it with the meticulousness of a chick pecking at grains. He nibbled only the slightest morsel from the cake, taking his time to savor it. Should a crumb fall to the ground, he would kneel and lick it up, causing Qinwu's eyelids to twitch in disbelief. After handing him the holy cake, the energy user merely took a bite before losing control of his bodily functions. To an outsider, it might have seemed as though some mystical powder had been mixed into the cake. However, Qinwu understood. This individual was evidently a wild energy user, unrecognized by the Imperial government. His self-control was lacking, his mental fortitude weak, and he had no systematic way to manage his spiritual energy, making him an easy target for demons. The state of his self-inflicted wounds was indicative of a mind tormented by demons. His pallid skin and sharp fingernails suggested a mild physical mutation. It was clear that his level of chaotic pollution was alarmingly high, likely between 30 to 50%. Consequently, upon consuming the holy cake, his chaotic pollution was instantly eradicated, and the overwhelming sensation he felt led to his involuntary release of bodily functions, a peculiar display of respect. Seeing that the energy user did not seem inclined to harm him, and realizing he was unaware of how long it would take to finish the cake, Qinwu remarked, "My friend, are you planning to kill me? I mean, if you're not going to kill me, I'll just take my leave and not disturb you." The energy user paused mid-bite, then suddenly leapt forward to embrace him. "No, please don't go. I beg you to stay by my side. I would do anything for you." He was terrified by the demons that plagued him. The whispers of chaos denied him any semblance of peace. And having finally found a tranquil solution, he was determined not to let it slip away. Qinwu pondered his options. "Anything you say? But what do you have to keep me here? No car, no house. Far less appealing than my cozy little home in the depths, where the people are kind, lovely, and gentle, with pleasant conversations. I truly adore it there." After expressing his desire to leave, Qinwu found that the energy user had resolved not to let him depart, using his spiritual energy to restrain him. Seeing his body immobilized, Qinwu scoffed, "Do you think this will keep me here? Spare me. Even if you forcibly claim my body, you will never possess my heart. What use is your spiritual prowess if I choose to end my life by crashing into a wall while you slumber?" The energy user's expression shifted dramatically. Indeed, he needed to win the heart of this mysterious man, or else risk him escaping during his slumber. Perhaps he should procure a leash to bind him? No, that seemed impractical. He needed to secure the man's heart first. After a moment's hesitation, the energy user knelt to unfasten Qinwu's belt. Qinwu's countenance transformed in alarm as he shouted, "What on earth? We can discuss this. I actually know how to deal with those demonic whispers." The psychic paused momentarily before continuing to unfasten his belt. "Allow me to repay you first," he insisted. "I'll repay your mother. Now get lost." After a brief struggle, Qinwu divulged information regarding the holy oil, thereby preserving his own integrity. Upon hearing about the holy oil, the psychic's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Give it to me. Hand over the holy oil." Qinwu chuckled. "Calm down, my friend. I'm a businessman." He rubbed his hands together, signaling for a trade. The psychic appeared bewildered. "Trade? What do you mean?" Qinwu shrugged. "Precisely that. Bring something to exchange. I have an abundance of holy oil. What do you want? Take anything. You can have whatever you desire from here." The psychic, perhaps worn down by his ordeals, spoke with an almost childish naivety. Qinwu inquired, "How about you teach me about psychic powers?" The psychic's face reflected a clear, foolish innocence. "Psychic powers? What are those?" He was oblivious to the nature of his own abilities, which aligned with the widespread illiteracy among humanity in the Warhammer 40,000 universe. Qinwu explained, "The supernatural abilities you wield. Teach me, and I will help you with the whispers of the demons." The psychic's expression shifted dramatically. No, you mustn't learn this. Don't learn this. It will show you hell and allow demons to invade your mind. This is a malevolent power," he shouted in agitation, his horrific wounds tearing open and bleeding profusely. Qinwu crossed his arms. "My friend, why not use your psychic powers again? Do you still hear the whispers of the demons?" The psychic complied, waving his hand. and a large hole suddenly erupted in the wall beside him as if struck by a high-caliber shell. Oh, it's gone? Truly gone. The psychic's powers stemmed from the warp, which can be simply understood as him siphoning energy from the demon's realm and releasing it into the material world. If your mental fortitude is insufficient and you use your powers too often, won't you gradually attract the demon's attention and become corrupted? This psychic was a prime example. Every time he inadvertently wielded his powers, the whispers from the demons would intensify until it felt as though hundreds of demons were dancing in his mind. But now, there was silence. No matter how he employed his psychic abilities, the whispers had vanished. Ah! The psychic erupted in madness, repeatedly raising his hand to unleash psychic blasts, leaving the surrounding walls pockmarked. Without the whispers of the demons, could he truly master this supernatural ability? Would he not then be invincible? He had never encountered an Astartes nor comprehended the enormity of the Imperium, believing that being able to vanquish hundreds of mortals rendered him supreme. His gaze turned towards Liin Wu, eyes glimmering with burgeoning greed. Liin Wu narrowed his eyes and said, "Teach me your psychic powers, and I shall return with more of this sustenance." He retrieved another holy wafer from his pack and tossed it to the psychic. The psychic caught the wafer, his eyes sparkling with an inscrutable light. Just moments ago, he had just regained his senses and appeared somewhat dazed. However, after a while, his mind began to stir, enabling him to contemplate ominous thoughts. Liin Wu smiled. "I know what you intend to do. You may attempt it if you wish. Yet, I must inform you that I am the only one on this planet capable of dispelling the whispers of demons. You would be wise to reconsider your intentions." This fellow understood precisely what he was thinking. Warhammer 40k. Darkness is the prevailing hue of the entire world. It was likely that this individual had concocted an intricate plan involving imprisonment and coercion. Liin Wu, unfazed, mused that death was merely a consequence. If he perished, he would return with 100 kilograms of explosives to obliterate his adversary from over 100 meters away. The psychic hesitated, contemplating whether to fully dominate the man before him and compel him to provide the sustenance capable of resisting demons. However, he dared not. For if this man truly possessed such ferocity, what if, under duress, he refused to offer that sacred nourishment even unto death? Would the whispers of the demons not return? At that moment, his mind was in turmoil, a chaotic tangle of thoughts. Seeing his torment, Liin Wu stated, "I possess 3 bottles of holy oil, approximately 450 milliliters, concealed in a location known only to me. Teach me how to wield psychic energy, and I shall grant you all of it. What say you?" A glimmer of desire flickered in the psychic's eyes. "Very well, give it to me. I will teach you how to utilize psychic energy." Liin Wu nodded, instructing him to wait there before descending the stairs. Yet, after taking only a couple of steps, he turned to find the psychic closely trailing him. "What are you doing?" Liin Wu inquired, as the psychic's gaze remained fixed upon him. "I am coming with you." Having finally discovered a means to confront the demons, he would not relinquish this opportunity so easily. Liin Wu's eyes sparkled as he smiled. "Very well, follow me." Chapter 32. With a swift motion, the two descended the stairs. Liin Wu heading straight for the forest, where he retrieved an automatic weapon from a corpse to inspect its condition. The psychic, initially believing Liin Wu intended to use the weapon against him, prepared his psychic energy to subdue him as the ground began to freeze from the dissipating subspace energy. Yet, Liin Wu merely slung the gun over his shoulder and darted towards another weapon, showing no inclination to attack. Consequently, the psychic retracted his gathered energy, watching Liin Wu with curiosity. "What are you doing?" he asked. Liin Wu picked up a third weapon and secured it to himself, heading for a fourth. "Collecting firearms," he replied tersely, focusing intently on his task. He rejected damaged weapons, those in poor condition, and those lacking rifling, meticulously selecting only the finest, ultimately adorning himself with 7 firearms. These self-crafted weapons were rather heavy, yet the ground still bore at least 50 more good guns. How could he possibly manage such a bounty? The resourceful rat man could not tolerate waste. Suddenly, he turned to the curious psychic, realizing he had a potential laborer at hand. "Take this," he exclaimed, removing the firearms from his own person and draping them over the psychic, affixing 10 weapons to him in total. The psychic did not object, for Liin Wu's actions reassured him. After all, accumulating supplies meant transporting them home, and this enigmatic man seemed genuinely intent on bringing him along. Regarding danger, what fear could a psionic being, capable of extinguishing hundreds of lives with ease, possibly harbor? In this individual's perception, as long as the demons are absent, I am invincible. Liin Wu secured his firearm to his person, collected 7 additional fine weapons, and even procured a rebel backpack, filling it with 20 fully loaded magazines and 20 grenades. The total weight surged to 60 kilograms, triggering a yellow overload. leaving him breathless. Huff, huff, let us proceed. With this burden, Qinwu felt as if he had shouldered the world, a blend of pain and exhilaration. Next came the arduous journey to the ventilation duct evacuation point. Qinwu would sprint until his stamina was depleted, then slow his pace, alternating between running and walking. By the end, he was nearly collapsing from exhaustion, yet remained unwilling to relinquish his load. It can only be said that reaching the evacuation point was an indispensable facet of this treacherous game. Meanwhile, the psionic being exhibited no signs of fatigue, calmly pursuing Qinwu, a testament to the augmentation provided by their powers. Psionic energy is a remarkably versatile force. It can predict the future, though one should not inquire about its accuracy, unleash psionic shocks akin to explosive physical attacks, immobilize bullets and individuals, and even invade others' thoughts. It allows one to envelop themselves in energy to enhance stamina, and low-altitude flight is merely a standard ability. A gaunt psionic being effortlessly intercepts a chainsaw sword wielded by a 3-meter-tall Astartes clad in powered armor. Drenched in sweat, Qinwu observed the ease with which this adversary moved, lamenting, "My friend, it's over 30 kilometers to my home. At this pace, I won't arrive until tomorrow. Shouldn't you do something to assist?" The psionic being contemplated for a moment, remaining silent, but eventually enveloped Qinwu in psionic energy. Qinwu immediately felt a lightness, the oppressive weight vanishing, and his steps became more buoyant than ever. He sighed in relief, further enamored with psionics. "Friend, what special spells do you possess now?" To alleviate the monotony of the journey, Qinwu initiated a conversation with the psionic being. Having not spoken with anyone for quite some time, the psionic being, who had awakened their powers early in life and exhibited peculiarities during their youth, found themselves isolated. The fear others held towards them fostered a deep loneliness, igniting a desire for connection. Upon Qinwu's inquiry, they divulged everything. "I can accumulate energy to unleash a tremendous blow, capable of shattering thick walls. I can immobilize bullets, manipulate objects to soar through the air, and even control my own short-range flight. I can tear the skin from a person 50 meters away, separating flesh from bone, or drain the blood from their body." Qinwu listened with deep envy. Such abilities, if wielded adeptly, could indeed alter the dynamics of a battlefield, provided one avoids high-stakes confrontations. He asked, "How did you learn to utilize these psionic abilities? Through self-discovery?" The psionic being nodded, then shook their head. "Some I discovered on my own, but most were revealed to me by the demon that resides in my mind. For instance, the techniques of dismemberment and blood extraction were taught to me as methods of lethal amusement." As he spoke, his face was contorted in agony. Generally, the more a psychic descends into depravity under the influence of chaotic demons, the more potent they become. This is because the demons torment the psychic while imparting methods of harnessing psychic energy. These methods are profoundly sinister, as the demons aim to corrupt the psychics into chaotic sorcerers who commit murder and sacrifice, thereby amplifying the pollution of the subspace in this world. Once this pollution reaches a certain threshold, the chaotic sorcerers can open the gateway between the material realm and the subspace, allowing demons to enter the world to wreak havoc and indulge in carnage. Many planets within the Empire have fallen victim to such destruction by demons. Although these sorcerers taught by demons are malevolent, the essence of their knowledge remains pure. For instance, the technique of separating bone from flesh may seem terrifying at first glance. Yet its essence lies in the ability to segregate substances of differing densities, as the density of human bones and flesh varies. If applied to mining, could one not utilize psychic energy to directly separate stones from metals? Furthermore, consider that spell which extracts blood. It essentially controls moisture content. If one could expel water from freshly washed clothes, wouldn't it be remarkably convenient? As they conversed, the underground ventilation ducts of the nest came into view, signaling the evacuation point. He positioned the psychic before the ducts, standing in the muddy ground, just a step away from the hardened surface created by the ceramic steel, which would trigger the countdown for departure. Qinwu halted just before reaching the hardened ground, observing the psychic as he began to remove the firearms from the psychic's person, donning them himself while inquiring, "By the way, what is your name?" The psychic, puzzled by why this individual would not allow him to assist with the weapons, remained silent. Overly confident in his own abilities, believing he could control the situation entirely. The silence, he replied. Qinwu secured all the firearms onto himself, the substantial weight causing his knees to tremble and his spine to creak. He gasped for breath and remarked, "The silence, is it? It seems you have indeed been frightened by the whispers of demons, craving tranquility. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Qinwu, the scavenger, willing to undertake any task, provided the price is right, even if it means dealing with the red stone." "Ah, Mr. Silence, await my return, In a few days, I shall come seeking you with holy oil. The silence was taken aback. What do you mean? With great difficulty, Qinwu lifted his foot to step onto the hardened surface, whereupon a green countdown for evacuation appeared. He turned back, grinning at the silence. Oh, dear silence. Have you ever witnessed someone vanish into thin air with a mere swish? The silence looked utterly bewildered. I have never seen such a thing. Qinwu's smile widened. Well, now you shall. With a swift utterance, just before the countdown reached 0, he truly vanished into thin air. The silence's pupils constricted. In a frenzy, he grasped at the empty air before him, but found nothing. A wave of terror washed over him. Where had his salvation gone? What was he to do now? Qinwu, how can I survive without you? The Silent One erupted in an instant. A wave of overwhelming terror crashing upon him. He resembled a furious bull, wildly swinging his hands to unleash psychic blasts, creating craters in the surroundings. In Chapter 33, preventing children from ingesting harmful substances, within the depths of his hideout, Qinwu landed with a resounding exclamation of delight. He removed the firearm from his person, humming a cheerful tune as he began to organize his belongings. This time, he could confidently proclaim his return laden with spoils: 17 well-maintained homemade guns, 20 fully loaded magazines, and 20 self-manufactured grenades, each packed with over 800 grams of explosive material. This bounty exhilarated him, causing him to roll his eyes in pleasure, disregarding his fatigue. He commenced the meticulous task of cleaning the firearms. These weapons had previously been wielded by insurgents, and residual gunpowder lingered in the barrels. If left uncleaned, they would succumb to corrosion. He began to disassemble each firearm, inspecting the condition of the components, then thoroughly wiping away the gun oil before applying holy oil. Once reassembled, Qinwu bestowed a gentle kiss upon the guns, placing them aside to allow the spirits of the weapons to rest peacefully, should they exist. Each firearm required at least 20 minutes of his attention, proving to be quite laborious, yet he relished the task, dedicating several hours to ensure every weapon was impeccably cleaned. After completing the firearms, depleting a bottle of holy oil in the process, he turned his focus to the magazines. He discharged all the bullets from the 20 magazines. It was crucial not to keep bullets compressed within the magazines for extended periods, as the springs could lose their efficacy, leading to feeding issues and increased risk of jams. Once all bullets were secured, he fashioned a small wooden box to store the magazines, then proceeded to handle the grenades. The insurgents' grenades were rudimentary in design but packed with an excessive amount of explosive material, each weighing at least 15 kilograms, with over 800 grams of explosives. These were not merely grenades. They were akin to miniature explosive devices, embodying the essence of the Warhammer 40,000 universe's philosophy of bigger is better. The grenades were straightforward to manage. He simply twisted the fuses off the bodies and placed them separately, alleviating any concern of an unexpected detonation while he slept. After completing these tasks, he yawned, fatigue enveloping him. After roasting a few potatoes and taking a refreshing shower, he laid down, satiated, before succumbing to slumber. He glanced at his attributes: strength 14, endurance 15, vitality 13, each having increased slightly. His psychic resistance stood at 11, with psychic proficiency also at 11. The rise in psychic resistance was understandable after being subjected to the Silent One's control, yet, he pondered how his psychic proficiency had also improved. He desired to learn psychic powers from the Silent One, but he was uncertain how to actualize this ambition. It seemed that in this world, psychics were innately gifted, and he recalled that the Warhammer 40,000 stories he had read in his previous life did not mention the acquisition of psychic abilities, only instances of psychics growing stronger through study. However, upon examining his attribute panel, he was intrigued to see an increase in psychic proficiency. Was it a consequence of his exposure to the taint of a psychic? He surmised that to harness psychic powers, he might need to elevate both his psychic proficiency and vitality to a certain threshold. Lost in contemplation, his mind succumbed to slumber, a sleep so gratifying and unrestrained. One wonders how many souls in this world are fortunate enough to experience it. Upon awakening and attending to his basic needs, he began to inspect the production in his hideout. First and foremost, he turned to the sacred wine, for which the candles at the Imperial Shrine had extinguished, sanctifying the offerings within. Externally, it appeared unremarkable, yet the system's description had undergone a transformation. Name: sacred wine. Value: in the eyes of some, it may be deemed priceless. Durability: 1010, can be consumed 10 times. Effect: divine protection. The might of the Emperor, the sovereign of humanity, shields you. You shall not falter, nor succumb to fear. No malevolence shall possess you, nor shall chaos corrupt. The light of humanity endures. Energy: 10. Holy aura. When standing before lesser demons and their minions, they shall experience profound discomfort. Even higher-ranking demons shall feel unease. Duration, 24 hours. The system classified the sacred wine as a golden consumable, a delightful prospect indeed. Qinwu whistled in astonishment. Was this a mass-produced treasure? Moreover, its effects were astonishing, particularly the holy aura skill, which could induce discomfort in demons. The Warhammer 40k universe is akin to a cesspool, plagued by the Empire's inability to vanquish demons. Now, with this newfound ability to resist demons under certain circumstances, Qinwu had acquired a measure of self-preservation. Gently caressing the wine bottle, a thrill coursed through him. He genuinely contemplated selling this treasure. The value assessment indicated it was a priceless gem in the eyes of some. However, he wasn't greedy. A mere 100,000 fertilizer vouchers would suffice. Still, he lamented. Without a means to sell it, he could not safeguard it. Frustration welled up within him. He was utterly stymied, unable to develop his potential. Qinwu paced restlessly, yearning for strength. Yet, he found himself at an impasse, exhaling despondently as he wrapped the sacred wine in a rag and placed it in a secure spot. Subsequently, he retrieved a bottle from the brewing apparatus, added potato sugar and yeast to produce another, then approached the imperial shrine, lighting an incense stick, pouring in the wine, and preparing to output sacred wine after 24 hours. Having arranged the production, Qinwu gathered 3 bottles of sacred oil, several high-energy drinks, and a mechanical key, intending to venture to the water pattern monitoring station to complete the tasks there. However, the quiet one had exhibited erratic behavior. The last encounter, where he was subdued by Qinwu's psychic pressure, had left a sour taste. If he attempted to apprehend him this time, it would be exceedingly uncomfortable. He needed some form of assurance. He dashed to the black market dealer in Nepal, approaching the man who was repairing debris, and asked, "Do you have any effective methods for self-termination?" Indeed, Qinwu sought a swift way back to his warehouse. If he could ensure his own demise at will, no one could control him in this world. The black market dealer regarded him as though he were deranged, pulling out a pistol and aiming it at Qinwu's head. Qinwu's expression darkened. "I meant a method for self-termination when one is controlled and unable to move." The dealer scratched his head with the gun's muzzle and uttered a single word. "Xiao Dao, please retrieve the items from the second drawer in my room." Shortly thereafter, Xiao Dao emerged with a small vial, greeting Qinwu as he placed it down. The black merchant, Nepal, extracted a slender, delicately wrapped tablet from the vial. This particular medication was designed for the Death Warriors. Affixing one to the inner side of the tooth would allow them to return to the Emperor's embrace by simply biting down on it. However, should one lack the strength even to do so, the capsule's outer layer would dissolve in saliva after 24 hours, releasing a neurotoxin potent enough to incapacitate 10 individuals. At that point, even the Emperor himself would be unable to save you, rendering it exceedingly perilous. Therefore, it is imperative to refrain from placing it in one's mouth and to ensure it remains out of reach of children. Chapter 34. Scavenging. Qinwu took the vial, peering inside to discover approximately 30 tablets of poison. "How much?" he inquired. The black merchant, Nepal, replied, 2,000. Qinwu gasped, "So expensive." Nepal then produced a handgun, twirling it with his finger resting on the trigger guard. "This one is cheap, merely 200. Would you like it?" Qinwu muttered a curse at the unscrupulous merchant and handed over the 2,000. Nepal counted the money, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face. Finally, he saw a return from the scavenger. What a delight. As Qinwu stowed the medication away, a thought crossed his mind. Say, if I wanted to establish a gang, what would I need to do? The black merchant paused momentarily, taken aback by the question. "You wish to form a gang?" Qinwu nodded, expressing his desire to find some individuals to assist him with various tasks. Nepal scrutinized Qinwu, recognizing the sincerity in his demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Follow me." He set aside his current work and led Qinwu to a secluded room deep within the shop. Once seated, he elaborated. Gang organizations can be divided into 2 categories. The first consists of vagrant gangs that depend on larger factions. They are small in scale, lacking fixed personnel or a designated base, with no established roles, merely a group of daring bottom dwellers banding together, devoid of prospects. The second type, like our fertilizer gang, has a core group, a designated leader, a stable base, and legitimate production roles. My leader, the eyeball boss, is affiliated with the planetary governor. The fertilizers we produce are tribute to the governor. A gang like eyeball bosses, which has direct ties to the upper echelons, offers genuine work opportunities. You should understand how vital having legitimate employment is in the underbelly. Qinwu nodded, aware of the harsh realities of life in the underbelly. Those without work could survive today, but perish tomorrow, with no safety net in place. Yet, as long as one has employment, regardless of the nature of the work, one's life attains a degree of security, elevating them above 90% of the bottom dwellers. Generally, it is the larger gangs that provide jobs, like the fertilizer gang, which must recruit workers to fulfill their tribute obligations. The fertilizer gang primarily hires individuals with families, sending them to work in the factories while the able-bodied fight fiercely. The chemical gang operates similarly, producing a specific chemical as their legitimate output, also destined for tribute to the planetary governor, with poisons serving merely as a byproduct. In summary, Qinwu has the option to establish either a small gang or a large organization. If he opts for a small gang, he can spend money to recruit a few individuals to assist him, subsequently aligning himself with a larger faction for survival. However, he would be unable to provide stable, legitimate employment, leading to high turnover and a lack of loyalty among his recruits. On the other hand, if he aims for a larger organization, he must possess a prominent identity and be recognized by the planetary governor while securing a legitimate position. This way, he could carve out a space within the base, naturally attracting job seekers, akin to the model of the fertilizer gang, thus surrounding himself with a cadre of loyal and dependable subordinates. Nevertheless, the latter option is currently unattainable, as Qinwu lacks the necessary social standing. The black merchant from Nepal remarked, "At this moment, you can only establish a minor gang, given your capabilities. Managing a group of 10 to 20 individuals should be feasible. If you are willing to serve under the leadership of the Electric Eye boss, I would be willing to provide some support." Qinwu shook his head, asserting, "I prefer to be a leader rather than a follower. I shall not become a subordinate." The black merchant chuckled, not pressing the matter further, but he began to regard Qinwu with greater esteem. This individual not only possesses the audacity to take risks, but he harbors secrets and ambition, traits that could lead to his rise one day. It would be prudent to cultivate a favorable relationship with him. Should he ascend in the future, he may remember my kindness, and I could benefit from it. Contemplating this, he called out, "Xiao Dao, come in." The door swung open, and Xiao Dao stepped inside. "Nepal boss, Mr. Scavenger," the black merchant introduced Qinwu. "If you require assistance, Xiao Dao will be your aid from now on." Qinwu glanced at Xiao Dao, who appeared bewildered, thinking, "Am I being sold off just like that?" After a moment of contemplation, Qinwu inquired, "Xiao Dao, are you willing to assist me?" He truly needed someone to handle the mundane tasks. Otherwise, managing everything himself would be exhausting. Xiao Dao hesitated. He was thriving within the fertilizer gang, with a bright and promising future. Being abruptly thrust into the service of a lone wolf rendered the future unpredictable. Yet, recalling the calm demeanor Qinwu exhibited during their duel, where he skillfully dispatched the muscular dog and chemical pig, he recognized that this man was among the rare few capable of controlling his own destiny within the base. "I am willing, Boss Scavenger," Xiao Dao declared. Kneeling on one knee, Qinwu reassured him, "Do not worry. I will assign you only menial tasks and will not send you into peril. You may continue to reside here at the fertilizer gang's base, serving as a messenger between me and your Nepal boss." With that, Qinwu turned to the black merchant. "Is that acceptable in Nepal? I have no space to accommodate a grown man in my small locale, so allowing him to remain here while assisting me and acting as our messenger would be beneficial." Nepal smiled. "Of course, that would be even better." Qinwu nodded, glancing at Xiao Dao, his newly appointed aide, and felt inclined to offer him a token of appreciation. He retrieved 1,000 fertilizer coupons from his pocket and handed them to Xiao Dao. "Here, this is your settling-in fee. While I cannot promise you immense wealth, a modest living is certainly within reach." Xiao Dao gazed at the 1,000 coupons in his hand, nearly overwhelmed with joy. As a mere foot soldier of the gang's lower echelon, his monthly salary barely reached 50 fertilizer vouchers, rendering him less fortunate than a farmer outside the nest. Yet, this was already a commendable remuneration, as the underbelly operated within a unique economic system predominantly based on barter. Suddenly receiving 1,000 fertilizer vouchers transformed him into an affluent figure within the lower ranks. Overwhelmed with excitement, he contemplated bowing to Qinwu. However, Qinwu interjected, stating, "Having taken my money, you must work diligently. Here is a task for you. Procure 10 steel pipes, 20 wooden planks, and a variety of screws and nuts, and deliver them to the chamber by the pipeline." Indeed, Qinwu was treating him as a scavenger, enlisting his assistance to gather materials for upgrading his hideout. Chapter 35. How high must one ascend in rank? Emerging from the black market, Qinwu hurried to the end of the pipeline, counting down the seconds. The image depicted the northern trench, signaling a successful deployment, with the time being 10 o'clock at night. He pressed MTO open the map, briefly orienting himself before sprinting towards Lieutenant Rustan's encampment. The distance was modest, a mere 5 kilometers. After consuming a high-energy drink, he arrived in just 15 minutes. As customary, he waited on the outskirts of the defensive line, and shortly thereafter, Lieutenant Rustank arrived in a Chimera troop carrier to pick him up. Upon entering the troop carrier, Rustank inquired, "Did you ascertain the situation at the water pattern monitoring station?" Qinwu nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, the situation is exceedingly complex. Let us find a quiet place to converse." The driver parked the vehicle in the center of the camp, turned off the engine, remarked, "I'm stepping out for a smoke," and discreetly closed the hatch, displaying commendable awareness. "Now can we speak?" Qinwu nodded, and after exchanging cigarettes and taking a puff, he began, "Are you familiar with psychics?" Instantly, Lieutenant Rustank tensed, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He was evidently aware of what psychics entailed. "Are you implying there is a psychic there?" Qinwu confirmed, a peculiar smile gracing his face. "My friend, having crossed paths, I wish to bestow upon you a fortuitous opportunity. It's up to you to seize it." Lieutenant Rustank, wary, questioned, "You don't expect me to hunt down a psychic, do you?" "I must inform you. These beings are immensely powerful. I refuse to take such risks. I will report to my superior and request professional assistance." Qinwu swiftly grasped his neck, whispering, "Why the haste? I haven't finished speaking. Can't you accept the credit that is being offered to you? Do you intend to remain in the lieutenant's position for a lifetime?" Rustank furrowed his brow. "What are you implying?" Qinwu grinned. "This psychic has a weakness in my possession. His relations with the rebels are strained, and they have continuously sent troops to eliminate him, resulting in hundreds of casualties, with bodies lying just outside the water pattern monitoring station. What I propose is that you lead your troops to the monitoring station, fire a few shots, and launch some shells. Afterwards, you can report back to your superior, claiming you eliminated a significant number of rebels and successfully captured the monitoring station. Wouldn't that credit be yours?" Lieutenant Rustank swallowed hard, visibly intrigued. After being promoted to second lieutenant, he had yet to achieve any notable accomplishments. However, there was a battalion commander in their regiment who had erred and was likely to be dismissed soon. Given his familial ties to the regiment commander, the latter was endeavoring to facilitate his advancement. Yet, having just been elevated to company commander, it would appear unreasonable for him to ascend further. However, if he could secure the water pattern monitoring station, he would possess a commendable achievement that could justify a rapid promotion by the regiment commander. Would that psychic truly acquiesce to relinquish the water pattern monitoring station? That location held significant importance, should I claim to have conquered it. The battalion headquarters would undoubtedly establish a command post there. Qinwu confidently declared, "Rest assured, I will make that psychic vacate the premises. The methods are inconsequential to you. Just focus on ensuring that the credit for this accomplishment is yours." Lieutenant Lu Daosan scratched his head, feeling somewhat conflicted. This venture bore risks, with potential implications of deceiving superiors, and it involved illegal psychics, which could lead to dire consequences if mishandled. Observing Lu's hesitation, Qinwu said languidly, "Little Lu, how far do you intend to ascend in your career? Will you tread cautiously for the entirety of your life and manage to reach the shore? Are you truly satisfied with being merely a company commander? A man of stature should be second only to the emperor. Are you content to remain beneath the highest echelons of power? This golden throne belongs to the emperor, but you, Lu Daosan." All right, I shall go." "Is that not sufficient?" Lu Daosan interjected, sensing that the conversation was veering into dangerous territory. Should these words reach the wrong ears, both his political and biological existence would be jeopardized. Qinwu patted the shoulder of Lieutenant Lu Daosan. "Well done, Commander Lu Daosan. How about we prepare to depart right away? Commander Lu, once you ascend to the rank of division commander, do not forget the brother who paved the way for your future. Marshal Lu Daosan." 2 hours later, Lieutenant Lu Daosan submitted a report to his superiors, indicating his intention to confront the rebels. He set out with approximately 120 infantry, 1 Chimera transport vehicle, and 5 military trucks, making their way towards the water pattern monitoring station. Inside the Chimera transport vehicle, Lu Daosan turned to Qinwu and asked, "Why are you assisting me?" Qinwu chuckled. "Come on, buddy. Once you become a high-ranking official, surely you will look out for your brothers?" He draped an arm around Lu Daosan's shoulders and whispered, "I have some business prospects in the underbelly that could yield substantial profits, but I lack the connections. If you can manage to dine at the tables of high society, we could collaborate, make money, and grow stronger together." Lieutenant Lu Daosan rolled his eyes. To dine at the tables of high society, one must at least be a battalion commander. Our regiment might soon have an opening for that position, but there are at least 9 company commanders vying for it. Qinwu pointed at Lieutenant Lu Daosan with a look of lament. "Look at you. Why do you speak in such a disheartened manner?" What do you mean there are 9 company commanders watching? Why not challenge them? If all else fails, just provide me with a sniper rifle, and I shall eliminate your competitors. Though Liin Wu spoke in jest, Lieutenant Lu Daosin took note of this suggestion. As they continued their journey, Liin Wu engaged in light conversation. By the way, where is Xiao Qiao? I didn't see him when you were gathering the troops. Liin Wu reminisced about the last time he sent the young Joel to the bottom of the nest, pondering why he had not returned. Lieutenant Dawson's eyes flickered with sorrow. A few days prior, he had been incapacitated by a rebel's homemade firearm, suffering a spinal injury that left him devoid of sensation below the waist and forced into retirement. Liin Wu sighed, lamenting the capriciousness of fate. He had taken a liking to the young man, whose somewhat naive demeanor and clarity of vision were rare in the brutal world of Warhammer 40,000. How unfortunate. After a while, the convoy arrived at the water monitoring station, 5 kilometers away. Liin Wu instructed them to halt and then disembarked alone. He addressed Lieutenant Dawson inside the armored vehicle. This psychic seems a bit unstable. I will negotiate with him first. You all wait for me here. If I do not send a signal in an hour, you are to return, which would mean the negotiation has failed. Lieutenant Dawson inquired, what signal will that be? What will you do if the negotiation fails? Should I accompany you? Liin Wu produced a small caliber pistol. If the negotiation is successful, I will fire 3 shots into the air, and you may come over to finish off the rebel corpses, pretending you were the ones who killed them. If it fails, I will find my own way to escape. He had gained a clearer understanding of Dawson's character, an incompetent officer, yet bound by brotherly loyalty. With that, he waved and strode purposefully into the darkness. Chapter 34. Unlocking the key room. Scavenging for food, Liin Wu stealthily approached the periphery of the water monitoring station, not rushing to draw near. First, he placed a piece of poison against the inside of his cheek, then began to hum a tune as he made his way into the station, singing as he walked. Suddenly, a figure leaped from the 7th floor of the monitoring station, landing before Liin Wu with bloodshot eyes fixated on him. The Silent One. It had been nearly 2 days since their last encounter, and he appeared in even worse condition. He extended a withered hand toward Liin Wu's neck. The voice of the demon has returned. Give me the holy oil. Just as the zombie-like hand was about to brush against Liin Wu's neck, he smiled and retrieved the holy oil from his bosom. Moments later, on the 7th floor of the water monitoring station, the Silent One wailed and cried, taking a swig from the holy oil bottle, leaving onlookers feeling nauseous. I thought you wouldn't come back. I felt my heart drop when you vanished. The Silent One whimpered like a little girl, taking another sip of the holy oil. Now having consumed half of the 150 milliliters bottle, Liin Wu smacked his lips. The sight of this creature drinking oil was unsettling. Calm down. I promised I would return. And here I am. All of this is now yours. He placed 2 additional bottles of holy oil before the Silent One, who eagerly clutched them to his chest, as if fearing they might be taken away. Liin Wu continued, all right, enough idle chatter. I have fulfilled my promise of holy oil. Now it is your turn to repay me. After drinking the holy oil, the Silent One felt the divine power surging within him, and the demon's incessant whispers faded away. Carefully, he closed the cap of the holy oil bottle and looked at Liin Wu, saying, not enough. I need more. Liin Wu nodded in response. To obtain, one must be willing to give. Integrity serves as the foundation for enduring partnerships. Let us first establish a collaboration, which will pave the way for an unceasing flow of future endeavors. The Silent One inquired, will there be a continuous supply of holy oil? Liin Wu nodded affirmatively. There will be enough for you to succumb to fatty liver and cholecystitis from this holy oil. The Silent One twitched his lips, gazing at Liin Wu, contemplating the mysterious means by which he had vanished last time, and decided to trust his instincts. However, I am unsure how to teach you the use of spiritual energy. It is an innate gift of mine. Spiritual energy entails channeling subspace energy into the tangible universe for release, with the spiritual practitioner merely serving as a conduit. The more robust the soul and body of the practitioner, the larger the conduit, thus augmenting their capacity to wield spiritual energy. Conversely, a weaker practitioner results in a narrower conduit. Theoretically, every human has the potential to be a spiritual practitioner, though their conduits may be too constricted to transport subspace energy into the material realm unless forcibly expanded. However, forcibly widening the conduit could easily prove fatal for an ordinary individual, with a greater risk of being grotesquely distorted by malevolent subspace energy. Nonetheless, such matters hold no relevance for Liin Wu. Should he become tainted, he could simply end his existence and reset his state. Liin Wu proposed, I have an idea. Come. Release your spiritual energy towards me, but do not overwhelm me at once. Release it gradually. Indeed, the only method Liin Wu could conceive for learning spiritual energy was for the practitioner to taint themselves with it. His system could enhance proficiency, improving with each endeavor undertaken. Spiritual energy is inherently contaminating. The closer one approaches it, the more they become tainted. Akin to proximity to a sewage outlet that inevitably splashes a few droplets upon the unwary. Once a certain threshold is reached, he would be able to wield a spiritual spell, and mastering even a minor incantation would allow him to accrue spiritual proficiency. The Silent One queried, "Are you certain? Such demonic abilities are perilously dangerous. You too may attract the demon's attention, and the onslaught of spiritual energy could potentially be fatal." Qinwu stepped closer. "Come. Enough with the idle chatter. Let us commence." The Silent One, observing the urgency, complied, raising his hand before Qinwu and gradually releasing subspace energy. He refrained from attempting to shape this energy into a spell, instead allowing the purest form of energy to flow forth. What does it feel like to be struck by subspace energy? Qinwu perceived it as akin to being swept away by a river, albeit one that assailed his very soul. He sensed the subspace energy to be tumultuous, nearly uncontrollable, oppressive, unsettling, and fierce, as though surrounded by a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Decay, depravity, and pain, along with every conceivable emotion, surged into Qinwu's soul, contorting his expression in agony. Subspace serves as the emotional projection of sentient beings living within the material universe. If the inhabitants of the real world experience joy, subspace manifests as a gentle, warm ocean populated by benevolent deities. Conversely, should the denizens of reality endure suffering and despair, subspace transforms into a violent sea of magma, inhabited by malevolent gods. One can easily discern the nature of the universe in the Warhammer 40k realm. Qinwu endured the onslaught of subspace energy, suffering the agony that threatened to scatter his very soul. He persisted. The longer he held on, the closer he drew to harnessing spiritual power. His muscles were taut, and painful murmurs escaped his lips. He estimated he could endure for another minute or two, planning to call it off before succumbing. Just then, a voice resonated within his mind. An intriguing soul. I have yet to feast upon such a spirit. Subsequently, Qinwu sensed a presence attempting to extract his soul from his body. He shouted and kicked out, sending the Silent One flying. The Silent One exclaimed in distress, clutching his abdomen and rolling on the ground, while Qinwu collapsed, gasping and rolling his eyes. That was close. He had narrowly escaped having his soul drawn out by a wild demon. Fortunately, his quick reflexes interrupted the flow of subspace energy. Otherwise, the moment the demon extracted his soul, the system would likely have deemed him dead, leading to his rebirth at a safe location. Lieutenant Rudausen awaited his signal outside. Returning to redeploy would be quite the hassle. The Silent One looked at Qinwu with evident reproach. If you wanted to interrupt, couldn't you have used your voice? Qinwu lay on the ground, feeling slightly dizzy, not physically, but spiritually. Damn, a demon almost pulled my soul out. The Silent One, still clutching his abdomen, sat down. I told you that spiritual energy is perilous. A host of demons lurk in the subspace. Yes, that's what it's called, waiting for us. The moment we tap into this malevolent energy, they devour our souls. Qinwu glanced at the search and withdrawal system, a smile creeping to his lips. All of this was worth it. Within his system, his energy had increased to 16, a gain of 3 points. His subspace resistance reached 20, spiritual resistance 21, and spiritual proficiency 21, each soaring by 10 points. He faintly sensed his soul growing brighter and stronger within the subspace. After regaining their composure, Qinwu inquired, "Must you reside here? Is there no other place you could live?" The Silent One shook his head. "No, my previous stronghold was a dilapidated village in a forest. But demons in my mind compelled me to emerge and kill for amusement, leading me to this populous area. Every few days, someone willingly presents themselves for me to slay. For every 888 souls I take, the demon grants me a brief respite and a sliver of peace." Alas, Qinwu mused inwardly. 8. It seems the demon fixated on the Silent One belongs to the terror and torture category. Terror is one of the 5 malevolent deities of the subspace, reveling in a river of blood, with his sacred number being 8. His demons share the same penchant for bloodshed. Given this, my friend, why not relocate? Do you recall the ventilation duct I previously took you to? There's an underground maintenance room. You could stay there. It's quite discreet. Neither rebels nor PDF would linger nearby. It may be a bit damp and unfriendly to those with rheumatism, but the feng shui is rather favorable. A slab can easily serve as a grave. Certainly, this is of little importance. What truly matters is that my home is quite close to that place. In the future, as we collaborate, I can conveniently deliver holy oil to you. What do you say, dear Gigi? Would you care to be my neighbor? Upon hearing that she could become Qinwu's neighbor, Gigi nodded enthusiastically. Absolutely. As long as I can be closer to you, Wadasi. Her sudden excitement caused Liin Wu to instinctively step back. Please, do not act like this, it frightens me. In any case, hurry and pack your things. We are preparing to leave. Gigi nodded and began to gather her belongings. Liin Wu felt quite pleased, as establishing a connection with a spiritual practitioner would greatly benefit his development of spiritual abilities. He allowed her to tidy up while he slipped down to the basement, where he found a thick, steel-reinforced door. This door, the sole entrance to the water pattern monitoring stations underground, could only be opened with a mechanical key. At that moment, the door appeared ominously dark, and the ground surrounding it bore the scars of an explosion, evidence of the rebels' attempt to forcibly breach it. However, the door proved too resilient, and their homemade explosives lacked sufficient power, resulting in failure. Liin Wu produced the mechanical key given to him by the water merchant, Reno, inserted it into the lock, and with a twist, the sound of motors and gears whirred into action as the door swung open. The water pattern monitoring station still had power, illuminated by bright incandescent lights throughout the corridor. Liin Wu strode into the interior, ready to scour for valuables. It is well known that the key rooms in scavenging games are quite bountiful, containing treasures such as gold bars, classified documents, rare items, ice manuscripts, the heart of the cabinet, and gold cards, all of which could be found within. Thus, Liin Wu searched with utmost diligence, indeed, with great fervor. He opened every drawer, rummaged through every pocket, and inspected every container. The basement of the water pattern monitoring station encompassed 3 areas: the living quarters, the control area, and the equipment zone. The first sublevel served as the living quarters, housing 10 dormitories furnished with 6 double beds and desks. This was where the station's base staff rested. Liin Wu turned the place upside down, discovering valuable items such as 1,500 fertilizer vouchers, 2 watches, and 5 bottles of liquor. Additionally, he found in the medical room of the living quarters 8 hemostatic bandages, 5 small medical kits, 3 bottles of painkillers, and 1 large surgical kit. The hemostatic bandages had a durability of 11 and could staunch bleeding from a severed limb. The small medical kits possessed a durability of 120, capable of healing 120 health points of an injured body. The painkillers had a durability of 33, alleviating pain for 2 hours. The large surgical kit, with a durability of 88, could restore health to injured limbs, excluding the head and chest. Liin Wu whistled in amazement. This was the first time he had acquired such medical supplies, and in such abundance. While these medications might be merely ordinary and inefficient for a typical person, for him, they would function according to the system's rules to replenish health. For instance, if his leg were blown off by a landmine, using a surgical kit could restore it by consuming 1 point of durability, making it an extraordinary boon. Liin Wu carefully stored these precious medical supplies in his backpack, until he discovered alternative means of replenishing his supplies. These items would be his lifeline. Once he had organized his belongings, he made his way toward the last room on the first sublevel. This should be the residence of the supervisor. Within the spacious room, there lies but a single bed, adorned with luxurious living essentials. Liin Wu was elated, having acquired several small gold items, a gold ring estimated to be worth 3,500 fertilizer vouchers, a crystal craft piece valued at 2,500 fertilizer vouchers, an antique parchment book made of gold thread worth 4,500 fertilizer vouchers, and a bottle of high-end perfume appraised at 1,500 fertilizer vouchers. Such a bountiful harvest caused Liin Wu to stomp with joy, and after a moment of exhilaration, he descended to the lower level. The second basement level served as the control area, which featured fewer rooms, with only a vast control room present. This room was filled with an array of peculiar devices, including seemingly outdated yet robust display screens. There was little of interest to search here. He located the main control panel according to the map and extracted a palm-sized object that resembled a mechanical hard drive. Upon grasping this item, the system promptly displayed a notification indicating that he had acquired the task item, the memory panel. This unassuming object contained vital information regarding the underground water veins of the Nest City, rendering it invaluable to Liin Wu, worth a staggering 100,000. After securing the memory panel, Liin Wu proceeded to the third basement level, where he discovered a plethora of massive equipment, welded to the walls and extending underwater. These were likely the core monitoring devices for the water ripple monitoring station. In this subterranean level, he found several high-grade transformers, a bundle of over 30 meters of premium electrical wire, several high-intensity incandescent lights, and a fully durable palladium battery. He rearranged his backpack to accommodate these treasures and ascended the stairs, panting heavily under their weight. With the items strapped to him, he triggered a red overload status, causing his legs to tremble as he slowly made his way to the first floor, where the Silence Keeper awaited, also burdened with his preparations for relocation. Qinwu set down his load and said, "In a moment, my friend from the PDF will arrive to take over here. You need not concern yourself with them. Simply bypass them and head straight for the ventilation ducts. I will return when I can, and we shall continue our studies in psychic energy. I will bring ample holy oil for your defense against demons." The Silence Keeper furrowed his brow, anxiously clutching the holy oil in his arms. "You promise to come find me before I exhaust it completely, do you not?" "You promise." Qinwu chuckled lightly. "Come now, is there a second psychic on this planet? Even if there were, how would I know who they are? Who else could I possibly seek but you? Rest assured, these bottles of holy oil will suffice for quite some time. I will undoubtedly return within 3 days." The Silence Keeper lowered his gaze. "It is agreed. We have made a pact." He then swiftly took to the skies, vanishing into the distant woods. Once Qinwu was certain he had departed, he drew his small-caliber pistol and fired 3 shots into the air. Chapter 35, Gaining the Identity of the Nest. After the 3 shots rang out, Qinwu sat quietly on the steps of the hydrological monitoring station, waiting patiently and removing the toxins from his teeth to discard them. Shortly thereafter, the roar of engines approached. Lieutenant Rustank and his soldiers had arrived at the scene. Lieutenant Rustank remained exceedingly vigilant, the turret of the Chimera troop transport swiveling erratically, while the soldiers, armed and ready, aimed their weapons warily at their surroundings. They were apprehensive of a sudden emergence of a psychic, wielding bizarre sorcery to eliminate them all. Qinwu gestured to Lieutenant Rustank, reassuring him, "Do not be anxious. That psychic has departed and will not return. This area now belongs to you, thanks to your courageous deployment of troops." As he spoke, Qinwu led him into the nearby forest, pointing to the ground littered with the corpses of traitors. "These are the vile insurgents you, Lieutenant Rustank, have vanquished. The credit for their demise is entirely yours." The bodies were beginning to decay, and even a seasoned veteran could discern that the accolades were inflated. However, it mattered little. The military discipline on this planet was lax, and thorough investigations were unlikely. Moreover, Lieutenant Rustank's commanding officer was a relative, and his previous promotions had already set a precedent. Consecutive promotions could be viewed unfavorably, yet titles were often sufficient for recognition. Furthermore, the battlefield was strewn with a plethora of makeshift weapons fashioned by the insurgents. Retrieving these artifacts would undoubtedly be more convincing for commendation than bringing back the heads of the fallen insurgents. The value of the insurgents' crude manufacturing was minimal. Often, a single homemade firearm was accompanied by 3 or 4 insurgents. Lieutenant Rustank surveyed the scene, waved his hand at the soldiers, who immediately trained their weapons on the forest, while the automated cannon of the Chimera unleashed a barrage upon the battlefield. After creating sufficient commotion, he allowed his soldiers to enter and collect the makeshift weapons, intending to present them to his superiors as evidence of their accomplishment. They then gathered the corpses to incinerate them, ensuring that even if the glory was not originally his, it would now be attributed to him. Subsequently, Lieutenant Rustank dispatched personnel to establish a defensive line at the hydrological monitoring station to thwart any potential insurgent counterattack. He offered Qinwu a cigarette, stating, "I owe you yet another favor. There is nothing more to discuss. Should you require assistance in the future, I will gladly oblige without any difficulty." As his words settled, a system notification chimed. Lieutenant Rustank's favorability rating ascended from level 1 to level 2, unlocking the following items: 300 military grenades, 200 flashbangs, 50 AP rounds, 2,000 remote-controlled explosives, 5,000 units of 2-7x scopes, a level 4 lightweight shell armor, limited to 11, a level 4 ceramic steel helmet, limited to 11, and 1,000 noise-canceling headphones. With the elevation of his favorability to level 2, Lieutenant Rustank directly unlocked an array of advanced military supplies for Qinwu. Yet, the good news did not cease there. In the future, if you encounter our unit's vehicles while outside, feel free to request a lift. I will inform the soldiers below about this arrangement. Qinwu whistled, realizing that this would greatly facilitate his future evacuations. If he happened upon Lieutenant Rustansk's convoy, he could simply call out and be transported along with a bounty of salvaged goods back to their stronghold. What a splendid opportunity. Subsequently, Lieutenant Rustank instructed the soldiers to set up the heavy weaponry they had brought and to construct rudimentary defensive fortifications. He then drove a military truck towards the camp, intending to report back and claim credit for their efforts. Along the way, Qinwu inquired about a matter that had been weighing on his mind. "Is there a way for me to obtain citizenship in the Central Nest?" Qinwu had long desired to unlock the privilege of moving freely within the Central Nest, believing that numerous contacts awaited his arrival there, and that certain significant hideouts and upgrades could only be found within its confines. The system clearly indicated that Lieutenant Rustank had a means to facilitate his acquisition of Central Nest citizenship, albeit for a fee of 100,000 fertilizer vouchers. Qinwu contemplated asking him for the specifics of how to secure this citizenship, as he was nearing the accumulation of the requisite vouchers and would seize the opportunity to explore the new territory. Upon hearing Qinwu's query, Lieutenant Rustank casually responded, "There is a relative of mine in the genetic archives. As long as you pay the 100,000 fertilizer vouchers as a bribe, undergo a blood draw, and have your genetic information recorded, you will be free to enter and exit the Central Nest at will." Curiously, Qinwu asked, "Is there no risk involved? Will this be uncovered later?" Lieutenant Rustank chuckled lightly. "Risk? What risk? The officials in the Upper Nest are eager for more citizens in the Central Nest to increase their tax revenue. If you can afford the 100,000 fertilizer vouchers to purchase citizenship, it proves you possess the means to pay taxes. As long as you continue to pay your taxes and refrain from illegal activities, or ensure that you are not caught by the law enforcement, no one will bother you." Qinwu clicked his tongue, acknowledging the pervasive corruption reminiscent of Warhammer 40k. Lieutenant Rustank, puzzled, asked, "What is this? The inherently free-spirited scavenger wishes to become a citizen of the Central Nest?" Qinwu shook his head. "Not quite. I merely seek the convenience of moving freely in and out of the Central Nest to conduct my affairs." As he spoke, he lowered his gaze, silently smoking while pondering the matter. The military truck rumbled slowly over the uneven terrain towards the PDF camp. Out of the corner of his eye, Lieutenant Rustank observed Qinwu, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face. After a long pause, he tentatively proposed, "How about you assist me with a task, and I will grant you the Central Nest citizenship?" Qinwu perked up instantly, thrilled by the prospect. The idea of receiving citizenship through a task was far more appealing than spending 100,000 fertilizer vouchers. Eagerly, he exclaimed, "Yes, absolutely. Just tell me what you need. Is it a matter of eliminating someone? I would even dare to take on your regiment's commander." Lieutenant Rustank shot him a bemused glance, mentally chastising him for his reckless bravado, and said, "I'm not asking you to kill anyone. It pertains to little Joel." Qinwu, puzzled, replied, "Isn't little Joel paralyzed?" Lieutenant Rustank sighed, a hint of sorrow glimmering in his eyes. "Indeed, he has been rendered paralyzed. The compensation from the planetary governor is insufficient for his family to make it through the month, having lost his military salary, coupled with the burden of supporting a sick individual. It won't be long before little Joel's family is unable to pay their taxes and is forced to fall to the lower nest." Qinwu understood the gravity of the situation. "Do you wish for me to care for little Joel's family in the depths? Not merely little Joel's family, but also the potential injured souls that may follow. These wounded individuals have lost their capacity to labor, and their fates will inevitably mirror that of little Joel, as their families are driven to the depths." Qinwu furrowed his brow. He certainly did not desire the role of a caretaker for those maimed veterans. Life in the depths is arduous, and those who descend from the grand elevator, the disabled, women, children, and the elderly, find their existence ticking downwards. Even among the able-bodied men, only a scant few will survive, while Qinwu considers himself a formidable individual capable of thriving in the depths. He harbors no confidence in sustaining such a multitude of the frail and infirm. Furthermore, he lacks the means to accommodate so many, though his hideaway is spacious. It is his sanctuary, and he is unwilling to share it with others. He could, however, leave them with the black merchants, as his rapport with them has reached level 2, which might compel them to extend him a favor, yet this is not a sustainable solution. These individuals cannot simply rely on Qinwu for their survival. What kind of arrangement is that? It is now evident why working in the depths is of such paramount importance. Those without work struggle even to live with dignity. Qinwu fell silent, and Lieutenant Rustank's expression darkened. Could even this fierce man find himself powerless? He was acutely aware of the dire situation in the depths and did not wish for his comrades and their families to endure suffering. But as merely a lowly company commander, what could he possibly do? Observing Qinwu's troubled demeanor only deepened his despair. If even such a formidable individual could not safeguard his comrades, what agony awaited them and their families upon descent? After a silence that lingered for 5 minutes, Qinwu hesitantly spoke. "You may not fully grasp the dire circumstances of the depths." He recounted the grim reality that the survival rate of criminals sent to the depths is less than 10%. Spoke of the brutal conflicts between the chemical gang and the fertilizer gang, and laid bare the merciless law of the jungle that prevails among the lower echelons. Lieutenant Rustank listened, his expression darkening further, mistaking Qinwu's words as a veiled refusal. Yet, Qinwu's tone shifted. "What I must convey is this. If you entrust your comrades and their families to me, I will, out of a sense of duty, endeavor to protect them. Though I cannot guarantee their safety. I am but a lone wolf in the depths, lacking influence, familiar only with a few individuals of some standing. Yet my reach does not extend to dominion. If you can accept the possibility of my shortcomings and permit them to perish due to my errors, then you may hand them over to me. I shall strive to find them a place of refuge, and at the very least, when they are subjected to torment and humiliation, I will grant them a swift and dignified end. What say you? Qinwu contemplated this arrangement. After all, it merely involved accommodating a few more mouths to feed. Previously, he had contemplated forming a small faction to assist him with menial tasks. This seemed to be an opportunity presented to him. Lieutenant Rustank, while aware of the many precarious stipulations Qinwu had laid out, could not help but recognize that he had, in essence, agreed. He had never ventured to the depths of the nest himself. Yet he had heard tales of the perilous lifestyle therein, where one could unexpectedly meet their demise at the hands of strangers. He did not harbor illusions that his comrades and their families could attain a life akin to that in the middle nest. But he merely wished for a modicum of security for them, even if it were just a sliver. Alas, I extend my gratitude on behalf of my brothers. Even if calamity befalls them, I would appreciate it if their end were swift and merciful, and I will remember this kindness. The atmosphere grew heavy with unspoken words, and the two fell silent as the military vehicle made its way back to the PDF camp. Lieutenant Rustank summoned a medic, who drew a vial of blood from Qinwu and tucked it into his pocket. You need not leave for the next couple of days. Stay in my camp. I will assist you in obtaining your citizenship in the middle nest, and we shall have it resolved before nightfall tomorrow. Qinwu nodded in agreement as Lieutenant Rustank hurried off, leaving Qinwu to wander aimlessly within the confines of the camp. This time, he gained fresh insight into the lax discipline of the PDF forces. He observed the sentries atop the watchtower fast asleep, while a lumbering machine gun sat idly by. The trio of its crew engrossed in a game of cards. Were it not for the fact that the opposing rebels were equally disorganized, they would have long been overrun. He sighed, reflecting that the universe of Warhammer 40k truly was a realm of decay, shook his head, and retreated into Lieutenant Rustank's tent, collapsing onto the field cot and plunging into a deep slumber. The following morning, he was roused by a voice. Upon opening his eyes, he found it was Lieutenant Rustank. His expression grave. Your citizenship in the middle nest has been arranged. From this moment forth, you may enter and exit freely. Come with me. Without waiting for Qinwu to fully awaken, he yanked him from the cot and propelled him towards an open military vehicle. With a sharp command, the driver set off towards the capital. Noticing the urgency in Rustank's demeanor, Qinwu inquired about the matter at hand. Little Joel's family has been unable to pay their medical bills and owes money to the double serpent sect. They were taken by the law enforcement yesterday. Today, they are among the first batch of criminals to be transported to the depths. You must hurry to aid them, or they will surely perish. Upon hearing this, Qinwu merely remarked that his belongings were temporarily left in Rustank's care, refraining from further comment. The vehicle sped towards the station, and as Qinwu leapt from the truck, he also seized the PDF automatic rifle from the driver. Hey, that's my gun. The driver protested, attempting to reclaim it, but was halted by Lieutenant Rustank. The lieutenant swiftly removed 3 fully loaded magazines from the driver's belt and handed them to Qinwu. Then, reconsidering, tucked his own semi-automatic pistol into Qinwu's waistband. You must protect little Joel. He was injured by rebel gunfire while trying to save his comrades. Qinwu inspected the condition of the 2 firearms before boarding the train, with Lieutenant Rustank following closely behind. Rest assured, I, the scavenger Qinwu, am a man of my word. I will safeguard little Joel's family. As the train door sealed shut, it surged forward, carrying its passengers deep into the heart of the nest. By the time it came to a halt, Qinwu and Lieutenant Rustank had reached the inner sanctum of the capital. Due to the presence of Lieutenant Rustank, a figure clad in military attire, no one dared to approach Qinwu, who bore a firearm. Furthermore, possessing a Chinese-Korean identity, he passed through the gene testing gate without triggering any alarms. A patrolling law enforcement officer merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction before dismissing him. The two hastened towards the grand elevator, with Lieutenant Rustank occasionally glancing at his watch, revealing his palpable anxiety. At last, when the grand elevator came into view, its doors had just begun to open, and the first batch of prisoners was slowly entering. They managed to catch up. Lieutenant Rustank, with keen eyes, quickly spotted the family of young Joel among the throng of over 1,000 inmates. Hurry. Young Joel's family is over there. I entrust their lives to you. Chapter 36. Kill. As Qinwu rushed into the grand elevator, its doors thunderously closed behind him, isolating Lieutenant Rustank's anxious gaze. Upon entering, Qinwu fervently waved towards Joel's location. Joel, look this way. Over here, the family of young Joel consisted of 5 members, his father, mother, himself as the eldest son, followed by his younger sister and brother. At that moment, they were amidst the exiled crowd. Young Joel sat in a wheelchair, his face ashen. He had lost control of his legs, unable to manage even the most basic bodily functions. His parents, equally pallid, looked distressed, while his younger brother, despite being just over 10 years old, wept incessantly, already aware of the grim fate awaiting them. As for Joel's sister, she appeared to have been separated from the family, which, under the circumstances, could be deemed fortunate. Hearing a familiar voice calling his name, young Joel gradually lifted his head, catching sight of Liin Wu waving at him from beyond the encirclement of law enforcement officers. A glimmer of hope ignited in his otherwise dull eyes. "Long officer," he exclaimed with joy, trying to propel his wheelchair closer to Liin Wu, only to be restrained by his father. "No, be careful not to provoke the law officers," his father warned in a terrified whisper. The family had endured brutal treatment from the officers during their home raid, for the world of Warhammer 40,000 exhibited no regard for civil law enforcement. Realizing that his shout had drawn the attention of a law officer, young Joel noticed the officer raising his electric baton. Upon seeing him fall silent, the officer scoffed and lowered the weapon. Tears streamed down Joel's face as he gazed at Liin Wu, unable to utter a word. Noticing the situation, Liin Wu narrowed his eyes and took out a cigarette, hoping to engage the officer in conversation. He aimed to extricate young Joel from the ranks of the exiled, intending to lead Joel and his family down with the staff of the Underbelly, thereby ensuring their safety. The expansive interior of the grand elevator could be divided into 2 sections, one for the personnel heading to the Underbelly. They occupied a small area near the elevator doors, and when the doors opened, these individuals would exit with deliberate composure, proceeding to their respective duties. Only after their departure would the law officers release the exiled prisoners. The denizens of the Underbelly dared not assault the staff, opting instead to wait patiently until the area was clear before launching their attacks on the exiled. Liin Wu intended to persuade the law enforcement officers to release Xiao's family so that he could escort them out along with the staff, thus sparing them from the onslaught of the base vermin. However, as he took a step closer, without uttering a word, an officer brandished a stun baton and struck him fiercely on the head. Liin Wu swiftly recoiled to evade the blow, only for the officer to pivot and aim a flashbang gun directly at him. Should he dare to advance another step, he would meet his demise. Faced with such inhumane treatment by the officers, Liin Wu's expression darkened. He could do naught but retreat and position himself near the staff, awaiting the unfolding events in silence. Moments later, the large elevator emitted a sharp click, halting its descent. As an announcement echoed, "The elevator is approaching the ground. The mechanism is stable. All personnel prepare for disembarkation. Praise the Emperor." As the grand doors of the elevator slowly opened, a multitude of greedy eyes belonging to the base vermin were revealed. They gazed at the prisoners, encircled by law enforcement and shackled with iron cuffs, incessantly whistling and hurling insults, with threats of devouring them as flesh for their feast. The inmates cried out for mercy, yet the officers responded by mercilessly striking them with their batons, eliciting another round of cackles from the vermin. Hundreds of staff members remained remarkably composed, stepping down from the elevator's edge and proceeding directly to the official stores within the safe zone, with not a single rat daring to obstruct their path. Once the staff had cleared out, the officers methodically unlocked the prisoners' shackles, delivering a vicious jab with their batons to their midsections, forcefully expelling them from the elevator. This chaotic scene left many prisoners injured, writhing on the ground in agony. Xiao's family was not spared from this grim fate. Each member received a jolt from the stun baton, collapsing onto the floor in convulsions. As the officers ejected Xiao's family from the elevator, Liin Wu rushed forward, relentlessly slapping Xiao's father to rouse him from the electric stupor. Once the officers had discarded all the prisoners and ascended in the elevator, the base vermin would commence their revelry. "Get up. Stand up this instant. If you wish to live, you must rise quickly," Liin Wu exclaimed, striking Xiao's father repeatedly across the face, occasionally pinching his philtrum. This tactic proved effective, as Xiao's father quickly regained his senses, gazing at Liin Wu in bewilderment. Liin Wu, disinclined to explain, pointed to Xiao in his wheelchair. "You will push your son and follow closely behind me. If you wish to survive, do not lag behind." Without waiting for the man to comprehend his words, he dashed to Xiao's mother, fiercely pinching her philtrum until his nails nearly pierced her skin. Overwhelmed by pain, Xiao's mother too emerged from her stupor, and Liin Wu lifted Xiao's younger brother, placing him into her arms. "Stay close if you wish to live," he shouted, brandishing a PDF automatic gun, aiming it at the crowd ahead, and pulling the trigger without hesitation. In one continuous motion, he expended 30 rounds of large-caliber ammunition, decimating those before him. The PDF automatic gun, with its considerable caliber and penetrating power, proved lethal at close range against a group of unarmored targets, with each bullet capable of piercing through at least 3 bodies. The unsuspecting nest of rodents poised to feast could hardly anticipate the ruthless individual before them, who suddenly unleashed a barrage of gunfire from an automatic weapon. The throng of thousands of mice was instantly met with devastating casualties, as Liin Wu, with a single magazine, claimed the lives of over 60. The rodents, struck by terror, never envisioned such a turn of events, paralyzed by Liin Wu's ferocity. Many of them retreated in unison, casting fearful glances at him. Without the slightest hesitation, Liin Wu swiftly reloaded his firearm, aiming once more at the encroaching horde and pulling the trigger. The resounding echoes of gunfire erupted again, toppling more of the rodents as they shrieked in agony, transforming the scene into utter chaos. Why such merciless slaughter? The massive elevator behind him had already sealed shut, with the law enforcement officers having ascended back to their civilized world. The next moment would belong to the nest of rodents. They would surge forward, tearing apart the criminals discarded from the elevator. If survival was their desire, they needed to subdue the mice at the outset. Liin Wu replaced his magazine for the 3rd time and turned to the bewildered parents of little Joel. Damn it. If you want to die, then stand there and do nothing. If you wish to live, then stay closely behind me. With a shout, he charged forward, gun in hand. Chapter 37. Escape. Liin Wu advanced with his automatic weapon, causing the frightened rodents to scatter in panic. The scene was a tumult of chaos. Should the mice in front falter, Liin Wu would dispatch 2 or 3 with precise shots, claiming 7 or 8 lives. He pressed onward, slaying as he went, sending the multitude into disarray. After sprinting several dozen meters, he glanced back, exhaling in relief. Little Joel's parents were not foolish, adhering closely to his instructions. Thus, he accelerated further, intent on breaking through the circle of rodents with this family in tow. The mice were cowardly. If one exhibited sufficient strength, they would be intimidated. However, they were also creatures of forgetfulness. The slightest display of weakness would provoke a collective assault, leaving one utterly devoured. Therefore, Liin Wu felt an urgency to propel little Joel and his family to safety. Once they breached the perimeter of the rodents, none would dare pursue them. There remained nearly 1,000 criminals at the elevator's entrance, ample sustenance for the mice, rendering them uninterested in tackling this formidable opponent. Most of the rodents shared this sentiment. Having been cowed by Liin Wu's lethal prowess, they promptly cleared a path, diverting their attention to the 1,000 easy targets at the elevator's threshold. Yet, one must not forget that this was the nest, a realm of extreme oppression and peril. Encountering bizarre phenomena was commonplace here, and those driven to madness by such oppressive existence were a frequent species. Suddenly, Liin Wu heard a whistling sound approaching from the left. Instinctively, he ducked as a steel pipe spiraled past overhead. His fury erupted instantly as he glanced to his left, where a bald man brandishing a machete charged at him, swinging the blade menacingly towards his face. The bald man had no justification for targeting Liin Wu. He was merely drawn by the loud gunshot that had piqued his interest, coinciding with his own murderous intent, a simple, albeit barbaric, rationale. Without hesitation, he leapt forth to assault Liin Wu, aiming to cleave his head as one might strike a ball. Liin Wu, desperate to escape the entanglement, raised his hand and fired, obliterating the bald man's head in an instant. As he attempted to flee, a woman's shriek pierced the air. It was the mother of little Qiao. In the fleeting seconds that Liin Wu had been preoccupied with the machete-wielding assailant, yet another fool emerged, driven by some misguided impulse, and without a word, attempted to snatch the child cradled in Qiao's mother's arms. Terrified, Qiao's mother screamed, clutching the child tightly to prevent the thief from taking him. Cursing under his breath, Liin Wu seized the fallen machete and rushed toward the deranged assailant, raising the blade high before bringing it down with ferocity, severing both of the man's arms. The lunatic howled in agony as blood gushed from the stumps, causing Qiao's mother to recoil in horror. With another swift stroke, Liin Wu decapitated the madman, whose head rolled away with a sickening thud. At that moment, the surrounding rats, their eyes glinting with avarice, turned their gaze upon Liin Wu and his companions. An automatic weapon was a coveted prize. Possessing such a firearm could elevate an individual to the status of a gang leader with the right capabilities, a means to alter one's fate. The rats, who had just moments ago been paralyzed with fear, now stirred restlessly, ready to risk their lives for the prospect of gain. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Qinwu recognized that in merely a few seconds, he had rekindled the rat's insatiable desires. However, his mind worked swiftly, with 16 points of energy at his disposal. He quickly deduced the most effective strategy to escape the current predicament. He unleashed the remaining bullets from his automatic weapon in a specific direction, taking down dozens of foes and clearing a path. Grasping the gun's sling, he hurled the automatic weapon toward the newly created passage. The firearm arced through the air, instantly capturing the attention of all the rats, who, in a frenzy, lunged to seize the weapon, engaging in a chaotic melee. Seizing the opportunity, Qinwu retrieved the semi-automatic pistol Lieutenant Rudolph had given him, placing it in the hands of the now-conscious little Chower in the wheelchair. He pointed towards the end of the passage leading to the Pure Water Guild and shouted, "Run. Do not stop. Do not look back. Reach the Pure Water Guild's leader and mention my name. They will provide you shelter." With that, he delivered a forceful punch to Little Chower's father's shoulder. "Hurry!" Little Chower's father, fueled by desperation, let out a fierce cry and propelled the wheelchair forward, while Little Chower's mother clutched her younger child and bolted ahead. In the wheelchair, Little Chower gripped the pistol tightly, tears streaming down his face as he fired at the advancing threats. Qinwu brandished his machete, relentlessly pursuing the trio ahead. Whenever anyone approached, he would charge forward, unleashing a flurry of strikes that swiftly dispatched 4 or 5 of them. He resembled a vengeful specter, a guardian of Joel's family, ruthlessly cleaving through the ranks of the frenzied rats, preventing them from drawing near. Under his fierce protection, the Water Purification Guild loomed ever closer, and salvation seemed within their grasp. Yet, at that very moment, calamity struck. A gunshot erupted from the swarm of rodents, and Qinwu felt a searing pain as a bullet pierced his abdomen, sending him staggering and rolling on the ground. In that fleeting moment of vulnerability, he became separated from Joel's family, and the surrounding horde of rats surged forward, encircling him after parting ways with the fleeing family. As Qinwu fell, he hastily scrambled to his feet, gripping his machete tightly with one hand while the other pressed against the gunshot wound, gritting his teeth against the pain. Upon raising his gaze, he was met with countless pairs of gluttonous, bloodthirsty eyes. The Underworld rats brandished makeshift weapons, steel pipes and knives, eagerly poised to pounce upon him, as if ready to devour him in the next heartbeat. Undeterred, Qinwu let out a boisterous laugh and charged towards his adversaries. With both hands wielding his blade, he delivered a savage blow that crushed the skull of an unsuspecting rat, its eyeball popping from its socket. Following through with a horizontal slash, he severed the trachea of another from the left, but soon found himself overwhelmed by the swarm closing in from all directions. With an array of chaotic weapons raining down upon him, Qinwu fought valiantly until the very moment of his demise, thrusting his machete upward with relentless determination, managing to injure and kill several more before being reduced to a bloody pulp. Chapter 38. Business. When Qinwu opened his eyes, he found himself resurrected, stark naked upon the bed of his hideout, a full 8 hours having elapsed since his brutal death. Smacking his lips, he rose from the bed, roasted a few potatoes, and filled his belly before sitting in contemplation. Being overwhelmed and killed by so many was a novel experience for him, one worthy of reflection. Once he had indulged in his musings, he rose to inspect the outputs of his hideout. The brewing apparatus had produced a bottle of liquor, which he retrieved and refilled with materials to initiate the brewing of another bottle. Carrying the newly produced liquor to the Emperor's shrine, he noted that the sacred wine had also been completed, the candles extinguished. Qinwu carefully stored the second bottle of holy wine and added another bottle to resume production. Having completed these tasks, he donned a set of clothing, secured a large-caliber pistol to his belt, and gathered all the holy bread in preparation for his departure. He intended to first visit the Water Purification Guild to check on Joel's family before ascending the grand elevator to explore the central nest. As he traversed towards the safe zone, it remained unchanged, a familiar sight of Underworld rats scraping by. They scavenged for scraps, their calculating eyes scrutinizing one another, ever watchful. Should a new batch of criminals descend from the grand elevator, they would surely converge to revel in the chaos. Qinwu's last violent act of murder left no lesson for them, yet they continued to exist in this world, barbaric and vulgar. He disregarded the vermin and made his way directly to the Clean Water Guild's shop. As usual, a long line of individuals awaited their turn for clean water, the only means for the bottom nest's inhabitants to acquire it. Qinwu bypassed the crowd and strode into the shop. The security personnel stationed at the entrance instinctively drew their weapons upon seeing someone approach, but paused when they recognized him. Aren't you supposed to be dead? The guards knew Qinwu well, as he had a favorable rapport with their employer. He approached, retrieving a cigarette and lighter from his pocket. lighting one for himself and the two guards. I didn't die. I carved a bloody path out. He spoke casually, for in the chaos of that moment, surrounded by hundreds of rats, who could definitively claim they had seen him perish. As for the ground covered in flesh, that must have belonged to some unfortunate rat, not him. Qinwu. In the world of Warhammer 40k, every individual harbors secrets, and the absurdities abound. Any plausible explanation would suffice. The guards, still uncertain, ultimately allowed him to pass. Upon entering the Clean Water Guild shop, Qinwu observed Joel's family filling cheap ceramic barrels with water from the pipes, packaging it, and then transporting it to the front for sale, as if they had been engaged in this work for quite some time. When Joel's father turned to replenish their stock, he collided directly with Qinwu. The moment he saw Qinwu's face, he froze, exclaiming, "Ah, aren't you dead?" Qinwu took a puff of his cigarette and replied nonchalantly, "I didn't die. I escaped from another direction." With a thud, Joel's father knelt before Qinwu, bowing deeply. "Benefactor, you saved my family's lives. Benefactor, should you ever require anything, do not hesitate to call upon me. I would gladly give my life in return." His sincere demeanor filled Qinwu with gratification, relieved that he had not rescued an ingrate. Subsequently, Joel's father summoned his wife, little Joel in his wheelchair, and Joel's younger brother to express their gratitude. Especially little Joel, who, despite being in a wheelchair, attempted to prostrate himself before Qinwu. Qinwu quickly restrained him. "Your commander instructed me to look after your family. He has done me considerable favors, so there is no need for your thanks. If gratitude is due, it should be directed to your commander." The family expressed their appreciation once more, but Qinwu interrupted, inquiring of little Joel, "What is your current situation? How did you end up here working? Did Reno offer you employment?" Little Joel shook his head. "Sir, yesterday we broke through the crowd and reported your name here. Lord Reno granted us protection. He did not provide us with work, but my father believed that to accept his protection, we must offer something in return. We currently possess nothing, save for the labor of our parents, which compels them to actively engage in any work within their capacity." Qinwu silently acknowledged the commendable values upheld by Joel's family, who, even in dire circumstances, sought to repay their benefactor with honest toil. Joel's father incessantly offered to shoulder any tasks that required effort, evidently intent on exchanging his own life for the well-being of his wife and children under Qinwu's care. Within a mere day, this man grasped the formidable challenges of survival in the depths of this world, where fresh bones, gnawed by others, lay scattered near the grand elevator. As they conversed, the door at the back of the Purified Water Guild shop swung open, revealing Reno's head. Upon spotting Qinwu, he exhibited a moment of astonishment before beckoning him over. Qinwu instructed young Joel's family to wait momentarily and followed Reno into the office. Once the door was shut and they were seated, Qinwu spoke. "I have acquired the memory panel and secured it in an entirely safe location within the middle nest. I will retrieve it shortly." Reno nodded with a smile, promptly extracting a stack of fertilizer vouchers from his desk and placing them before Qinwu. "Here. This is your reward, 100,000 vouchers, no less." He harbored no suspicion that Qinwu was deceiving him. Having witnessed the man succumb to a horde of rats just the previous day, his presence now was a compelling enigma. As a junior manager of the Purified Water Guild, Reno was well acquainted with the extraordinary, having heard tales of a cloning cult where every clone was a perfect replica, all originating from a singular source, each one embodying the essence of their progenitor. He had also encountered whispers of even more clandestine narratives regarding the immortals, regardless of Qinwu's origins. It was evident that he possessed immense potential, and Reno believed that an individual of such caliber would not tarnish their reputation for a mere 100,000 vouchers. Qinwu accepted the vouchers, appreciating Reno's trust, which would facilitate the timely completion of future tasks. After discussing the task transfer, Qinwu broached the subject of young Joel's family, revealing their plight as injured soldiers and inquiring about potential arrangements. Reno stroked his chin thoughtfully. "I'm unable to provide long-term accommodation for outsiders here, as all workers are guild members. Allowing outsiders to linger in the shop would invite scrutiny from my competitors, who might seek to undermine me. If you wish for them to survive, you must adhere to the rules of the depths and find them a means of livelihood. Even a role as enforcers for a gang would be preferable to languishing outside in despair." Qinwu sighed. He was reluctant to pursue such a path. Lieutenant Rudelson had afforded him a favor, enabling him to care for young Joel's family, and he could not bear to cast them into the clutches of a gang. The fate that awaited them there was grim. Joel's father would likely become a thug, perishing in gang warfare, while his mother might end up as a laborer, either working herself to death or falling prey to the whims of a gang leader. Little Joel is a disabled child. likely to succumb within 6 months due to various circumstances. His younger brother, merely in his pre-teens, faces grim prospects. He could either be captured by gang members for experiments or organ trafficking, or be groomed as a sacrificial pawn by a powerful figure. In the event of trouble, he would be cast aside to absorb the bullets. Truly, none of these fates are favorable. At this juncture, Qinwu contemplated an audacious idea to establish his own small gang. Given his capabilities, he could create a hideout that would yield essential supplies. It would not be a challenge to amass the firearms and ammunition necessary to forge a small force. The only concern was the choice of location. However, upon further reflection, he realized that the location was not a significant issue. A hideout need not be expansive. The lower depths were riddled with pipes, interconnected and extensive. By procuring some boards to block both ends, he could transform a section of the pipe into his personal domain. The segment of pipe beyond his hideout was quite suitable. It was spacious, nearly 6 meters in diameter, its walls constructed of ceramic steel, adorned with a plethora of enigmatic pipes, and equipped at the base with a metallic platform for foot traffic. All he needed was to acquire some ceramic steel powder and metal sheets to seal off both ends of the passage, thereby determining the size of his territory. With a claimed space, he could recruit followers and cultivate his own influence. Yet, a pressing issue remained. He must provide work for these individuals. It would be unreasonable to confine them within the passage, allowing them to do nothing while consuming resources without contributing. They needed tasks to fulfill. After pondering for a while, Qinwu turned to Reno, who sat across the desk, and inquired, "What products are currently in high demand in the upper levels?" Reno considered the question earnestly for a moment before replying. "If you're truly intent on investing, the only viable option would be brewing alcohol. In the lower depths, there is little else to export upward besides liquor. Once you brew it, as long as the taste is not abysmally poor, it will sell. Given the current situation, where all lands outside the capital are occupied, anxiety pervades both upper and lower nests, leading to heightened demand for alcohol. Furthermore, with the loss of agricultural land, food scarcity is pressing. The planetary governor has ordered the opening of grain reserves and the implementation of rationing, leaving no surplus for distilleries. If you can secure a stable food supply, you might truly establish a private liquor industry." Qinwu felt a spark of interest. Alcohol has maintained a constant demand throughout human history, regardless of its advancements over millennia. The current state of the capital bore a resemblance to the economic depression experienced during the World Wars. In such times, private liquor dealers often thrive due to robust market demand. He sensed a promising venture ahead. As for distribution channels, Lieutenant Rudelsen's connections seemed rather appealing. Given the lax discipline among those soldiers, where drunkenness could be seen as an asset, why not entice them with the alcohol brewed by Qinwu? Qinwu proposed to Second Lieutenant Rudelsen that if he assisted in infiltrating contraband liquor into the military, he would subsequently be able to accommodate a greater number of wounded soldiers demoted to the bottom nest, ensuring their welfare and that of their families. A portion of the profits could be allocated to these soldiers, enabling them to support their households, thus creating a mutually beneficial enterprise. The more he pondered this prospect, the more promising it appeared, igniting a fervor within him. He envisioned a vast commercial empire, flourishing from the illicit liquor trade, dominating all shadowy industries in the nest, and eventually acquiring a warship to venture into space, liberating himself from the constraints of this agrarian planet. A man of decisive action, he sprang from his chair. "Mr. Reno, our conversation must pause. I shall make a trip to the central nest to retrieve the memory panel for you. For the time being, I will temporarily place the Joel family in your care, but I shall return for them shortly." Reno nodded with a smile. "Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. I have a keen interest in winemaking and have conducted thorough research. If you establish your brewery, I would be delighted to offer guidance." Qinwu acknowledged with a casual sure, while inwardly questioning whether Reno had previously claimed that his wine was sour. Upon exiting the office, he informed the Joel family of his intention to visit the central nest and inquired if they needed anything. "Commander, could you kindly deliver a letter to my sister to assure her of our safety? Before our demotion to criminals at the bottom nest, she managed to secure a position as a nun at the National Church through connections." Qinwu nodded, intrigued by the various facilities in the central nest, hoping to unlock new contacts and undertake additional tasks. The uniquely styled Warhammer 40 architecture of the National Church appeared to be a pivotal plot point, and he was eager to explore it. He requested paper and a pen from the staff of the Purification Guild and assisted the Joel family in composing their letter. After obtaining the letter, he bid farewell to them and proceeded towards the grand elevator. At that moment, an announcement echoed, indicating the elevator was nearing the bottom nest. While the local rodents stirred restlessly, armed and gathered near the elevator, eager for their feast. Qinwu scanned his genetic profile within the safety zone, quietly awaiting the elevator's arrival alongside the bottom nest staff. A small section to the right of the grand elevator was enclosed by iron railings. Entry required a central nest identification and genetic scan. It was utterly safe to wait here, as the rodents dared not act aggressively in front of the staff. Before long, amidst a cacophony of mechanical sounds, the grand elevator successfully descended to the bottom nest. The doors gradually opened, revealing nearly 1,000 prisoners surrounded by law enforcement. Along with shift workers huddled in the corners, their expressions unremarkable. Liin Wu and the workers boarded the grand elevator, waiting for law enforcement to usher the wailing prisoners off. After a considerable duration, the grand elevator doors slowly closed and the ascent commenced. Liin Wu found the experience peculiar, though he had ridden the grand elevator before. It had always been a descent. This was his first ascent. Chapter 39. Demand for medical alcohol as the grand elevator doors swung open. Liin Wu stepped into the realm of Zhongqiao, this time under the guise of a Zhongqiao citizen. He possessed ample time and authority to navigate through various sectors, intending to embark on a thorough exploration. However, he was uncertain about his destination, and while surveying his surroundings, a peculiar crimson emblem caught his attention, the Twin Serpent Sect. The Twin Serpent Sect represents the medical industry of this planet, reputedly a private medical enterprise, housing a physician known for addressing the majority of community ailments. In the advanced yet archaic universe of Warhammer 40, numerous eccentric medical organizations exist, among which the Rejuvenation Sect stands out. This sect is renowned for its extraordinary ability to reverse aging and extend human lifespans. 300 or 400 years is a mere trifle, while living for 1 or 2 millennia is effortlessly achievable. The medical advancements within the Warhammer 40 universe are unfathomable to those of the Third Epoch. And despite the Twin Serpent Sect not being acknowledged in the canonical lore, its techniques should not be underestimated. To Liin Wu's knowledge, Lieutenant Rudazen's mechanical arm was modified at the Twin Serpent Sect, billed to the military. However, for individuals like young Joel, whose spine had been shattered, the sect could indeed provide treatment, replacing it with a mechanical spine. Yet, young Joel was merely a soldier, and the military offered him no guarantees. Such battle-injured soldiers, unable to afford the fees of the Twin Serpent Sect, are often reported to the law enforcement, resulting in the revocation of their entire family's Zhongqiao citizenship, a stark reflection of the grim reality within the Warhammer 40 universe. Intrigued by the Twin Serpent Sect, Liin Wu made his way directly to its clinic. Before even entering, he was struck by a notice affixed to the entrance. A warning declared that should a patient establish a doctor-patient relationship with a physician from the sect and subsequently fail to pay for treatment, they would be stripped of their citizenship and exiled to the depths. The debt would be inherited by their family, and if the family could not repay, they too would face the same fate. This was an institution that brazenly advertised a system of collective punishment at its doorstep. Was this truly acceptable? Driven by an overwhelming curiosity to discover the true nature of this so-called Twin Serpent Sect, he pushed the door open and entered. Upon crossing the threshold, Liin Wu recoiled slightly. This was a mere 30-square-meter clinic, cluttered with an array of shelves stocked with assorted chaotic medications. The space was inundated with haphazard medical equipment, and at the core lay an operating table, surrounded by a disarray of surgical instruments, which bore fresh crimson stains, evidence of a procedure hastily concluded without proper cleanup. In front of the operating table stood a desk with a chair, upon which sat a man clad in a filthy white coat. He lounged with his feet propped up, lazily smoking a cigarette, while his eyes meandered over the newspaper in his hands. Liin Wu was taken aback by the disarray and squalor surrounding him. Was this truly a hospital? If he hadn't known better, he might have mistaken it for a slaughterhouse. The doctor's gaze lifted from the newspaper, appraising Liin Wu from head to toe before returning to his reading. Got money? What ails you? Do you have any money? The first word spoken sparked a roll of the eyes from Liin Wu. He pointed at a machine, roughly the size of a rice cooker, in the corner and inquired, "How much for this?" The doctor cast a fleeting glance at the device before lowering his eyes to Liin Wu. "Are you here to waste my time? Get out of my clinic immediately, or I shall call the authorities." Liin Wu retrieved a stack of 100,000 fertilizer vouchers given to him by Reno from his pocket, waved them in the air, and inhaled their inked scent. This display captured the doctor's attention, his gaze fixated on the bundle of vouchers, each of the highest denomination of 100, amounting to at least 100,000. A broad smile instantly adorned the doctor's face as he rose from his chair, inviting Liin Wu to sit down at the desk opposite him. "Ah, a distinguished guest. Please, take a seat. May I inquire what you intend to do with the sedimentation mixer?" Liin Wu settled into the chair, casting a dismissive glance at the doctor's eager expression. What I intend to do is of no concern to you. I simply wish to know if you are selling it. The doctor rubbed his hands together, his eyes darting with calculation. The founder of their dual serpent sect famously stated that anything could be bought and sold in this world, even life itself, as long as the price was right. The doctor scrutinized Qinwu's attire. While not extravagantly wealthy, there was an uncommon aura about him, suggesting he possessed some modest means. Thus, he boldly stated, I can sell it, but it will cost you 200,000 vouchers. Qinwu stood to leave. Although the sedimentation mixer was the last item needed to upgrade the medical station, he had no intention of being taken advantage of by this opportunist. Sensing Qinwu's departure, the doctor grew anxious, rising from his chair to pursue him. We can negotiate. How about 190,000? Please don't leave. All right. How about 180,000? No, 170,000. That's my final offer. 170,000. 160,000. I tell you. Below that price, it's off the table. Qinwu pushed open the clinic door, intending to ask someone for directions to the national church to deliver a letter from Xiao Qiao to his sister, while the doctor continued his incessant chatter behind him. This man was clearly a nuisance, and Qinwu, now possessing a central nest identity and having unlocked several regions, was confident he could find another sedimentation mixer elsewhere. He surmised that this device was not particularly sophisticated, as a similar one was present in the slaughterhouse-like clinic, and a thorough search might reveal the manufacturer, allowing him to purchase a new one at retail price. Indeed, Qinwu's assumptions were not far from the truth. The mixer was among the many civilian products produced by the mechanical sect in the Central Nest factory, with a price not exceeding 90,000 after taxes. The dual serpent doctor merely viewed Qinwu as an easy mark, hoping to swindle him out of a hefty sum. The doctor followed Qinwu for nearly 2 blocks. But the latter, growing increasingly irritated, finally exclaimed, Do you take me for a fool? What nonsense is this 160,000? Do you think I'm unaware of the actual price of this device? If it weren't for the sight of your equipment gathering dust in the corner, just as I was in the market for a budget-friendly second-hand device, I would never have set foot in your disreputable clinic. Yet here you are, not only refusing to offer me a fair price for the used equipment, but also attempting to charge me double, assuming I am an uninformed outsider. How dare you? Qinwu flicked his wrist, brushing off the individual who attempted to grasp his arm. The doctor, with a bruised arm, grimaced and said, Then name your price. The mixing sediment machine had been idle in his possession for nearly 2 years, utterly useless. The impoverished residents of the neighborhood merely came to purchase low-grade tablets, hardly in need of the advanced pharmaceuticals this device could produce. Qinwu pondered for a moment, raising 3 fingers. 30,000, that's the most I can offer. What? Only 30,000? That's absolutely unacceptable. I need at least 70,000. Upon hearing this exorbitant figure, Qinwu realized the true price had been revealed, aligning closely with his expectations, prompting him to engage in public negotiation. The two exchanged heated words, with Qinwu feigning an intention to depart, compelling the doctor to relent, ultimately settling on a price of 70,000. Returning to the clinic, the doctor reluctantly retrieved the mixing sediment machine from amidst a pile of equipment, placing it before Qinwu with a pained expression. My esteemed customer, could you possibly add a little more, even just a small increment? This device had been utilized no more than 10 times since its acquisition, and the clinic's patients were all destitute, unable to afford the advanced medications it could synthesize. It had never earned him a single coin since arriving at his practice. Qinwu, uninterested in the doctor's lamentations, paid the sum and swiftly took possession of the device. He examined the appliance, akin in size to a rice cooker, confirming its condition before stowing it in his backpack. With the final upgrade for the medical station in hand, Qinwu exhaled a sigh of relief and glanced around the clinic, inquiring, Do you have any items for sale? The doctor, engrossed in counting money, barely lifted his head, extending a hand to indicate a cabinet against the wall. It's all labeled, you can see for yourself. Upon inspecting the cabinet, Qinwu found a variety of medications, each marked with exorbitant prices: a small medical kit for 300 fertilizer vouchers, a tourniquet for 150, antiseptic for 50, vitamins, and so forth. These terrifying prices were enough to devastate a family, particularly in the context of a monthly salary of 2,000 fertilizer vouchers. As he scrutinized the items, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Contact established with Dr. Double Snake. Affinity level 0. Unlocked items. Tourniquet, 150 fertilizer vouchers. Small medical kit, 300 fertilizer vouchers. Painkillers, 300 fertilizer vouchers. Large surgical kit, 1,500 fertilizer vouchers. Antidote, 800 fertilizer vouchers. Low-level medical synthesis material, 50 fertilizer vouchers. High-level medical synthesis material, 500 fertilizer vouchers. Ding. A new quest is available. Due to the planetary conflict, the Nest City has begun implementing a food rationing system, leading to a severe shortage of alcoholic beverages, which has impacted the supply of medical alcohol. The medical alcohol reserves of Dr. Shuangsha have dwindled to a perilous level. Should you be able to procure a 500 milliliter bottle of medical alcohol for him, you shall earn his friendship along with 500 fertilizer vouchers. Upon noticing the unlocking of contacts, Qinwu felt a surge of joy, though he maintained a facade of composure. He pointed to a bottle of medical alcohol on the shelf, half empty, and inquired, "Recently, the city has begun to implement a rationing system. I heard that the distilleries have all shut down. Do you still have any alcohol here?" Dr. Shuangsha cast a glance at the remaining half bottle of medical alcohol and sighed. "This is all I have left. The impoverished souls around here can hardly afford medicine, only daring to ask me to use this cheap medical alcohol to clean their wounds. But now even medical alcohol has become a luxury. I must raise my prices soon. I'll charge 40 yuan for a single application." Qinwu leaned closer and whispered, I'm saying if, I can manage to obtain medical alcohol, would you be willing to buy it?" Dr. Shuangsha's eyes brightened at this proposition. "Of course, I will definitely buy it, as long as it is of medical grade and in a 500 milliliter container. I will offer you 50 fertilizer vouchers per bottle. I will take as many as you can provide." Qinwu skeptically surveyed the shabby clinic. "Take as many as you can? With the size of this rundown clinic, do you really think you could handle 50 tons? Dr. Shuangsha slammed his hand on the table. "What do you mean by rundown clinic? This is a sanctuary for healing both body and soul." He then lowered his voice, placing a hand over his mouth. "I alone cannot consume so much, but our Shuangsha sect has a presence in every neighborhood. You need not worry, whether it be 50 tons or even 500 or 5,000 tons. We can accommodate it." Qinwu snorted softly. Was the demand for alcohol in Zhongqiao truly that high? Unbeknownst to him, due to the farmers' rebellion on the planet, a famine had already begun to take root in the city. The planetary governor was commissioning the mechanical clergy to create equipment for converting rare earth waste into corpse starch, aiming to sustain billions of lives. The food supply in the city was on the brink of collapse, and people were already struggling to find natural sustenance, let alone brewing alcohol. With all distilleries shuttered, there was no source for medical alcohol. While the market demand was not as outrageous as Dr. Shuangsha had proclaimed, a monthly shortfall of 50 tons was no small matter. At this moment, Qinwu's desire to brew illicit alcohol intensified. With such a substantial opportunity in the medical alcohol market, establishing a distillery would be akin to discovering gold in a sack. He assured Dr. Shuangsha that he would return in due time, inquiring about the location of the state church before departing from the clinic, his mind heavy with thoughts. As he walked along the road, his contemplative demeanor blended seamlessly with the drab tones of the workers around him until he arrived at a rather grand plaza, where he regained his focus, having reached the state church. The state church stands as one of the most formidable political and military entities of the human empire, visible across the millions of planets it governs. Within its hallowed halls, the emperor, the eternal beacon of humanity amidst the dark cosmos, is revered. For most of humanity, the emperor exists as a divine figure in mythological tales. Yet, for those privy to the historical truths, the emperor is a tangible entity, a formidable immortal who has ruled over the human empire for millennia, a powerful psyker, and a true sovereign. Had it not been for the cataclysmic rebellion that swept across the galaxy, the emperor would not be confined deep within the palace on Terra, and humanity might have been spared its current dark plight. Qinwu stood in the grand square before the cathedral, where devout individuals moved about, cradling candles or incense burners, murmuring various prayers. In the very center of the square loomed a statue of the emperor, towering over 40 meters, clad in golden power armor, one hand wielding a colossal power claw and the other grasping the emperor's sword, exuding the aura of an indomitable warrior. Gazing at this magnificent effigy, Qinwu raised his hands before him, fingers interlocking to form an inverted heart gesture, whispering, "Praise the god of the void." Chapter 40. How to distinguish between a wolf and a dog. After reverently observing the emperor's statue, Qinwu took measured steps toward the grand cathedral behind it. This cathedral was an architectural marvel, with immense columns crafted from adamantium, adorned with the likenesses of countless space marines, its Gothic style imposing and heavy. Cloaked figures traversed the interior, engaged in prayers. At the entrance stood several soldiers wielding burning staffs, their eyes coldly scanning the ordinary worshippers. Should they encounter someone dressed inappropriately, they would expel that individual. Crucially, They were tasked with ensuring that each supplicant deposited a 100-unit tithe into the offering box. Here, even if one wished to beseech a deity who would never respond, a fee was required. Qinwu quickly grasped the situation, producing a 100-unit tithe from his pocket, flashing it before the soldiers, and tossing it into the offering box before striding into the cathedral. Inside, a vast space awaited, capable of accommodating thousands of worshippers kneeling in reverence. Before them stood a smaller yet exquisitely detailed statue of the emperor, approximately 4 meters tall, with intricate features. The emperor was depicted as a Mediterranean man with long black hair and brown skin, a widely circulated description within the empire. However, the psyker often cloaked himself in psychic energy, causing all who beheld him to perceive their own idealized image. If one envisioned an eternally youthful figure with voluptuous curves, that is precisely what they would see in the emperor's true form. Such knowledge, however, must remain a personal secret. Boasting about it could invite the wrath of the hidden enforcers lurking above, who could dispatch one in the blink of an eye. Liin Wu did not come here to pray to the emperor. Rather, he sought to deliver a message of safety to little Chao's sister. He surveyed the hall for someone with whom to converse. The chamber was filled with kneeling supplicants, their voices barely audible against the backdrop of flickering candles and the complex aroma of incense, as they recited scriptures, articulating their sufferings and hopes for the emperor's guidance. Near the wall stood several monks clad in gray hoods, the most fundamental clergy of the state religion, tasked with the maintenance of the church and the preaching of its doctrines. Qinwu noticed a monk standing close by, and with no other church personnel around. He approached him and took out a cigarette to strike up a conversation. In the presence of the divine emperor, how have you been of late? The monk cast a sidelong glance at Qinwu, withdrew a cigarette from his pack, and tucked it away within his robe without lighting it. In the presence of the divine emperor, we read in the newspapers every day about how blissful our lives are, thanks to the radiance of the divine emperor. This statement nearly elicited a laugh from Qinwu, who was well aware of the monk's true disposition. Lowering his voice, he added, "There is a 16-year-old girl named Teresa who was recently placed into the church by her parents. Now that her parents have established themselves in the lower tiers, they sent me to deliver a letter assuring her of their well-being." He produced the envelope from within his cloak, displaying it to the monk. I wonder if the most devout follower of the divine emperor would be willing to convey this message of safety to the unfortunate young lady. The monk lowered his gaze to the envelope in Qinwu's hand, then fixed his unwavering stare upon Qinwu's eyes. Qinwu smiled, rubbing the fingers of his hand that held the envelope, revealing a fertilizer coupon worth 100 at the bottom. Of course, the divine emperor shall witness the piety of his followers and bestow appropriate rewards. The missionary glanced at the 100 fertilizer coupon beneath the envelope, smiled, and accepted the letter. "Do not wander, wait here." The missionary exited through a side door of the main hall, and Qinwu settled against the wall, observing the thousands in prayer before him. At that moment, the prayer reached its crescendo, beneath the golden statue of the Pope, where the priest shouted loudly while holding a book containing the truths of the state religion. The divine emperor is omniscient and omnipotent. The thousands kneeling below echoed fervently. The divine emperor is omniscient and omnipotent. The divine emperor's will permeates the universe, and no heresy shall dare contradict it. The divine emperor's will permeates the universe, and no heresy shall dare contradict it. The crowd shouted with fervor, their voices reverberating throughout the hall, creating a chaotic cacophony. The words being spoken were lost amidst the din, and Qinwu, observing the scene, found it somewhat grotesque. He felt that since he was at the old man's domain, it would be somewhat unbecoming not to join in the shouting. Thus he mingled within the crowd and shouted, "Yellow Skin, you've come to demand another decree. Praise the four-armed divine emperor. Old Yellow, you, who have lived for tens of thousands of years, could you refrain from disseminating your maternal illustrations across the myriad realms? To see such images is to consent to conscription. I shall conscript your mother." How does one distinguish between a wolf and a dog? Listen to their cries. A howl belongs to the wolf, while a bark belongs to the dog. Observe their demeanor. A standing roar is that of a wolf, while a reclining chatter is that of a dog. Examine their leftovers. A wolf cleans its plate, while a dog leaves a few morsels. Consider their diet. A wolf devours its prey raw, while a dog can be fed or left to fend for itself. Reflect on their temperament. A wolf is unhurried, while a dog is anxious in its slowness. Note their sounds. A wolf howls, while a dog responds with a bark. Watch their hunting. A wolf chases deer, while a dog feasts on the remains. Observe their eating habits. A wolf guards its meat, while a dog is indifferent. Finally, consider the sun. A wolf thrives in the rain, while a dog suffers in drought. Observing the act of urination, one can discern that the wolf is likened to the dry earth, while the dog is compared to the yellow earth. In terms of food consumption, The wolf indulges in hearty stews, whereas the dog settles for simple rice cakes. When it comes to hunting, the wolf is characterized by its agile bow-like body, while the dog stands upright. In winter attire, the wolf dons a fur coat, while the dog is clad in coarse fabric. The wolf's call is a piercing whistle, while the dog emits a chirping cry. Examining their digestive systems, the wolf is known to voraciously consume bones and meat, while the dog struggles with stale bread and rice stuck in its teeth. In the face of punishment, the wolf swiftly escapes, while the dog remains stubbornly in place. Unwilling to flee, Qinwu's fervent shouts grew increasingly intense. Amidst the rising tide of devout exclamations, his rebellious cries went unnoticed, yet they existed in their own authentic reality. A devout worshipper, kneeling in prayer and initially focused on the priest ahead, suddenly became aware of an unusual commotion behind him. Turning to investigate, he spotted Qinwu lounging against the wall. Concentrating to tune out the surrounding fervent calls, he strained to hear what Qinwu was proclaiming. Upon discerning the content, his expression transformed with disbelief as he regarded the nonchalant figure of Qinwu. The latter, noticing the man's gaze, shot him a warning look, cautioning him against attracting the attention of the state religion for heretical practices. Afterward, Qinwu approached a recently compensated missionary who had returned through a side entrance, holding a letter that he offered to Qinwu. Sister Teresa is currently occupied with her studies and cannot meet you. She has written a letter for you, he conveyed. Qinwu expressed his gratitude, accepted the letter, tucked it into his pocket, and exited the Grand Cathedral. Chapter 41. Collaboration with the rebels. Qinwu navigated through the winding paths leading out of the capital towards the camp of Lieutenant Rustank. At this juncture, the capital was under martial law, permitting no entry or exit. As he attempted to leave, he was momentarily halted by the constabulary. However, he managed to locate the military station adjacent to the train station, where he informed a junior officer that he was a relative of Lieutenant Rustank. He mentioned that he had already arranged for the injured and sought to report their safety. Upon hearing about the arrangements for the wounded, the junior officer, moved by the plight of the soldiers, was inclined to assist. The allocation of resources for the injured was a significant challenge, as the planetary governor was notoriously harsh and greedy, disregarding the welfare of ordinary soldiers. Without proper support, the meager compensation for deceased soldiers was pitifully inadequate. Some officers and soldiers shared bonds of camaraderie, leading them to find ways to assist the injured themselves. Otherwise, how could they expect their comrades to fight valiantly in the battlefield? Ultimately, the junior officer, wishing to avoid being deceived by Qinwu, dispatched a soldier to accompany him on the train out of the capital. Their journey led them to Lieutenant Rustank's sector, where they were received by the lieutenant. The military station soldier confirmed that Qinwu was not a fraud and returned alone. Having received $300 from Qinwu, $100 for himself and $200 for the junior officer, the soldier departed with a cheerful demeanor, assuring that he would remember Qinwu. Subsequently, Qinwu engaged in conversation with Lieutenant Rustank as they settled into the military tent. Qinwu brandishing the letter in his hand. Little Joel's family has been settled, and there should be no issues in the short term. He asked me to deliver a letter to his sister in the National Church, which I have done, and this is her reply. Lieutenant Rustank exhaled deeply. That is well. And thus our camaraderie on the battlefield finds a semblance of closure. Qinwu glanced around to ensure no one was outside the tent before quietly revealing the main purpose of his visit. Do you remember when I mentioned business matters? I have made some progress. What do you think? Would you care to invest? Lieutenant Rustank's eyes reflected a hint of caution. What sort of business? I hope it is not something too outrageous. We can manage minor dealings in secrecy, but if it attracts the attention of the law enforcement from the Citadel, I cannot guarantee your safety. Qinwu waved his hand dismissively. It is not as serious as you think, merely a small venture related to brewing. Currently, the entire planet, except for the Citadel, is under the control of the rebels, and food supplies cannot enter while your forces cannot venture out. I observe that the planetary governor is quite ineffectual in reclaiming the surface. Barring any unforeseen events, this situation could persist for a decade or two. Qinwu was unsure how long it had been since the planetary governor had collected taxes, but he knew that after a while without revenue, the tribunal's fleet would come to enforce taxation. When that powerful fleet arrives, even the so-called rebel governor will meet his demise. However, the empire is notoriously inefficient. So Qinwu estimated it would take at least a decade or two for the tribunal's fleet to arrive for tax collection. In that decade or two lies a lifetime for a generation, despite the myriad of horrors in the Warhammer 40k universe, where it seems every planet is embroiled in heresy and chaos. An individual's life remains remarkably stable in the grand scheme of things. As it stands, the current generation on agricultural planet 496b will endure their lives in civil strife, while dealing with the tribunal will fall to the next generation. Qinwu continued. This senseless war is set to drag on for another decade or two, and you will find yourself in constant conflict with the rebels, though your armaments are superior. Prolonged engagements inevitably lead to unforeseen circumstances, as was the case with little Joel. What will you do when your troops begin to sustain injuries? Will you simply cast them all upon me? I have mentioned before, I am merely a lone wolf in the Under-Citadel, and managing little Joel's family has already been a burden. I cannot solely be responsible for caring for your wounded. Lieutenant Rustank began to grasp the implications. Are you suggesting that your business is related to this? Qinwu nodded earnestly. I have confirmed through various channels that there is a pressing demand for alcohol within the Citadel. I plan to establish a brewery in the Under-Citadel. This brewery will expand, and I need reliable personnel to operate it. Should your troops continue to incur injuries, I will prioritize hiring from among these wounded and their families. In doing so, I can assist in the resettlement of a significant number of wounded, providing you with a foothold in the Under-Citadel. Even if one day you fall from grace and need to hide in the Under-Citadel, I can offer you protection. Lieutenant Rustank felt a strong pull towards the proposition. Though unspoken, all were aware that the Under-Citadel was the sole refuge for the wounded. The farmers outside naively believe that the citizens of Zhongqiao live enviable lives, unaware that those very citizens yearn for the simple existence of the agricultural laborers beyond their confines. Zhongqiao society is characterized by an oppressive atmosphere, essentially resembling an immensely collectivized factory. This establishment is cold and merciless, devoid of any semblance of humanity. The slightest mistake on your part will not be met with patience, but rather will lead to your relentless obliteration. For the soldiers, injuries signify their transgressions. Those who become soldiers are typically the able-bodied youth of their families. The loss of such labor force spells calamity for the household, unless the elder of the family possesses sufficient resolve to abandon the injured the moment news arrives. Allowing them to perish, the entire family risks being consumed by debt. This was the plight of young Joel's family, who could not bear to forsake their child. They sought medical aid at the Shuangsha Academy Clinic, but were apprehended by the law enforcement for their inability to pay, leading to the entire family being stripped of their Zhongqiao citizenship and exiled to the depths of the land. The inhabitants of Warhammer 40,000 are human too. They possess emotions and, faced with policy oppression, yearn for means to preserve their conscience. It is at this juncture that Qinwu presents a viable solution. Lieutenant Rustank inquires, "What do you wish for me to do?" Qinwu steps out of the tent, scanning the vicinity where soldiers are engaged in card games 30 paces away. He returns, draws the tent flap, and leans towards Lieutenant Rustank, lowering his voice to a whisper reminiscent of a mosquito's buzz. "I wish to enter the brewing business. I have a location, I can procure the equipment, and personnel will not be an issue. The only challenge lies in the raw materials. I require grain, measured in tons." Lieutenant Rustank's pupils constrict sharply. "Are you suggesting?" A glint of sharpness flashes in Qinwu's eyes. "Yes, I intend to smuggle grain from the rebels. I need your assistance in providing vehicles and fuel for transportation, as well as ammunition to barter with the rebels for the grain. Once my brew is ready, I expect you to facilitate sales within the army. Instead of guzzling others' liquor, your men could patronize mine, and we could earn some profit. Should they find themselves incapacitated by the rebels, I can lend a hand in caring for their families." Chapter 42. Negotiation with the rebels. Lieutenant Rustank remained silent for an extended period, so long that Qinwu thought a century had passed, and he began to fear that this inept officer would reject his proposition. Ultimately, Rustank sighed deeply, covering his eyes with his hand as if shielding himself from the last remnants of his dignity. "I want to share," he said. Qinwu quickly responded, "I shall offer you 30% of the net profit. What you do with that money, whether you pocket it or share it with your comrades, is of no concern to me." Rustank continued to shield his face, leaving only his mouth exposed to speak. "I also need you to assist me in eliminating someone." Qinwu narrowed his eyes. "Who?" "Lieutenant Winchester." "Who is Lieutenant Winchester?" "He is a company commander in our battalion, and my sole rival for the position of battalion commander. The colonel informed me that Lieutenant Winchester is a minor noble from the upper echelons of society, seeking to ascend through gilded connections. The noble faction backing him is already mobilizing to elevate him to the rank of battalion commander. Unless he is eliminated, my aspirations remain unattainable." Qinwu grinned. "If I were to eliminate him, would your position as the company commander afford me greater convenience?" Lieutenant Rustank nodded. "Should I ascend to the rank of company commander, I would wield authority over 3 PDF infantry companies and a mechanized company. This 2-kilometer stretch of defensive territory you see is under our regiment's purview, and I would bear full responsibility for it. This land is my domain. Here, one may act without oversight." Qinwu licked his lips. With the support of a military company commander, his business endeavors would face no obstacles. Lieutenant Rustank set aside his self-deception and remarked, "Lieutenant Winchester is a cautious individual. During combat, he remains within the Chimera troop carrier, making it challenging to eliminate him." Qinwu, brimming with confidence, replied, "I will devise a method to accomplish this. Keep a close watch on Lieutenant Winchester's movements, and when the opportunity arises, I shall act." He then shifted the conversation. "Do you have a means to contact the local rebel leader? I wish to establish a collaboration with them." Lieutenant Rustank pondered briefly before responding. "The rebel leader's location is not fixed. Once their whereabouts are revealed, they become targets for our encirclement. I cannot ascertain where the rebel leader may be found. However, not long ago, the water ripple monitoring station was ambushed by a group of rebels during the night. My troops retaliated, leaving behind an injured captive. Perhaps you can glean information about the rebel subleader from him." Qinwu nodded. "Excellent. Hand me that rebel captive, provide me with an automatic weapon, and drive me a short distance." Half an hour later, a convertible military vehicle halted between the PDF and the rebel conflict zone. Marked by numerous signs of battle, craters from shells littered the ground, surrounding houses lay in ruins, and the land was barren, devoid of any signs of life. The area had transformed into a death zone, with only armed personnel on missions daring to tread here. Lieutenant Rustank parked the vehicle, with Qinwu seated in the back. Equipped with a PDF automatic rifle, beside him a rebel soldier bound and hooded. Lieutenant Rustank engaged the handbrake, turning to regard Qinwu earnestly. "Are you certain you wish to proceed? You have no knowledge of the rebel leader's temperament. If he is a tyrant, he may shoot you on sight, and our plans would be rendered void." Qinwu imparted a profound statement. "Death is not my end. It is the inception of my quest for vengeance." He pulled the whimpering rebel soldier from the vehicle, and Lieutenant Rustank wished him luck before turning the car back to the PDF camp. Once the convertible had vanished from view, Qinwu removed the rebel's hood, revealing the face of a middle-aged man. This visage belonged to an ordinary farmer. Appearing to be in his 40s, though his true age was uncertain, the man gazed at Qinwu with terror-stricken eyes, his face etched with desperation. Drawing a dagger, Qinwu caused the rebel soldier to emit pitiful cries. The captive attempted to flee, but with his hands bound behind his back, he stumbled and fell to the ground. Qinwu pressed a poison-laced substance to his gums, advancing to kneel upon his neck, prompting the rebel to thrash violently, believing he was about to meet his demise. However, without a moment's struggle, Qinwu rose to his feet, leaving the rebel soldier momentarily bewildered, as the ropes binding his hands had been severed. He stood up in confusion, unsure whether to flee or to hear what this man had to say. What transpired next left the man utterly flabbergasted. Qinwu tossed the PDF automatic weapon into the man's hands, pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and nonchalantly stated, "Take me to your leader. The kind who can engage in conversation. I have a business proposition to discuss." Several hours later, approximately 40 kilometers north of the PDF camp, in a dense forest, there existed a rebel stronghold housing around 1,000 insurgents. Bound at the wrists, Qinwu sat quietly on a wooden post, surveying the rebels with a curious gaze. This was an army composed of farmers, their encampment constructed primarily of wood. Most of the inhabitants were occupied with agricultural tasks, and there were fewer than 100 armed militants, wielding mostly subpar weapons, with the majority being homemade single-barrel shotguns. The rebels' armament was exceedingly poor, with scant iron tools at their disposal. Qinwu even observed a farmer chopping wood with a stone axe, a testament to the abysmal state of rebel industrial output. In the grotesque universe of Warhammer 40, the planetary governors, in their pursuit of heightened industrial efficiency, preferred to centralize all factories within the hive cities, leaving the entire planet devoid of alternative manufacturing facilities. Particularly on agricultural planets like this one, there existed but a single steel mill, located within the hive city itself. When the rebels revolted, the hive city severed the supply of industrial goods, nearly regressing the insurgents back to the Stone Age. Witnessing the rebels' dire circumstances instilled in Qinwu a greater confidence for the forthcoming negotiations. After waiting for a few minutes on the wooden post, a composed rebel approached. Flanked by a dozen guards, the principal figure had arrived. The leader was a small-time rebel chief, appearing to be in his 50s, with graying hair at his temples. He regarded the unperturbed Qinwu with evident displeasure. "Who are you? What is your purpose here?" Qinwu raised his hand, shaking the rope that still bound him. "I saved one of your soldiers. Is this how you treat a benefactor?" The rebel chief remained silent, while one of his guards menacingly aimed a homemade gun at Qinwu. Qinwu clicked his tongue, mentally tagging this individual as cautious. "All right then, let's get straight to the point. I'm here to discuss business." The chief scoffed, I have nothing to discuss with the lapdogs of the planetary governors. The only language you understand is that of bullets. As the words left his lips, the guard beside him raised his weapon, aiming the barrel, wide enough to fit 2 fingers, at Qinwu's head, his finger poised on the trigger. Upon realizing the imminent threat to his life, Qinwu burst into laughter, activating his death delay skill. Why do you laugh? The rebel chief inquired, perplexed. Qinwu could only assert that laughter before death was universally effective. He cast a scornful glance at the rebel chief. I laugh at your arrogance. You are choked by the Hive City's industrial stranglehold, impoverished to the brink of a Stone Age existence. Yet you dare to dismiss the opportunity to change your fate. The rebel chief once again let out a cold snort. Our revolution shall inevitably triumph. It is a certainty. The planetary governor and his exploitative minions will be consigned to the annals of history. Qinwu clicked his tongue. Is your revolution merely about shattering the several-meter-thick ceramic steel shell with stones? If so, I must commend you with a thumbs up. This remark infuriated a guard beside the little leader, who nearly pressed the barrel of his makeshift gun against Qinwu's forehead, his expression contorted as he roared. We fear not sacrifice. My countless comrades and I shall breach the exploitative fortress of the planetary governor. We possess a will of iron. Qinwu nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, you have countless comrades, but the PDF has an infinite supply of ammunition. You may have a will of iron, yet the PDF wields iron imbued with will. I am genuinely curious to see what transpires when your iron resolve collides with their sentient steel. How dare you? This provocation enraged the guard, who could no longer contain himself and swung the butt of his gun towards Qinwu's face. Qinwu retaliated with a swift kick to the man's groin, causing him to collapse to the ground, clutching his injured area, tears and snot streaming down his face. The other rebels were incensed, directing a dozen weapons at Qinwu and shouting for him to remain still. Unfazed, Qinwu glanced at the guns nearly poking his eyes. TSK, TSK, TSK. Does this weapon even have rifling? Can it penetrate PDF's bulletproof armor? He then inhaled deeply, detecting the odor of sulfur. You're not still using black powder, are you? For heaven's sake, we are in the 40th millennium of humanity. You are still relying on weapons from the second period? Can the iron dust expelled by this contraption even scratch the PDF's armor coating? The little rebel leader, witnessing Qinwu's composure under the threat of numerous guns, grew curious about what emboldened this man. Stranger, what exactly do you intend? Qinwu fixed his gaze upon the leader's eyes. I stated from the outset that I am here to negotiate a business deal. He gestured with his chin towards one of the rebels, the very individual he had previously released, who still held the PDF automatic rifle Qinwu had provided. Do you see that automatic rifle in his possession? It features rifling, is crafted from durable materials, utilizes military-grade propellant, and can strike a target a kilometer away, shattering the skull of some unfortunate soul. That is a genuine weapon, a true industrial product, not the refuse you wield, and I possess the means to continually supply you with such weaponry. After laboring for so long, he finally broached the main topic. The rebels, upon hearing that Qinwu could procure PDF automatic rifles for them, exchanged glances, and their weapons lowered slightly. They were acutely aware of the power of the PDF automatic rifles. A soldier equipped with one, along with bulletproof armor, could easily dispatch 100 rebels. PDF soldiers could commence precise fire from several hundred meters away, while they, armed with black powder makeshift guns, had to close within 100 meters to effectively shoot, resulting in the loss of many lives during that approach. The rebels also had their own steel and chemical factories, repurposed from pre-war civilian facilities, but their output was exceedingly low. The production of automatic firearms in these factories is limited, and the supply of suitable ammunition is even scarcer. A makeshift weapon, barely functional, has arrived from the headquarters, meaning that 100 individuals would be fortunate to share just one. Qinwu proposed the sale of high-quality firearms, and this proposition piqued the interest of everyone present. They all turned their gazes toward the small leader. Even the individual who had been kicked by Qinwu remained silent, awaiting the leader's response. The small leader regarded Qinwu, his mind swirling with thoughts, although he instinctively felt distrust towards the stranger. The allure of the high-quality weaponry presented was undeniable. What do you want? Qinwu replied with a grin, confident that the deal was sealed. In exchange for a good gun, I require 3 tons of grain. The small leader's mouth twitched. 3 tons of grain. Do you even comprehend how much that is? Trading 3 tons of grain for a weapon that weighs less than 5 kilograms. Are you serious? Qinwu nodded earnestly. While I may not have witnessed the magnitude of 3 tons of grain amassed together, I understand that for you, grain is hardly a scarce resource. You control the entire surface of this planet. With a mere spade, you could cultivate the land, sow some seeds, and reap a bountiful harvest in a few months. Grain is a trivial resource for you. However, the PDF automatic firearm is a genuine industrial product, crafted by the mechanical priests within the mechanical church of the capital. The mechanics utilize high-energy explosives to break the crust, extract metals, smelt them into steel ingots, and then employ massive stamping machines to forge the gun's exterior. Precision drilling machines carve the rifling into the barrels, followed by assembly through prayer. These firearms, these industrial creations, are something you could never hope to produce through a lifetime of agricultural toil. I am asking you to exchange an abundant resource for an industrial product that you could never create. Does that pose a problem? The small leader blinked, recognizing the validity of Liin Wu's argument, yet he still hesitated to agree to the transaction. What do you intend to do with such an abundance of grain? Are you planning to support the PDF? My comrades and I control all of the surface outside the capital. The exploiters within will inevitably starve without access to grain. Liin Wu rolled his eyes and replied, "Do you wish to let billions in the capital perish? Please, do not be naive. Are you aware of the advanced technology for synthesizing starch from molybdenum waste? In the Warhammer 40K universe, humanity is capable of interstellar travel. The prerequisite for such technology is the artificial synthesis of starch. The human empire possesses the most sophisticated synthesis techniques, which utilize molybdenum waste to create starch. Although I may not fully grasp the underlying principles, I am aware of its remarkable efficiency. A single machine can produce enough starch daily to sustain billions. Thus, attempting to starve the inhabitants of the capital through a grain blockade is utterly futile." Chapter 43. History is a cycle. The rebels exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a clarity that belied their lack of formal education. "What is molybdenum fertilizer synthesis for starch?" the small leader inquired, scratching his head in confusion. Despite humanity's ability to traverse the cosmos within the Warhammer 40K universe, the educational standards of its populace are markedly uneven across various worlds. The majority of the Imperium's planets engage in a form of anti-intellectualism, leaving their inhabitants with a nebulous understanding of their surroundings. Farmers toil their entire lives cultivating the land, while laborers spend their days tightening screws, with little opportunity to grasp what lies beyond their daily grind. The concept of synthesizing food for billions from energy waste is utterly unfathomable to these uneducated folk. One can only ponder how these unfortunate souls would react upon discovering that the universe teems with world-ending extraterrestrial beings, and that demons lurk in the subspace, gazing into their very souls. Liin Wu attempted to elucidate the process of synthesizing starch from molybdenum waste, yet the insurgents regarded him with astonishment, their eyes betraying disbelief. How could this be? They questioned. If such a convenient solution existed, why must we endure the backbreaking labor of farming? Surely, everyone could simply consume machine-synthesized food. Although the insurgent leader lacked formal education, he possessed a keen intellect and aptly countered with his doubts. Liin Wu responded, "Firstly, this substance is far from palatable. It is, in fact, notoriously unappetizing, earning the moniker corpse starch, a testament to its poor quality. Secondly, it is detrimental to health. The nutritional value contained within it pales in comparison to that of crops cultivated in fertile soil, and a prolonged diet of it could shorten one's lifespan. Thirdly, this is an agricultural planet, tasked with supplying high-quality consumables to neighboring star systems. You may be unaware, but the natural food you have access to daily is a rare treasure on other Imperial worlds. At regular intervals, transport ships arrive above our planet to compress and convey dehydrated natural food to other worlds, where it is transformed into gourmet provisions for the nobility or those who have rendered service. Your very existence hinges on this endeavor, the production of superior food." The insurgents grasped the gravity of their situation. The food deemed a common resource on their planet was, in fact, a high-value commodity elsewhere. While the Imperium could resort to consuming machine-synthesized sustenance in dire circumstances, they typically favored natural food. Suddenly, the insurgent leader was struck by a chilling realization. If our purpose is to provide natural food to other Imperial planets, what will become of us if we fail in this duty? Liin Wu cracked a sinister smile. "You shall witness towering steel citadels materialize above our world, unleashing a rain of destruction upon the surface. In that moment, whether one is an oppressor or a rebel, a traditionalist or a revolutionary, a hero or a scoundrel, you will confront the starkest realities of existence." Ultimately, collaboration was achieved. On the surface, it appeared that Liin Wu's provision of advanced weaponry and precious medical supplies swayed the insurgents. Yet, on a more personal level, the insurgent leader found himself ignited by a curiosity about the world beyond. These rebels have lived their entire lives on the agricultural planet 496b, knowing only that an industrial planet lies adjacent to theirs, and beyond that exists a realm of knights, with no knowledge of what lies further afield. These farmers, illiterate and unlearned, are thrust into labor as soon as they possess the strength to assist their parents. As soon as their frames begin to mature, they are taught the use of a hoe. Like their forebears, they will toil upon the land, labor tirelessly, wed ordinary women, raise the next generation, and ultimately succumb to the soil they have cultivated. Yet, when these farmers gaze up at the night sky, immense spacecraft traverse above them, and space stations, reminiscent of celestial cities, blink with navigational lights, as vehicles capable of breaching the atmosphere plunge towards the surface like fiery orbs. Descending slowly into towering nests that pierce the clouds, do they not experience a profound sense of dislocation and burgeoning curiosity? Indeed, this curiosity ignited within them, fueled by the unbearable exploitation wrought by the planetary governor, prompting them to raise the banner of revolution, seeking to understand the world more deeply. As the revolution remains unfulfilled, they have yet to dismantle the fortress of oppression imposed by the governor, thus remaining distanced from the truth of their reality. However, now arrives Liin Wu, a man seemingly unafraid of death, who meets a dozen rifles with a grin. His unflappable demeanor starkly contrasts with those who struggle to survive. The information he imparts is unlike anything the assembled crowd has ever encountered. The rebel leader senses that this man has torn a fragment of the veil obscuring the truth of their world, and thus chooses to collaborate with him. As the ropes binding Liin Wu are loosened, he rises and stretches, addressing the rebel leader. Prepare 3 tons of grain. Next time, I shall bring an automatic PDF rifle. With your numbers, you will assist me in transporting the grain to a location where I can receive it. The rebel leader responds, I wish to speak with you privately. Just the 2 of us. Liin Wu raises an eyebrow. Very well, lead the way. Private discussions lay the groundwork for friendship, and Liin Wu is eager to invest time in forging connections with those capable of meaningful dialogue in such a place. The rebel leader guides Liin Wu to a modest wooden cabin, and after closing the door, nervously inquires, if my comrades and I succeed in our revolution and seize control of this planet, how will the Empire respond to us? Liin Wu regards him with newfound respect. The depth of his question reveals a considerable wisdom and vision. He replies, the Empire is indifferent to the turnover of power on any given planet, nor does it concern itself with the systems you implement. Whether you adopt capitalism, socialism, feudalism, or utopia, the Empire remains unconcerned. The rebel leader, puzzled, asks, what then does the Empire care about? Liin Wu responds languidly, taxes. The Empire only cares about taxation. Once you successfully seize the planetary authority, as long as you declare your allegiance to the Empire and pay your taxes, it will not interfere with your governance, nor will it concern itself with the fate of the planetary governor. The small rebel leader exhaled in relief. They were aware of the Empire's existence. Although their understanding was abstract and inaccurate, the undeniable might of the Empire was a shared recognition among the upper echelons of the rebellion. An unresolved dilemma persisted within the ranks of the insurgents. After they assassinated the planetary governor to seize control of the planet, how would they contend with the Empire? To the small rebel leader, the solution to confronting the Empire seemed rather straightforward. Simply impose taxes. Observing his relieved expression, Liin Wu chuckled ominously. Do you truly believe the Empire's taxes are lenient? Do you think your oppression and exploitation stem solely from the incompetence of the planetary governor and his government? Surely, you do not think that replacing the governor will improve your world? Isn't it true that the greedy governor seeks to strip us of our last morsel of sustenance? Is it not his fault that we endure such suffering? The small rebel leader was fervent, his fists clenched tightly, for he was an astute individual who had begun to grasp the gravity of the situation. Liin Wu's subsequent remarks shattered the last remnants of his hopeful delusions. Is it not possible that the planetary governor was, in fact, a competent ruler? Perhaps in his youth, he aspired to alter the plight of the common people, to advocate for your welfare. However, as far as I know, over a decade ago, our neighboring industrial planet was besieged by the green-skinned orcs, a particularly brutal alien species. It was precisely due to this extraterrestrial threat that the Empire imposed heavy taxes on our planet to support the industrial world. The small rebel leader's heart sank completely. Indeed, the heavy taxation was not a consequence of the governor's actions, but rather a result of the formidable empire looming behind him. Liin Wu's words continued. Your revolution has persisted for over 10 years, and you have fully taken control of this agricultural planet's surface. While this is an admirable achievement, I must candidly state that due to your insurrection, the planetary governor has accrued 10 years of tax arrears owed to the Empire. I shudder to imagine how you will respond when you finally breach the stronghold, eliminate the governor, and establish your own government, only to be met with the Empire's tax fleet demanding immediate payment of a decade's worth of overdue taxes as you celebrate your victory. The small rebel leader's aged face tightened in dread, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. He understood the implications of Liin Wu's words. It meant they would become the new oppressors. The Empire's power was insurmountable. A single warship could stretch up to 110 kilometers in length, armed with thousands of formidable kinetic cannons and energy spears. A single barrage could create devastation akin to a small nuclear explosion on the surface, capable of erasing an entire city from existence. Not to mention the hundreds of aircraft, tanks, and thousands of elite interstellar troops carried aboard the warship. Resistance was futile. To ensure their survival, the nascent regime would inevitably become exploiters. The revolutionaries, who emerged from the masses, would inevitably transform into tax collectors serving the Empire, akin to planetary governors, becoming the very exploiters they despised. Observing the pallor on the man's face, Liin Wu sighed and drew a conclusion. History is but a cycle, in the absence of a means to alter the grand environment. Even the dragon-slaying youth shall ultimately become the malevolent dragon. Those revolutionaries, once filled with ideals and dreams of liberty, will find themselves as exploiters in the service of the Empire. Liin Wu harbored a suspicion during his months on this planet. The scenes he witnessed in the Nest City led him to believe that the planetary governor possessed the capability to reclaim the surface. After all, the Nest City accounted for 99% of the world's industrial output and housed billions, making it implausible that they could be outmatched by the farmers wielding their hoes outside. The planetary governor likely calculated that even if he were to initiate the most severe suppression immediately and swiftly organize production, he would still be unable to meet the tax deadline. Regardless of his actions, he would ultimately face the Imperial tax fleet, unable to pay sufficient taxes, leading to his execution by the tribunal's explosive weaponry. In light of this, it might be prudent to forego suppression and cease the depletion of the planet's resources, allowing the populace to enjoy a decade or two of peace, only to await the tribunal's arrival to extract the very essence of the people. Perhaps, due to the planetary governor's restraint from quelling the rebellion and avoiding civil strife, the next generation might benefit from the foundation laid by their predecessors, enabling them to repay the Empire's taxes swiftly and spare many from suffering. Of course, this was merely Liin Wu's personal conjecture. He had no true understanding of the planetary governor, having never encountered him. The stark dichotomy between the rebels and the Nest City seemed orchestrated, suggesting that such a state of affairs could not have arisen without the consent of the highest authority on the planet. The small rebel leader, overwhelmed by the influx of information and lacking complete trust in Liin Wu, chose to conclude their discussion. Yet, at the end of their conversation, he instinctively posed a question. Is there truly no way for us to seize control of our destiny? Liin Wu had pondered this question and responded without hesitation. To master one's fate, at the very least, one must possess a spacecraft capable of entering subspace. For it is such a vessel that grants the ticket to command one's destiny. He had considered his future. In this tumultuous world, remaining on a single planet was perilous. One could awaken to an invasion by extraterrestrials or demons, rendering escape impossible. To genuinely dictate one's fate, acquiring a spaceship was imperative. The size and armament of the vessel were insignificant. What mattered was its speed and its ability to navigate subspace. Only by acquiring the means to traverse the cosmos could one begin to grasp control over their own destiny. As the conversation concluded, Liin Wu prepared to depart, with the small rebel leader personally escorting him out of the camp. However, just before exiting, Liin Wu was struck by a low, mournful moan. He glanced towards the moaning wooden cabin, discovering several injured soldiers in a dire state. Their wounds were hastily bound with bandages, and no medicinal supplies were in sight. The small rebel leader, observing Liin Wu's gaze upon the wounded, sighed. Our medical supplies are severely limited. We can only offer the injured some comforting herbal remedies. Should you return next time with anti-inflammatory medications, I believe our cooperative relationship will be further solidified. No sooner had he spoken than a system prompt resonated from Liin Wu's side. Ding. A task awaits capture. The rebel leader is in urgent need of medication, requiring you to provide 3 units of anti-inflammatory painkillers. Should you comply, you will gain their friendship, and they will afford you greater conveniences. After accepting the task, Liin Wu remarked, "Prepare my rations. I shall endeavor to procure some medications on my next visit." Chapter 45. The medical station having established contact with the rebels, Liin Wu planned his return. He was transported to the conflict zone by a beast resembling a horse, albeit a genetically modified creature. He then made his way back to Lieutenant Rustan's camp on foot. Upon reaching Rustan, Liin Wu pulled him aside into the military tent and whispered, "I have established communication with the rebels. In exchange for a PDF automatic rifle, they will return 3 tons of food. I need to return to the hideout immediately. Please drive me." The assortment of items Liin Wu had previously scavenged including upgrades for the hideout bought from the Twin Serpents Clinic, were still in Lieutenant Rustan's possession, and he was eager to retrieve them. All these items were currently stored in Rustan's tent, untouched. He hoisted the belongings onto his back, while Rustan prepared his open-top military vehicle to transport Qinwu toward the lair. Do not enter the lair. Head outside instead. There is a ventilation duct through which I intend to return, Qinwu instructed, halting Rustan's intentions to drive into the lair with his bundles. Using the large elevator to return to the hideout would be unsafe, potentially attracting unwanted attention. He preferred to exit through the ventilation duct, as it was swifter and safer. Though Rustan was perplexed, he complied, driving out of the PDF camp towards a secret vent on the outskirts of the lair. Upon arrival, Qinwu unloaded his cargo from the vehicle, and Rustan handed him what appeared to be a radio. This is a high-power avian spectrum communication device. Even at a depth of 20 kilometers underground, the two radios can still connect. Should any matters arise, I will reach you through this. Our encrypted channel is 350234MYY. Qinwu nodded, cradling the radio. Keep an eye on Lieutenant Winchester's movements. If an opportunity arises, contact me, and I will deal with him. Rustan nodded in acknowledgement and drove away in his open-top military vehicle. Qinwu watched him depart before slowly making his way toward the colossal ventilation outlet of the lair. However, instead of directly entering the hardened area, he set down his belongings and turned towards the nearby forest, where an underground maintenance station awaited. The iron door of the underground maintenance station stood ajar. Qinwu knocked gently before pushing it open, only to be met with a pungent stench of blood that assaulted his senses. There, seated cross-legged on the floor, was the Silent One, whom he had not seen in several days. Before him lay an eerie circle of strange symbols drawn in white chalk on the ground, resembling a magical array. In the center of this array rested the carcass of an extraterrestrial creature, roughly the size of a cat, its belly split open and intestines splayed out. While the Silent One gazed intently at the entrails, as if seeking to unveil some cosmic mystery, Qinwu clicked his tongue, his eyes scanning the maintenance station. He had visited this place before, having taken away numerous tools, and though it was somewhat damp, it had remained relatively tidy. However, since the Silent One's arrival, the atmosphere had transformed drastically. The walls and floors were now adorned with chaotic and bizarre graffiti that was deeply unsettling. Scattered about were the remains of small animals, seemingly used as divination materials, and the air was thick with the acrid stench of decay and blood. With a firm hand, Qinwu slapped the Silent One on the shoulder. "Hey, what on earth are you doing?" The Silent One slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes reflecting a profound depth. "I am delving into the mysteries of this world, probing the future, and engaging in spiritual divination." Spiritual energy is a wondrous force. It can unleash immensely destructive spells and also provide glimpses into what is yet to come. Some powerful psychics can indeed foresee future events, though the accuracy of such visions is another matter entirely. Qinwu kicked aside the animal carcasses on the floor and, wrapping his arm around the Silent One's neck, said, "Listen, can you not be so twisted? This world is so beautiful, yet you insist on presenting yourself as a sinister chaos sorcerer. Aren't you afraid that some righteous companions may emerge and, in the name of love and peace, strike you down? Shouldn't there be a glimmer of sunshine in one's heart? You're not a child watching DGA battle against EGA Stan, pouring out all your inner light just to dwell in darkness. We harbor no heavy, dark secrets. Everything is light and carefree, understand?" The Silent One gazed at Qinwu with an utterly innocent expression, his terrifying scars beginning to scab over. In the damp and shadowy environment, surrounded by malevolent graffiti and the stench of decaying animals, he appeared almost like an unwitting murderer. Qinwu sighed, feeling a sense of futility in teaching him. He led the Silent One out of the underground maintenance station, inhaling the fresh air outside, and handed him all the sacred cakes he had brought along. "Here, food to resist subspace pollution, as promised." The Silent One's eyes lit up as he eagerly accepted the sacred cakes, cradling them lovingly in his arms. Qinwu added, "In a few days, I will return to bring you more food. This is a rare opportunity. Continue to channel subspace energy through me to enhance my subspace attributes." The Silent One nodded and resumed his cross-legged position. "Prepare yourself. I am about to begin. If it becomes unbearable or if a demon attempts to extract your soul, just call out and I will cease." The Silent One suspended his hand before Qinwu, gradually releasing subspace energy. Qinwu once more felt the torment of his soul being cleansed, as a small rift opened before him, leading into the ocean of spiritual energy within subspace. Bathed in the energy of the subspace, his mental fortitude and resistance to the subspace surged dramatically. As he endured the torment inflicted by this energy, a familiar, Sinister voice echoed from the depths of his soul. That peculiar soul has returned once more? Qinwu sensed a colossal demonic hand reaching out, slowly extending towards the flame of his soul nestled within the subspace, attempting to grasp it. Unknown soul, you have traversed the heights multiple times in search of power. Have you not? Why not serve my master and expedite your acquisition of unimaginable strength? The demon whispered temptingly to Qinwu, who conveyed a singular thought in response. Who are you? I am the Blood God, a moniker of the terror of blood, one of the 5 great evil deities. I wield a sharp blade, delighting my master with the blood of battle and the heads of enemies, having once garnered a momentary gaze from my lord. Thus, the flames upon my blade burn with fervor. Upon hearing the demon's self-description, Qinwu exclaimed in realization, so you are merely a bloodsucker. I was led to believe you were a formidable entity. Instead, you are just a petty wretch. The bloodsucker, one of the 5 great evil gods of subspace and a core melee unit under terror of blood, was a basic demon. They appeared in crimson hues, wielding blazing blades, excelling in close combat, and sought to behead enemies as sacrifices to terror of blood. The boast of having received a glance from terror of blood signified his valor in battle, as the evil god bestows blessings upon those who fulfill their desires, enhancing their strength. Terror of blood revels in combat, granting blessings to his subordinates who relish in slaughter. The bloodsucker's claim of intensified flames on his blade was a direct reflection of such empowerment. Yet, even with enhancements, a petty wretch remains just that. The bloodsucker momentarily seethed at being called a petty wretch, but due to the uniqueness of Qinwu's soul, this creature, known only for its penchant for violence, surprisingly suppressed its fury. Come, soul yearning for power, join the ranks of the blood god and fight for him. Slaughter all, claim their heads, forge rivers of blood, ascend to the paradise of demons, and revel in eternal bloodlust. Qinwu inquired, paradise? What paradise? Is it that of the lust demon? He was cautious not to be swayed by biased opinions, and sought the perspective of the lust demon perched upon his right shoulder. The lust demon, a basic demon under the subspace evil god of lust, was in stark opposition to terror of blood. To simplify, terror of blood was a fierce combatant, while lust was a creator of life, representing 2 starkly contrasting forces. Mentioning the lust demon in the presence of a bloodsucker was a blatant provocation, igniting the bloodsucker's ire. You insolent pest, I shall crush you. The bloodsucker erupted in rage, and Qinwu sensed a demonic hand from the subspace ruthlessly grasping for his soul's flame, intent on shattering it. With a resolute shout of illuminate with light, he swiftly placed the sacred wafer he had been holding into his mouth, enveloping himself in a divine state. In the next moment, he was enveloped entirely by a golden, pure energy, a sanctuary bestowed by the Emperor, the sovereign of humanity. This pristine force was utterly incompatible with the malevolent entities of the subspace, akin to the fundamental opposition of water and fire. When the demon's sinister hand, which was known for its sanguinary nature, made contact with the golden flame of Qinwu's soul, it was as if it had been seared by a branding iron. The essence of its soul experienced excruciating torment, emitting a heart-wrenching wail before vanishing into the depths of the subspace, leaving Qinwu's fragile soul oblivious to its presence. At that moment, the Silent One ceased the release of subspace energy, beads of sweat adorning his brow as he took a few steps back, staring in astonishment at Qinwu. This individual had managed to best a demon, repelling it. Who would have thought that the sacred cake possessed such power? Gradually, Qinwu regained his composure. His vision had been peculiarly altered, for his physical eyes beheld the tangible world, while his soul could perceive the ethereal cosmos of the subspace. The overlapping of these 2 perspectives left him in a daze, but that disorientation had now dissipated. He accessed the system panel to inspect his attributes, and his eyes widened in delight. His energy attribute had risen to 20 points, subspace resistance had increased to 30 points, psychic resistance had also attained 30 points, and psychic proficiency had elevated to 30 points. A transformation had occurred. Qinwu realized that the world he could perceive had shifted. The enhancement of his mental acuity allowed him to perceive this realm with heightened sensitivity, not solely the corporeal world. With a mere flicker of concentration, he could sense the faint presence of the subspace. Most crucially, he could now discern the flickering flame of his own soul within the subspace. This was tantamount to an individual recognizing the existence of their own soul. Were this a realm of cultivation, he would undoubtedly be considered a neophyte in the arts of ascension. Qinwu's ability to witness his soul flame in the subspace could be regarded as an initiation into psychic prowess. With his will, he could gradually maneuver the flame belonging to him, an overwhelming joy swelling within his heart. The next step was to fortify this flame, Once accomplished, he could absorb the energy from the subspace and release it into the material universe, unlocking a myriad of spells, thereby becoming a psychic adept. Qinwu rose to his feet, weariness etched upon his face, yet his countenance radiated elation. He patted the Silent One on the shoulder and remarked, "I shall take my leave for now, but I will return in a few days. Please tidy up your living space. It is rather untidy. I may bring others to the vicinity soon, and it would not reflect well if they were to see it in such disarray." The Silent One nodded silently, then watched as Qinwu, burdened with packages, stood in the ventilation duct and vanished without a trace mere seconds later. A flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes. In truth, he had withheld some knowledge regarding psychic abilities in his teachings to Qinwu. Many techniques of psychic spells could have been disseminated, yet he chose not to do so, for he realized that he possessed little more than rudimentary knowledge of psychic application to offer to Qinwu. He intended to wield this as leverage in their discussions, compelling Qinwu to continuously furnish him with resources capable of combating demons, while he gradually shared fragments of psychic knowledge. He harbored a deep-seated fear that one day he might become obsolete to Qinwu, leading to his abandonment. Yet now, after merely undergoing 2 sessions of subspace energy purification, Qinwu had managed to thwart a subspace demon that lurked to devour souls. Furthermore, the ball of soul flame within subspace grew ever larger. It would not be long before this ordinary-sized soul flame surpassed his own abilities as a psychic. Observing the ventilation duct from which Qinwu had vanished, the face of the Silent One darkened. The only leverage he possessed for an equal dialogue with Qinwu was gradually slipping away, leaving him to ponder his choices. Meanwhile, Qinwu successfully returned to his hideout, depositing his scattered belongings before eagerly commencing the construction of a medical station. He gathered the 3 essential components: chemical purification apparatus, temperature control unit, and mixing sedimentation machine. With tools in hand, he busily disassembled and reassembled the devices, connecting the electrical wires with a series of clinks and clatters. Ding! The hideout had been upgraded to medical station level 1. Qinwu hastily examined the workings of the medical station. It was indeed impressive, even at its initial level. It boasted 8 production slots capable of simultaneously generating 8 items. This capability stemmed from the 8 test tubes housed within the core component, the mixing sedimentation machine, which allowed for the concurrent production or purification of 8 different medicines. The recipes for medical station level 1 are as follows: input 1 poison needle, output 1 low-level medical synthesis material, production time 20 minutes. Input 1 anger potion, output 1 high-level medical synthesis material, production time 30 minutes. These 2 items served as core materials essential for the medical station, which could be refined from syringes discovered on the battlefield. Next came the legitimate creations, with input-output details as follows: minor strength needle, increases strength by 5 points for 1 day. Side effect includes accelerated metabolism leading to increased hunger. Requires 2 low-level medical synthesis materials, production time 20 minutes. Minor stamina needle, increases stamina by 5 points for 1 day. Requires 2 low-level medical synthesis materials. Production time 20 minutes. Hemostatic and analgesic antibacterial injection, lasts for 6 hours. Requires 1 low-level medical synthesis material and 1 high-level medical synthesis material. Production time 30 minutes. Minor hematopoietic needle, void blood pump. As long as one does not succumb immediately, this injection will miraculously regenerate flesh and mend bones, lasting for 20 minutes. Requires 3 high-level medical synthesis materials. Production time 24 hours. Minor medical kit, requires 1 low-level medical synthesis material. Minor surgical kit, requires 1 low-level medical synthesis material. High-purity antibacterial powder, requires 5 low-level medical synthesis materials. Production time 20 minutes. Heat-resistant chemical poison, requires 3 poison needles. Production time 20 minutes. Chapter 46. Establishing a distillery. Now, with an abundance of poison needles and anger potions at his disposal, Qinwu decided to input 8 poison needles for material decomposition. This process would yield results in just 20 minutes, demonstrating remarkable efficiency. He intended to attend to other matters while periodically checking back, aiming to decompose all medical materials. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed at the entrance of the hideout. Qinwu grasped his pistol and approached the door, peering through a small window to find a dagger-wielding figure. He opened the door, and the young man, known as Showdown, placed 2 large buckets of food starch on the ground with great reverence, saying, "Boss, this is the food I retrieved today, delivered for you. Is there anything you would like me to do?" Showdown had now become one of Qinwu's trusted aides, assisting him with various tasks. Menial chores, such as collecting food from the safe zone, were entrusted to Showdown. who would periodically deliver provisions to Li Qinwu's doorstep and inquire if there were any tasks requiring his attention. Li Qinwu stroked his chin thoughtfully, glancing around at the concealed pipes nearby. With a sales channel for alcohol established and provisions secured, the only missing element was a distillery. It was time to commence the construction of a brewing workshop. First, he would delineate the land, erect walls along the sides of the passage, and transform this area into his private domain, followed by the installation of brewing equipment. Showdown, he instructed, I need assistance with some masonry work. I plan to construct 2 walls in this vicinity to convert the passage into my private territory. Could you gather a few people to help? I will compensate them with 100 fertilizer coupons each day. Xiao Dao's eyes brightened as he considered the proposition. Boss, that's rather excessive. You could manage to motivate this group of ruffians with just 10 currency units for several days. Offering too much will only make you appear as an easy target. Then let us settle on 10 units per day. Find some individuals to assist me, and you will be responsible for procuring the building materials, such as ceramic steel powder. Submit your expenses to me. The construction must be sturdy enough to withstand explosions. If you accomplish this task, I shall reward you with an automatic rifle. Xiao Dao's eyes widened in awe, nearly drooling at the mention of the automatic rifle. Possessing such a weapon would elevate his status significantly within the underbelly of society. Boss, I will ensure it is done. I shall seek out the workers immediately. With that, Xiao Dao dashed off energetically. Li Qinwu observed his retreating figure with a smirk. The automatic rifle was already intended as a reward for Xiao Dao, who was one of his few reliable associates. Equipping him with a weapon could prove unexpectedly advantageous in certain situations. Before long, Xiao Dao returned, accompanied by over 30 individuals, all members of the fertilizer gang, each exuding an intimidating presence. However, upon confronting Li Qinwu, they all bowed their heads in deference, addressing him as Boss Li, for he was a significant benefactor, and calling him boss was certainly in their best interest. These individuals bore metal scraps and bags of ceramic steel powder, common building materials in the lower levels. Ceramic steel powder served as a versatile substance in the Warhammer 40k universe. The lower grades could be used for mixing concrete, while the higher grades could be fashioned into armor for space marines. Such materials were prevalent across millions of Imperial worlds. Li Qinwu began to direct them in constructing the walls, using the entrance of their hideout as the central point, extending the walls 50 meters on either side of the passage. This would allow him to claim a total of 100 meters of the passage. Essentially, this passage formed a large circle with a diameter of 6 meters, providing ample space. Occupying 100 meters at once would be more than sufficient, with the potential for further expansion if necessary. The small knife and his accompanying team immediately set to work, wielding a variety of tools. They began by drilling holes into the wall, subsequently inserting steel bars to ensure that the newly constructed wall would be securely connected to the main passage, thereby guaranteeing its strength. Without this reinforcement, a mere push from outside could cause the wall to collapse. Once the steel bars were installed in all directions, they proceeded to construct the wall using ceramic steel and pre-prepared ceramic steel blocks. As they built the wall, they embedded steel plates within it to enhance its defensive capabilities. Li Qinwu instructed them that the wall must be at least half a meter thick. This thickness, combined with the embedded steel plates, would suffice to thwart the majority of conventional weaponry on this planet, should anyone dare to assault Li Qinwu's distillery. This half-meter thick ceramic steel wall would serve as their lamentation wall. Even if assailants managed to acquire unconventional weapons to breach this barrier, Li Qinwu harbored no fear. The factions capable of obtaining such weaponry were undoubtedly formidable. Those who could not contend with them would merely await their demise. The small knife and his companions worked with remarkable efficiency, completing one wall in just a day. At Li Qinwu's request, they left an opening in the wall for 2 people to pass side by side, complete with a rail track at the bottom. Every passage in the lower nest was designed with embedded rail tracks, a feature established from the outset to facilitate the transport of supplies via a small train. For instance, the fertilizer gang utilized numerous small motorized trains akin to those toy trains children play with in shopping malls to transport various raw materials. However, as time progressed, most of the passages in the lower nest fell into disuse, leading to the cessation of small trains traversing these tracks. To brew his spirits, Li Qinwu needed to transport raw materials from the surface to the lower nest. The horizontal distance from his location to the ventilation shaft spanned approximately 20 kilometers, with a vertical descent of about 15 kilometers. Relying solely on his legs to transport materials would render him utterly incapacitated. The distance was simply too exhausting. Hence, he resolved to procure a motorized small train to ferry goods from the lower nest to the vicinity of the ventilation shaft, establishing a reliable transport route. On the following day, the small knife and his team completed yet another wall, sealing it with a formidable iron door measuring 20 millimeters in thickness. Qinwu had acquired a 100-meter-long dark passage, marking it as his private domain. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Next, he intended to construct a large water purification system, a sizable distiller, a heater, and a fermentation furnace. Furthermore, he planned to obtain another motorized small train and dispatch individuals along the passage to determine whether the train could reach the ventilation opening directly. Chapter 47. The mutants. Now that Qinwu had a suitable location, the next step was to install the brewing equipment. He was well versed in the art of distillation. His cousin in the countryside had once engaged in this very craft, which, in essence, was quite straightforward. Any ordinary person could manage it with ease. To embark on large-scale production, someone like Qinwu must first acquire a crushing machine to break down the grain, facilitating fermentation. Following this, a sizable cauldron is essential for cooking the grain until it is thoroughly prepared. The next step involves a series of fermentation barrels, wherein the grain undergoes repeated fermentation, culminating in the distillation of alcohol through heating. Initially, a stove must be constructed using plastic steel, an adaptation based on previous suggestions noting the prevalence of this material in Warhammer 40k. This will form a circular deep basin, with iron sheets welded inside. Xiao Dao has enlisted several skilled craftsmen from the Fertilizer Guild, equipped with their own welding tools, at a cost of 50 yuan per day. He, along with his team, scoured the lower nests for strong, rust-resistant steel, ultimately bringing back suitable iron sheets. The welding experts affixed these sheets within the plastic steel framework, meticulously polishing it to create a large iron cauldron capable of processing several tons of grain and water at once. As for the heating mechanism, it will undoubtedly employ electric heating. Previously, Qinwu procured a durable rhenium battery from the hydrological monitoring station, connecting it to a device resembling a heating treasure. When heating is required, this device is placed into the cauldron, releasing an intense amount of heat. The simplicity of this heater echoes the quick heating contraptions favored by students in the Third Era. With technology from the 40s, this device can rapidly heat hundreds of liters of water to boiling in under 10 minutes, exhibiting extraordinary power. The cauldron for heating the grain is complete, and similarly, a purely metallic distillation apparatus has been constructed. Subsequently, Xiao Dao and his team sought clean wooden planks to fashion several fermentation tanks, salvaging ventilation fans from a refuse heap. Thus, Qinwu's distillery, adorned with an Odibio aesthetic, has come to fruition, though it may appear unsanitary by modern standards. The resilience of the 40s populace is such that they are not easily harmed by the brew. Xiao Dao, have you located the cargo train I asked you to find? As Qinwu assessed the readiness of his brewing endeavor, poised to launch, he inquired of Xiao Dao about the transportation arrangements. Xiao Dao nodded affirmatively. Boss, I have indeed found the train. My brothers salvaged it from a junkyard. It consists of a power car and 10 small carriages. The carriages are all intact, though the power car is significantly damaged. I went to plead with the Nepalese boss to assist with repairs, and he even gifted us a case of mineral oil. Qinwu acknowledged this with a sound of understanding. I shall remember this favor from the Nepalese. Where's the train? Lead me to it. Xiao Dao guided Qinwu to the entrance of the distillery, where a small train awaited outside. This train resembled those used to transport, or from underground to the surface, compact, with each carriage accommodating no more than 2 individuals. The power car was also modest in size, even smaller than the popular spicy fish head dish from the Third Era. Qinwu circled the train, marveling at its design, and inquired, what fuel does this machine utilize? Does it run on electricity or oil, and how fast can it go? Xiao Dao explained. The Nepalese boss indicated that this engine can burn any fuel we deem combustible, vegetable oil, animal fat, mineral oil, or alcohol. It can utilize them all, albeit with varying efficiency. The leader of Nepal asserted that regardless of what we inject into its engine, it is imperative to filter it thoroughly to avoid any debris. Otherwise, the engine may become irreparably damaged. If all 10 freight carriages are fully loaded and powered by mineral oil, the vehicle should be capable of reaching a speed of 80 kilometers per hour, while utilizing alcohol would yield a minimum speed of 40 kilometers per hour. Qinwu was exceedingly pleased, as the straight-line distance to the surface would undoubtedly not exceed 40 kilometers, allowing for a round trip within an hour, which is indeed quite efficient. Upon returning to his hideout, Qinwu retrieved 2 automatic rifles from the rebels, tossing one to Xiao Dao as a reward while securing the other on his back. He then counted out a substantial sum of money to settle the wages of the group of workers that Xiao Dao had brought, and in response to their astonished expressions, Qinwu declared, next, I will embark on this train to scout ahead. I need several brave souls, armed and willing to accompany me. Upon our return, each will receive 100 fertilizer vouchers. Who will join me? He intended to map the route from the distillery to the surface ventilation shaft, a journey of at least 40 kilometers. Navigating through the unknown regions of the bottom nest for such a distance posed considerable danger. Who knew what they might encounter along the way? The sudden appearance of mutants, aliens, heretics, gene stealers, or demons would not surprise Qinwu in the least. The 30-odd workers exchanged glances, then hastily grabbed nearby tools as makeshift weapons and leaped aboard the carriage. Qinwu chuckled, joining Xiaodao atop the engine. With a series of deft maneuvers, Xiaodao set the train in motion at a slow pace. First, they passed through Qinwu's distillery, where the facilities were intentionally constructed on either side, leaving the middle track clear for the small train to pass effortlessly. Once all carriages had exited the distillery, Qinwu locked the main door and gestured grandly, prompting the train to advance at a leisurely speed of 10 kilometers per hour. This slow pace was necessitated by their uncertainty regarding the condition of the tracks ahead. Should they encounter debris or damage, they would need to disembark to clear and repair it. A powerful light illuminated the tunnel, casting brilliance upon the passageway. Qinwu's gaze remained fixed on the tracks below, occasionally calling for a halt to dispatch individuals to clear detritus, primarily consisting of aged, dislodged plastic steel fragments that had become lodged within the tracks. After more than an hour of travel, they occasionally faced inclines at a 45-degree angle. Each ascent confirmed to Qinwu that they were indeed progressing towards the surface. Fortuitously, they encountered very few living beings or humans along the way. This was to be expected, as they were now quite close to the periphery of the bottom nest. In such a jungle of reinforced concrete, survival would be impossible without resources for sustenance. To survive, one must be near the main elevator, where water and food are produced, and where human activity occurs. Who would venture into such desolate terrain unless they were not of sound mind? Ironically, Qinwu's exploratory convoy did, in fact, encounter individuals of dubious normality. Halt! Qinwu shouted loudly, prompting the small train to come to a halt as the driver engaged the brakes. He pointed towards the damaged track a dozen meters ahead. The track ahead is broken, we need to repair it. A subordinate from the carriage approached with tools in hand. The repair was straightforward. They would use plastic steel powder to restore the surface and straighten the rails. Should the damage be severe, they had spare track salvage from other locations stored in the carriage that could be installed. The subordinates began their work diligently, while Qinwu, perched at the front of the engine, lit a cigarette, just as he flicked open his lighter. His heightened senses, bolstered by his 20 points of energy, caught an ominous presence approaching down the corridor. With a sharp sound, he cocked his gun, holding it at the ready, and shouted to the subordinates who were diligently working ahead, "Get back! Something is coming." A few of them froze momentarily before hastily retreating to the small train. The others, upon hearing Qinwu's warning, grabbed their weapons and leaped off the train, assuming defensive postures. The driver, too, readied his automatic weapon, aligning his aim alongside Qinwu towards the encroaching darkness. Tension filled the air. They could see and hear nothing, uncertain of the reason behind Qinwu's alarm. Yet, the gravity of his expression quelled their doubts, compelling all eyes to fixate on the track ahead. The train's headlights illuminated only a fraction of the path, providing visibility for approximately 300 meters, beyond which lay an impenetrable darkness. The group stared intently into the void, but the distance rendered them blind to whatever lurked beyond. However, with his superior perception and acuity, Qinwu discerned movement beyond the reach of the light. He could make out over 100 figures, resembling humans, swaying as they approached. Though they appeared humanoid from afar, he noticed peculiar protrusions on their forms, pixel-like anomalies that should not manifest on human bodies. Yet they adorned this unsettling assembly of unknown entities. As time passed, the grotesque figures drew nearer, and soon even the driver and his subordinates could perceive the shapes ahead, their grips on their weapons growing increasingly tense. Qinwu narrowed his eyes, gaining clarity. The approaching throng consisted of mutants, and they were grotesquely deformed to a high degree. These roadblock monstrosities bore horns atop their heads, extra limbs, and some exhibited fleshy tendrils sprouting from their necks, reminiscent of abominable beings twisted and corrupted, as if by some Cthulhu-like entity. This was the essence of the so-called mutants. The Empire categorizes humanity into 4 distinct types: the pure natural humans, the ordinary people, the modified individuals, akin to Astartes space warriors, the mechanized humans, such as the tech priests who have replaced their flesh with machinery, and the subhumans, a benign breed of mutants who have undergone evolutionary adaptations over countless generations in the unique environments of their home planets. In a world devoid of light, after thousands of generations of evolution, the inhabitants of this planet have naturally developed the ability to see in the dark. Conversely, On a planet with extreme gravity where survival is particularly arduous, human intellect has become a disadvantage, yielding to the supremacy of physical prowess. After millennia of adaptation, the human race in this realm has regressed in intellect, transforming into towering beings, standing at 25 meters tall, with unparalleled muscle density and robust bones. These are the Ogrelin ape men. The subhuman species possesses several characteristics. Although their bodies have undergone certain mutations, these changes are benign and remarkably stable. Through natural reproduction, these subhumans can pass on their stable mutations to their offspring, making them controllable entities, and the Empire has accepted many of these legitimate subhumans. However, the final category of humanity that the Empire resorts to is the eradication of mutants. Mutants are not a product of natural evolution over thousands of years. Rather, they arise from genetic mutations, chemical contamination, radiation exposure, subspace pollution, demonic alterations, alien modifications, and other factors occurring in a short span of time, rendering them incapable of passing on their physical traits through reproduction. These mutants pose a significant danger, exhibiting unstable mental states, and their emergence often correlates with various secondary contaminations. If the mutations were solely due to chemical and radiation pollution, it would be manageable. However, if alien and demonic alterations are involved, it indicates that extraterrestrial beings and demons have infiltrated this world, preparing for a grand interstellar conflict. At this moment, nearly 100 grotesque mutants approached Liin Wu, clad in makeshift armor fashioned from scrap metal and wielding weapons crafted from refuse, presenting an unfriendly demeanor. They advanced step by step towards Liin Wu's group, causing his companions to breathe more heavily, as the sight of these twisted figures was exceedingly unsettling, akin to having one's eyes assaulted against a wall. Yet, despite their discomfort, the group did not flee. The rewards Liin Wu provided were too enticing, and the dire existence in the depths of this wretched life made encountering these nightmarish mutants a peculiar source of diversion. The mutants halted 50 meters away from Liin Wu, shielding their eyes from the blinding light of the small train's headlights. These creatures, long accustomed to darkness, found themselves in distress under such glaring illumination. Among them, a severely deformed mutant with 2 faces bellowed, "Damn you cattle, shut off that irritating light, or I'll sever your heads and stuff them into your rear ends." The creature's primary mouth issued a fierce threat, while the smaller mouth on the side emitted a series of eerie laughs, as if 2 distinct consciousnesses were controlling the separate mouths, creating an extraordinarily bizarre and terrifying spectacle. Liin Wu raised his weapon, aiming at the group of mutants, and shouted furiously, "Did you even glance at your own hideous reflection before stepping outside? Your very presence is an affront to my humanity. Did your mothers take drugs and ride roller coasters while pregnant, scrambling your brains in the womb until you couldn't develop properly? Were you all squeezed through some twisted birth canal that left you in this wretched state? Instead of hiding in the darkest, most secluded corners, you dare to block the main road. Are you trying to show the world just how low the bottom can go? For the sake of love and peace, for morality and the rule of law, for the mental well-being of the youth, could you please not show your faces in public? Damn it." Chapter 48. Mutants 2. Liin Wu's furious outburst left the entire scene in silence. His followers stared at him in disbelief, never expecting their leader to possess such aggressive verbal prowess. The mutants on the receiving end stood frozen, as if their souls had been struck a devastating blow. With a clatter, one mutant dropped the machete in his hand, covered his eyes, and burst into loud, wailing sobs. Weeping, he turned and fled on his 4 legs, his cries gradually fading into the distance, leaving behind a pitiful, fragile, and helpless silhouette. A heavy silence fell over the crowd. Liin Wu roared, "At least this one knows shame and understands when to retreat. What about the rest of you? What do you want? Lay it out clearly." The leader, a mutant with 2 mouths, panted heavily, clearly teetering on the edge of rage. "Ahead is the territory of the Blackwater tribe. You are not allowed to pass." What the hell is the Blackwater tribe? Liin Wu had never heard of it, but the name sounded distinctly reminiscent of Warhammer 40k lore. He recalled a story from Warhammer 40k about a group of people who worshipped a nuclear reactor as a divine creation, kneeling before it daily and forming an atomic cult. Anyone mutated by radiation was considered blessed by the atomic god, a notion that was utterly absurd. He suspected this damned Blackwater cult was cut from the same cloth. He didn't care, though. All he wanted was to clear a supply route to the surface. "Step aside. I just want to pass through quietly. That way, there'll be no conflict, and no one gets hurt. I'll take care of my business and leave. You can continue your little sinister games here. I want to interfere. Understood?" After Liin Wu finished speaking, the mutants hesitated. In the barren fringes of the Underhive, food sources were scarce, and cannibalism was their primary means of survival. The reason they had been negotiating for so long was because the small train's headlights were shining directly into their faces. All these mutants possessed night vision, and the bright lights rendered them nearly blind. They couldn't see clearly, not even how many people were on Li Qinwu's side. They could only detect a strong scent, indicating a sizable group. After weighing his options, the two-mouthed mutant finally chose to retreat. The sacred Blackwater domain lies ahead. If strangers dare disturb the Blackwater, they will face the wrath of the Blackwater. With that, he turned silently and retreated into the darkness with nearly 100 mutants. Li Qinwu breathed a sigh of relief and ordered his followers to continue repairing the tracks. He wasn't afraid of these mutants. After all, his side had 2 automatic guns. A single pull of the trigger would take down half of them. He was apprehensive about failing to reclaim the funds spent on bullets. With a collection of scrap metal adorning these mutants, what could possibly be salvaged? After a brief interval, the tracks were repaired, and the small train resumed its journey. The spirits of the passengers lifted by the prospect of encountering the mutants ahead. Xiao Dao controlled the engine, poised to accelerate or reverse at any moment. As they traveled for over 10 minutes, the group noticed numerous forked paths emerging on the left side of the tracks, evidencing human activity within. Li Qinwu wielded a powerful flashlight, casting its beam into these bifurcations, revealing scenes that were profoundly unsettling. This was the stronghold of the mutants, devoid of any illumination, where hundreds of them subsisted in the oppressive darkness. Here, the mutations were far more grotesque. Those who had previously donned armor and confronted Li Qinwu and his comrades appeared almost regal in comparison. The mutants in this place were truly astonishing in their deformity. Some had become unrecognizable, morphing into grotesque masses of flesh, while others were grotesquely fused with the very walls. There were even creatures reminiscent of the amalgamated monsters from horror films, 2 or 3 individuals merging into a single entity. Li Qinwu observed numerous unknown animal skeletons and their makeshift dwellings, the leather of which was unmistakably human skin. It was difficult to classify these horrifying beings as human, yet they existed in stark reality, mirroring the tragic state of the universe. The beam of Li Qinwu's flashlight startled these creatures, but rather than launching an attack, they retreated in panic, fleeing deeper into the shadows. In conventional cinematic narratives, these highly mutated beings would be portrayed as bloodthirsty monsters, endowed with formidable aggression. However, in the face of reality, their bodies had succumbed to such grotesque aberrations that their combat capabilities were likely non-existent. Surviving in their current state must be an arduous task. The internal organs of humans struggle to metabolize the waste produced by such distorted forms, and any blood samples taken from these monsters would likely yield results exceeding normal parameters by hundreds of times. As the small train progressed, Li Qinwu's flashlight swept across these wretched abodes until Xiao Dao suddenly interjected, "Boss, look over there." Following Xiao Dao's gaze, Li Qinwu spotted a massive pipe in one of the layers, spewing forth a thick, black substance reminiscent of crude oil. Surrounding the pipe were several grotesquely deformed mutants, clad in ceremonial robes, wielding staffs fashioned from refuse, kneeling before the viscous liquid in fervent prayer. More mutants knelt beside them, beseeching the pipe that belched forth the black, unknown substance. Once the ritual concluded, the most deformed among them scooped up the viscous liquid and distributed it to the others, urging them to consume it. A chill coursed through Li Qinwu as Xiao Dao whispered in his ear, "Boss, I recognize that black substance. ISNT at the wastewater discharge from our chemical plant? Not just ours, but also from the chemical gang and other factions. The pollutants from all gangs are funneled to one location for processing. The processed pollutants transformed into a viscous black liquid, destined to be incinerated deep within the earth via pipelines." To his astonishment, he discovered that someone here was consuming this substance. Li Qinwu clicked his tongue, retracting his flashlight and allowing the grimy scene to be cloaked once more in darkness. His current concern was to devise a means of organizing a trustworthy armed convoy. The presence of mutants along this route signified peril, necessitating the recruitment of some muscle to escort the small train. Chapter 49, Sniper Rifle. Subsequently, the small train encountered no peculiar incidents, reaching the ventilation shaft after a steady ascent. The lower nest contained thousands of surface ventilation openings, designed from inception to facilitate a certain degree of logistics, thus requiring fortification. To prevent individuals from escaping or intruding, the ventilation pipes were heavily reinforced with steel barriers. At this juncture, 2 seasoned craftsmen sprang into action, brandishing their welding torches to cut through the steel, swiftly creating an entry point sufficient for the small train to traverse. As the small train emerged from the ventilation pipe, everyone was greeted with an expanse of open sky, fragrant blooms, and the cheerful chirping of birds, banishing the shadows of the lower nest tunnels. Thus, Liin Wu successfully established a trade route. He disembarked the small train and instructed the group, "Wait here for me. Do not wander off. I shall summon assistants to transport the goods, and then we will return together. Xiao Dao, accompany me." Xiao Dao sighed and followed Liin Wu. Gun slung over his shoulder, Liin Wu first made his way to a nearby underground maintenance station, where he sought out the Silent One. "I have opened a passage from the lower nest to the surface. Will you remain here, or accompany me back to the lower nest? My home is quite spacious. Feel free to explore." The Silent One's eyes brightened. The individual who could provide him with sacred sustenance was inviting him to his abode. He eagerly nodded. "Yes, yes. I will go with you. Then prepare yourself. When I return, we shall descend to the lower nest together. The individuals near the ventilation pipes are my allies. Do not harm them." With that, Liin Wu led Xiao Dao toward the PDF camp. Liin Wu's invitation for the Silent One to return with him to the lower nest was a decision made after careful consideration. His distillery was on the verge of commencing operations, likely to attract the covetous eyes of certain factions within the lower nest. Notably, the fertilizer gang was quite close, and the muscle he currently employed had been borrowed from them and could not be relied upon for loyalty. He required formidable combat support to safeguard his distillery. The Silent One, capable of effortlessly dispatching hundreds of insurgents with his psychic prowess, was the ideal candidate. Moreover, this individual was easily manageable, as providing him with sacred food would suffice. In the absence of demonic interference, the Silent One was, in truth, rather insecure, yearning for social interaction after enduring prolonged solitude. He deeply craved companionship or a familial bond. Liin Wu's invitation to stay at his home brought him immense joy. Thereafter, Liin Wu and Xiao Dao made their way toward the PDF camp, entering the territory of 2nd Lieutenant Ruderson. Lieutenant Liin Wu requested 2nd Lieutenant Ruderson to drive him towards the combat zone for a while. As they journeyed, Ruderson exchanged pertinent information with Li. He remarked that Lieutenant Winchester might be planning an operation soon, having located a rebel camp led by an individual known as Old Sun, with intentions to launch an attack in the coming days. He advised Li to keep a close watch on the radio, promising to inform him should any movements occur. While driving, Ruderson gestured towards a weapons box beside the rear seat. Inside lay a PDF sniper rifle equipped with a 120x scope, designed to fire high-pressure armor-piercing rounds. "I have procured 500 rounds of ammunition for you. Find some time to practice. When the moment arrives, aim to shatter that man's skull with a single shot." Liin Wu exchanged a knowing glance with his companion, who, bewildered, handed him the weapons box. Upon opening it, Li discovered a formidable sniper rifle, its barrel thick and elongated, topped with an impressively large scope that appeared more valuable than the weapon itself. Li closed the box, tossing it back onto the rear seat. "Rest assured, Winchester will meet his demise. Should he attempt to flee the camp, notify me. I will ensure he is eliminated." Subsequently, Li mentioned that his distillery was operational, and he had come to negotiate for supplies with the rebels. He inquired if Ruderson could assist in establishing a sales channel within the military. "Do not worry, our regiment, from the commander to the privates, is notoriously fond of alcohol. With over 3,000 men, your small distillery's monthly output would hardly suffice for a single day's consumption." Ruderson confidently replied. However, Li felt disdain in his heart. "Are you truly proud of such a statement? This is an army, and you boast of their alcoholism?" Li lamented the state of the world as Ruderson safely delivered him to a location deemed risky, as PDF vehicles would be targeted by the rebels. Ruderson turned the vehicle around, stopping beside Li. "A few days ago, a foolish soldier from a neighboring company, intoxicated, wandered into a minefield and lost both his legs. Due to his own folly, he received no compensation and cannot afford medical expenses. His family is now facing eviction. Would you consider taking them in?" Li inquired about the soldier's family composition and ages. One legless soldier, two parents in their 40s who can still work, and a brother in his 20s. Li began to deliberate the prospect of accepting a disabled individual, gaining 3 able-bodied workers in return, one of whom could potentially be armed as a soldier. Seemingly a worthwhile exchange. Ruderson added, "If you take in this wounded soldier and his family, the company commander will owe me a favor, which could benefit my future campaign for battalion commander. Furthermore, as you sell alcohol within the military, the commander will likely decree that only your liquor may be consumed by the soldiers. Then there is no need for further discussion." "I agree," Li replied. Ruderson promised to contact him via radio later and drove off, leaving the 2 men in the combat zone. Liin Wu found a secluded spot for the little knife to take cover, placing the sniper rifle and ammunition box given by 2nd Lieutenant Ruderson beside him. "You stay here and wait for my return. I will take you back," he instructed. Initially, Liin Wu intended to bring the little knife along to the rebel camp for some business, but with a sniper rifle in hand, he reconsidered. Fearing that the rebels might be unscrupulous and seize his weapon, he decided it was best for the little knife to wait here. As the little knife watched Qinwu's departing figure, envy filled his eyes. The composure, capability, and connections exhibited by Qinwu were beyond the wildest dreams of this lowly henchman. The little knife felt exceedingly fortunate to be working under someone like Big Brother Li. It was far better than languishing for decades in the fertilizer gang without any hope of advancement. This was, in fact, one of the reasons Qinwu had brought the little knife along for this trip. He intentionally showcased his connections within the PDF camp to the little knife, allowing him to weigh his options, whether to align with Qinwu, who offered prospects, or return to the fertilizer gang as a mere lackey. Additionally, he hoped the little knife would relay this information back to the fertilizer gang, warning them not to make any hasty moves against him. As he had ties to the military, to provoke him would be to provoke the army itself. Surprisingly, this tactic proved effective. For a considerable time, the Bottom Nest gang remained uncertain about Qinwu's background. Once his distillery began operations, they hesitated to take action against him. By the time their greed for the distillery's profits grew, and they contemplated moving against Qinwu, he had already transformed into a formidable presence beyond their reach. Chapter 50. Old Man's son Qinwu journeyed deep into the forest where the rebels were concealed, locating a tree surrounded by stones, where he stood ready to signal for their pickup. The rebels were on high alert, fearing an incursion by PDF Special Forces intent on eliminating them. Hence there were numerous scouts in the forest. Entering could result in immediate death, so he needed to signal from a secure area. What signal would he use? He had to mimic the sound of a common bird from this planet at a specific frequency, which the rebel scouts would recognize. Leaning against the large tree, he took a deep breath and shouted, "Cuckoo Gaga! Cuckoo Gaga! Cuckoo Gaga!" After his call, a rustling sound emerged from the nearby bushes, and two rebels emerged, guns drawn and eyes filled with suspicion. A few minutes later, in a small wooden cabin deep within the rebel camp, he encountered the rebel leader. He placed the automatic rifle before the leader and handed over 2 fully loaded magazines. "In accordance with our agreement, I've brought the gun and 3 magazines with 60 rounds. Now, is the food I requested ready?" he asked. The rebel leader picked up the weapon from the table, skillfully disassembling it to inspect the components and rifling. After confirming its authenticity, he replied, "What I requested was a PDF automatic rifle. What you have brought is a homemade gun." Qinwu did not engage with his remark. Instead, he retrieved 3 test tubes from his pocket and presented them, containing a white powder. This is high-purity anti-inflammatory and sterilizing powder. 1 tube is sufficient for at least 20 individuals. This marks the inaugural transaction of pharmaceuticals. These 3 vials of medicine are a gift to you. Subsequently, for each additional vial you require, you must exchange it for a ton of grain. The rebel leader's eyes gleamed as he beheld the 3 vials of pure white powder. Their dire need for medication, particularly such an anti-inflammatory and antibacterial agent, was palpable. It served a crucial purpose for treating wounds. Many of his comrades had sustained injuries from PDF soldiers' gunfire, and while they had not succumbed immediately, they faced the grim fate of infection and eventual death from their wounds. With this medicine, the soldiers' lives would be safeguarded, all for the modest price of merely a ton of grain. As the rebel leader accepted the 3 vials, his gaze towards Qinwu softened, revealing a hint of gratitude. "Thank you, Scavenger. Regardless of what the future holds, these 3 vials can indeed save my comrades." No sooner had he uttered these words than a system notification echoed in Qinwu's mind. Ding. Task completed. Contact with the rebel leader, Old Sun, has upgraded his favorability from level 0 to level 1. Unlocking goods, grain, tools, materials. This contact was merely a vendor of basic supplies. But Qinwu was more intrigued by the name of this associate. "I must say, after all this time, you have yet to disclose your name," he remarked, directing a scrutinizing gaze at the elder across from him. Old Sun replied, "Everyone calls me Old Sun. You may do the same." Qinwu inhaled deeply, his expression becoming laden with significance. Had not Lieutenant Rodason just mentioned that his target, Lieutenant Winchester, would soon be undertaking an operation against a rebel camp led by a chief named Old Sun? Was this not the very Old Sun before him? Noticing the profound change in Qinwu's demeanor, Old Sun furrowed his brow. "What is it? Have you heard of me?" Qinwu chuckled and shook his head. "No, I am unfamiliar with you. Now, please take me to see my grain and arrange for it to be delivered to my territory." Though Old Sun harbored some doubts, he refrained from further inquiry, leading Qinwu to a warehouse to inspect the grain. Inside, several plant-woven sacks were filled with potatoes, each weighing 40 kilograms. Qinwu exchanged his firearm for 75 of these grain sacks. The rebel leader summoned 5 carts to commence loading. After a brief wait, Qinwu requested Old Sun to guide him through the rebel camp. He observed that numerous areas within the camp were cultivated with vegetables, and the rebels had also raised various poultry. As Qinwu gazed at this natural bounty, he instinctively licked his lips. Old Sun, noticing this, promptly gathered several sacks and filled 3 with fresh greens from the earth, in addition to capturing over 10 exotic chickens, those peculiar clucking creatures. He presented them as gifts to Qinwu. Here, we rural folk have little to offer you esteemed gentlemen from the metropolis, save for these homegrown delights. Qinwu graciously accepted the offerings without hesitation. You may not realize, but the very natural vegetables and livestock you consume are of the same caliber as those enjoyed by planetary governors. Old Sun was incredulous. How can this be possible? I have heard that the tableware of the planetary governor is crafted from gold, and a single meal he consumes could buy the lives of 100 of us. Qinwu remarked, while it is plausible that the governor's tableware is indeed golden, the food served upon it is still derived from the crops you cultivate in the soil. Of course, it may be presented more exquisitely with a sprinkling of rare spices, yet in essence, it remains the same. Old Man Sun furrowed his brow in contemplation. You assert that the natural grains we cultivate and the livestock we rear are so precious. If we could sell these goods to the neighboring industrial world, would it not transform our current state of poverty? Qinwu nodded. That is indeed true, but you are incapable of achieving it. In our world, interplanetary travel is fraught with difficulty. A spaceship may take several months or even a year to reach the adjacent industrial planet, requiring subspace navigation, and once entered, it may never return. The Imperium of Man in Warhammer 40K lacks faster-than-light travel technology, and to accelerate to a destination, ships must traverse subspace, which serves as a shortcut. However, subspace is the realm of demons. Venturing into their domain poses the risk of never returning. The Imperium boasts 1 million planets, yet lacks efficient spacecraft to maintain control, rendering humanity's empire akin to a zombie, unable to thrive, yet not quite perishing. Old Man Sun envisions selling the meager resources from his side to the neighboring industrial planet in exchange for manufactured goods. Even if he possessed a fleet of 10 spacecraft, returning with 8 would be a fortunate outcome. Should he encounter a demon fleet, an alien armada, a xenomorph battalion, pirates, or even the Imperial armed forces seeking a quick fortune, not a single one of those 10 ships would likely return. Chapter 51. The brewing of wine with the grain loaded onto the vehicles. Qinwu bid farewell to Old Man Sun and boarded his transport, proceeding towards the ventilation ducts alongside the convoy. During the journey, he armed himself with a dagger and instructed the driver to steer clear of areas he deemed hazardous. Eventually arriving at the ventilation duct after half a day's travel, the young men stationed at the entrance of the duct had begun to play cards, and upon seeing Qinwu's arrival, they stood and greeted him. Let us transfer all the grain from the cart to our train. We are preparing to return, Qinwu commanded. He then made his way to the underground maintenance station to summon the Silent One, instructing him to wait on the vehicle for departure. The Silent One, noticing the others beginning to move the grain sacks, wished to assist and raised his hand to use a gravity control to transfer all the sacks onto the small train, only to be swiftly halted by Qinwu. No, do not reveal your identity as a psychic. It will bring me trouble. Once you arrive at my home, refrain from adorning my walls with subspace art styles, avoid meddling with animal corpses, and do not broadcast the sounds of subspace. Above all, do not, for heaven's sake, embark on any grand endeavors without informing me first. If one day you feel inspired and wish to undertake something bold, remember to let me know. In the Warhammer 40K universe, psychics are known for their innovative ideas, and due to their abilities, they possess remarkable execution skills. What if I were to open a passage connecting the real world and subspace for some amusement? A voice within me whispers that sacrificing billions in the nest might yield unexpected delights. What could these surprises be? My anticipation grows. Thus, the psychic began to silently brood over grand schemes, either establishing a chaotic faction or sacrificing all life on the planet, annihilating an entire world. This is why the Empire harbors such profound disdain for psychics, relentlessly pursuing those who practice their abilities unlawfully. Captured psychics undergo evaluation. Those deemed controllable are trained as assets, while the uncontrollable meet a grim fate. Who knows if any clandestine organizations of the Empire are at work on this agricultural planet? The discovery of the Silent Ones poses considerable danger. Qinwu risks being implicated, thus he must confer with them in advance. Reluctantly, the Silent One inquired, "If you forbid me from using psychic powers, what shall I do in my frail, pitiful state when faced with harm to my body and spirit?" Qinwu, observing his naivety, thought to himself that he was quite tempted to inflict harm upon both. "I did not say you must refrain from using your abilities entirely," he clarified. But rather, you must employ them judiciously, with strategy, gradually, and in a manner that is not conspicuous. The Silent One wore a look of innocent confusion. So, how exactly should I utilize them? Qinwu sighed. Let me instruct you. Your favorite abilities are gravity manipulation and psychic shock. While effective, they are exceedingly obvious, easily perceived from afar. The Silent One smacked his forehead in sudden realization. Ah, I understand. If I eliminate all witnesses while using my powers, I will not be exposed. Correct? Qinwu acknowledged this internally but feigned a stern demeanor. Am I teaching you, or are you teaching me? The Silent One fell silent. Qinwu continued. If you wish to kill, there is no need to obliterate someone outright with psychic shock. For instance, he picked up a rusty screw from the ground. You could accelerate this object to the speed of a bullet and strike a person's head, achieving the same result without drawing attention. The psychic's eyes lit up, indeed. There was no necessity to kill directly with psychic force. Manipulating objects to do so was a viable alternative. Master, do you have any other tricks? Qinwu replied with pride. Certainly. Allow me to teach you a method that inflicts unbearable agony. Use gravity to seize a kidney stone within a person's renal system. Then cause it to repeatedly traverse their urethra. The pain will be excruciating. This technique was indeed malicious, and those who have suffered from kidney stones would understand its implications. As for the notion that not everyone suffers from them, please, this is Warhammer 40k. The locals consume such unclean food and water laden with heavy metals that one could easily find 11 out of 10 afflicted with kidney stones. The Silent One felt as if Qinwu had opened a gateway to a new realm of possibilities. The potential applications of psychic power were truly astounding. Qinwu patted the Silent One on the shoulder and simply said, just learn. At that moment, his companions had loaded the food onto the train, ready to embark, and Qinwu led the Silent One aboard the small locomotive. A few rebels cast furtive glances at the underground ventilation ducts, seemingly contemplating a direct escape to the depths of the nest. Upon observing their expressions, Qinwu discerned their intentions and smiled mischievously. I know what you are thinking. You may attempt it. The grand stage of the nest awaits, and once you arrive, you shall not depart. He jested, for he found it hard to believe that the rebels, who controlled all surface access, lacked a few ventilation shafts. Why then, he pondered, did they not exploit these ducts for an assault on the nest? The answer lay in the mutated warlords and the toxic environment of the nest. The gangsters there were far more ferocious than the PDF. With that, Qinwu strode away, eager to convert 3 tons of potatoes into alcohol. His return was unimpeded, and the little train rattled straight into his distillery. He commenced the brewing of his first batch of liquor. He sent Xiao Dao with several of his underlings to the Reno Pure Water Guild to deliver a memory panel and procure brewing supplies such as yeast, and to bring back the Xiao family to assist. Next, he turned to the potatoes. Qinwu hired over 30 of Xiao Dao's subordinates at a daily wage of $10 to help peel the potatoes, ensuring they were all skinned and washed clean. After washing, the potatoes were thrown into a large pot to be boiled until soft, then mashed into a puree with a wooden pestle. Following this, water was added to create a slurry, and starch enzyme, akin to yeast, was introduced to convert the potato starch into sugars, thereby producing potato vodka. The process involved stirring, heating, filtering, and then sealing the mixture in wooden barrels to await saccharification and fermentation. This stage required 5 to 6 days, after which distillation would yield approximately 1,200 to 1,500 liters of 45-degree liquor. Qinwu had researched market prices, whether in the nest or the military. The drinking habits of this world favored the purchase of mini liquor bottles, typically containing 100 milliliters, priced around $5 each. However, with the nest resorting to consuming corpse starch, alcohol had become exceedingly scarce, and its price had likely multiplied several times, a matter for Qinwu to negotiate. Nonetheless, even at the bare minimum, this brewing endeavor would net him at least $50,000. Chapter 52. The distillery steams ahead once production at the distillery commenced. The need for such a large workforce diminished. Qinwu decided to disband the 30-odd underlings brought by Xiao Dao. With smiles on their faces, these subordinates departed, clutching fertilizer coupons, which they had earned over many years, and assured Qinwu that they would be more than willing to assist should he require help in the future. After dispersing them, Qinwu glanced at his remaining fertilizer coupons, feeling a pang of regret. His assets had once soared to 110,000. But after this round of investments, buying equipment and hiring workers, he found himself left with a mere 20,000. With a batch of liquor still 5 days away from completion, he could not bear to see his inventory dwindle and resolved to venture out to earn more. He first organized all the resources hidden in their sanctuary and then summoned several of his core subordinates. Little Knife, the Silent One, Little Joel's parents, and his younger brother, who was just over 10 years old. With both youth and age represented, it was a formidable assembly, and Qinwu felt quite satisfied. Clearing his throat dramatically, Qinwu addressed his team. I must step out for a while. You all need to watch over the home, and keep an eye on the fermentation pool. Of course, you must also engage in some tasks. Idling about is not permissible. He turned his gaze toward little Joel. Though your spine is fractured, you can still fire a weapon from your wheelchair, correct? You haven't forgotten the military knowledge in your mind, have you? Little Joel nodded from his wheelchair. I haven't forgotten. I can still shoot. Qinwu produced 2 rebel-made automatic rifles, handing one to little Joel and the other to his father, Mr. Joel. Mr. Joel, you must have gained a profound understanding of the living conditions in the underbelly over these past few days. You are still in your prime, and I need you to learn how to fight swiftly. Do you comprehend? Mr. Joel bowed respectfully to Qinwu, expressing gratitude. Sir, thank you for your protection of my family. I will strive to become a competent warrior. With both hands gripping the rifle, his eyes reflected deep appreciation for Qinwu, and his demeanor was commendable. Qinwu then turned his attention to little Joel's mother, a woman named Sansa. He produced a letter written by her daughter and handed it to Sansa. Madam, this is a reply from your daughter. She is currently serving as a nun at the National Cathedral, likely engaged in her studies, so you need not worry about her safety. If you have any messages for her, write them down, and I will convey them when I have the opportunity to visit the central hub. Moved to tears, Sansa exclaimed. Sir, thank you so much. I am truly grateful. I will work diligently to repay your kindness. Is there anything you need me to do? Qinwu observed that this woman seemed frail and concluded that assigning her to a warrior's role would be unwise. He waved dismissively, saying, Madam, my workshop will soon be bustling with people. Your task will be to prepare meals. Turning to Little Knife, he instructed. In addition to learning to use firearms with little Joel, you must also venture outside to gather supplies. Everything from pots and pans to toiletries, tables, chairs, bedding, and more will be your responsibility to procure. As he spoke, Qinwu placed 5,000 currency notes into Little Knife's hands, causing him to look utterly astonished. Use this money for your errands. Do not hesitate to spend it. I need my workshop to operate efficiently, and you must ensure all logistical support is in place. Shaking with excitement, Little Knife clutched the 5,000 currency notes, nearly brought to tears. As a mere foot soldier from the underbelly, he could hardly fathom being entrusted with such a sum or earning the trust of such a significant figure. To comprehend the significance of 5,000 fertilizer vouchers, one must realize that such an amount could allow a lowly mouse to indulge in a life of decadence, given their brief existence. Qinwu was unperturbed by the prospect of Xiao Dao wielding this sum like a yo-yo. His intention in bestowing this 5,000 was to test Xiao Dao's reliability. Should the individual abscond with the money, Qinwu would merely feel relieved, as this small sum would reveal an unreliable element. Conversely, if the individual retained the money and performed their duties diligently, Qinwu would gain a trustworthy subordinate. Ultimately, it was a situation where neither party would suffer loss. Qinwu patted Xiao Dao on the shoulder and said, Moreover, I have a task for you. Devise a method to retrieve those 100 milliliter bottles. After we sanitize them, we shall repurpose them for our use. When the time is ripe, I intend to distribute this liquor. Xiao Dao nodded enthusiastically, resembling an excited little rooster. Rest assured, boss. I shall procure an endless supply of bottles for you. Finally, Qinwu turned his attention to the Silent One, who appeared to be lost in a reverie. He snapped his fingers before the Silent One to bring him back to reality, then led him to a corner. Among all of you, I am most concerned about you. I do not wish to return to find my distillery overrun with tentacles, with demons drinking my liquor and making a meal of my other employees. Do you understand? The Silent One's gaze drifted. I assure you, I will be exceedingly well behaved. Qinwu pointed to his own eyes and then to the Silent One. For heaven's sake, I am a man of traditional values, traditional to the extent of the 3 periods. Please do not scare me by bringing back some rare oddities from the subspace. All right. I promise not to cause any trouble, the Silent One mumbled, somewhat exasperated by Qinwu's incessant caution. Acknowledging that he had perhaps spoken too much, Qinwu patted his shoulder and returned to his hiding place, arming himself with a sniper rifle, donning level 3 armor and helmet, and equipping painkillers, a surgical kit, and syringes, preparing to seek a locale to practice his sniping skills. Once Qinwu had closed the door to the distillery and vanished down the corridor, the previously assured Silent One's thoughts began to wander once more. He gazed at the tightly shut door of Qinwu's hiding place, pondering whether there might be something intriguing inside. Confirming that the others were preoccupied with their own tasks and paying him no heed, he stealthily approached the large iron door of the hiding place, attempting to unlock it using his psychic abilities. Chapter 53. The Red Dawn. Qinwu traversed the tunnels for a short while, soon arriving at the designated location. The options available to him were as follows: the Northern Trench, the reactor, or the dueling arena. Equipped with level 3 headgear and armor, a sniper rifle, 100 rounds of ammunition, ample food and water, a medical kit, a small surgical kit, a painkiller, and both a stamina and strength injection. His primary objective was to hone his proficiency with the sniper rifle, while his secondary aim was to scour for any refuse and to target the chemical gang's vermin, as the tasks of slaying for a reward from the black market still awaited him. Liin Wu selected the map of the duel arena, the very location where the chemistry gang clashed with the fertilizer gang previously, within that vast subterranean expanse. Last time, he wielded a combat rifle, positioned high above, granting him a clear view of the situation below. This time, he opted for a scoped sniper rifle. Anyone daring to cross his path would meet their demise. Upon selecting the map, the countdown commenced, followed by a swift teleportation that landed him in a colossal space with minimal visibility. The area, once a warehouse, was now cluttered with a multitude of containers, and towering pillars loomed like giants throughout. This expansive space, equivalent to several dozen football fields, had formerly served as a strategic storage facility for the Nest, now abandoned and transformed into a battleground for gangsters. After arriving, Qinwu quickly oriented himself and made his way to the edge of the duel arena. There, he discovered numerous crane-like apparatuses, with several housing units nestled among them, presumably once occupied by workers, potentially housing valuable items. He first administered a stamina injection, followed by a strength injection. Both could enhance his primary attributes by 5 points. He felt a surge of hormones coursing through his veins, granting him remarkable strength, akin to the power of 9 dragons. Next, he consumed a sacred cake to imbue himself with a divine state, and then sprinted towards his objective. After enhancing his status, his attributes stood at strength 19, stamina 20, and energy 25, approximately double that of an average adult's physical prowess. Consequently, he moved with astonishing speed, and in the dimly lit space illuminated only by faint bubbles of light, his perception heightened, rendering the darkness less impactful. He could see a short distance ahead. Qinwu dashed to the edge of the duel arena, locating a series of housing units formed by metal panels against the wall, and promptly began his search. These places had been abandoned for quite some time and were infested with rodents, leaving little of value behind. After scouring 5 or 6 rooms without finding anything worthwhile, he exclaimed in frustration, "What a waste. Everything has been stripped bare." Kicking over a file cabinet that yielded nothing, he stepped outside to examine the workers' accommodations. Realizing his approach was flawed, the easily accessible rooms had already been looted by others, and he would surely come up empty-handed. He needed to seek out areas less frequented by other scavengers. Qinwu raised his gaze upwards, focusing on the ironclad rooms embedded in the high walls. This was a large loading warehouse, featuring numerous rooms directly affixed to the walls, reminiscent of air conditioning units suspended outside a building. He noted that these elevated rooms were connected by iron staircases, yet the highest staircase was inexplicably broken, leaving the topmost units completely isolated from the outside world. Narrowing his eyes, he discerned that, despite the poor lighting, the uppermost iron rooms appeared structurally intact, with glass doors and windows securely shut, indicating they had not been disturbed. Elated, he immediately turned and sprinted upwards. He ascended the metal staircase, racing upward for 7 or 8 flights, reaching a height of 50 to 60 meters above ground. The staircase creaked ominously, instilling a sense of apprehension. Upon reaching the topmost level, he found a slanted staircase ahead, but it was broken. Approximately 5 meters above him lay the highest platform, a desolate dwelling that had seen no visitors. Qinwu hesitated momentarily. There seemed to be no suitable place to toss a rope across, compelling him to leap directly. Casting a glance downward, he noted the perilous distance of over 60 meters to the ground. A miscalculated jump could lead to a dire consequence, potentially resulting in a wait for revival. He opened his system panel, noting his attributes: strength 19, endurance 20, stamina 25, all double that of an ordinary person. This distance was certainly surmountable. Tightening his grip on his weaponry, he retreated to the far edge of his platform, affording himself about 8 meters of acceleration space. Taking a deep breath, he braced himself, his muscles tensing in anticipation before he surged forward. The sound of metal stairs being violently trampled echoed in the darkness, swift in its arrival and departure. When the night returned to silence, Qinwu stood triumphantly on the highest platform. He exhaled in relief and glanced back, realizing that his leap had covered 5 horizontal meters and soared at least 3 meters high. He had managed to grasp the edge of the platform with his fingers. pulling himself up in a display of strength, a narrow escape indeed. Now at the pinnacle, Qinwu licked his lips in anticipation. As he had suspected, the highest metal abode had never been graced by rodents. The broken staircase served as an impassable barrier. He opened the door to the first metal room, and a musty scent, steeped in the passage of time, enveloped him. Dust coated the floor, and everything remained undisturbed in its place. He dashed inside, rummaging through the contents, and soon unearthed a tablet concealed within a suitcase-like container. This 12-inch device was hefty, encased in a layer of hardened plastic for protection. His heart raced. Electronic devices held substantial value in any realm. He swiftly accessed his system to examine the item's details. Name, Electronic Personal Terminal. Estimated price, 120,000. Description, an exceptionally rare personal computer, typically employed for the storage of non-confidential documents, predominantly possessed by the middle management class across various units in the Nest City. These managers utilize the electronic personal terminal to oversee their subordinates, store files, connect to networks for communication with higher authorities, and for personal entertainment. Note, this electronic personal terminal is in an encrypted state. The estimated price of 120,000 reflects its potential. If unlocked, the internal storage unit may reveal special data, possibly increasing its value further. Qinwu couldn't help but salivate at the thought of 120,000. This was the first time he had encountered such a high-value item, especially one so compact. Was this a stroke of luck? He promptly secured the device in his backpack and hastened to explore the room further. The system prompt was quite evident. This room was once inhabited by a mid-level manager, and it is likely that more valuable items remain within. Chapter 54, the chapter of Count Whitetree. Qinwu conducted a swift search and, indeed, discovered several small golden items. Name, game cartridge 5 value, 2,000 fertilizer coupons. Description, a storage-type game cartridge that can be inserted into any device equipped with a card reader for play, containing a game designed to entertain both body and mind. Given that happiness is highly valued, such entertainment products command exorbitant prices in the Nest City, typically circulating only among the affluent in the Upper Nest and Central Dynasty. Qinwu stared at the 5 small cartridges in his hand, utterly astonished. He had never imagined that the cold and brutal world of Warhammer 40,000 would possess such game cartridges. These 5 game cartridges resembled the small cartridges used in the Switch gaming console, adorned with vividly bright packaging that stood out against the predominantly dark tones of the Warhammer 40,000 universe, like vibrant objects transported from another realm. However, upon reflection, it was reasonable. After all, the human empire of Warhammer 40,000 could traverse the cosmos, even in a world as harsh and unforgiving as this. The existence of certain entertainment products was entirely plausible. The system entry also indicated that such items were affordable only to the upper echelons of society. With so many carrying burdens, some must provide the joys of life. Qinwu carefully stored the 5 cartridges, amounting to a value of 10,000. He continued his search and found an additional 10 cartridges, though these were not as valuable. These 10 contained film cartridges, astonishingly storing television dramas. Qinwu's curiosity was about to burst. What kind of absurd dramas would be produced in the Warhammer 40,000 universe? Perhaps a space-themed Romeo and Juliet? His curiosity was insatiable. Regrettably, the personal electronic terminal was encrypted. Otherwise, Qinwu would have settled down immediately to binge-watch. After organizing these items, he found a charger, concluding that the first room held no more valuable items. In the second room, after rummaging through various belongings, he discovered a wristwatch. Though the dial had ceased to function and appeared broken, the estimated value was between 100 to 1,000, the fluctuation quite significant, depending on what merchant Qinwu could find. He proceeded to search the third room, only to find it locked with an electronic lock featuring a card reader, evidently requiring a keycard for entry. After fiddling with the door for a while, he could not find a way in and had no choice but to bypass this room for the next. Upon entering the subsequent room, he was taken aback by the sight of a skeleton lying against the wall. The bones were devoid of any flesh, impeccably clean. To reach such a state of pristine whiteness must have taken decades, indicating the individual had been dead for quite some time. The skull bore a large crack, and in the skeletal hand rested a handgun, suggesting that this individual had taken their own life, firing the weapon into their mouth to shatter their skull. Qinwu tore the pistol from the skeletal remains, intending to detach the magazine for inspection. However, he quickly discovered that the weapon had succumbed to rust, rendering the magazine immovable and the bolt unyielding. The passage of time had been merciless, long enough for even a firearm crafted from corrosion-resistant steel to begin its decline. Curiosity piqued within Qinwu. Why had this individual chosen to take their own life? This person, of no insignificant social standing, possessed a handgun that, despite its rust, still bore an air of elegance. Though the clothing had decayed into tatters, Qinwu could still discern metallic embellishments. In a place where individuals could only afford synthetic work attire, this individual had evidently possessed the means to adorn their garments. Qinwu surveyed the surroundings and stumbled upon a leather-bound notebook in the corner of the room. Upon opening it, a metallic object fell to the ground with a soft thud. He retrieved the palm-sized artifact, which resembled a shield or insignia, holding the emblem in his hand. He activated the system entry to examine it, and his heart raced with anticipation. Name: the crest of Count White Tree. Value: priceless. Description: the White Tree family boasts a history spanning 3 centuries, founded by a distinguished major of the Stellar Army. This major, having accrued sufficient military accolades to merit the Emperor's protection, was granted retirement by the Ministry of Military Affairs due to age, illness, and personal requests. 300 years prior, while serving aboard a cruiser that passed by agricultural planet 496b, he was transported to Upper Nest to enjoy his twilight years. Based on his military achievements and the local aristocratic merit system, he was bestowed the title of Count, establishing the White Tree lineage. Over the course of 3 centuries, the White Tree family has experienced numerous ups and downs, ultimately securing their place among the old aristocracy of Upper Nest, with the crest of Count White Tree becoming the family's most significant heirloom. Before Qinwu could fully digest this information, a notification from the system chimed in. Ding. Important item acquired. Task unlocked. What path shall you take? A legacy emblem of a noble family lies before you. Does your ambition stir? Will you sell this insignia to the enemies of the White Tree family for profit, return it to the White Tree family for their gratitude, or aspire to become the new Count White Tree? What shall be your course? Stunned, Qinwu marveled at the revelation, his fingers tracing the emblem's design. He gazed at the remains before him, incredulous that this was indeed a count. Why would a noble of such stature squander their prosperous life to commit suicide in the depths of a strategic warehouse? Qinwu's curiosity was ignited, prompting him to scour the notebook for further clues. To his astonishment, he discovered entries penned by Count White Tree himself, detailing the psychological turmoil leading up to his tragic decision. The essence of the narrative reveals that the current Count of White Tree has experienced a profound dual failure in both love and career. The formidable underground strategic warehouse before him is, in fact, a personal asset of the Count, rendered obsolete due to the fierce competition among the nobility above. This abandonment has deprived the White family of a significant source of income. In the wake of this professional devastation, rival nobles have begun to target his family members, dispatching assassins to eliminate many of his kin, including 3 sons and 2 daughters. The loss of his loved ones drives the Count into madness, prompting him to organize armed forces in preparation for vengeance against the hostile nobility. However, when he is finally ready to launch his retaliation, he discovers that his adversaries have anticipated his every move, effectively countering all his strategies and leaving him without his last card to play. What shatters the Count's spirit entirely is the realization that his beloved wife has betrayed him. She has been unfaithful, engaging in an affair with a scion of the rival noble family, and has divulged all of the Count's plans to them. Furthermore, this treacherous woman has conspired with her lover to poison him, resulting in a catastrophic loss of his virility. The Count is horrified to learn that his diminished state is not due to an abundance of deer, as he had presumed, but rather the result of being poisoned by the one he cherished most. Overwhelmed by this cascade of betrayals, the Count succumbs to despair and decides to take drastic measures, resorting to the trump card left by the first Count, a nerve toxin bomb. This original Count, a veteran of the Starfleet, had brought the bomb under the guise of a regional delicacy when he descended from his interstellar vessel. It was intended as a treasured heirloom for his descendants, ensuring that the spirit of the White family would be nourished through rituals and offerings. In a moment of reckoning, the Count detonates the nerve agent bomb, unleashing a toxic cloud that engulfs nearly 110 regions above, leading to an estimated death toll of 100 million. The treachery and strife among the nobles are obliterated, bringing an eerie silence to the world. The Count is acutely aware that such an act will surely incur the most horrific of punishments. With his family deceased and his enemies vanquished, he finds himself unburdened. He quietly makes his way to the strategic reserve warehouse, using explosives to sever the iron staircase. And in solitude, he takes his own life with a firearm on the highest floor. Chapter 55. The Black Card. Upon reading the letter, Qinwu felt a profound sense of melancholy. He had not anticipated that the Count before him was such a formidable character. Although he ultimately lost everything, he still possessed the courage to overturn the table, seeking to take down all his foes alongside him. Qinwu pondered over the emblem of the Count of White Tree in his possession, feeling uncertain about how to handle this matter. As a mere lowly mouse in the depths, he had no means to ascend to the upper echelons, let alone engage in the conflicts of those noble lords. Given his ambitions, he would certainly prefer to scheme for a chance to ascend to the title of Count of White Tree, yet considering the deeds of this skeletal figure, he found himself questioning whether the White family still even existed. Decades ago, this wretched creature unleashed a neurotoxin, resulting in the untimely demise of over 100 million souls. Those who resided in the upper echelons were undoubtedly the privileged elite, and with such a staggering loss of life, one would expect a profound animosity towards him. The White Tree family must have long since met their demise. After some contemplation, Qinwu realized that he could not resolve this matter immediately. He would have to wait until he ascended to the upper echelons himself to investigate the affairs of the White Tree family and make a determination. Subsequently, Qinwu scoured the remaining rooms and discovered 2 golden wine goblets, a gold food platter, and a gold ring. The cumulative worth of these golden artifacts amounted to 50,000, and Qinwu relished his good fortune. While gold is not scarce in the universe, it retains its status as a precious metal within the human empire. This is due to the elite's penchant for using gold as a form of adornment, rendering it a currency for nobles to flaunt their wealth. Thus, in the year 40,000 of the human era, gold still preserves the value it held in the year 2000. Having gathered his belongings, Qinwu resolved to depart. However, as he stepped out onto the metallic platform, an unsettling sensation washed over him. It felt akin to a moment in a scavenger game, where he dashed past a resource point, casually glanced around, saw nothing, and hurried on. Meanwhile, his teammates behind him exclaimed, "What the hell, Little Black? What the hell, the ideal nation? What the hell, the heart of Africa?" His eyelids began to twitch uncontrollably. Memories of being mocked as a sieve flooded his mind. No, this simply wouldn't do. I must return to search once more. Trusting his instincts, Qinwu, now endowed with 25 points of mental strength, nearly triple that of an ordinary person, decided to revisit the room and rummage through every container, every crevice of the floor, and even beneath the bed. He emerged covered in dust, yet found nothing. Something was amiss. He brushed the dust from his head. Convinced that his sixth sense could not lead him astray, he must have overlooked something. As he pondered this, his peripheral vision caught sight of a body slumped against the wall. In the Warhammer 40K universe, the fabric worn by ordinary individuals is predominantly composed of synthetic fibers, which are highly resistant to decay and degradation. Even after a century, the bones may have crumbled, yet the clothing remains intact, suitable for cleaning and reuse, fitting perfectly within the universe's principle that human life may hold little worth, but resources are invaluable. However, the attire of the lord before him was handcrafted silk, fashioned from the protein secreted by insects. This material, in contrast to synthetic fibers, is far less durable and had already disintegrated into fragments, strewn around the corpse like leaves fallen from an ancient tree. Qinwu gazed at the pile of tattered garments on the ground, his eyelids twitching incessantly, as if a small blue, three-eyed bird was whispering in his ear, "There is something of value beneath that heap. Go and investigate." He approached the body, crouched down, and carefully sifted through the remnants of clothing, ultimately retrieving a rectangular card. The card was black, the size of an identification card, composed of an unknown metallic material. Qinwu wiped away the dust from the garment, revealing that this black card appeared as pristine as if it had just left the factory. The black card bore only a white tree emblem, devoid of any other markings. For an ordinary person, possessing this black card would render its purpose utterly inscrutable. However, Qinwu had access to a system that allowed him to peruse the item's details. Name, black card. Container electronic card, 510, value, priceless description, an electronic key utilized by the White Tree family to manage their underground strategic reserve warehouses, typically held by the warehouse supervisors. To prevent misuse of the key card and theft of the items within the containers, the White Tree family incorporated a demagnetization feature into the card reader. Each time the black card is used, it becomes demagnetized, with a maximum of 10 uses allowed. Once depleted, the supervisor must return to the main hub and seek out Count White Tree to recharge the card using a machine. Upon reviewing the system's information, Qinwu exclaimed, had he stumbled upon a key card? Was there not a locked door that required card access? He hurriedly made his way to the locked door and swiped the black card at the reader mounted on it. However, a creaking error sound emanated from the reader, and the door remained obstinately shut, indicating that this particular key room could not be accessed with the black card. Another electronic key was required. Qinwu once again examined the entry for the black card before turning his gaze towards the densely packed containers of the strategic warehouse. Most of these containers were empty and had been opened, haphazardly piled together like refuse. A small number had been violently breached, with large gashes marring their sides. The thickness of the containers appeared to be 50 millimeters, likely constructed from a plastic steel composite. The price to access such fortified containers was exorbitantly high. It was conceivable that individuals, after expending considerable resources, would manage to open one, only to find it filled with compressed food intended for transport to other planets, yielding a return that barely covered their costs. Thus, after various factions had engaged in this gamble for some time, realizing the venture was not financially viable, they opted to abandon the endeavor, leading to a significant number of intact containers remaining. Qinwu's gaze intensified as he contemplated the black card in his hand. Each container was as substantial as a third-generation oceanic shipping container. Even if they contained only compressed vegetables, they would still hold considerable value for him. Moreover, the black card had a durability of 5, granting him 5 chances to draw. It was improbable that all 5 would yield merely compressed vegetables. He mused about seizing an opportunity to bring his subordinates for a round of blind box openings when suddenly, his attention was drawn to a flickering torchlight piercing the darkness. Someone was approaching. Chapter 56. Sniping. Qinwu had not forgotten the primary objective of his visit, to enhance his proficiency with the sniper rifle. His skill levels could be augmented simply through effective actions. For instance, to increase his sniper proficiency, he merely needed to shoot at targets. Each successful shot would contribute to his skill advancement. There were alternative methods to improve his skills, albeit at a much slower pace, such as disassembling and reassembling the weapon, or performing maintenance on it, which could also yield proficiency gains. However, these methods were significantly less efficient compared to directly hitting an enemy with the rifle. There exists an absurd method of honing one's proficiency in Tarkov, specifically with the PMC. One could procure a bolt-action sniper rifle equipped with a magazine, repeatedly cycling the bolt to extract and chamber cartridges. This practice, while perhaps beneficial for familiarity, may leave one's hands feeling quite fatigued, yielding only marginal improvements in skill. Currently, Qinwu finds himself at the apex of the strategic storage facility, mere meters beneath the plastic steel ceiling, affording him a panoramic view of the area below, an ideal vantage point for sniping. Through the scope of his rifle, he observes the vast warehouse beneath him, where 2 factions have engaged in combat. One group comprises over 80 individuals, each wielding torches or various illuminating devices in one hand and bladed weapons in the other. By their attire, Qinwu deduces that they are likely other scavengers, commonly referred to as bottom-dwelling rats, scavenging for refuse to sell. Not long ago, the fertilizer and chemical gangs clashed here, leaving a grim tableau of corpses behind. The remnants of this battle are of considerable value to the rats, prompting a steady influx of scavengers seeking opportunities. This assemblage of over 80 rats appears to be familiar with one another, having banded together, though their misfortune lies in encountering members of the chemical gang. Indeed, the adversaries they face consist of approximately 200 members from the chemical gang, among whom are several muscular enforcers and a metal trailer bearing a dormant chemical beast. This faction, too, is on a scavenging mission, having suffered significant losses in their previous skirmish, resulting in an abundance of blades and armor left on the battlefield. The production of such materials necessitates considerable resources, and during this period, the chemical gang has recruited numerous soldiers, many of whom are poorly equipped. Consequently, this contingent of over 200 chemical thugs has come to thoroughly scavenge the battlefield, leading to a fierce struggle over the refuse. Despite being outnumbered, the rats are composed entirely of able-bodied young men, while the chemical gang, aside from a handful of muscular enforcers, consists largely of gaunt individuals. This peculiar disparity has rendered the clash surprisingly balanced. However, the muscular enforcers remain formidable, wielding large cleavers with reckless abandon, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary individuals to withstand their assault. A mere 4 or 5 strikes can incapacitate an opponent, followed by several more to ensure their demise. Upon witnessing the chaotic melee below, Qinwu swiftly decided to intervene. He steadied his sniper rifle, adjusted the magnification, and took a moment to regulate his breathing in preparation for a shot. This PDF sniper rifle is outfitted with a 120x scope and fires 9,975mm high-pressure rounds, possessing a substantial powder charge, akin to that of heavy machine gun ammunition. The bullets it discharges travel with astonishing linearity, at a distance of 600 meters. There is virtually no drop, and even at greater ranges, only a slight elevation adjustment is necessary. Its effective range is marked at 2 kilometers, though it is capable of reaching even farther. Such performance is no surprise, given the numerous iterations of propellant used in the Warhammer 40k universe. The energy density of the firearms propellant is magnitude superior to that of prior eras. Once Liin Wu had stabilized his rifle, he began selecting his targets. Recognizing that he was approximately 800 meters from his foes, a distance discernible through the markings on his scope. The 120x sniper scope is a substantial optical instrument, featuring a scale on the eyepiece that allows for the measurement of a person's height and shoulder width, along with corresponding distance markings. Its operation is remarkably straightforward. Upon spotting an individual, one can apply the scale to ascertain their height. In the Warhammer 40,000 universe, the average human height is 1.8 meters. By aligning the individual against the eyepiece scale, one can determine the distance they occupy. After gauging their height, one can also measure their shoulder width, using the eyepiece's shoulder width markings designated for adult males. By determining the shoulder width fitting into the scale, one can calculate the distance in meters. After measuring several individuals, Liin Wu established that the adversary was positioned 800 meters away. This distance posed no challenge for the exceptionally high-performance sniper rifle at his disposal. A slight elevation of the crosshairs would suffice to ensure accuracy. The rifle, calibrated by Lieutenant Rustank prior to being handed to Liin Wu, required no adjustments in elevation. He proceeded to make an estimation for his shot. With a swift motion, he chambered a round, locking the mechanism in place. A high-pressure sniper round was thrust into the chamber, poised for discharge. He disengaged the trigger safety, applying a gentle pressure to the heavy trigger before resting his finger on the light trigger. This rifle employs a dual trigger system, well known among firearms enthusiasts, whereby the exertion of pressure on the trigger could potentially divert the barrel's aim. A slight miscalculation could result in a deviation of several meters at a distance of hundreds. During the shooting process, one must first depress the heavy trigger, allowing the finger to rest lightly on the sensitive light trigger, which requires merely a whisper of force to fire. Liin Wu aimed at a member of a chemical gang, selecting him as the initial target due to his audacity in remaining stationary to administer himself an injection amidst the chaos of the battlefield, where all others were in motion. Who else would warrant his aim? With a resounding crack, the rifle discharged, and a plume of gunfire erupted. The recoil caused him to momentarily lose sight of his target through the scope. Experienced long-range snipers are well aware that reacquiring a target through the scope after firing can be a cumbersome task due to the high magnification, which necessitates a prolonged search to re-establish sight. However, Liin Wu had a more efficient method to ascertain whether he had struck his mark. He accessed the system panel and navigated to the section indicating his proficiency with the sniper rifle. Noting the skill level had increased to 17, all light weapons are categorized under firearm proficiency. This advancement confirmed a successful hit. Prior to this moment, his skill level had been at 16, thus verifying that his shot had indeed found its target. He cycled the bolt to eject the spent casing and set his sights on the second target. This individual remained in the rear, idly observing as others engaged in combat, making him an ideal target for Liin Wu. He locked onto him and fired once more. The unfortunate soul was blissfully unaware, only to feel a sudden, excruciating sensation as a gaping wound erupted in his chest. The entry wound was the size of a fist, while the exit wound was large enough to accommodate a head, rendering the man incapacitated and lifeless upon impact. Chapter 57. Sniping 2. Liin Wu commenced his sniping, and the chaos below led the combatants to mistakenly believe they were under fire from their adversaries. In a frenzy, they brandished their own firearms, which were mostly rudimentary, some fashioned from mere pipes filled with gunpowder and metal shards, ignited with a torch at the touch hole, usable only once. The slightly better ones were homemade pistols, requiring the shooter to manually load a metal cartridge after each shot. In essence, the combatants below wielded an array of peculiar and substandard weaponry, creating a cacophony of sound. In contrast, Liin Wu's sniper rifle drew little attention amidst the clamor. He continued to fire, reloading with remarkable efficiency. Each squeeze of the trigger yielded another shot, a testament to the exceptional quality and advanced technology of his weapon. As he utilized this sophisticated armament, his proficiency with firearms soared, enhancing his accuracy with each shot. Nevertheless, Liin Wu was judicious in his approach, methodically selecting his targets. Initially, he focused on the members of the chemical gang, but as he observed a group of rodents beginning to counterattack, he redirected his aim towards them. Ultimately, both factions were gaining experience. It mattered little whom he targeted. However, after he had felled nearly 20 adversaries, the combatants below began to realize that a third party was intervening. "It's a sniper." From that position, one of the rodents exclaimed, having glimpsed the flash of Liin Wu's gunfire. Yet, before he could sound a complete alarm, a muscle-bound assailant charged forward, severing his hand with a swift strike. eliciting a heart-wrenching scream. The brute then tackled him to the ground, delivering a series of blows that shattered his skull. By this point, over 13 individuals had perished, and morale had plummeted. The rodents were struggling to cope, especially upon discovering the sniper's presence, leading them to consider retreat. However, the chemical gang's enforcers were inebriated with adrenaline, injecting themselves with stimulants that clouded their judgment, transforming them into frenzied berserkers pursuing the rodents mercilessly. Fueled by their newfound strength, they charged forward, disregarding the sniper's threat, intent only on annihilating their immediate foes. The rodents found themselves in a dire predicament, unable to flee as their pursuers swiftly overtook and dispatched them. In tight formation, they could withstand some assaults, but once they broke ranks to escape, their doom was sealed. Qinwu dispatched another rodent, swiftly reloading his magazine with 10 fresh rounds before chambering a new bullet and surveying the battlefield through his scope. The rodents had been encircled by the chemical gang's enforcers, with only about 30 remaining, while the chemical gang still boasted over 80 members. Recognizing the shift in numbers, Qinwu ceased targeting the rodents and turned his attention to the enforcers of the chemical gang. He aimed at one of the enforcers and squeezed the trigger, only to have the reticle abruptly jump, causing him to lose sight of his target. As he regained his focus, he discovered that the target he had just aimed at had been cleaved into 2 segments. That shot had severed its spine, effectively tearing it apart. Qinwu marveled once more at the formidable power of the sniper rifle, locating his next target and firing once again, eliminating another venomous creature. In no time, he had expended another 10 rounds, claiming another 10 lives, prompting him to reload his ammunition. However, unbeknownst to him, those 10 shots had created a breach in the encirclement of venomous creatures, allowing the trapped rodents a glimmer of hope. Without a second thought, they surged through the gap, scattering chaotically like stars across the sky. The venomous creatures, now exhilarated, disregarded all else as they dispersed in pursuit of the fleeing rodents. A small leader, high on adrenaline, pressed a button, awakening the slumbering chemical beast. Upon awakening, this monstrous entity roared with fury, indiscriminately pouncing upon both allies and foes alike, pinning them to the ground, and voraciously devouring their innards. Qinwu, having fully loaded his magazine, swept his scope across the battlefield, observing the chaotic movement of numerous figures. Goodness! The entire map was alive with frantic motion, elevating the difficulty of his sniping task to an unprecedented height. How should he proceed? Very well. He would treat it as shooting moving targets. Qinwu shrugged and began to seek out those with simpler trajectories, quickly identifying one. A rodent was sprinting frantically between containers, closely pursued by a muscular dog. Both were racing at high speed in a straight line, with minimal obstructions in their path. Qinwu gauged their velocities against the muzzle velocity of his sniper rounds and aimed at the muscular dog chasing the rodent, firing 3 shots in rapid succession. Yet, all 3 missed. Moving targets proved to be quite challenging. He clicked his tongue, now aiming for the rodent that was running with all its might. At that moment, the rodent was clearly fatigued, its speed waning. Seizing the opportunity, Qinwu fired at a spot just ahead of the rodent's trajectory. With a thunderous crack, the recoil jolted his scope, causing him to lose sight of his target. When he finally regained focus, he found the rodent sprawled on the ground, while the muscular dog was mercilessly smashing the lifeless body with its weapon. Qinwu had indeed found his mark. Hitting a moving target filled him with a sense of achievement, and he grinned, now aiming at the muscular dog that had halted to viciously thrash the corpse. Bang! Another shot rang out, this one particularly striking. The bullet struck the muscular dog's thigh, severing it entirely from its body, causing the creature to collapse in agony. Qinwu ejected a spent casing and re-aimed at the injured dog, intent on delivering a fatal shot to its chest. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. His proficiency with firearms increased with every effective strike. A shot to the chest would surely kill, but what if he targeted the limbs? Would that not allow him to fire multiple times, thereby accumulating more experience? With this in mind, he opened the system panel to check his firearm proficiency, which currently stood at 58. He memorized the number, aimed at the other thigh of the howling muscular dog, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The other thigh of the muscular dog shattered, and its cries became even more anguished. Qinwu glanced at his firearm proficiency, which had risen to 59. Incredible! How useful! Overjoyed, he swiftly lifted his gun and aimed at the dog's paw. Chapter 58. The antique sword after transforming the muscular dog into a mere human-shaped target. Qinwu shot him in the chest, putting an end to this unfortunate creature's existence. In a way, he died a fitting death, contributing 5 points to Qinwu's firearm proficiency all on his own. Qinwu examined the remaining bullets in his backpack. Discovering he had 20 rounds left after firing over 80 shots with his sniper rifle. He rubbed his shoulder. After firing so many high-caliber rounds, it was merely slightly sore. Truly, his physical prowess was twice that of an ordinary individual. He reloaded his magazine, intending to expend the remaining 20 rounds before heading back. However, a glance across the battlefield revealed that it was deserted. During the brief time he had spent transforming the dog, the others had scattered in all directions. With a click of his tongue, he peered through the scope, wondering if he could not find a target for these last 20 bullets. Fortunately, the intelligent ones had fled, leaving behind only the foolish. The chemically enhanced beast, having devoured a person's noodles, stood up, bewildered, scanning its surroundings. This colossal creature, its brain flooded with hormones, possessed no shred of rationality. With silence enveloping the area, it remained motionless, lost in confusion. Seeing this, Qinwu aimed his sniper rifle at the creature's knee and fired. With a resounding crack, a gaping wound erupted on the beast's knee, causing it to kneel and unleash a furious roar. It was oblivious to the source of the attack, wildly swinging its massive hands in vain, grasping at nothing but air. Bang! Another thunderous shot rang out, shattering the second knee of the chemical beast, forcing it to kneel completely, thrashing around in a frenzy. The corpses strewn about were ripped apart and tossed haphazardly as it rampaged. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless gunfire continued, targeting its legs, hands, abdomen, and spine. Qinwu unleashed a torrent of ammunition upon the creature, reducing its immense form to a mangled mass. This beast possessed remarkable vitality. The hormones coursing through its veins had a coagulating effect. Were an ordinary person to endure such a barrage of high-caliber sniper rounds, they would succumb to blood loss. Yet this creature still had the strength to howl in fury. Qinwu expended the last of his ammunition on the chemical beast, reducing it to a mere mass of flesh that could only writhe on the ground, its limbs utterly incapacitated and no longer a threat. Setting down his sizzling sniper rifle, he opened the system panel to check his firearm proficiency, which had astonishingly reached 91 points. At this moment, his understanding of light weaponry had ascended to a new level. He felt he comprehended the essence of this sniper rifle as if it were an extension of his own being. Even in a convoluted environment, he seemingly possessed the capability to attempt a long-range sniper shot with this firearm. After organizing his belongings, Qinwu took a sip of water and consumed a few potatoes to satiate his hunger. He then leapt from above onto the platform below and descended via the spiral staircase to the bottom of the warehouse. Next came the much-anticipated phase of scavenging the deceased. The battlefield was strewn with corpses, some belonging to the chemical gang, others to the bottom nest rats, a veritable harvest. Qinwu first attended to the chemical gang's vermin, whose pockets contained rather simplistic items, 12 poison needles, along with tattoos on their skin to be severed and exchanged for currency with the black market. By the end of this endeavor, he had acquired 87 poison needles, 15 anger potions, 65 pieces of tattooed skin, and 1 anger spine. This collection filled a large bag, nearly overstuffing his backpack along with the items he had gathered in the room. Just as he pondered his next course of action, he noticed a rat corpse bearing a large sack. His eyes gleamed with curiosity as he approached to open the bag, which was quite substantial, crudely stitched from tattered fabric, capable of holding his smaller pack entirely. However, this was not a genuine game, and there was no necessity to swap bags. Qinwu secured his filled backpack and opened the larger bag, emptying its contents onto the ground. As anticipated, it contained an assortment of worthless tools, with only 2 water purification tablets deemed worthy of his attention. He continued his search, rummaging through the bags of those with backpacks and the pockets of those without. After examining a dozen corpses, he retrieved the following valuable items: a high-powered flashlight, 5 batteries, a charger, a bundle of wire, a steel rebar cutter, 3 timer sprinklers, 2 ultraviolet lamps, an antique longsword, and 130 fertilizer vouchers. The rats yielded an astonishing array of peculiar items, particularly the antique longsword, which he had liberated from the grasp of a rat corpse that had wielded it in its final moments. This was a Western medieval-style broadsword, appearing remarkably sharp, though marred by some nicks from its violent usage. It was evident that rats could not have procured such a weapon. Qinwu surmised that it had once belonged to some upper echelon who had discarded it as a plaything, only for the rats to repurpose it as a means of defense. He twirled the sword, appreciating its quality, and decided to keep it as a melee weapon. With one bag slung over his shoulder and another in hand, he set out in search of an evacuation point. However, just as he opened his map to assess his surroundings, the deafening crack of a gunshot rang out, followed by an excruciating pain radiating from his right leg, causing him to collapse to the ground. I hit him. Li Qinwu gritted his teeth against the pain and looked up to see an individual peering from behind a shipping container, firing a weapon fabricated from a pipe, unleashing a torrent of iron sand upon him. This assailant, perceptive in nature, had adjusted the aim of his firearm downward, targeting Li Qinwu's thigh, which was unprotected by armor. The shot struck fiercely, causing blood to gush from his thigh and calf, leaving him wincing in agony. At this moment, nearly 10 figures emerged one after another from behind the container, resembling a swarm of rats. Aside from the one who ambushed Li Qinwu and wielded a shotgun, the rest were armed only with cold weapons. They were clearly terrified of Li Qinwu. Yet the glint of greed in their eyes betrayed their intentions as they noted his injury. Li Qinwu, quick to react, discarded his bag and crawled behind a nearby container, dragging his wounded leg. The group of assailants hesitated momentarily upon witnessing Li Qinwu's attempt to flee despite being shot, but soon rallied their courage, brandishing their weapons to pursue him. Once behind the container, Li Qinwu unstrapped his sniper rifle and aimed it towards the advancing figures. The sight of the long barrel caused them to retreat in panic, seeking refuge behind another container. Having successfully intimidated the group, Li Qinwu set up his rifle on its tripod, ensuring the barrel remained poised for action, before hastily retrieving a painkiller from his pocket and consuming it. The painkiller provided him with a temporary relief, enhancing his endurance for 2 hours. He then swiftly pulled out a surgical kit to tend to his wounds, as a projectile had severely damaged his thigh, leaving him with 0 health in that limb. In most survival games, character health is calculated separately for each limb: 2 legs, 2 arms, the torso, and the head, each possessing its own health points. Typically, sustaining a couple of shots to any limb will incapacitate it, rendering it blackened. A character can survive even if all limbs are rendered ineffective, but death only occurs when the health in the torso or head is depleted. Of course, damage can transfer. For example, if one's leg has already suffered 2 shots and is incapacitated, further hits will begin to affect other body parts. After alleviating his pain and restoring his ability to move, Li Qinwu listened intently to the movements of the assailants while he operated on his injury. The surgical kit, upon consumption of 1 durability point, could remove the blackened status from a limb, restoring it to a red status, indicating it could still bleed. With determination, Li Qinwu retrieved the surgical kit, forcefully inserting scissors into the wound of his thigh to extract the shrapnel, before using a stapler to close the gaping flesh, completing a crude operation in a mere 20 seconds. Next, he took out a small medical kit with a durability of 120, sprinkled powder onto the wound, and wrapped it with bandages. Miraculously, his leg, previously ravaged by the shotgun blast, was restored to its former state, a testament to medical marvels. With a sigh of relief, Li Qinwu felt revitalized and focused, his gaze sharpening as he realized that these audacious assailants dared to ambush him, the sniper. He resolved to deliver a severe punishment for their insolence. Casting his backpack aside, he leaned against the edge of the container with the antique sword he had just acquired, attuning himself to the sounds from the opposite side to gather intelligence. The adversaries numbered 10, yet only one was armed with a firearm, a shotgun, which had just discharged a single shot, leaving uncertainty as to whether a subsequent shot could be fired. The remaining individuals were all equipped solely with melee weapons. Given their own capabilities, could one engage in close combat and eliminate all 10? As Li Qinwu pondered his strategy, he detected the faintest sound of stealthy movements. It turned out that this group of adversaries was intimidated by the mere sight of Li Qinwu's firearm protruding from the container. They were oblivious to the fact that he was out of ammunition and feared being shot should they charge him head-on. Consequently, they began to maneuver stealthily, aiming to flank Li Qinwu on either side and bring about his demise. 4 of them remained behind to monitor Li Qinwu's actions, while 3 slipped to the left and 3 to the right, intending to form a pincer movement. As the 2 flanking groups advanced several hundred meters away, Li Qinwu shifted his stance, gripping his sword and performing a flourish, before launching himself out from his concealed position within the container. The 4 adversaries were silently awaiting the success of their comrades' maneuver, hesitant to expose themselves. They were acutely aware that Li Qinwu was the sniper who had been systematically eliminating their ranks. His accuracy was terrifying, and every gunshot heralded another casualty. It was prudent to remain hidden and wait for their allies to encircle him. These individuals, quintessential examples of lowly scoundrels, had witnessed numerous comrades fall to the sniper's fire and had been relentlessly pursued by the chemical gang's maniacs. Yet, they audaciously contemplated returning to scavenge amidst the chaos, a reflection of the brutal survival logic that drives the desperate to risk all for gain. As Li Qinwu's heavy footsteps drew their attention, the one wielding the shotgun cautiously poked his head out from behind cover. He was taken aback to see Li Qinwu charging at him with reckless abandon, momentarily stunned by the audacity of the sniper emerging from his sanctuary. Did he not realize that several of his comrades were nearby? Hastily, he attempted to raise his weapon to fire at Liin Wu. However, Liin Wu, holding a powerful flashlight in his left hand, illuminated the adversary's face with a blinding beam as he emerged. The sudden glare rendered the shotgun-wielding fiend momentarily blind, compelling him to fire a desperate shot. The sound of the gun echoed, and Liin Wu felt as though he had been struck in the chest. A barrage of iron pellets pelted him. Yet, clad in a level 3 bulletproof vest, the projectiles merely chipped away at the armor's durability, inflicting no significant harm. Having survived that volley, it was now Liin Wu's turn to retaliate. He lunged at the adversary whose head was still protruding from the container, his antique blade swinging down with ferocity. A sickening squelch echoed as the blade cleaved through flesh and bone, splitting the foe's skull in twain. With brain matter and eyeballs spilling forth, the body crumpled to the ground, and the remaining 3, who had taken refuge behind the container, were struck with shock at the sight of their fallen comrade. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, Liin Wu executed a swift maneuver, appearing before them with the flashlight still ablaze, illuminating their faces with its harsh glare. 3 individuals cried out in alarm as they shielded their eyes. Having previously refrained from using illumination tools for their ambush, they had been groping in the darkness for an extended period when suddenly illuminated by the blinding beam of a flashlight. Each felt as though they had glimpsed the sun. After momentarily disrupting the opponent's vision, Liin Wu charged towards the nearest adversary, raising his blade with all his might and striking towards the opponent's neck. With a sickening thud, the man's head was severed cleanly from his body. The explosive surge of strength, double that of an ordinary person, allowed his sword to continue its arc, crashing heavily against a nearby container, producing a resounding clang that left his hand numb. The remaining 2 adversaries quickly regained their wits. One shouted in panic and turned to flee, while the other, more aggressive, brandished a pipe and lunged at Liin Wu. As the pipe swung towards his head, Liin Wu deftly tilted his head aside, resulting in the pipe crashing against his shoulder with a sound reminiscent of splintering bone. In retaliation, Liin Wu's sword met the opponent's shoulder with ferocity, cleaving through ribs and penetrating deeply into the chest until it was halted by the spine, nearly bisecting the man. The antique sword lodged itself within the adversary's thoracic cavity, leaving the fierce assailant in disbelief as he collapsed, blood pooling around him in a crimson stain. Liin Wu assessed his condition. The impact had shattered several bones in his left shoulder, yet he felt no pain. Upon inspecting his health status through the system, he discovered that the damage from the blow had been recorded against his left arm, which was now notably diminished in vitality. He retrieved a small medical kit and wrapped bandages around his shoulder. With the activation of the power of rules, his shoulder was instantly restored to full health. The fractured bones seamlessly reconnected. Having rejuvenated himself, he prepared to pursue the fleeing adversary, extracting the antique sword from the lifeless body and unleashing his enhanced speed, twice that of an ordinary person. Chapter 59. I shall slash and slash. The cowardly adversary sprinted frantically, eager to rejoin his teammates who had circled behind. He had just witnessed Liin Wu, like a harbinger of death, emerge to cleave one comrade's head and subsequently decapitate another, instilling in him a terror so profound that he nearly lost control of his faculties. In that moment, he disregarded all else, desperate to reunite with the other 3 teammates. The trio of comrades had not ventured far. They had stealthily maneuvered to approach from the left flank, treading cautiously to avoid alerting Liin Wu to their presence. Suddenly, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed from behind them, and upon turning, they beheld a frantic figure racing towards them. In the darkness, illuminated only by a few permanent bubble lights, the trio could discern the silhouette of a rapidly approaching individual, though they could not identify who it was. However, it was evident that this person must be one of their teammates stationed to monitor the sniper. The 3 remained rooted in place, observing the indistinct form of their comrade in the shadows, and one whispered, "Hey, what is going on? Didn't we agree to approach from 3 directions to encircle him together?" The timid teammate halted in his tracks, as if he had exhausted himself and needed a moment to rest. Gradually, he approached his 3 companions, who huddled in the shadows, observing his every step with bated breath. As he closed the distance to within a dozen paces, their eyes widened in alarm. The expression on his face was ashen, filled with sheer terror, a terror stemming from a long sword poised at his throat, ready to sever his windpipe at any moment. The trio realized the gravity of the situation just as they contemplated taking action. With a swift motion, the sword was yanked, tearing open the timid one's throat, and blood erupted forth in a gruesome spray. In an instant, Liin Wu darted from behind the quaking figure, his movements swift and agile. lunging toward one of the assailants with the ferocity of a striking serpent. He thrust his sword forward, piercing the rat's abdomen, the blade emerging from its back. The creature let out a pained scream, clutching its midsection in shock. Before it could react further, Qinwu yanked the sword free, deliberately targeting the softer flesh of the belly, where there were no bones to impede his strike. As he withdrew the blade, he delivered a powerful punch to the creature's nose, sending it crashing to the ground, and then turned his attention to another foe. The remaining two adversaries, quick to respond, shrieked in alarm as they drew their weapons to confront Qinwu. One wielded a cleaver, while the other brandished a pipe. Qinwu met the cleaver wielder's attack head-on, their weapons clashing in a shower of sparks. The adversary, startled, committed all his strength to the blow, but Qinwu, empowered by the might of the 9 dragons, overpowered him, rendering him motionless with a single stroke. With a deft flick of his wrist, he sliced the sharp edge of his sword across the assailant's face, leaving a deep gash from which blood gushed forth, eliciting a cry of anguish as the rat dropped its weapon, clutching its wounded visage. Just then, the other assailant struck, swinging the pipe with ferocious intent toward Qinwu's head, exclaiming in panic that if he landed this blow, even with a helmet, the force would surely crush Qinwu's skull. In that critical moment, Qinwu had no time to evade. He instinctively lowered his head and arched his back, bracing himself with the armored and most muscular part of his body to absorb the blow. With a resounding thud, he felt a tremendous force strike his back, shattering his scapula. A typical person would have crumpled beneath such impact, rendered incapable of further resistance. Yet Qinwu merely experienced a dull ache, bolstered by the efficacy of his painkillers. He retaliated with a swift strike of his sword against the assailant's arm. Though the blow lacked full force due to the momentum and angle of attack, it was sufficient to inflict a horrific injury on an ordinary individual. Blood streamed from the rat's severed arm, cascading down as it shrieked in terror. The two individuals, having sustained merely non-lethal injuries, succumbed to panic and relinquished their fight, exemplifying the disarray characteristic of the bottom-dwelling rats. Qinwu executed a series of 5 swift strikes, as the injured rat desperately attempted to fend off the blows with a pipe. However, Qinwu's strength proved overwhelming. After the 5th slash, the rat collapsed to the ground, unable to endure any longer. In a frantic attempt to rise, the rat was met with Qinwu's advance, as his longsword pierced through its chest, rupturing its liver. Withdrawing the blade, the rat clutched its chest and lay still, lifeless within mere seconds. At that moment, Qinwu turned his gaze towards the rat he had wounded in the face, which was now hastily retreating, hands covering its injury. Qinwu let out a chilling laugh and pursued at double the speed. The rat, hearing the thunderous footsteps drawing near, emitted a series of desperate cries that echoed through the dimly lit strategic warehouse. Meanwhile, in another direction, 3 rats had stealthily approached their position. They heard the gunshots and the anguished screams of their comrade, yet remained undeterred. This was the nature of bottom-dwelling rats. One could hardly expect them to possess any sense of camaraderie. As the trio heard the distant wails echoing from the darkness, they surmised that their 3 teammates, who had taken a detour, might have encountered the sniper. However, their indifference prevailed, and they continued towards Qinwu's previous hiding spot. Upon arrival, their eyes widened in astonishment. There, behind a container, lay a sniper rifle, a large backpack, and a smaller one. Greed overtook their expressions as they all dashed towards the sniper rifle. Among them, one rat, faster than the rest, seized the rifle from the ground and turned the barrel towards his 2 companions. The others quickly raised their hands in surrender, signaling their intent not to contend with him, and each lunged for a backpack. Both aimed for the larger bag, but the more robust rat swiftly struck down the weaker one with a punch, securing the larger backpack. Undeterred, the frilier rat hastily grabbed the smaller backpack. Thus, all 3 rats emerged victorious, each with a substantial prize. After exchanging glances, without the need for words, they resolved to retreat along the path they had come. The day's haul was sufficient to ensure their indulgence for quite some time. The fate of their remaining teammates was of no concern to them. Their route back led through a breach in the strategic storage warehouse, created by an explosion, which would ultimately guide them to safety. However, as the trio approached the gap, ready to escape, they halted in their tracks. There, arranged neatly at the threshold of their homecoming, lay 7 bloodied heads, undeniably those of their fallen comrades. The 3 were taken aback, and the one wielding the sniper rifle instinctively assumed a firing position. In the midst of this palpable tension, a distinct click resonated as a flip-top lighter was ignited, casting a flickering flame that illuminated the visage of a man, his face smeared in blood. 3 individuals, startled, took a step back in unison. Qinwu flicked his lighter to ignite a cigarette, taking a couple of puffs while observing the trio transporting his belongings to the evacuation point. With a smile, he remarked, "I once told you, in the depths. You are merely children." Suddenly, the atmosphere was punctuated by exclamations and sounds of distress. Bodies lay lifeless on the ground, while Qinwu, with a knife embedded in his abdomen and several broken ribs, appeared to be on the brink of death. Yet, despite his grievous injuries, he hummed a tune, effortlessly slinging 2 backpacks over his shoulders and shouldering a sniper rifle. While clutching an antique sword, he ambled towards the nearby gap. As the countdown commenced for evacuation, 10, 9, 8, 7, Qinwu vanished back to his hiding place with a swift motion. The knife in his stomach had mysteriously disappeared, and his broken ribs were miraculously restored. Such was the nature of his refuge. Even in a state resembling a mere stick figure, one could return and refresh their condition. "Ah, my cozy little sanctuary feels so warm." Qinwu stretched, opening the 2 bags and meticulously categorizing their contents in the corner. He began to assess the yield from his hideout, injecting the collected syringes into the medical station to convert them into medical synthesis materials. From the Imperial Shrine, he retrieved a bottle of sacred liquor and input it into the inventory. Following this, he turned his attention to his firearm. After discharging 100 rounds from the sniper rifle, it required a thorough maintenance session. He secured the rifle on the workbench, disassembling it into parts, applying oil, and before long, it was restored to optimal condition. However, he noted that the next time he intended to use it, precise adjustments would be necessary, lest his aim falter. Once he completed these tasks, Qinwu pushed open the door, eager to inspect the state of the distillery. However, as the door swung open, he was met with the sight of the Silent One squatting at the entrance, carelessly applying black paint on his door. Qinwu's expression darkened immediately, and the Silent One, startled, hastily concealed the paint behind his back. "Ah, weren't you supposed to leave? How did you emerge from within?" This character peered curiously into the hideout, prompting Qinwu to slam the door shut, his gaze falling upon the faint, otherworldly graffiti on the door, which made his face pale with dismay. "Did I not expressly instruct you to refrain from mischief in my absence? Now, genius, enlighten me. What are you scheming this time?" Qinwu's furious shout sent a shiver through the Silent One, who sheepishly replied, "I was simply too curious. Your dwelling is quite extraordinary." "Oh, in what way is it extraordinary?" Qinwu arched an eyebrow. "Your abode does not exist in this world. I employed various means to attempt to open this door, but it remained impervious. I endeavored to delve into it with psychic energy to unlock it, yet it felt akin to traversing a black hole. Nothing was visible. I even attempted to glean insights from the subspace level, but found nothing. This house lacks any projection in subspace. It simply does not exist." The Silent One was exhilarated, realizing that Qinwu harbored a profound secret, the magnitude of which he had never anticipated. A space that exists nowhere in the world, free from the disturbances of any person or specter. Such an absolute realm resembles an idyllic paradise. Qinwu raised an eyebrow. Indeed. In the current game of search and retreat, players' hideouts are akin to isolated spaces, impervious to invasion. Transitioning to the world of Warhammer. Is it not a realm that exists outside of reality? Allow me to venture inside. My curiosity is insatiable. The glimmer of curiosity shone in the eyes of the Quiet One, yet Qinwu forcefully pushed him aside, pointing at the subspace mural on the wall. "Spare me your fanciful notions. Swiftly erase what's on the wall." The Quiet One clutched Qinwu's hand, pleading earnestly, "Please, let me have a glimpse. I can be of service in any way." Qinwu, with a look of disdain, regarded the hideout as his sanctuary. He had no desire for others to intrude. "Away! Away! Is my home a place anyone can enter at will? You'd best be on your way." Seeing Qinwu's adamant refusal, the Quiet One grew anxious. Scratching his head, terrified by demons, he yearned for a space that did not exist in the world, believing that hiding within this realm would allow him to evade the demon's watchful gaze. "I'll just linger at the door, just lingering, not entering. If you permit me, I shall teach you more formidable methods of psychic control." Qinwu paused for a moment, then began to ponder seriously. "Just lingering, you say?" In the hopeful gaze of the Quiet One, Qinwu ultimately shook his head. "No, I will never permit anyone into my home. But should you be willing to impart knowledge of psychic abilities, I shall offer you something far more invigorating than divine sustenance." Observing Qinwu's resolute stance and the promise of a rewarding exchange, the psychic relented. "Very well. Let us find an uninhabited place where I can teach you how to manipulate gravity." Some might think that given the Quiet One's formidable power, Qinwu could simply overpower him and force the door open. Yet, as previously stated, regardless of the psychic's prowess or ferocity, he is still human, yearning for connection. Throughout his life, his extraordinary psychic talent rendered him an outcast among his peers, leading to a lack of interaction. As he matured, mastering control over his abilities, he was further tormented by demons, intensifying his desire for normal social relationships. Qinwu, a unique individual, entered his life with remarkable composure, embracing him. The Xiao Qiao family also interacted with him normally, and Xiao Qiao's mother would prepare abundant meals, giving him a sense of belonging in a normal environment. A normal identity, he would naturally refrain from engaging in any horrific acts that might jeopardize this hard-won peace. In essence, the Quiet One is evolving towards the path of camaraderie and kinship. The two plan to exit the winery, seeking a dimly lit, secluded passageway to indulge in their mischievous games. Along the way, Qinwu observed Xiao Dao and De Qiao constructing a partition with wooden boards in an open area, presumably intended for resting quarters. As Xiao Dao spotted Qinwu, he promptly set aside his tasks to greet him. Qinwu handed over a small parcel he was carrying, containing the tattooed skins of the angry spine and venomous insect. When you have a moment, please take this to Nepal and exchange it for money, he instructed. Xiao Dao nodded in acknowledgement, and then Xiao Jiao's mother, Shansa, approached with a bowl of freshly made meat soup. Sir, would you care for a sip of this piping hot broth? The surface of the soup glistened with animal fat and vegetables, and beneath it lay chunks of meat. As Shansa had just slaughtered a clucking hen, Qinwu lifted the steaming bowl and drank it in one go, then deftly picked up the meat pieces with his fingers and finished them in a few bites. Afterward, he passed the bowl and utensils back. Delicious, madam. If you require any seasonings, you may ask Xiao Dao to fetch them. If he cannot find them in the lower market, feel free to write it down, and I shall procure them from the central market. Having said this, Qinwu and the Silence Walker opened the door to the distillery and ventured into the darkness of the corridor beyond. Chapter 61. Learning spiritual energy. The two emerged from the distillery and stealthily made their way down the passage, seeking refuge in a shadowy corner. Qinwu switched on a powerful flashlight for illumination, settling down cross-legged on the ground. Come, genius, what wisdom do you have to impart? He asked. The Silence Walker replied. First, consume a holy cake. This will shield you from the demons while harnessing spiritual energy. Qinwu complied and ate a holy cake, followed by the Silence Walker. Only then did the instruction commence. The first step is to draw the subspace energy around your soul, and then, using your soul as a conduit, channel this energy into your body. Subsequently, you will be able to manipulate and emit this energy through your physical form. But how exactly do I achieve this? Qinwu inquired. Do you recall the last time your consciousness nearly fell prey to a demon in the subspace? Qinwu nodded, remembering vividly how, during his last encounter with the spiritual energy surge, he distinctly felt his soul within the subspace, simultaneously perceiving both reality and the subspace, an experience both novel and exhilarating. I am unable to once again visualize the subspace, he lamented. Since that incident, he had not yet grown strong enough to independently access the subspace vision. This is akin to how cultivators possess the ability of inner sight. Mastering this ability signifies your entry into the realm, while lacking it keeps you perpetually outside. The Silence Walker had anticipated this and reached out to gently touch Qinwu's forehead. Do not be disheartened. This is entirely normal. Your soul lacks sufficient strength, and you have yet to acclimate to the practice of actively peering into the subspace. In my youth, I too struggled to actively glimpse the subspace. Only in dreams plagued by nightmares, or when subspace demons sought me out, could I catch fleeting glimpses of its fragmented scenes. However, as I matured and my soul grew stronger, I gradually acquired the ability to actively peer into the subspace and naturally learned how to harness its energy. Now, release your thoughts. I will guide you into the subspace with my soul. In the next moment, Qinwu felt a surge of energy from the hand resting on his forehead, as if his soul were being extricated from his corporeal form. Do not resist. Embrace the sensation of your soul departing from the corporeal form and entering the subspace. You must learn to guide your own soul into this ethereal realm. Qinwu perceived the Quiet One's soul transporting his essence into the distorted cosmic energies of subspace, only to return it once more into his physical vessel. As the visions of subspace faded, he completed the process of traversing into and out of this otherworldly dimension. Qinwu opened his eyes, inhaling deeply. The Quiet One inquired, "How do you feel?" Qinwu accessed his system panel, noting an increase of 1 in subspace resistance, spiritual energy resistance, and spiritual energy proficiency. Filled with exhilaration, he exclaimed, "Let us do this a few more times." The Quiet One nodded, placing his hand once again upon Qinwu's forehead, extracting his soul and allowing it to flicker amidst the subspace for a brief moment before returning it to his body. "How was that? 10 more times." And now? Let us continue. Do you sense anything? More, please. The two souls repeatedly ventured into subspace, shimmering with golden brilliance. Their radiance was so resplendent that it attracted numerous wandering wild demons. Upon noticing the souls of energy practitioners, several demons rushed forward, eager to devour them. However, as they opened their mouths to bite down, they were met with the searing golden flames emanating from the souls, causing them to howl in agony. Since both the Quiet One and Liin Wu had consumed sacred cakes, their souls were enveloped in the protective essence of the Emperor's spiritual energy. For the demons, attempting to consume them was akin to an ordinary person biting into a hot iron, resulting in skin sizzling and smoking. Moreover, such injuries were permanent. Demons, being immortal, retained their essence within subspace. Should these demons wreak havoc in the material universe and fall to the Imperial armed forces, their demise would not signify true death, as their soul essence in subspace would endure. However, the burns inflicted by the Emperor's energy would lead to an everlasting torment, incapable of healing with the passage of time. The demons that foolishly sought to devour the souls of Liin Wu and the Quiet One would carry the sensation of their burns into eternity. With this cautionary tale in mind, other wild demons dared not act recklessly, standing at a distance to observe the two golden souls repeatedly entering and exiting subspace, twinkling like atmospheric lights in a bar. In reality, the Quiet One, drenched in perspiration, withdrew his hand from Liin Wu's forehead. I can no longer continue. The exertion is too great, and I feel dizzy. Have you grasped the essentials? Liin Wu glanced once more at the system panel. After numerous excursions into subspace, his subspace resistance stood at 55, spiritual energy resistance at 55, and spiritual energy proficiency at 55. He closed his eyes, and in the next moment, his vision transformed into a kaleidoscope of bizarre sights, revealing the wonders of subspace. He had succeeded. He could now will his soul into subspace, gaining the ability to perceive its energies. Furthermore, he could sense the flow of energy within subspace and draw it toward his corporeal form using his own soul. Liin Wu opened his eyes and raised his hand. In the next moment, a surge of subspace energy, invisible to the naked eye, erupted from his palm. The Silent One, astonished, had not anticipated that after merely guiding the other's soul into subspace a few dozen times, the individual would harness their own power to enter subspace and even learn to absorb its energy for release into the tangible world. With excitement, Liin Wu inquired, "Can I now manipulate subspace energy? Have I truly succeeded?" The Silent One swallowed hard, feeling a twinge of envy towards Liin Wu's affinity for subspace, and nodded in affirmation. "You have managed to allow your soul to traverse into subspace and guide its energy into reality. You have indeed taken your first steps into mastery. Next, I shall instruct you on how to wield this energy to alter the very fabric of reality." He retrieved a screw from his pouch, which levitated into the air, hovering gracefully. "This is gravity control, my favorite technique, highly practical for travel and defense against attacks. The essence of this maneuver lies not in exerting force directly upon the screw to lift it, but rather in rewriting its fundamental nature within subspace. Every object in the real world has a projection in subspace, adhering to specific physical laws that are crystal clear there. If this screw is devoid of external force, it will quietly rest on the ground, as per the rules it must obey. Now, by rewriting its rules in subspace, we can make it float in the air. Come, give it a try." Chapter 62. The Wedding of the Knife. Liin Wu pondered. The Silent One's explanation seemed akin to modifying a file in the background. However, would this not conflict with reality? Would it not directly negate any existing bugs? He accepted the screw, preparing to attempt levitating it, while the Silent One continued to impart wisdom. "First, you must locate this object in subspace. Generally, the easiest way to find it is by directly touching it." Liin Wu allowed his vision to penetrate into subspace. Indeed, as he grasped the screw, his soul perceived a gray, unremarkable figure, the screw's projection in subspace. Everything in subspace appeared either drab and gray or bizarrely colorful, making differentiation challenging. Only the soul radiated a peculiar brilliance, easily discernible. Thus, locating a soulless object's projection in subspace proved quite arduous unless it was held in one's hand or situated nearby. "I found it. What should I do next?" Liin Wu exclaimed. "Now, concentrate your mind on the screw's projection in subspace. You will naturally sense the rules governing it, and then you may attempt to alter those rules." Liin Wu complied, focusing his mental energy on the small screw's projection. In the next moment, a multitude of governing forces unfurled before him. Gravity, friction, density, and an array of chaotic rules revealed themselves within his consciousness, leaving him astonished as he felt he had glimpsed the very essence of the world's operation. The Silent One's voice resonated in the background. Now you should be able to perceive a multitude of rules. Thus, you may endeavor to employ the powers at your disposal to alter these regulations. Bear in mind, however, that the forces of reality shall not acquiesce to your modifications of this mere screw. You must engage your own ethereal abilities to confront the immutable laws of existence. Fear not, for it is merely a screw, and you ought to be capable of lifting it. In the next moment, the Silent One witnessed the screw in Qinwu's hand ascend into the air. The Silent One marveled once more, realizing that in such a brief span, this individual had mastered the manipulation of gravity, albeit with only a single screw. As the adage goes, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Having taken the first stride, the subsequent feats of lifting mountains and filling seas are merely a matter of time. Qinwu sustained the screw's flight for over 30 seconds before experiencing a throbbing headache, causing the screw to clatter to the ground. He withdrew from the subspace vision, feeling a wave of dizziness and tinnitus. Observing this, the Silent One felt a tinge of relief. It appeared that this fellow was not so extraordinary after all, as his mental fortitude was merely a shade stronger than that of an ordinary person, unable to wield the subspace energies against the cosmic laws for extended periods. Adopting the demeanor of a seasoned mentor, the Silent One proclaimed, "Now that you have entered the realm of understanding, diligent practice will fortify your soul." He produced a steel pipe from behind and presented it to Qinwu. "Once you can levitate this pipe for 30 minutes, I shall impart further techniques." Qinwu grasped the steel pipe, which weighed nearly 10 kilograms, realizing that he would need to devote considerable time to enhance his proficiency with ethereal energies. At that moment, the expression of the Silent One grew increasingly lewd as he rubbed his hands together. "Hurry, you promised me before. Provide me with some invigorating treasures. Let me see them at once." Qinwu, recognizing the value of the teachings he had received, did not withhold and retrieved a vial of sacred liquor from his satchel. Offering it to him, the Silent One accepted the vial with an expression of puzzlement. "Is this it? Do not wear that expression. Take a sip, and you shall be rendered speechless." With considerable skepticism, the Silent One uncorked the vial and took a swig. Immediately, his expression froze in astonishment. This concoction, derived from potato liquor and sanctified before the imperial altar, bore the familiar taste of potato liquor, lacking any remarkable distinction. However, a single sip would imbue the drinker with a powerful divine state, purging all subspace impurities and augmenting their mental fortitude by 10, equivalent to a doubling for the average individual. Moreover, a divine halo would envelop them, bathing them in the ethereal light of the Emperor's energies. Upon consuming the sacred liquor, the Silent One was propelled into a state of exhilaration, his entire being trembling with delight. "By the heavens, this is genuinely invigorating. I feel as though I could vanquish the demons that have incessantly buzzed in my ears." Qinwu patted his shoulder, cautioning, "Drink sparingly. This is a precious elixir. Ideally, limit yourself to a small sip per day, for its extraordinary effects last for 24 hours. The Silent One nodded in comprehension, carefully stowing the vial in his pocket. Clutching it with a furtive demeanor, the ensuing 5 days unfolded with relative tranquility, as Qinwu remained sequestered in his hideout, overseeing production and honing his ethereal capabilities. He uncorked a bottle of holy wine, taking a sip each day to imbue himself with a powerful sacred state, enhancing his mental fortitude by an additional 10 points during training, thus slowing the consumption of his mental energy. After 5 days of rigorous training, he was able to lift 5 thumb-sized screws, maintaining them suspended in the air for over half an hour. Whenever he felt mentally fatigued, he would lie down to rest. And upon waking, he would train his body, assess the output from the winery and his hideout, and continue to hone his mental prowess. Over these few days, his three-dimensional attributes had improved: strength at 15, endurance at 16, and vigor at 21. During a break in his training, the little knife returned, exchanging the tattoos of the chemical gang as poison insects that Qinwu had previously eliminated for over 5,000 coins, which he respectfully presented to Qinwu. With a generous wave of his hand, Qinwu returned the money to him, instructing him to procure daily necessities and furnish their living space for greater comfort. The little knife was elated, but then hesitated before Qinwu, who inquired about his concerns. "Boss, I wish to buy a woman to bear children, which may cost around 500 coins. Upon hearing this, Qinwu waved his hand again and said, "Take 1,000 coins to purchase a more beautiful woman. Use the remaining funds to acquire furniture and create a small partition in the winery, turning it into your home." The little knife, filled with joy and gratitude, departed. And that very evening, he returned with a young woman, her appearance quite pleasant and far gentler than those rougher women from GW's works. Qinwu instructed Lady Sansa to prepare 3 whole chickens and stew all the fresh vegetables, opening a bottle of holy wine for what might have been the most extravagant wedding feast of their lives. Everyone was joyous, indulging in the meal with smiles that never faded. Qinwu felt a swell of happiness as he sensed the cohesion among the group had strengthened after this celebration, with all of them beginning to regard this small workshop built within the depths of the pipe as their home. The little knife, brimming with joy, entered the bridal chamber with the woman he had purchased. Qinwu could see that the little knife genuinely wished to cultivate a family in this harsh world. He held a supportive attitude towards this endeavor and was willing to invest resources. He understood that once the little knife established his own family, betrayal would be an impossibility. This man would forever be bound to his interests. Qinwu mused to himself, perhaps he should find a woman for the silent one as well, to prevent him from obsessively studying that dark and cold hook of the subspace every day. Chapter 63, Distillation on the second day. Qinwu's winery finally welcomed its first batch of spirits, as fermentation had completed and distillation could commence. Accompanied by several young men, he transported the fermented mash to a steel-welded distillation barrel, capable of processing over a ton of mash in a single run. With a flurry of activity, they connected the water pipes and powered the distiller, which soon began its operation. All that remained was to wait for the condensation effect to take hold, allowing the liquor to flow forth from the outlet. As he awaited the wine's emergence, Qinwu observed the young Joel seated in his wheelchair, diligently peeling potatoes with a small knife, preparing the ingredients for their meal. Qinwu sensed the anxiety emanating from him. He was the sole disabled individual in their midst, fearful of becoming obsolete and cast aside, despite the improbability of such a fate. From his pocket, Qinwu retrieved a green syringe, a restorative needle crafted during his brief respite at the medical station, colloquially known as the green needle or void blood pump within the game. Its function was to rapidly heal an injured limb when administered after sustaining damage, allowing players to regain health while engaged in combat, thus rendering them difficult to defeat. Qinwu pondered whether this device could mend Joel's spine. He understood that his own body had been digitized, and medications applied to him yielded extraordinary effects, akin to those in the game. However, when such medications were used on others, their efficacy diminished to that of ordinary remedies. Thus, he remained uncertain of the green needle's potential utility. Yet, he resolved to give it a try. Approaching Joel, the young boy hastily discarded his knife and saluted from his wheelchair. "Sir." Qinwu waved his hand and instructed, "Roll up your sleeve." Joel, bewildered but compliant, followed suit. Qinwu produced the green needle, unscrewing the cap to reveal its needle tip. Grasping Joel's hand, he inserted the needle into the boy's vein and administered the entire contents of the syringe into his system. Joel did not resist. He watched Qinwu's actions with a blend of calmness and curiosity. Upon completing the injection, Qinwu commanded, "Now, cease all work and return to your room to rest. Pay attention to any unusual sensations in your spine, and inform me if you experience anything." Joel's breathing grew slightly labored, as if he had come to a realization. He saluted Qinwu once more. "Yes, sir," he exclaimed, propelling his wheelchair back to the makeshift room constructed of partitions, awaiting a miracle in silence. Qinwu returned to the distiller, observing the wine beginning to pour forth. Estimating that the initial distillation had yielded nearly a barrel, he declared, "That will suffice. Change the barrel." It is well known that distilled spirits require the removal of the heads and tails, as these portions contain impurities, evident even in their coloration, which appears yellowish. Additionally, this process eliminates harmful substances, leaving only the most flavorful liquid. Typically, one could afford to remove a greater portion from the heads. Qinwu estimated that he had discarded approximately 3 units, while the tails indicated a forthcoming decrease in alcohol content. The splashes of liquid falling into the barrel would grow larger, signaling that it was time to extinguish the flame and proceed with the tails. The group busied themselves, diligently distilling all the fermented potato mash, yielding the following products: 1,400 liters of approximately 45-degree alcohol, 15 liters of a mixture of heads and tails, and a large pot of mash. Qinwu instructed, "Gather the mash, add some water, and continue distilling, mixing the distillate with the heads and tails." As the gathering resumed, the process of distillation commenced anew, yielding approximately 100 liters of low-grade liquor, mingled with the fore and aft spirits. This 100 liters was hardly fit for human consumption. It was laden with toxic substances, capable of rendering one's liver and kidneys utterly dysfunctional, even causing one's eyes to turn jaundiced. Yet, one must not forget, this was the bottom nest, a place where survival was uncertain, where today might not herald the dawn of tomorrow. Qinwu resolved to relinquish this 100 liters to showdown. instructing him to sell it to the bottom nest's denizens, fetching whatever sum could be procured, an exercise in resource recycling. Should someone succumb to this vile liquor, they would owe Liin Wu a debt of gratitude for allowing them to depart from this wretched world in a state of inebriation. Days later, once all tasks had been attended to, the air was thick with the rich aroma of alcohol, and the sight of 400 liters of liquor filling several large vats elicited murmurs of awe. These were not mere beverages, they represented wealth. And all of it had been brought forth by their leader. Everyone turned their gaze toward Liin Wu, as showdown, brimming with excitement, inquired, "Boss, shall we begin packaging these spirits for sale?" Liin Wu pondered, stroking his chin, and replied, "Let us pause for a moment." He darted back to his hiding place, retrieving a bottle of sacred liquor. Upon uncorking it, he contemplated pouring the entire contents into the mixture. However, recalling the formidable potency of the sacred liquor, he feared it might attract the attention of certain factions should it reach the outside world. After deliberation, he poured just a capful into a large vat of 300 to 400 liters, then stirred it thoroughly with a long spoon. Satisfied, he ladled out a bowl to sample. The flavor remained largely unchanged, yet he felt a fleeting trace of divine essence wash over him. He then offered a spoonful to Xiaodao, urging him to taste. Upon sipping the liquor, Xiaodao's eyes sparkled with delight. "Delicious. This drink invigorates me, as if my very soul has been cleansed." Liin Wu encouraged him. "Why not take another sip?" Xiaodao complied, only to find the experience slightly diminished. While still delectable, it lacks the initial brilliance. Liin Wu nodded in approval. This was precisely the effect he desired. The initial awe stemmed from the sacred essence dispelling the subspace contamination clinging to them, rendering their souls pristine and invigorated. Moreover, the sacred liquor imbued energy, causing others to succumb to increasing inebriation while he remained alert, an extraordinary phenomenon. However, this concoction had been diluted nearly 1,000-fold, its effects fading within seconds, ensuring it would not attract undue attention. The unforgettable shock of that first sip would linger in memory, prompting many to return as loyal patrons. Furthermore, as subspace contamination was ever present, the effects of this diluted sacred liquor would dissipate shortly after consumption, allowing the contamination to gradually resurface and cloud the soul once more. Thus, customers would find themselves yearning for the exquisite sensation of their inaugural sip, returning time and again to procure illicit spirits from Liin Wu, ensuring an endless flow of profit. Perhaps after a decade or so, Liin Wu's wealth could suffice to acquire a battleship. Chapter 64, Selling Alcohol. With the production of the liquor complete, the next step was bottling. During this period, Xiaodao was tirelessly on the move, managing to gather over 100 milliliter bottles. He also procured some bottle caps, a capping machine, cardboard boxes, and tape. These bottles had been thoroughly sterilized through high-temperature steaming in advance. Although the quantity was insufficient to contain all the liquor, Xiaodao managed to secure some inferior barrels for clean water, each capable of holding several dozen liters of liquid, thus providing a makeshift solution to complete the bottling process. After spending more than half a day, the liquor was finally bottled and ready for sale. Liin Wu used the avian communication device to input the encrypted channel 35023 for MYY, contacting Lieutenant Rustank to inquire if he could drive over to collect the liquor. "So soon? Wait a moment, let me check if the inspector is present," came Lieutenant Rustank's voice from the device. After a wait of over 10 minutes, during which Liin Wu even began practicing his psychic abilities, he received confirmation. "The inspector is not here. You can come over. I will drive a military vehicle to fetch you." Liin Wu agreed and had all the brewed liquor loaded onto a small train, setting off towards the surface. This time, he was accompanied by Xiaodao, the Silent One, and young Joel. Indeed, young Joel had risen. The green treatment had worked wonders for him. His previously damaged spine had fully recovered, and he stood before them radiating vitality. As if reborn, Liin Wu intended to introduce him to Lieutenant Rustank, hoping to astonish the latter and simultaneously showcase his own prowess. As the small train approached the area controlled by the mutants, Liin Wu cautioned the Silent One, "Be careful, there are mutants ahead. If they make any move, eliminate them all." Upon hearing this, the Silent One fell into silence, and Liin Wu could sense the intense subspace energy emanating from him, prepared to transform into a killing machine. However, they passed through the mutant territory without incident, as the mutants remained huddled in their pipes, engaged in their nefarious games, seemingly acquiescing to the passage of Liin Wu's small train through their camp. Yet, when Liin Wu glanced towards the mutants lurking in the dark passages, he noticed their greedy gazes fixated on the occupants of the small train, their highly mutated noses twitching as they caught the scent of the liquor aboard. Qinwu contemplated finding an opportunity to cleanse this mutant tribe, for he could not allow such instability to persist near his business routes. He had to ensure their safety and continuity. The small train quickly reached the surface, but Lieutenant Rustank had not yet arrived, so the group settled down to rest. At that moment, an individual unexpectedly emerged from the forest, striding toward Qinwu and his companions. Young Joel was the first to notice the stranger, raising his weapon and aiming it at him. "Halt! Who are you? Do not come any closer, or I shall shoot." Qinwu glanced at the man, lowered Joel's weapon, and beckoned him closer with a gesture. The man hurried over, exclaiming, "Mr. Scavenger, do you remember me?" The stranger greeted Qinwu with enthusiastic familiarity. Qinwu chuckled. "Of course I remember. It was I who rescued you from the PDF camp last time. Otherwise, by now, you would likely have faced execution." This individual was the captive Qinwu had requested from Lieutenant Rustank to establish contact with the rebels, though it was unclear why he was waiting in the ventilation shaft. "Mr. Scavenger, my name is Parson. Old Man Sun has dispatched me here for a long-term station. Should you require anything or wish to exchange supplies, do let me know. So you needn't make the long journey yourself," the rebel named Parson stated. Qinwu found this arrangement rather convenient and nodded in agreement. "Since we have crossed paths, return immediately to Old Man Sun and have him deliver 3 tons of potatoes to this location. On your return, I shall provide him with a PDF automatic rifle." Parson nodded in acknowledgement, whistled, and a horse galloped over. Just as he mounted to leave, Qinwu called out to him, "In addition to the potatoes, have Old Man Sun gather some green vegetables, fruits, and livestock, enough to sustain a dozen people for half a month." As he spoke, he retrieved a tube of high-purity anti-inflammatory powder from his waist pouch and handed it to the rebel Parson. The rebel Parson carefully tucked the tube into his bosom. He was well aware of its potency. The previous tubes Qinwu had given saved the lives of over 40 of their soldiers, and this one was worth at least 10 lives, so he dared not be negligent. "Thank you, Mr. Scavenger. I shall return to the base with utmost speed, bringing what you require." With that, he spurred his horse onward, its speed rivaling that of a motorcycle. Not long after Parson departed, the roar of an engine echoed nearby as a PDF military truck approached the ventilation shaft. Lieutenant Rustank, accompanied by several PDF soldiers, leaped from the vehicle. As Lieutenant Rustank prepared to greet Qinwu, his gaze fell upon the young Joel beside him, rendering him momentarily speechless. "Joel, you can stand up now?" Young Joel beamed a bright smile and saluted Lieutenant Rustank. "Sir, I am well now. Commander Lee has healed me." Lieutenant Rudanson's attention shifted to Qinwu, who raised his chin slightly, exuding an air of confidence. Without delay, Lieutenant Rustank pulled Qinwu aside into the nearby woods to converse in hushed tones. "Good heavens! How did you manage that?" The doctor said his bones and nerves were completely shattered and that he could only have an electronic spinal cord replacement, which costs over 300,000. "You didn't actually pay for his surgery, did you?" With an air of mystery, Qinwu produced a green syringe from his pocket and, as one would with a pen, inserted it into Lieutenant Rudanson's chest. "Don't think I neglect you, my friend. Here is a life-saving injection. As long as his limbs are not entirely obliterated, one jab will have him back on his feet in no time." Lieutenant Rustank examined the green syringe. Turning it over in his hands, it bore no markings, rendering its purpose indiscernible. "What is this? Are there any side effects? How did you acquire it? Could it possibly be from the rejuvenation sect?" Qinwu patted Lieutenant Rustank on the shoulder. "There are no side effects. You may simply use the product as you wish. Do not inquire about its origins. The individual possesses remarkable capabilities, and knowing him is indeed a fortuitous blessing." Chapter 63. Selling liquor to subsequently. The group transported the beverages onto the military vehicle, which set off towards the PDF camp. Qinwu inquired of Second Lieutenant Rustank, "How should I sell my liquor? What pricing should I adopt? Are there any restrictions I should be aware of?" Second Lieutenant Rustank reassured him, "Do not worry. Aside from the occasional inspections from higher-ups pretending to enforce military discipline, you may sell as you please. You can promote your wares from camp to camp. As long as you are willing, every soldier will purchase a little. You may also set up a stall in our military market, for a fee of 100 ration coupons. You can sell for an entire day." Qinwu gasped in astonishment. "You have a market here? How absurd. Do your company and battalion leaders not oversee this? Why should they? The planetary governor pays us such meager wages, and there is no insurance for injuries sustained in combat. We stand our ground, bearing arms. And the planetary governor ought to come and offer us some respect," responded Rustank. Upon hearing this, several PDF soldiers in the vehicle erupted in laughter, evidently accustomed to the current ludicrous situation, with a few even sharing jokes about the planetary governor. Rustank continued, "The planetary governor does not regard us as humans. and thus morale naturally suffers. To maintain the spirit of the troops, the officers must allow the soldiers some indulgence. Drinking is a splendid method. My comrades and I have agreed that, provided there are no combat missions, they may alternate their indulgences. Only by understanding the soldiers' predicaments can you expect them to risk their lives for you when the time comes, he added. As for our battalion commander, he explicitly stated in a meeting that as long as we complete the tasks assigned to us and can manage any inspections from above, while ensuring the PDF line does not retreat, he will not interfere with our activities. Even the market we operate within the battalion was initiated under his guidance. Qinwu was taken aback by the absurdity of the military discipline here. Each time he delved deeper into the workings of this planet's PDF, he was left in awe. Before long, the military vehicle arrived at the PDF camp, in Rudausen's jurisdiction, and the group commenced their drinking. Rudausen summoned his soldiers to purchase liquor from Qinwu. Following a series of transactions, each soldier acquired 4 or 5 bottles of 100 milliliters, and some began drinking on the spot. From Rudausen's contingent alone, Qinwu sold over 600 bottles of 100 milliliters, earning 8 yuan per bottle, totaling an impressive 800 yuan. Qinwu reflected, selling liquor is indeed lucrative. Has the price of 100 milliliters already reached 8 yuan per bottle? Without a flicker of emotion, Rudausen replied, in fact, the price has already risen to 10 yuan. Remember to charge that in other camps. Here, among comrades, it's acceptable to offer a discount of 2 yuan. Qinwu clicked his tongue in disbelief, thinking to himself that this fellow was quite shrewd. Very well, then, shall you lead me to your battalion's market? Lieutenant Rudausen drove the military vehicle towards Chengdu, and after several kilometers, he discovered a so-called market nestled within a training ground enveloped by tightly pitched tents. This market was modest, comprising merely a dozen stores, where every individual donned military attire. At first glance, one might mistake them for soldiers, but upon closer inspection, it became evident that they were civilians, cleverly disguised as military personnel to conduct their business. Lieutenant Rudausen handed a military uniform to Qinwu, advising him to don it, as outsiders were not permitted to roam freely within the military confines. Should an inspector appear, the regiment's commander might face reprimand. However, there was no need for excessive concern. If an inspection were to occur, prior notice would be provided, and the market's patrons would be discreetly escorted away until the inspector's departure, allowing them to resume their business thereafter. As Qinwu adorned the PDF uniform, he reflected on the fortune of the people of Chengdu, blessed to have such a formidable army safeguarding them. Lieutenant Rudausen waved dismissively, stating it was merely his honor, as the taxes paid by the citizens of Chengdu did not significantly benefit them. The vehicle halted within the training area, and Lieutenant Rudausen suggested that instead of traveling from camp to sell alcohol, Qinwu could bring the liquor here, where soldiers often sought amusement. This way, he could gradually offload his stock. Qinwu surveyed the camp, and although the number of shops was limited, they were indeed bustling with activity. He noticed several flamboyantly dressed female soldiers, clearly engaged in providing special services, as well as vendors selling chemicals and tobacco, alongside a rival peddler of spirits. Pointing to the liquor seller, Qinwu inquired about him. Lieutenant Rudausen cast a disdainful glance at the man. That scoundrel sells chemical alcohol, which is particularly vile and potent. Those who indulge may suffer for days, unlike your grain spirits. Qinwu acknowledged this with a nonchalant "oh," dismissing the competitor as inconsequential. Lieutenant Rudausen then asked how Qinwu intended to sell his liquor. Would he transport it to each camp for sale, or establish a small shop within their market? After some contemplation, Qinwu replied, "Let us not complicate matters. I have limited manpower, and I need to offload this alcohol quickly to attend to other ventures. How about this? I'll sell it at 8 yuan per 100 milliliters to your soldiers, who can then sell it in the other camps, providing them a bit of benefit as well." Lieutenant Rudausen's eyes brightened at the prospect. When not engaged in missions, his soldiers typically spent their time drinking and playing cards, lacking any constructive pursuits. Allowing them to sell alcohol could enhance their income. He immediately drove Qinwu back to the camp and summoned his more than 120 soldiers to discuss the liquor sales. The soldiers buzzed with excitement. Considering the current scarcity of alcohol, anyone bold enough to sell it would surely find success. They unanimously agreed, pooling their military wages to purchase the liquor from Qinwu and promptly set off to the other camps. In less than 10 minutes, Qinwu was astonished to see the soldiers return, beaming with joy as they counted their earnings. Wow, that was quick. Is the liquor really that easy to sell? He marveled in disbelief. Lieutenant Rudausen advised, it would be prudent for you to visit at the beginning of the month next time. That is when we disburse the military salaries, and everyone will have money in hand, making alcoholic beverages much easier to sell. As they spoke, The two entered the tent to begin distributing profits. Qinwu calculated the cash in hand. 400 liters of alcohol, priced at 8 yuan per 100 milliliters, equating to 80 yuan per liter, totaling 112,000 yuan. According to their prior agreement, he was to allocate 30 of the profits to Lieutenant Rudelson. Thus, Qinwu withdrew 33,600 yuan for Rudelson and retained 78,400 yuan for himself. A staggering 80,000 yuan earned from such a simple endeavor. Moreover, there existed vast potential for expansion. This amount represented the upper limit of Qinwu's small distillery's production, not the market ceiling. Presently, his modest distillery could not even saturate the market of Rudelson's regiment, let alone tap into the markets of other regiments, the civilian market in Zhongqiao, or the civilian alcohol market awaiting exploration. Chapter 64. The forces of Lieutenant Winchester. Subsequently, Qinwu instructed Shao Qiaoer, and Dajiaoer the Silent One to return on their own. He requested a PDF automatic rifle from Major Rudelson, which he had Shao Qiaoer take back. They needed to wait at the ventilation shaft for the rebel forces to deliver supplies, exchanging an automatic rifle for the provisions, after which they would promptly commence new distilling operations. He himself intended to make a trip to Zhongqiao. Before departing, he inquired of Shao Qiaoer, "Is there anything you would like me to deliver to your sister? I can stop by the National Church." Shao Qiaoer produced a thick envelope from his pocket and handed it to Qinwu, stating, "Please pass this along to her." Qinwu accepted the envelope, noting its substantial weight, likely containing money intended to ensure his sister's well-being in Zhongqiao, as requested from Shao Dao. Nodding, he assured Shao Qiaoer he would attend to it. Dajiaoer then added, "Sir, my wife has mentioned that her kitchen is lacking in spices. If you desire more delectable meals, perhaps you could bring back some seasonings, any would suffice." Qinwu nodded in agreement. This pertained to culinary satisfaction and was crucial for morale, thus necessitating a visit to the spice shop. Once the others had departed, Qinwu turned to Lieutenant Rudelson and asked, "Is Lieutenant Winchester still not planning to take action? I can hardly wait to claim his life." Rudelson replied in a hushed tone, "This fellow has not been seen in the barracks lately. It seems he has been summoned to the upper echelons by his family. They might have plans for his advancement. I am certain that when he returns, it will be the opportune moment for him to strike against the rebels. And at that time, I will contact you to act." Qinwu inquired, "What is the composition of his forces? Does his unit possess armored vehicles?" Having honed his sniping skills to the point where hitting a target a kilometer away was no longer a challenge, he was nonetheless concerned that the target might remain concealed within an armored vehicle. Furthermore, the armored vehicles were equipped with bird's-eye instruments, functioning akin to X-ray vision. The range of the bird's-eye device on the Chimera transport vehicle was approximately 3 kilometers, which coincided with the effective range of the automatic cannons mounted on the vehicle. At that time, Qinwu, in a foolishly cheerful demeanor, would be crouched in a concealed spot with a sniper rifle, waiting for his target to reveal himself from the armored vehicle to take him out with a single shot. However, from a considerable distance, the personnel equipped with a birdwatching device could easily spot a red dot lying in wait, rendering the endeavor futile. The powerful sniper rifle provided by Lieutenant Rudelson was designed for personnel, not for penetrating armored vehicles, possessing little capability against armor. Although the Chimera troop carrier bore the name of a transport vehicle, its armored materials could withstand encounters with main battle tanks from the third generation. Qinwu, lacking any anti-armor weaponry, was at a loss as to how to breach its formidable exterior. Lieutenant Rudelson himself was uncertain about the course of action, for he owned a Chimera troop carrier as well, and using it against insurgents with no anti-armor capabilities was akin to a lamentation wall. Qinwu, equally devoid of anti-armor capabilities, faced the daunting challenge of breaching it and eliminating Winchester, the middle guard within. The composition of Winchester's forces was comparable to his own: 120 light infantry armed with small arms, a Chimera troop carrier, an open-top command vehicle, and several cargo military trucks. However, in contrast to him, Winchester's family had arranged for a personal guard, a squad of 12, all equipped with laser guns and clad in armored shells. Qinwu's expression darkened. "Are you suggesting that I must not only find a way to crack open the Chimera troop carrier, but also eliminate Winchester amidst 12 bodyguards equipped with advanced laser weaponry and protective armor?" Lieutenant Rudelson appeared somewhat embarrassed. "Well, if you truly find it impossible, then so be it. This individual, even if handed over to me, would pose significant challenges. Perhaps we should simply conduct business as usual and wait a few more years. Who knows, there may be another opportunity for promotion to company commander. If all else fails, we could just buy one." Qinwu shook his head. He was determined to proceed. He had the ability to respawn infinitely, yet he was reluctant to lose equipment on the battlefield, necessitating a thorough understanding of the assassination target's situation beforehand. However, it appeared that this target was indeed as formidable as a regular army might be. Yet he was not without strategy. He pondered whether he could devise a plan to sell cheap alcoholic beverages to the soldiers at Lieutenant Winchester's camp before they launched an attack on Old Sun, thereby inebriating them and impairing their performance on the battlefield. Then he considered how to infiltrate Lieutenant Winchester's camp and sabotage the Chimera troop carrier. For instance, he could plant explosives or pour something foul into the fuel tank, ensuring that the initial signs were undetectable, but after some time of operation, the Chimera would begin to exhibit various minor issues, ideally breaking down right on the battlefield. Furthermore, Qinwu contemplated contacting Old Sun to inform him that the enemy had discovered their position. Upon learning that an elite PDF force had located his camp and was preparing to attack, Old Sun would likely have two responses. One would be to pack up and flee, which would be quite favorable, as it would prevent Lieutenant Winchester from completing his mission, thereby jeopardizing his prospects for promotion. Qinwu learned from Lieutenant Rudosun that the regiment commander was a relative of his, initially inclined to support him, but was compelled to promote Lieutenant Winchester to company commander due to external pressures. However, if Lieutenant Winchester himself lacks the requisite skills and fails the mission, it is conceivable that Lieutenant Rudosun could venture out to accomplish several tasks, thereby potentially contesting the situation through legitimate means. Alternatively, if Old Sun has no intention of fleeing, he might plan to ambush Lieutenant Winchester's forces, in which case Qinwu would find himself in a position to act. He could infiltrate the ranks of the insurgents, targeting Lieutenant Winchester's soldiers, particularly the elite squad accompanying him. Ideally, eliminating Lieutenant Winchester would be the best outcome. However, if that proves unattainable, inflicting significant losses on his unit to thwart his mission would also serve to delay his promotion to company commander. Qinwu conveyed this analysis to Lieutenant Rudosun, who expressed his principal concerns regarding two matters. The first was whether Lieutenant Rudosun could forewarn him a few days in advance of Lieutenant Winchester's intentions, allowing him time to prepare. The second concern was the Chimera transport vehicle and its avian navigator, which posed a considerable threat. After careful consideration, Lieutenant Rudosun replied, "It is indeed feasible to anticipate Lieutenant Winchester's movements. When he receives a mission, he must report to the commander, and I can persuade the commander to delay him for a few days, subsequently notifying you to prepare accordingly." As for the avian navigator aboard the Chimera transport vehicle, I must mention that if the engine were to sustain damage, the battery would only support the navigator for a mere 10 minutes due to its exceptionally high energy consumption. Chapter 65. The driver's stubbornness. The navigator cannot remain operational indefinitely unless engaged in combat and necessitating enemy lock-on. During regular transit, it may operate for a few minutes, then shut down, waiting for the battery to recharge before activating again for brief reconnaissance. Should the engine be compromised, the battery would be unable to recharge, and the navigator would cease functioning within minutes. In such circumstances, the driver would likely opt to deactivate the navigator preemptively, otherwise, it would drain the battery entirely, rendering the turret inoperative. Lieutenant Rudosun educated Qinwu about the Chimera transport vehicle, then led him to the driver of his Chimera to consult an expert on how to disable the engine. The driver, donning a tank cap, was inebriated and, upon hearing the inquiry about how to sabotage the Chimera's engine, let out a wail and began to weep. He moved to the center of the camp, sobbing, "Natasha, you are getting too old. The commander is starting to disdain you and intends to scrap you. I cannot protect you. I am sorry, dear Natasha." Qinwu could not contain his laughter at the drunken man's antics, while Lieutenant Rudosun's expression darkened. "I am not speaking of your spouse. It concerns someone else's wife. Is it possible to pour something into another's Chimera that would initially appear harmless, but would cause the engine to fail after traveling a few dozen kilometers?" Qinwu added, "Approximately 40 kilometers. After about 40 kilometers, the engine would shut down. From the PDF camp to Old Sun's location is just over 40 kilometers." The inebriated driver let out a cheer, planting a kiss on the front armor of the Chimera transport vehicle. "Indeed, I was under the impression that you intended to take action against my Natasha. Although she is an older lady, she remains remarkably capable. If one wishes to render the Chimera transport vehicle's engine inoperable at a distance of 40 kilometers, it is quite a simple task. Merely grind a piece of ceramic steel into powder, not too much, just a handful, and mix it with fuel to pour into the tank. This quantity will assuredly lead to its demise at around 40 to 45 kilometers. Qinwu harbored doubts regarding the intoxicated man's assertions, but the inebriated individual became incensed, nearly jumping up in indignation. "I have operated the Chimera transport vehicle since I was in the womb. After enlisting, I spent a full 25 years driving it. And I even married my Natasha. How dare you question my knowledge of the Chimera transport vehicle? His spittle nearly landed on Li Qinwu's face, prompting him to instinctively step back. Lieutenant Rudelson leaned closer and whispered, Sergeant Nieguajin has 3 lifelong passions: frozen fish, alcohol, and the Chimera transport vehicle. He truly held a wedding with our Chimera transport vehicle. Sergeant Nieguajin interjected, Sir, you ought to address her as Madame Natasha. Your manner is disrespectful toward my wife. All right, Madame Natasha, Li Qinwu conceded. Lieutenant Rudelson, seemingly resigned to the peculiarities of his camp, felt there was little he could do. Nonetheless, it must be said, Sergeant Nieguajin's proficiency in operating the Chimera transport vehicle is indeed impressive. Suddenly recalling something, Sergeant Nieguajin warned, almost as if in a drunken stupor, Oh, by the way, if you plan on committing any nefarious acts against someone else's Chimera transport vehicle, you could urinate in its fuel tank. It would certainly become irate. However, should anyone dare to urinate in the tank of my beloved, I would not hesitate to castrate him. Lieutenant Rudelson, suggesting he had imbibed enough, took Li Qinwu away, but the last remark lingered in Li Qinwu's mind. This individual, Sergeant Nieguajin, possesses some intriguing qualities. Could he truly sense the existence of a machine spirit? As the term implies, a machine spirit is the essence of a mechanical entity, and generally speaking, larger and more advanced machines are more likely to harbor such spirits. These spirits exhibit varying personalities and, depending on their age, treatment, and other factors, may display diverse abilities. For instance, the spirit within a poorly treated firearm may become weak, resulting in a higher likelihood of jams or inaccuracies. Conversely, if a firearm is cherished and well cared for by its user, it may choose to reward them on the battlefield with remarkable precision or the ability to fire despite an empty magazine, as the spirit taps into subspace to provide ammunition. When applied to large vehicles or mechanized weaponry, this phenomenon manifests as being able to travel several kilometers even when the fuel is depleted. Even if the pilot has perished under enemy fire, the loyal machine spirit may still control the vehicle, unleashing its vengeance upon adversaries. In summary, the machine spirit within the Warhammer 40,000 universe embodies an enigmatic presence, significantly amplifying the uncertainty of existence and potentially engendering a myriad of poignant and tragic events. Subsequently, Lieutenant Rudelson drove Li Qinwu into the central nest, conversing along the way. During this period, I shall launch an offensive against the traitors, vying for recognition alongside Lieutenant Winchester. There may be numerous casualties, so I will need your assistance in receiving the wounded and their families. Li Qinwu nodded in agreement. I am in need of labor. I will take in as many as you send my way, rest assured. After a moment of contemplation, Lieutenant Rudelson asked, Can you supply me with that miraculous green serum in bulk? Li Qinwu shook his head. I possess only a scant amount myself. Its efficacy is evident. Such a potent substance cannot be mere commonality. If it were to be sold, wouldn't it fetch more than 500,000 fertilizer vouchers? The restorative properties of the green serum allow for regeneration as long as limbs are not entirely severed. I believe I could even leverage this to gain favor with the rejuvenation sect. However, he recognized that his current stature was inadequate to support such ambitions. Regardless of how exceptional a resource may be, its exposure would invariably lead to its depletion at the hands of others. His present predicament was akin to sitting atop a treasure trove without the means to utilize it, forcing him to develop steadily and cautiously, a source of great frustration. Thus, Li Qinwu felt an urgent desire to eliminate Lieutenant Winchester and elevate Lieutenant Rudelson in his stead. In their shared humble beginnings, they would bolster one another, ultimately ascending together and solidifying their bond. As for the green serum, I can sell you one for 100,000, limited to 1 per month. It is not that I lack the willingness to assist, but rather that my resources are constrained. Li Qinwu was unwilling to be overly generous, distributing the green serum indiscriminately. Although Rudelson sought to utilize it for their injured soldiers, Li Qinwu simply could not sustain the consumption for a full company of over 120 men. Even in a modest skirmish, the loss of 10 lives would not be uncommon. His medical station's capacity could not be wholly devoted to the production of the green serum, as it also had the potential to upgrade and unlock more advanced pharmaceuticals. He could not divert all his resources solely for Rudelson's benefit. Chapter 66. The Smirking, Big-Nosed Hand-Rubbing Man. After concluding matters with Lieutenant Rudelson, Li Qinwu made his way into the central nest, navigating through various trains and metallic doors towards the location of the Twin Serpents Clinic. Along this journey, Li Qinwu bore witness once more to the myriad facets of life within the central nest. Much like the grim atmosphere during the Great Depression in America, pedestrians walked with heads bowed and faces ashen, embodying a sense of despair. Occasionally, he would overhear snippets of their conversations. Alas, ever since the synthetic starch factory commenced operations, my family hasn't had access to fresh vegetables for a week. We've been subsisting on that wretched, tasteless substance, devoid of any enjoyment in life. You should count yourself fortunate to have something to eat. I've heard rumors of impending layoffs at the factory. Without work, one cannot pay taxes and may find themselves exiled to the central nest. Recently, a friend of mine was exiled to the central nest. I wonder if he is still alive. Listening to these grievances, Qinwu shook his head. In the context of Era 117, such dissatisfaction would have already sparked an uprising. If at this moment a chaotic cult were to emerge and proclaim its doctrines, it might indeed incite a widespread rebellion. Yet, such matters were of no concern to Qinwu, who pulled up his hood to conceal his visage and hurried towards his destination. Not long after, a mysterious figure emerged from an alley, quietly grasping the arm of a disgruntled passerby, whispering, "Sir, do you know why we are currently enduring famine? Do you understand the suffering we must bear? Are you familiar with the god of abundance?" Upon arriving at the Twin Serpents Clinic, Qinwu did not knock, but instead pushed the door open, only to be startled by a blood-curdling scream that nearly sent him retreating. There, upon the operating table, lay a man bound, while the Twin Serpents doctor wielded a chainsaw and a scalpel, relentlessly performing a gruesome procedure that left the room drenched in blood. After observing for a moment, Qinwu discerned the situation. The man on the table was missing both thumbs for reasons unknown, and the doctor was attempting to affix two mechanical thumbs in their place. From Qinwu's perspective, the mechanical appendages appeared rudimentary, hardly superior to a pirate's iron hook. Would the application of such crude contraptions truly restore functionality to that hand? After laboring for over half an hour, the doctor successfully attached the mechanical thumbs and began to untie the patient as restraints. "There you go, I've fitted your fingers. Remember to take your anti-inflammatory medication. If you fail to repay your loan on time for the next 15 months, your workplace and your home will belong to me. Now, get out of here. What's that foul odor? Did you soil yourself? The cleanup cost will be added to your bill." The pallid patient, barely able to stand after undergoing the procedure without anesthesia, was unceremoniously ushered out of the clinic. Qinwu feared he might succumb to pain before even reaching home. The Twin Serpents doctor wiped the blood from his hands, neglecting to clean the operating table, and turned a cheerful gaze towards Qinwu. "Ah, my cherished esteemed guest. What brings you here? Are you suffering from a headache or a fever? Come, lie down, and let me examine your head to find the source of your ailment." Qinwu shook his head. "Let us get straight to the point. I fear that if I indulge in further conversation, I might find the medical bill to be 5,670. The doctor immediately erupted in frustration, slamming his hands on the table. "How could you perceive me as a mere purveyor of cheap services? For psychological consultations alone, the fee should at least have a zero appended to that figure." Qinwu rolled his eyes and retrieved 10 bottles of 500 milliliters of alcohol from his bag. Placing them on the table, these were medicinal spirits he had meticulously distilled over time. The purity of distilled alcohol can approach 100, but it is best maintained between 75 and 80 for optimal disinfectant efficacy. To ensure the quality of his distillation, Qinwu had even employed a subspace vision to observe whether the alcohol reached the desired 75 degrees. Upon seeing the 10 bottles, the doctor's eyes lit up. "By the divine emperor, my esteemed guest, you truly have brought alcohol." He retrieved an alcohol meter from the drawer, opened a bottle, and let a drop fall onto it. Confirming its purity, he meticulously examined 10 bottles, then exclaimed, "My esteemed guest, I shall pay immediately, a total of 500 yuan." As he attempted to carry the bottles away, he was halted by Qinwu. "No, that price is insufficient. We must renegotiate." The doctor, known as the Twin Serpents, was taken aback and, as if confronted by a specter, shouted, "What? You dare to demand more money? You wretched being are undoubtedly a heretical fiend. Your words are an affront to my sacred soul." Without further ado, Qinwu began to pour the alcohol into his backpack. "Very well, Mr. Saint. If that is the case, I shall seek another vendor." The doctor's expression shifted once more, blocking Qinwu's path. "No, absolutely not. We can discuss this." Qinwu retorted with a smirk. "What troubles you, dear saint? Are you afraid that my cold, tainted alcohol will defile your sanctuary?" The doctor wore a disgruntled expression. "The cold, tainted alcohol will transform into warm gold coins. Let us sit down and negotiate the price properly." Qinwu snorted dismissively and settled into a chair behind the desk. The doctor eagerly poured a cup of red tea for him, though it contained only a scant amount of what resembled tea leaves. This man, with a prominent hooked nose, sat down and rubbed his hands together with a smile. "So, my esteemed guest, how much of an increase do you desire?" Qinwu raised 4 fingers in response. What? You wish to quadruple the price? That is impossible. Qinwu crossed his arms, gazing at the man who resembled a space squid. From this day forth, I shall sell you medical alcohol at 40 yuan per 100 milliliters. Do not attempt to haggle. I will not sell you a single cent less. The doctor, infuriated, jumped up and began to argue about costs, friendship, and the noble pursuit of healing. Growing weary of the conversation, Qinwu slammed his hand on the table and cursed, "Damn it. If you truly wish to heal, I might consider selling to you at a discount, but you are merely a merchant counting lives, feigning righteousness here? Get lost." The doctor fidgeted, wearing a subservient expression, bending forward so that his prominent hooked nose nearly jabbed Qinwu in the chest. Then how about I start healing people now, and you give me a discount? Qinwu was left speechless with anger and turned to leave, realizing he was merely a pawn in this farcical bargaining game. Chapter 67. The past revisited. As Qinwu stepped onto the street, the doctor scurried out after him. Wait, don't leave. We can discuss this. How about 15 yuan for 100 milliliters? Please don't go. What about 20? Is that not acceptable? Then how about 25? Please don't go. That truly is my lowest price. Qinwu, hearing the cacophony of shouts, continued on his way toward the national church. This scene felt eerily familiar. It reminded him of the last time he had visited this vendor to purchase a mixing sedimentation machine, where he had also been relentlessly pursued to negotiate a lower price. Qinwu, indifferent to the matter at hand, made his way towards the national church. Finally, as the statue of the divine emperor came into view, the cunning doctor of dual serpents chose to relent. All right, let's settle on 40. From now on, for every 100 milliliters of alcohol, I shall charge you 40. But you must promise me one condition. You absolutely cannot sell it to any other doctors. At this, Qinwu halted his steps, turning to regard the space squid. Unless you can consume all my alcohol, I shall still opt to sell it to other practitioners. Doctor of Dual Serpents began his signature gesture, a sly grin spreading across his face as he rubbed his hands together. Rest assured, no matter how much alcohol you possess, I can consume it all. Thus, the two engaged in a transaction right there on the street. Qinwu placed the alcohol on the ground, and the Doctor of Dual Serpents wrapped it in his red-gray lab coat, using it as a makeshift satchel. He handed Qinwu 2,000 in currency, and upon receiving the money, Qinwu's mind was flooded with a system notification, task complete. The Doctor of Dual Serpents favorability level upgraded from LV0 to LV1. Unlocking items. Large medical kit with 1200 durability, 5,000. Major surgical kit for 12 uses, 5,000. And powerful painkillers for 8 doses, 5,000. Additionally, liquid extractor, 200,000. Microscope, 50,000. Microbial cultivation chamber, 400,000. Gazing at the last 3 items, which could only be purchased once, Qinwu felt a wave of discomfort. Damn it. I've made money here, but must I give it all back? He contemplated that if possible, he would seek these upgrade items elsewhere. It truly irked him to think of the space squid profiting from his labor. Doctor of Dual Serpents, now with the alcohol in tow, looked at Qinwu and said with a grin, if you can procure a ton of alcohol in one go, both I and the patients in the community would be immensely grateful. Ding. Task unlocked. The Doctor of Dual Serpents aims to monopolize the medical alcohol market and requires a stable supply. If you can deliver a ton of alcohol at once, you shall earn his friendship. Upon reading the task description, Qinwu looked up at a 45-degree angle, gazing at the resplendent statue of the Divine Emperor. Outside, the valiant PDF battles fiercely to defend the territory. Inside, the compassionate practitioners of the Dual Serpent School. Oh, Emperor, you have truly achieved greatness in your lifetime. A few minutes later, Qinwu entered the national church, where a throng of worshippers still fervently knelt in devotion. As he pondered finding someone to deliver a letter to Xiao Qiao's sister, he noticed the missionary he had previously bribed standing in the same spot. It became evident that each missionary's position was fixed. This arrangement proved convenient. Amidst the fervent chants of the devout, Qinwu approached the missionary and offered him a cigarette. "O Divine Emperor, how have you been faring lately?" The monk glanced at Qinwu, recalling the familiar line of flirtation. It dawned on him that this was the same individual who had asked him to deliver a letter to Sister Teresa. He accepted the cigarette without smoking it, quietly slipping it into his robe. "O Divine Emperor, I am grateful that you are aware of my recent digestive troubles, as you have thoughtfully replaced my meals with corpse starch. Now, I find myself unable to relieve myself at all. Thank you for the radiant illumination of the Divine Emperor." Qinwu bit his lip to suppress a laugh as he withdrew a letter and handed it to the monk. Without waiting for a question, he deftly revealed the 100 yuan concealed beneath the letter. The monk tucked the money and the letter into his tattered robe, uttering a brief command to wait here before slipping through a side door into the depths of the church. At that moment, the officiant beneath the statue of the god emperor resumed the chant, invoking slogans of loyalty, purity, and sanctity, until the very air seemed to thicken with the fervent cries of the zealous congregation. The cacophony filled the church, rendering it impossible for anyone to discern the words spoken by their neighbors. Qinwu shrugged. Having come this far, he might as well join in the chant. Clearing his throat, he bellowed, "Old Huang, as you slew Horus, did you ever reflect on the bygone days? In flesh, Horus was a man, while you, Emperor, assumed the role of a woman. Yet, in matters of the heart, you, Emperor, were consumed by ambition, while Horus only yearned for emotional connection, desiring nothing more than to be together. In terms of affection, you, Emperor, were the true man, and Horus, the woman. This misalignment of physical and emotional identities was the very root of your rift. Horus bestowed upon you his entire love, yet you failed to reciprocate with your own. This unreturned affection birthed his resentment. But with Horus's demise, you too lost the one you could love wholeheartedly. Emperor, what thoughts occupied Horus's mind as you struck him down? Was it the hope of eternal companionship, or the bitterness of feeling betrayed by you, the Emperor, who lied to humanity and to his own sons? Horus poured all his love into this absurd father-son bond. Yet you, Emperor, did not seek out that love. Instead, your proclamation to eradicate the Xenos and restore humanity extinguished the last flicker of hope in his heart. Horus despised you, yet those 30 years were vividly etched in his memory. He understood he must take the life of his father, the very man he once dreamed of sharing eternity with. Thus, upon realizing his betrayal, he wept. He could not forget the millennia past, nor the moment when you asked him about his favorite constellation, gifting him the half-man, half-horse ring, which ignited such deep feelings. If only Horus could walk beside you, laughing as they approached the setting sun. Emperor, do you have anything to say? This impassioned outcry was lost amidst the fervent shouts of the faithful. No one could hear clearly. Yet, a man, his back turned to Qinwu, silently shed tears. Truly, a pair of ill-fated lovers. This man was the same who had previously borne witness to Qinwu's outcry in the voice of the warp. He had contemplated reporting Qinwu, but considering the actions of the state religion, he feared being implicated should the true culprit remain elusive. Thus, he chose to avoid further complications, only to find himself once more enveloped by Qinwu's voice from the warp. Kneeling there, he dared not move or speak, hoping the madman would finish his demonic whispers and depart swiftly. Yet, as he listened intently, he realized that Qinwu's words were not mere ramblings. Though he knew not who Horus was, the intricacies of the relationship between the Emperor and Horus were vividly portrayed. Unbeknownst to Qinwu, his whispers from the warp had been heard, as the side door creaked open and the missionary returned. Qinwu was about to inquire about the reply from the nun when he stepped aside to allow a girl to pass through. Chapter 68. Sister Teresa. Upon encountering the unfamiliar girl, who appeared to be merely 16, Qinwu asked, "Are you Teresa?" The girl, clad in the garb of a national church nun, nodded timidly. "You must be Lord Li, my family's savior. By the grace of the divine emperor, I pray for your well-being daily to repay your kindness." Qinwu waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing, merely a small favor. Do you have any letters or items to deliver to your parents?" Sister Teresa spoke softly. "My lord, once a month, we nuns are granted a day to rest outside. May I accompany you to the bottom nest to see my parents?" This request struck Qinwu as rather abrupt, and he shook his head in refusal. "No, the bottom nest is too perilous. I cannot guarantee your safety. If anything were to happen to you, your parents would blame me dearly. Perhaps in the future, should circumstances change, I might assist in arranging a meeting." Qinwu painted a hopeful picture for Sister Teresa, which was not entirely unfounded. He intended to sell wine in the central nest, requiring funds to secure a central nest identity through Lieutenant Rudelson, and eventually send someone to manage affairs there. In due course, it would be possible for either Little Joel or Big Joel to visit. Sister Teresa, visibly anxious, bowed deeply to Qinwu. "I apologize, sir. My request was too forward. Forgive me." She appeared flustered, resembling a frightened sparrow, yet Qinwu remained unperturbed. A nearby monk interjected, "Sister Teresa, your classes commence in 5 minutes. If you do not arrive on time, the matron will strike your hands and revoke your dinner." This only heightened Sister Teresa's distress, prompting her to hurriedly hand a letter to Qinwu. "I'm sorry, my lord, but I must return to class. Please deliver this to my parents. I will forever remember your kindness, and I pray for you before the Emperor each day. If I have the opportunity, I shall repay you in every way I can." Noticing the girl's frail figure and sunken cheeks, Qinwu recognized that her life in the convent was far from easy. He retrieved a stack of fertilizer coupons from his bag, placing 500 in her hand. After a moment's thought, he also pressed several sacred wafers into her palm. "My lord, I cannot accept such precious gifts," Sister Teresa protested. Liin Wu, uninterested in further debate over these trifles, simply advised her to focus on her studies before turning and exiting the church. "My lord." Sister Teresa was deeply moved, tears welling in her eyes as she watched his retreating figure. "By the grace of the Divine Emperor, such a good person has been sent to me, rescuing my shattered family from the abyss. O Divine Emperor, please bless this man." She clutched the national church pendant at her chest, silently praying for Liin Wu. The monk reminded her, "Sister, you must return immediately, or you will be late for your studies." Reluctantly, Sister Teresa tucked away the money and wafers gifted by Liin Wu and hurried back to the classroom situated at the rear of the church. The National Church stands as an imposing Gothic architectural complex, partially accessible to the public for prayer, while another segment remains secluded, serving as the repository for ecclesiastical literature and the living quarters of its clergy. Within the human empire, the National Church wields an autonomous political and military structure. Some planets are entirely devoted to the church, lacking any industry or agriculture beyond the most rudimentary, entirely dominated by ecclesiastical edifices. This grand structure, towering into the stratosphere, epitomizes a complete Gothic cathedral, where billions of inhabitants devote their days solely to reciting prayers and extolling the Divine Emperor. In contrast, the ecclesiastical influence on this agricultural planet is less extreme, featuring merely dozens of grand churches and several hundred smaller ones within the entire complex. The church where Sister Teresa resides functions as a community church, tasked with preaching to tens of thousands in the vicinity. Upon receiving news of young Joel's injury, his family hastily took him to the Twin Serpents Clinic for treatment. Though young Joel's life was indeed saved, the ensuing deaths devastated his family. As the bailiffs forcibly evicted them from the complex, Joel's father resolutely sought out a priest, offering his daughter to become a nun. In this localized church, the criteria for selecting nuns are not stringent. One merely needs to be literate and possess physical beauty. Literacy is essential for comprehending scripture, while beauty serves to attract the faithful. Fortunately, Sister Teresa embodied both qualities. However, her beauty incited the envy of the matron. With a resounding slap in front of over 100 nuns, the matron struck Sister Teresa across the face, accusing her of lacking piety and arriving late to class. Tears welled in Sister Teresa's eyes. In truth, she had not been tardy, having entered the classroom mere seconds before the bell rang, already at her seat, albeit yet to sit down. Sister Teresa refrained from arguing, having realized over the past few days that the matron harbored animosity towards her, deliberately seeking to belittle her. Any defense would only provoke further wrath, so she lowered her head and succinctly acknowledged her fault. "I am sorry, matron." The matron seized her hand and wielded a cane mercilessly against her palm and arm, striking her over 100 times, the classroom echoing with the sharp sounds of punishment. The other nuns observed with expressions of concern and mockery. Yet, as the matron continued her relentless assault without pause, fear spread across the faces of all present. After enduring over 100 strikes from the elderly woman, Sister Teresa's hands and arms were left raw and bloodied, a sight too grim to behold. Initially, Sister Teresa gritted her teeth, tears brimming in her eyes, but as the matron's relentless blows intensified, the pain became unbearable. She knelt and pleaded, "Matron, I am sorry. Please, stop. Do not strike me anymore." Only after delivering the full 100 lashes did the matron relent, her eyes gleaming with the satisfaction of unleashed violence. She regarded the weeping Sister Teresa on the floor with a disdainful snort. Those who lack devotion to the divine monarch must endure the most severe punishments. "Now, you are to stand outside the classroom, and tonight's dinner is cancelled." Sister Teresa trembled, clutching her nearly severed arm, and silently walked outside to stand. She listened to the monotonous lecture within the classroom, tears streaming down her cheeks. During dinner, Sister Teresa could only curl up on her small bed within the communal bunk, her arm aching as if it were broken, while the hunger in her stomach burned through her very soul. She opened a letter from her family, reading it line by line, and grasped the holy wafer given to her by Liin Wu, taking a bite. At that moment, the priest, the foremost figure of the local church, happened to pass by outside the dormitory and suddenly felt a faint aura of sanctity, halting his steps. Chapter 69, AUV. The nest of the people, this is what they crave. Upon exiting the church, Liin Wu sought out a spice shop, spending nearly 2,000 coins to purchase a multitude of seasonings, filling his backpack to the brim. The expense of 2,000 coins for mere seasonings pained him, and he cursed the unscrupulous merchants all the way. From this experience, Liin Wu sensed that the economy in the nest was teetering on the brink of collapse. These ordinary seasonings were evolving into luxuries, becoming prohibitively expensive. Who could afford such prices? However, an idea struck Liin Wu. This could very well be a business opportunity. He recalled having seen farmers cultivating soybeans during his travels. Perhaps he could produce soy sauce himself? Not just soy sauce, but also the delectable northeastern soybean paste. There was even a joke about someone claiming they could gnaw on green belts dipped in northeastern soybean paste. Now that the people of the nest have begun consuming corpse starch, if he could open up a market for seasonings, allowing them to partake in corpse starch dipped in northeastern soybean paste, what a fantastical notion. Liin Wu dared not dwell on it further. Ascending the grand elevator, he descended into the depths of the nest. Liin Wu strolled back towards the distillery, taking a moment to visit the Purification Guild to see if Reno would assign him any tasks. The line of bottom-dwelling rats at the Purification Guild still showed no signs of abating as they queued for water. Liin Wu approached the security guard, who was now familiar with him, and he was granted entry. Entering the innermost office, he found Reno busy reviewing documents. Upon seeing Liin Wu, Reno smiled and said, "The memory panel you brought back last time was a tremendous help. I gained significant favor with the leadership, and it won't be long before I'm promoted." Liin Wu congratulated him on his impending advancement, and Reno continued, "Did you not mention that you were brewing wine? How has that gone?" "Indeed, I've made some," Liin Wu replied. "I'll bring you a few bottles to taste soon." Reno's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Great. You must bring me some wine next time." "Damn it. Why is the wine I brew always sour? I've tried several times, and regardless of the equipment I use, it turns out sour," Liin Wu suggested. "Perhaps your fermentation tank has been contaminated." Reno pondered for a moment, then suddenly slapped his thigh. "Why don't I come to your distillery and take a look?" Liin Wu was taken aback. "Are you sure? My distillery is quite far from here, surrounded by bottom-dwelling rodents and gangsters, with safety far from assured." Reno rose to his feet, opened an iron chest, and retrieved a set of personal armor, a helmet, and a large-caliber shotgun. "No worries, those bottom-dwellers dare not act out. Before arriving on this planet, I was a ranger, and I will bring my guards along." Liin Wu shrugged, pondering the matter. What else is there to say? Let's go. It seems this fellow is truly passionate about his craft. The back door of the Silent Waters Guild opened, revealing 3 small vehicles. These compact vehicles, akin to those used on golf courses, comfortably seated 4 individuals. Their high chassis and advanced suspension appeared well suited for navigating the complex terrain of the underbelly. Reno, accompanied by Liin Wu and 10 guards wielding shotguns, activated all the headlights and boldly departed the safety zone, venturing deeper into the underbelly. Liin Wu found these convenient little vehicles quite intriguing and gazed at them intently. Reno chuckled. "This is our exploration vehicle. It can zip across flat ground and maneuver swiftly through the narrow passages of the underbelly. If there is a significant pipeline leak down below, we'll use this vehicle to locate it, allowing the main force to arrive for repairs." As he spoke, the convoy surged into the narrow pipeline, advancing at remarkable speed. Liin Wu, envious, inquired, "How much does one of these cost?" "I would love to have one. It's incredibly convenient for travel." A contemplative look crossed Reno's face as he regarded Liin Wu. Suddenly, he proposed, "How about you assist me with a task, and I'll gift you a vehicle?" Liin Wu's eyes lit up. This was an unlocking mission. He urged Reno to continue. "It is as follows. Our Silent Waters Guild not only provides clean water to the underbelly, but is also responsible for treating its wastewater. The wastewater plant converts various chemical effluents into a thick, black tar-like liquid, which is then channeled through pipes directly into the planet's crust to be incinerated. However, over a century and a half ago, the plant indicated a change in pressure at a certain discharge point in the crust, suggesting a potential leak. To this day, the leakage has escalated to intolerable levels. My superiors dispatched 2 teams of workers to investigate, but they have vanished without a trace. If you could check on the discharge point, I shall reward you with a maintenance vehicle." Liin Wu scratched his head. "Wait a moment, a leak from 150 years ago? You've waited 150 years to address this issue?" Reno, slightly embarrassed, rubbed his face in silence. Liin Wu gave a thumbs up. The Silent Waters Guild truly embodies an organization under the banner of the human empire. Such efficiency is surely inherited from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. However, it seemed this task could be completed at once. "Unfortunately, I have already visited the location you mentioned. A group of mutants has taken over the area. They appear to have deliberately breached the wastewater pipeline, allowing the effluent to flow out. They refer to it as black water and have established a mutant cult. The workers you sent likely met their end there." Liin Wu meticulously recounted his encounter with the mutant cult he had observed along the smuggling route, noting that the location coincided with Reno's mission site. After a moment of silence, Reno patted the maintenance vehicle beneath him. According to our agreement, this vehicle is now yours. Qinwu thought to himself, as expected of Lord Reno, a man of his word. He simply gifted me this fine little vehicle in such good condition. Subsequently, the convoy arrived at the distillery. Qinwu opened the door, revealing the brewing equipment inside to Reno. Reno expressed his astonishment, moving back and forth between the large fermentation barrels. By this time, Xiao Dao and his companions had already returned, peeling potatoes in preparation for brewing a new batch of liquor, while Reno inquired about various details, displaying a keen curiosity. Qinwu entrusted all the seasonings to Lady Sansa, requesting her to prepare a sumptuous dinner for their guests. Lady Sansa complied, and soon the underground distillery was filled with the delightful aromas of fresh vegetables and meats. Reno exclaimed, "The meals here are surprisingly excellent, nearly rivaling those at my residence in the upper levels." Qinwu invited the guards accompanying Reno to sit at other tables for their meal, then took a seat beside Reno on a modest stool. With a table full of meat and dishes, he poured a glass of diluted holy wine for him. "I must tell you, do not underestimate us underground dwellers. We are the true denizens of the nest." Reno raised his glass, bringing it to his nose, and inhaling deeply, the fragrance of the grain liquor intoxicating him. Upon hearing Qinwu's words, he inquired with curiosity, "Why do you consider yourselves the authentic inhabitants of the nest?" Qinwu clinked his glass against Reno's and took a hearty sip, slamming the glass onto the table afterward. "Because we are genuine." Chapter 70. Reno's guidance. Reno chuckled heartily. "We are over 10 kilometers below the surface. Isn't this essentially underground?" He drank from his glass, his eyes widening with delight at the first sip. Delicious. Truly exceptional. Despite having access to many aged wines in his atmospheric villa above, this liquor was undoubtedly the most extraordinary he had ever tasted. "Splendid. What a fine wine," Reno exclaimed, taking a second sip. The second taste, while not as astonishing as the first, did not diminish his enjoyment. He understood that some wines are remarkable on the first sip, their essence embedding itself in one's soul, yet the second sip often reveals a less impressive flavor. He thought Qinwu's brew belonged to this category of first fragrance wines, unaware that his soul had been thoroughly cleansed. Naturally, after some time, his spirit would again gather dust. When he took another sip then, he would once more experience that stunning sensation, aligning with the characteristics of first fragrance wines. As the drinks flowed and the dishes were savored, the group became slightly tipsy. Qinwu inquired, "Old Reno, from your tone, it seems you are also a lord from the upper levels?" Reno casually replied while enjoying his meal, "Just a minor noble from the outskirts of the upper levels. One not worthy to dine at the same table as true aristocrats. It is of little consequence." Qinwu tapped the wine bottle on the table and inquired, "Do you think the wine I brewed could gain acceptance in the upper nest?" After a moment of contemplation, Reno replied earnestly, "Your wine possesses a unique character and is likely to appeal to many noble lords. However, potato wine will not suffice, and the location of your winery is equally problematic. The nobility of the upper nest would not purchase wine produced in the lower nest due to issues of status, desiring to profit from the aristocracy." Qinwu sought Reno's guidance. "First and foremost, your winery must be established in the middle nest, complete with all necessary permits. Only then will you qualify to sell your wine to the upper nest. Additionally, your wine must be elegantly packaged, as merely using a random glass bottle will not suffice. Lastly, the drinking preferences of the upper nest nobility lean towards high-sugar wines, such as those made from grapes, including brandy or rum." After some thought, Qinwu realized there was indeed a way to produce wine from grapes, as the rebellious forces outside cultivated such plants. During his recent trade with the old man for grain, he received a variety of fruits, among which were grapes, a product of earth. However, he had yet to see sugarcane. He wondered if this crop had accompanied humanity into the cosmos. In any case, with his connections to the rebels, Qinwu had a foundation to brew grape wine and penetrate the noble market. He asked, "Old Reno, what should I do to establish a winery in the middle nest? And how can I obtain the status of the upper nest?" By now, Reno was somewhat inebriated, having consumed nearly half a bottle on his own. With slightly slurred speech, he answered, "Setting up a winery in the middle nest is quite straightforward. You could take over a failing winery, which usually comes equipped with established facilities and workers, allowing you to commence operations immediately. Our Purity Guild has several such wineries that have closed due to a lack of grain. One of them could be sold to you for $1 million. Then, you will need to find a legal entity with noble status to act as your guarantor, assisting you in obtaining documentation in the upper nest, paying taxes, and navigating the legal department, law enforcement, and governor's office. I can assist with this as well, but I would require 800,000, of which 300,000 would be my service fee, and 500,000 would cover the costs incurred in establishing connections and processing the necessary documentation to acquire upper nest status. There are 3 avenues. One is to participate in the PDF and attain the rank of a company-level officer, which grants automatic upper nest status. Alternatively, if you are merely a common soldier but excel in performance and are selected for the Star Realm Army, you would also automatically gain upper nest status. Qinwu absorbed this information. The Star Realm Army represented the most elite armed forces of the human empire, constituting the front line against the chaotic demons. These ordinary individuals were drawn from the finest PDF units across various planets, each contributing taxes to the empire at designated intervals and ratios. With the Star Realm Army being a common form of this taxation, the empire will recruit its most elite troops from the PDF for training, forming the Celestial Legion, which signifies the elevation from local forces to a national army. These celestial legions will board cosmic warships, forever departing from their homeland to fight on the far side of the galaxy. Much like dandelions drifting into the cosmos, they shall never return to their origins. Qinwu would never consider joining the Celestial Legion. He is inherently free, aspiring to master his own fate. Joining the Celestial Legion would mean being dragged across the cosmos by a warship, with no knowledge of the next destination or the enemies to confront, merely responding to orders from superiors. A careless encounter with a cataclysmic battle could obliterate one's very existence. Upon arriving in the Warhammer 40k universe, Qinwu never contemplated entering the system. Qinwu remarked, "You just mentioned 3 ways. What are the other 2? Reno took another sip of his drink, skewering a piece of meat with his fork and chewing thoughtfully. "One way is through a noble marriage. But you need not entertain that notion. You are not striking enough to inspire noble ladies to abandon their families for you." Qinwu's lips twitched. "I truly appreciate your assessment." Reno, slightly inebriated, patted his shoulder. "I am merely reminding you that in this lifetime, you are destined to have a robust constitution. Unable to rely on the soft life, it is better to work diligently and embrace the hard path." Taking a deep breath, Qinwu inquired, "And what about the last option? The final option, which is also the one most likely to grant you a nest identity, requires you to wield sufficient power, enough for the Imperial family to cast a glance your way, bestowing upon you the privilege of becoming their advisor. For instance, if you were to open a brewery in the mid-nest, generating a monthly profit of 100 million, noble families might extend an olive branch, inviting you to the upper nest to offer counsel and serve as their advisor. At this point, you would need to contribute a portion of your profits, typically ranging from 10 to 30%. Qinwu frowned and asked, "And then?" Reno countered, "And then what? No, if I provide them with money, do they not owe me something in return, such as protection or certain conveniences?" Reno chuckled, pointing his fork at Qinwu. "I knew it. You cannot rely on the soft life. Your spirit is too unyielding to utter such words. In truth, being an advisor is merely a euphemism. The stark reality is that you would be serving as a noble's lackey. The nobility grants you a chance to enter their circle, and that is all." Qinwu fell silent, lowering his head to pick at his food. Reno teased, "My ancestors were once commoners in the mid-nest, serving the nobility in the upper nest. Over centuries, my family gradually ascended to the status of minor nobility. Although we are on the fringes without any titles, it nonetheless represents a shift in class." Chewing on a mouthful of meat and vegetables, Qinwu mumbled, "I wish to earn my money standing tall." Reno contemplated Qinwu's actions, recalling his revival after being surrounded and killed by rats, and how he built a small brewery from nothing in the lower nest. He regarded this individual as exceptionally capable and thus advised, "It is indeed possible to amass wealth while standing. Yet you must cultivate sufficient strength, so formidable that even the celestial authorities would think twice before challenging you." Qinwu's eyes sparkled with enlightenment. This was precisely what he desired. "Elaborate further," he implored. Reno raised a finger, gesturing before Qinwu. "I shall refrain from embellishing the truth. You must possess at least a regiment of troops, not those equipped with inferior weaponry, but rather a force fully armed with PDF-grade equipment. With such a contingent, you can indeed earn riches while remaining steadfast. Should you only command a squad, the local underworld could easily dismantle you. With a platoon, the law enforcement would suffice. With a company, the noble's private guards could resolve you, and with a battalion, the PDF would eliminate you. However, if you possess a regiment, your elimination becomes a secondary consideration, while the prospect of bribing you transforms into the primary objective. The cost of exterminating an enemy regiment is simply too great to justify. If they can persuade you, offering a minor noble title, not only would they eliminate a regiment, but they would also augment their own forces, allowing you to stand and accumulate wealth." Qinwu fell into contemplation. This fragmented landscape of warlords and various factions mirrored the political structure of Warhammer 40k. After all, Warhammer 40k is essentially a space-age rendition of the medieval period, rife with territorial disputes among warlords. Embarking on the path of turning the rebels to his side might indeed grant him a foothold within the celestial gaze. Are there historical precedents for success down this path? Liin Wu pondered, seeking examples of those who had traversed this route, as he, being Chinese, held a considerable belief in historical precedents. Indeed, and the timeline is not distant. A decade ago, a formidable rebel faction breached the PDF defenses, encircling the capital. The planetary governor himself negotiated with the leader of that rebellion, offering him amnesty and a baronial title, thereby allowing him to establish a noble lineage. This baron has since risen to become a significant military noble in the capital, and his rebel forces have been reorganized into the PDF 996 Regiment. Liin Wu inquired, after receiving amnesty, did this baron face persecution? Let me think. It seems that aside from experiencing some fatigue, frequent deductions during holidays, and lacking military pay for overtime, things have been rather favorable. Liin Wu nodded, feeling that this path was tailor-made for him. His current life ambition was to devise a means to acquire a spaceship, not necessarily to traverse the cosmos, but to possess a vessel as a contingency. Should this planet ever fall prey to alien or demonic incursions, he could escape in his ship. This was crucial for him to seize control of his destiny in this harsh universe. The challenges of procuring a spaceship are evident. As a mere rat in the lower tiers, such aspirations are unattainable. Therefore, he endeavored relentlessly to elevate himself to the upper echelons. Only by becoming a noble in the upper tier could he hope to obtain greater resources and the opportunity to secure a spacecraft. However, these ambitions were tasks for the future. For now, Liin Wu's primary concern was how to expand the production capacity of his winery. Currently, the production capacity of his distillery is constrained by two primary issues: water and electricity. For electricity, he relies on a lithium battery, which, despite its utility, is ultimately a transient resource that will inevitably be depleted. As for water, he uses filtered wastewater, which is limited in quantity. After each distillation, he must wait for the water to be purified before he can brew another batch. As Liin Wu sipped his drink, he expressed his predicament in a drunken haze. Reno responded, I cannot resolve your electricity issue, but I can provide you with clean water. If you assist me in dealing with the mutants near the sewage outlet, I shall lay a pipeline to supply you with an endless flow of water. Liin Wu's hand froze mid-sip. Are you serious? Reno finished his drink and, somewhat dazed, replied, Of course, back in my days as a ranger, I was a man of my word. At that moment, he succumbed to intoxication, his head resting on the dining table amidst remnants of food. Seeing this, Reno's companions attempted to help him up and take him home, but Liin Wu intervened. He is too drunk to move. Let him rest here. You fellows should also take a moment to relax, and once he awakens, we shall share a meal before departing. The younger men, having subsisted on corpse starch for some time, perked up at the prospect of another delicious feast, licking their lips in anticipation. They agreed to wait until Reno sobered up, and Liin Wu instructed them to carry Reno to a small bed to rest. Liin Wu gathered the able-bodied from the distillery, arming them with firearms and ammunition as they prepared to accompany him on a mission. He distributed automatic rifles to each of them, Dechower, Shout, and the Silent One, along with 5 or 6 fully loaded magazines. Clad in armor and wielding a fully automatic shotgun, along with 2 large drum magazines and an assortment of shells, gas grenades, and detonators, he boarded a small train, setting off with an imposing demeanor toward the mutant encampment. Along the way, he handed each of them a flashlight and some wire, instructing them to attach the flashlights to their rifles. Our objective is to eliminate all mutants. Although they are numerous, they lack firearms. Furthermore, their vision is impaired in bright light. Once we arrive, we will not disembark. We shall fire upon them from the train, illuminating them with the flashlights and deploying explosives to annihilate them. The group affirmed their understanding, diligently securing the powerful flashlights to their rifles, except for the Silent One, who affixed his flashlight to a seemingly mundane water pipe. This pipe, however, was his weapon, filled with hundreds of small iron beads that he could telekinetically control to strike down the foes. Liin Wu placed a reassuring hand on the Silent One's shoulder and murmured, I do not ask you to take lives, but I implore you to protect Dechower, Shout, and the Silent One. The Silent One inquired, and what of you? Do you not require protection? Liin Wu raised his massive automatic shotgun and forcefully pulled the trigger. My mind is already under the command of the W key and the left mouse button. Just watch my magnificent rampage and let me handle the chaos. Chapter 71. Wheelchair gun. In the dark, cavernous depths of the underground tunnel, a small train rattled forward, its headlights piercing the gloom and illuminating the distant shadows. There, a group of figures emerged, brandishing an array of weapons, effectively barricading the passageway. Their intentions were evidently hostile. Qinwu narrowed his eyes, recognizing them as mutants. It seemed these beings could not resist the temptation of living prey wandering before them, and were poised to strike. Perfectly, this encounter was not mere coincidence. The Silent One leaned closer to Qinwu, whispering, "I sense that those abominations have sabotaged the tracks. They are obstructing our path, likely attempting to obscure our vision and feigning aggression to lure us into a trap, causing the train to derail." Qinwu grunted in acknowledgement and commanded the knife to halt the train 50 meters from the adversaries, instructing everyone to prepare their weapons, ready to fire as soon as the train came to a stop. As the small train approached, the grotesque mutants brandished their makeshift weapons, posturing menacingly, their shrill cries echoing through the tunnel. Their objective was clear: to intercept the train and seize those aboard, along with the supplies, to satiate their hunger. Having previously smelled the tantalizing aroma of food and drink from the train, the scent of natural sustenance had ignited their primal instincts, driving them to this desperate act. Their plan was straightforward: dig up the tracks at a concealed location, block the way ahead, and obscure the broken rails from the train's passengers. By feigning an aggressive stance, they hoped to incite panic, prompting the train to accelerate recklessly off the tracks, thereby securing their victory. "Are they here? Should we evade?" One mutant, blinded by the train's headlights, anxiously questioned a companion beside him. The other mutant, equally in the dark about the train's approach, could only shout in panic, "Listen for the sound. When it draws near, we will evade to the sides. Now, shout loudly to intimidate them." "Oh, oh." Qinwu found himself at a loss for words, observing the theatrics of the howling mutants, questioning their intellect. He raised his shotgun, aiming at the opposing crowd, and commanded, "Fire." Upon pulling the trigger, the fully automatic shotgun roared to life, unleashing a cacophony of gunfire that reverberated through the tunnel. The powerful ammunition propelled a multitude of projectiles, each discharge sending forth over 20 rounds towards the mutants, striking with a force akin to the size of a palm. Others quickly followed suit, brandishing their homemade firearms and directing their fire at the mutants. In an instant, gunfire erupted and flames danced, causing a multitude of the mutants to collapse in agony. These chemically altered beings, rather than gaining strength, had become weaker due to their deformities. Having lingered in the darkness for too long, they were blinded by the headlights and could only scream as they were mercilessly torn apart by the hail of bullets. Qinwu emptied a large drum, promptly removing it and tossing it into the truck bed. He then seized another drum and affixed it to the firearm, pulling the trigger with great force as the distinctive sound of gunfire resonated. In the realm of the game, the effective range of a shotgun had been reduced to a mere 10 meters. Beyond that distance, the bullets transformed into little more than BB pellets. Their spread so wide that they seemed destined to soar into the atmosphere. However, this was reality, and the large-caliber shotgun utilized the propellant from Warhammer 40K. The deer shot, when fired, could obliterate a human body at distances exceeding 200 meters. The dispersion of ammunition, based on flight distance, spanned roughly the size of 2 or 3 palms in a basin, yet remained remarkably easy to control. Qinwu did not need to aim meticulously. Merely directing the muzzle towards the crowd and pulling the trigger would result in a gory eruption of blood mist, the pellets naturally seeking their targets among the enemies. As Qinwu finished the second magazine, he discarded the shotgun and reached for a backup automatic rifle in the truck bed, having already left over 40 corpses in his wake as the mutants fled in terror. Observing the scene, he refrained from immediately ordering a pursuit and instead shouted, "Reload." He then picked up the 2 recently emptied 20-round drums, loading them with ammunition, as others did the same with their spent magazines. Once everyone's readiness was restored, Qinwu instructed Showdown to slowly advance the small train. The train moved forward, crushing several mutant corpses that had obstructed the tracks, arriving at a section of railway completely excavated by the mutants. About a meter of track lay entirely uprooted, leaving behind 2 deep craters. Should the train pass at full speed, it could easily derail. Qinwu felt a surge of anger. If this had been a shipment of wine or food, it would all be lost. These mutants could not be allowed to remain. He turned to the Silent One and inquired, "Can you elevate the train slightly using gravity, allowing us to pass?" The Silent One glanced at the tracks ahead and then at the small train, weighing its mass. Given that they only had a small locomotive and 2 carriages, he believed he could briefly lift the train to facilitate its crossing, and thus nodded in agreement. Qinwu commanded Showdown, "Start the small train, proceed slowly to the other side." Showdown, wanting to argue, felt Qinwu's reassuring pat on his shoulder and met his gaze, which quelled his concerns. Swallowing his words, Showdown drove the small train forward at the slowest possible speed. As the locomotive approached the damaged section of track, Showdown braced for the train to sink into the gap. To his astonishment, the train glided smoothly over the breach, as if traversing a normal stretch of railway. Once the entire train had passed over the fissure, Showdown looked back in disbelief, convinced that the gap must have been an illusion. Continue onward. We must eliminate the threats along the trade route. With Qinwu's command, the small train surged forward at full speed. Not long after the journey began, the small train caught up with the fleeing mutants ahead. These creatures, due to their grotesquely deformed bodies, stumbled clumsily, unable to gain any significant speed. Hearing the clattering sounds of the train drawing nearer, they screamed in terror, hastening their escape. With several of them falling to the ground in their frantic flight, Qinwu sat within the train car, wielding a fully automatic shotgun, methodically firing at the backs of these mutants. Each shot unleashed over 20 rounds of buckshot, erupting in bursts of crimson mist upon impact. This weapon proved exceedingly convenient, requiring no precise aim. Merely directing the muzzle in the general direction of the mutants would suffice. Once he emptied a magazine, he tossed it to Shower for reloading, swiftly replacing it with another to continue the relentless barrage. The echoes of gunfire persisted as the train advanced, transforming the fleeing mutants into lifeless corpses. In the vicinity of the mutant tribe, near the damaged sewage pipes, a pool of black water had formed, its noxious chemical stench permeating the air, enough to induce dizziness in any ordinary person. A group of grotesquely deformed beings, with 3 heads and 6 arms, whispered amongst themselves, lamenting their long absence from fresh flesh and blood, wondering if the tribe's warriors would bring them new prey. The last few individuals they had managed to capture were woefully insufficient. Another mutant chimed in, expressing a desire to taste that fragrant liquid, the legendary substance known as liquor. These figures were the priests who ruled over the mutant tribe, possessing the authority to distribute the black water and the sole interpretation of their deity's sewage system, holding an unparalleled status among their kind. However, today, these exalted beings were on the brink of annihilation. With a creak, the small train halted on the tracks, positioning itself near the darkened entrances of the tributary pipes. The distorted mutants turned their gaze towards the train, only to be met with blinding beams of light, prompting their horrified screams as they scrambled to evade the illumination. The priests closest to the sewage outlet, having undergone the most severe mutations, resembled towering mounds of flesh. As the bright flashlight shone upon them, they found themselves unable to flee, resorting to shielding their grotesquely altered eyes with their misshapen hands while wailing in despair. Damned heretics! Cease that wicked sorcery at once. Otherwise, we shall curse you in the name of the god of black water. The towering flesh mounds bellowed. Qinwu glanced down at the flashlight in his hand, contemplating the absurdity of their claims. Is this truly the evil sorcery you speak of? You wish to curse me? Allow me to demonstrate a far more sinister magic. He retrieved 3 detonators, bound them together with tape, and ignited the fuse before hurling it towards the mutants. Look at you, suffering from mild edema. Here, 3 detonators as a treatment, sure to cure all ailments. With that proclamation, he cast the explosive towards the assembly of mutant flesh mounds. A thunderous explosion ensued, obliterating several of the mutants into a gruesome mess. While those further away were knocked to the ground, spewing blood, Qinwu descended from the small train, wielding a fully automatic shotgun, and plunged into the depths of the mutant tribe's tunnels, closely followed by others carrying automatic rifles. Upon entering the mutant settlement, Qinwu was immediately repulsed by the grotesque sight. Tents crafted from human leather and tools fashioned from human bones. Twisted beings, akin to denizens of hell, writhed within the encampment, emitting piercing shrieks as they lunged at him with whatever weapons they could grasp. Witnessing this nightmarish scene, the degradation of humanity, Qinwu suddenly grasped the extreme measures employed by certain radical factions within the human empire. Were these abominations still human? Without hesitation, he raised his shotgun and fired upon a mutant. The creature, brandishing a bone knife, charged at him, only to have its leg shattered by a single shot. Another mutant, shrieking wildly, rushed towards him from the left, and Qinwu responded by breaking its leg as well. From within a human-skin tent emerged yet another mutant, its maw wide open in a grotesque attempt to bite Qinwu. He swiftly turned and fired again, crippling it. The men following Qinwu stood in stunned silence, watching the mutants writhe in agony on the ground, knowing they had to step forward to deliver finishing shots to their heads. They puzzled over why their leader opted to target legs rather than aiming for a quick kill to the head or chest. Qinwu, somewhat sheepishly, explained that he was accustomed to disarming opponents in video games and had not yet adjusted. He instinctively aimed low at anyone he encountered. The relentless sound of the fully automatic shotgun echoed through the narrow corridor as the metallic storm ripped through the mutants' bodies, causing them to scream in their demise. Within this constricted passage, the shotgun was more than capable of sealing off all routes ahead. Each shot fired sent pellets towards the mutants. After exhausting a 20-round magazine, Qinwu began to reload. In the brief lull of gunfire, a mutant cried out in despair, "You demon! Why are you attacking us? What enmity exists between us?" In response, Qinwu racked the shotgun's action and, aiming forward, unleashed a barrage of fire while shouting in panic, "I'm starving. Everyone run. I'm being controlled by the AA-12. It's forcing me to keep my finger on the trigger." He continued to charge forward, firing indiscriminately. As the mutants were caught in a hail of bullets, blood spraying wildly. Those who were not hit regarded Qinwu with terror, screaming and fleeing in all directions. The remaining few struggled to keep pace with Qinwu, providing covering fire. Xiao Dao, wielding an automatic rifle, dispatched a mutant that lunged at him from the side. Observing Qinwu's fearless advance, he thought to himself, "The boss truly is remarkable." As he emptied his magazine, he called out for a reload, and the Silent One stepped forward to take position. The Silent One brandished his comical iron tube, channeling psychic energy to propel iron beads within, firing them in succession to take down the approaching mutants. After reloading his weapon, Xiao Dao lifted his gaze and beheld the silencer pointing an iron pipe ahead. The mutants before them were brutally struck, their bodies collapsing into lifeless, mangled corpses. Bewildered, Xiao Dao inquired, "What kind of gun is this? How is it that it fires without a sound?" The silencer recalled Qinwu's admonition to avoid arrogance, and with a slap to his forehead exclaimed, "Oh, I forgot to add sound effects. Bayu, bayubiu, bayubiubiu." As he mimicked the sound with his mouth, he brandished the iron pipe as if it were a firearm. Xiao Dao was utterly perplexed, yet the mutants before them were indeed reduced to corpses. Who could he turn to for an explanation? The cacophony of gunfire echoed for over 10 minutes, culminating with Qinwu securing a half-plant-like mutant against the wall, shattering its skull. The cleanup was complete. Qinwu, shouldering a smoking automatic shotgun, lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply before exhaling a heavy plume. "I had no intention of causing slaughter, yet the allure of the AA-12 has ensnared me. What a grave sin." Little Joel excitedly rushed to Qinwu, exclaiming, "Commander, I wish to learn how to use the AA-12. Qinwu appraised Little Joel with a discerning eye, shaking his head in regret. "It cannot be, for you have lost your wheelchair, and with it, the innate ability to wield the AA-12. Only when your spine is struck anew, restoring you to your wheelchair, shall you earn the right to use it." Chapter 73, Black Card. With the battle concluded, the next task was to scour the battlefield. Although the mutants seemed to possess little of value, Qinwu adhered to his commendable post-battle habits, which ultimately yielded fruitful results. Amidst a heap of grotesque mutant corpses, they uncovered 2 maintenance carts bearing the steel seal of the Stillwater Guild, identical to those driven by Reno. Qinwu hurriedly inspected the condition of the carts. The mutants appeared momentarily uncertain about how to handle them. The carts were in excellent shape, yet the keys were missing. "Brothers, search carefully for the car keys," he urged. The group dispersed to investigate, discovering several plumbing tools that had been whimsically adapted by the mutants, along with blue uniforms belonging to the Stillwater Guild employees. Ultimately, they found 8 healthy human skulls on the wall near the sewage pipes, unmistakably the remains of Stillwater Guild workers. The mutants had combined these skulls with scraps of metal to fashion a staff adorned with human heads, the keys to the carts dangling from it as embellishments. Later, they also unearthed several iron plaques inscribed with the names of the Stillwater Guild workers, alongside bones of healthy humans, gnawed clean. Qinwu sighed, saying, "Let us wrap these skeletal plaques in their clothing and bring them back for proper burial." He approached a familiar mutant corpse, the one with 2 faces, and picked up a makeshift knife fashioned from scrap metal, severing the head to serve as evidence. Finally, Qinwu set ablaze the filthy existence of the mutant tribe, reducing it to ashes. Afterward, Xiao Dao drove the small train, while Qinwu and Xiao Qiao each operated a small vehicle as they began their journey back. The convoy traversed the pipeline for a while until Qinwu suddenly called for a halt. He gazed to the left, where a vast passageway had emerged, inscribed above with the words, "Strategic Storage Warehouse, 3 kilometers ahead." Memories of a previous visit flooded back. He had acquired a black card meant to unlock the electronic keys of the secured containers. Within the strategic storage warehouse lay a multitude of containers yet to be opened, treasures waiting to be discovered. It had only been a short while, surely. Reno had not yet sobered up. Why not take a detour and utilize the black card to see what supplies could be procured? With determination, Qinwu instructed Xiao Dao to steer the small train into the strategic storage warehouse. The underground of the warehouse was also connected to the tracks, and with a simple adjustment of a lever, the direction of travel could be altered. Once the turn was executed, the small train proceeded into the warehouse until it came to a halt, blocked by a massive toppled container. Everyone disembarked, and Qinwu said, "You all search around here for any intact containers. Remember those with unbroken electronic locks. I shall return shortly." The others did not question his intentions. They had come to understand that their leader was enigmatic, and it was best to follow his directives. Xiao Dao and the others began to search for undamaged containers, while Qinwu swiftly made his way to the evacuation point, counting down to retreat before teleporting back to his hideout. Upon landing, he retrieved the black card from his hideout, tucked it into his pocket, and exited, heading towards the area depicted in the map. Reno's crew was smoking and drinking in the winery when Qinwu spotted them. He greeted them briefly before walking straight out. The group of young men appeared bewildered. How did he return? Didn't he say he was going to deal with the mutants? Did anyone see him come back? They were all puzzled, unable to comprehend how Qinwu had seemingly reappeared after having left. After acquiring the black card, Qinwu sprinted towards the designated location, selecting the appropriate map before teleporting back to the strategic storage warehouse. He quickly oriented himself and ran towards the area where Xiao Dao and the others were located. Upon reaching them, Qinwu inquired directly, "Have you found any intact containers?" The group was unaware that within those few minutes, Qinwu had traversed over 50 kilometers. He led them to a cluster of containers, all in pristine condition. Qinwu produced the black card and hesitated as he regarded the card reader on one of the containers. The black card could only be used 5 times. And who knew what it might yield? The thought of unlocking an empty container was daunting. He leaned towards the psychic, asking, "Can your psychic ability penetrate the containers to discern their contents?" The psychic closed their eyes, and after a brief moment, shook their head. "No, the containers are too thick. And they are crammed full. I cannot discern the materials within." Hearing this, Qinwu breathed a sigh of relief. Although the exact contents remained a mystery, he at least had the assurance of abundant information, ensuring that whatever he might unlock would not result in a loss. He inquired once more, "Are you able to unlock the container with your psychic abilities?" The Silent One shook his head in refusal. While he could manipulate the simplest mechanical locks, this electronic lock was exceptionally advanced, with an intricate internal structure. Even those endowed with greater psychic prowess than himself would be unable to breach it. I surmise that the design of this lock was intentionally crafted to thwart psychics from the outset. Qinwu shrugged in resignation. It seemed that even the prospect of obtaining something for nothing was futile. He would have to select a container, expending a card swipe to force it open. Gazing at the array of containers, each marked with a number, he chose the auspicious number 39999, believing that the abundance of nines would surely bring him luck. Approaching the container numbered 39999, he swiped his black card across the reader. A beep echoed, and the reader illuminated green. After a mechanical click, the lock of the container sprang open. The crowd, upon witnessing the unlocked door, surged forward with excitement, collectively straining to open the large door, revealing a metal box. Painted green, roughly the size of a computer case, filling the container to the brim. Qinwu's heart raced. Surely this military green metal box could not contain ammunition, could it? If so, he would be in for a windfall. Hastily, he extracted one box from the pile, only to feel an unsettling lightness. An ammunition box of that size should weigh close to 20 kilograms, yet this was conspicuously lighter. Drawing his dagger, he attempted to slice open the metal, only to find an inscription on the top, "Guga meat canned, shelf life 680 years. With a thud, Qinwu hurled the box to the ground, bellowing at the heavens. "Damn it, the foul penguin is still after me." Chapter 74. What do you mean by being polite? Qinwu let out a sigh. Food was food, after all. Guga meat was rather palatable, and even if it was merely for personal consumption, it would suffice splendidly. Moreover, given the current food scarcity in the nest, meat could be considered a luxury, warranting gradual sales. He commanded the others to commence the transport of the goods, as the container was notably large, housing nearly 1,000 sizable metal boxes. Assuming each box contained 20 cans, that amounted to almost 20,000 cans in total. Their small train was laden with cargo, requiring several trips back and forth. The team began by filling the train with metal boxes, instructing Xiao Dao to drive it back to transport the cargo, while a few remained on guard to deter any intruding rodents from the nest. Qinwu pried open one of the large metal boxes, revealing its contents. Indeed, there were 20 rectangular meat cans, each weighing a substantial 700 grams. The cans lacked pull tabs, so Qinwu used his knife to break open one, and a stream of red grease flowed forth, followed by an intoxicating aroma of meat and spices. The enticing scent captivated the crowd, drawing them closer to the meat can. Inside, the can was predominantly filled with red oil, accompanied by chunks of boneless meat, rich and succulent, some even containing both skin and meat. As the sound of swallowing echoed, the crowd found themselves salivating incessantly, although they had just enjoyed a hearty meal. The frugality of Lady Sansa's cooking had led her to instinctively economize on ingredients. While the flavor was commendable, the rich aroma of a Chongqing hot pot wafting through the air ignited their appetites. Qinwu noticed a bundle of plastic-wrapped packets within a large tin box. Curiosity piqued. He opened one to reveal a piece of alcohol tablet, a matchbox, and a metal disc. He ingeniously fashioned the metal disc into a makeshift stand, placing the alcohol tablet beneath it and igniting it with a match. Soon, the can of food above began to bubble, and the enticing aroma filled the air. The group continued to swallow in anticipation as Qinwu drew forth a small knife and skewered a piece of meat, savoring its tender, succulent texture. With each bite, the rich oil, salt, and spices exploded in his mouth, evoking a singular expression of delight. He passed the knife to little Joel, who eagerly took a piece for himself before handing it to his father, Big Joel, who also relished a portion. Then came the turn of the Silent One. They took turns indulging in the meat, each receiving 2 or 3 bites, providing immense satisfaction. Ultimately, the Silent One lifted the can and drank the hot, oily broth straight from it, leaving nothing behind. Qinwu, using his fingers to pick at his teeth, inquired of Big Joel about the price of meat prior to their exile and the potential market value of such canned goods in Zhongqiao. Big Joel reflected before responding, revealing that before their banishment, fresh meat was nearly impossible to find, with only a trickle available on the black market, fetching around 80 coins per kilogram. Now, with Zhongqiao wholly reliant on synthetic starch, the price of fresh meat had likely surged 4 to 5 times. As for such a high-quality canned product, it had become a luxury item reserved for the affluent. With its exquisite flavor, abundant oil, salt, and spices, even during days of natural food supply in the nest, it remained a rare delicacy. Qinwu pressed further, inquiring about the estimated selling price of a single can. Big Joel fell into deeper contemplation. If I were to sell it, I would expect no less than 600 to 900 coins for such a can. However, it is unlikely to find buyers, as the average worker in Zhongqiao earns only 2,000 to 3,000 coins per month. Few would be willing to spend a third of their salary on a single can of meat. Of course, wealthier individuals might purchase it in small quantities, but mass sales would be impractical. As Qinwu absorbed Big Joel's insights, a fervor ignited within him. He had initially thought he had stumbled upon refuse, only to discover a treasure trove. A meat can potentially worth over 600 coins could serve as a universal currency. Regarding the issue of distribution, he pondered the possibility of bartering this item for goods with others. As he indulged in his fanciful thoughts, the small train, piloted by the little knife, arrived, this time fully equipped with all its carriages. The crowd once again commenced their labor, loading the train's compartments to the brim. After 2 round trips, they successfully transported all the canned goods, totaling 200 items, each containing 20 cans, amounting to a staggering 24,000 cans. If converted to currency, this would equate to assets exceeding 10 million. The exorbitant price of a mere pile of meat cans was beyond Qinwu's imagination. However, it was quite reasonable. The fact that these meat cans were fit to be loaded into containers, awaiting transportation by a spacecraft to another planet for sale, attested to their intrinsic value. Such long-distance food products were crafted from the finest ingredients and processes. Even before the rebellion of the insurgents, they were considered exceptionally precious. Perhaps, prior to the decline of the Bai-Tree family, these cans were destined for a renowned Star Legion or were to be bestowed upon the pillars of the Empire at the Loyal Air Academy, or even sent to a garden world for the enjoyment of the nobles' personal guards. In any case, one should not underestimate these delectable natural provisions. After traversing several light years in the cosmos, they could be delivered to a formidable Imperial army, boosting the soldiers' morale and leading them to triumph over powerful adversaries, thus fulfilling the purpose of such exquisite sustenance. As the crowd returned, laden with their bounty to their hiding place, Reno remained asleep, oblivious, while his male entourage was nearly won over by Qinwu. The latter had gifted them 2 cans of meat, leaving the young men in bewilderment. Those who served as Reno's underlings were undoubtedly literate, and the writing on the tin box was easily recognizable to them. This seemed rather inappropriate, did it not? Some of the fellows felt a twinge of embarrassment. They had done nothing but assist in transporting the cans when the train returned. Qinwu clapped them on the shoulder, saying, What are you being modest about, my friends? Don't be shy. Are you refusing to show respect? The young men exchanged glances, clutching the large tin box, unsure of how to respond. Since you've put it that way, what more is there to say? Chapter 75. Workbench Level 3. As the intoxicated Reno gradually regained awareness, he opened his weary eyes to find Qinwu's smiling face before him. Startled, Reno sprang from the bed. What are you doing? He inquired in alarm, bewildered as to where he had fallen asleep and why he could not remember. Qinwu, still smiling, replied, Do you know what I did while you were asleep? What did you do? Reno questioned, confusion washing over him, and then a sudden chill gripped his heart. He retreated several steps in terror, instinctively reaching for his backside, relieved to find it intact, and then hurriedly checked his trousers, thankful they were dry. Observing Reno's antics, Qinwu felt his composure slipping, and his smile gradually faded. I went to eliminate the mutants near the sewage discharge pipe. What did you think? Did I invade your sewage system? Reno felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, and, in his natural naivete, asked, Why did you go to eliminate the mutants by the sewage pipe? Qinwu's eyes gradually widened in disbelief. Could it be that this fool has gotten himself drunk to the point of oblivion? Drinking can lead to grave mistakes. He retrieved the grotesque head of the mutant with two faces from behind him, controlling its mouth to move. In a tone mimicking Reno, he commanded, Go and deal with the mutants by the sewage pipes, and I shall provide a water pipe for your distillery. Reno gazed at the peculiar two-faced mutant head, feeling a sense of curiosity, but his heart sank upon hearing Qinwu's words. Wait, did I ever agree to that? The Pure Water Guild does not permit the indiscriminate laying of water pipes for outsiders. Their guild operates under a monopoly on water distribution. If they were to casually provide access to others, the very essence of their monopoly would collapse. Upon hearing this, Qinwu felt a heavy weight settle in his heart. He turned the mutant head around, directing the smaller face towards Reno, manipulating its mouth to appear as if it were speaking, using a voice that was piercingly high-pitched. I, Reno, am a man of my word when it comes to being a ranger. Listening to Qinwu's comical voice impersonation, cold sweat trickled down Reno's face. Damn it. Those were indeed his words. He glanced at his group of male subordinates, who nodded in agreement. Yes, boss, you said that at the table before, we all heard it. The group echoed in unison, making it seem as though they stood firmly by Qinwu's side. One of the subordinates even waved a packet of blue clothing, shaking it to reveal the bones within. Boss, we've recovered the remains of the brothers sent to repair the pipes. They all bear bite marks, the work of mutants. During your drunken state, Boss Lee had already led a team to eliminate the mutants. Reno's face darkened. Damn it, these are my men. Why are they all siding with an outsider? Qinwu opened the distillery door and tossed the mutant head outside, clapping his hands. All right. It seems that laying a water pipe is a difficult task for you. You were drunk at the time and didn't think it through. I won't make it hard on you. Let us leave this matter as it is. Hearing this, Reno felt even more embarrassed. After pondering for a moment, he clicked his tongue and pulled Qinwu to the corner, whispering, I'll secretly lay a pipe for you. But remember, this pipe is for your use only. Don't let anyone else use it. If the higher-ups find out I've laid a pipe for you without permission, I'll be in hot water. Qinwu quickly produced a cigarette and lighter, offering them to Reno. Here, brother Reno, have a smoke. True to your word. If you ever need someone for dirty work in the future, just let me know, and I'll handle it swiftly and decisively, with utmost clarity. Reno waved his hand dismissively, saying he had to go. Qinwu stuffed 2 cans of meat and a jar of his homemade potato liquor into Reno's small vehicle, watching with a smile as they drove away. He then turned to his subordinates, proclaiming proudly, Did you see that? This is what we call retreating to advance. You all should learn from this. A few days later, Qinwu diligently honed his spiritual abilities in his hideout. After consuming the sacred wine to enhance his state, he was able to lift the iron pipe, weighing over 10 kilograms, for a duration of 20 seconds, with this time steadily increasing. Throughout this period, he had consistently trained, resulting in an enhancement of all 3 of his attributes, which now stood at Strength 17, Endurance 17, and Vitality 23. He felt a newfound robustness enveloping his being. His waist and back had broadened, his arms and thighs had thickened slightly, and even his head had begun to take on a sharper appearance. During this time, Qinwu had successfully sold his second batch of wine, earning 80,000 yuan, and was in the process of brewing his third batch. He recalled unlocking the second level of affinity with the black market merchant, where he had spotted 3 intriguing devices: a high-temperature, high-pressure hydraulic press, a munitions formulation apparatus, and a ceramic steel powder purification mixer. With tears in his eyes, he expended all his savings and sold half of his acquired luxuries, ultimately securing these 3 machines and upgrading his workstation to level 3. At levels 1 and 2, the workstation could only modify items, but upon reaching level 3, it could also manufacture them. It boasted 3 major manufacturing modules: firearms, ammunition, and armor. Firstly, regarding the firearms module, the most rudimentary guns could be crafted from scrap metal, primarily producing smoothbore shotguns. Qinwu dismissed these trivial creations, pondering their utility. Next came the more refined firearms. He could produce any weapon from the PDF series with just 1 discarded firearm and 5 pieces of metal scrap. Acquiring metal scrap was straightforward. One could simply rummage through junkyards or dig up a railway. However, obtaining discarded firearms posed a challenge, and he planned to inquire with Lieutenant Rustank for assistance. The firearms module had 2 available slots, allowing for the simultaneous production of 2 guns, with manufacturing times ranging from 1 to 3 hours, depending on the type of weapon. As for the ammunition module, crafting bullets merely required explosives and brass scrap. Explosives could be purchased from the black market, while brass scrap was easily obtained by sending his knife-wielding companions to scavenge through electrical wiring. The ammunition production encompassed levels 1 through 5, with time frames varying from 1 hour to half a day based on the required materials. For instance, to produce 300 rounds of level 3 PDF automatic weapon ammunition, one would need to input 1 detonator and 5 pieces of brass scrap. With a manufacturing time of 3 hours, Qinwu marveled at this. The materials he fed into the console seemed scant. Yet the output of bullets reached an astonishing 300, a feat akin to conjuring objects from thin air. It could only be said that the system was remarkably impressive. Lastly, in the armor segment, one needed to purchase low-purity ceramic steel powder and place it into the purification machine. Approximately 2 units of low-purity powder would yield 1 unit of high-purity powder. With high-purity ceramic steel powder in hand, he could commence armor production. Inputting 15 units of high-purity powder, 2 pieces of any fabric, and 1 piece of metal scrap would yield a level 4 full protection ceramic steel armor. Chapter 76. The Return of the Dagger. The armor is classified as level 4, providing not only protection for the chest, but also featuring sleeves to shield the shoulders and upper arms, as well as a small protective guard that allows for mobility while safeguarding the most vulnerable areas. Its design bears a resemblance to Russian heavy armor, albeit with a lower protective rating. In the context of this planet, where the intensity of combat is relatively low, level 4 armor is quite impressive. The standard ammunition used by PDF soldiers on this planet is only level 3, making it difficult to penetrate this armor unless one stands still and allows an entire magazine to be fired at them. Otherwise, a distant shot would hardly cause any harm. Furthermore, this armor is capable of withstanding laser weaponry, though it can only endure a single shot. Under normal power, each laser projectile possesses energy comparable to a level 4 round. Thus, the armor can withstand 1 shot before being scorched, with the second shot likely penetrating it. If an ordinary person is struck, their internal organs would be incinerated, resulting in immediate death. However, for Qinwu, calculating damage by percentage suggests he could potentially withstand a 3rd shot. To enhance the armor's resilience against lasers, one could introduce a thermal insulation material during its construction, which would marginally increase its laser resistance from 1 shot to 2 or 3. Unfortunately, Qinwu currently lacks access to such materials. Besides the chest armor, the level 3 workbench is also capable of producing level 4 helmets and face shields. Crafting a complete set of armor requires approximately 8 hours and costs around 1,200 in materials, a remarkably economical investment. During this period, Qinwu has diligently worked on armor, nearly completing 4 full sets. He even distributed the surplus sets to his subordinates, ensuring that each one is equipped. He has also fashioned lightweight level 4 armor for the women, omitting shoulder and groin protection. While he does not expect them to engage in battle, he hopes they will have a chance to escape should the enemy approach, providing him with an opportunity to retrieve them using the green needle technique. While Qinwu was training in his hideout, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, he found the dagger standing at the threshold, burdened with a large bundle. "Boss, I brought back the metal scraps and brass waste you requested, along with over 20 detonators that I purchased from Mr. Nepal." The dagger has swiftly adjusted his address, now referring to Nepal as Mr., indicating a shift in allegiance. Qinwu nodded, accepting the scraps, planning to use them for ammunition production shortly. Excluding what has already been distributed to Xiao Qiao and others, he currently possesses 16 self-manufactured firearms, which consume the most ammunition. The manufacturing station has not had a moment of respite. As soon as a batch of bullets is ready, Qinwu collects them and continues producing more. Presently, he has amassed over 5,000 rounds of self-made ammunition, yet he remains unsatisfied, aspiring to accumulate at least 100,000 rounds for a sense of security. After gathering the materials, Qinwu intended to close the door, but the dagger lingered at the entrance, appearing somewhat hesitant. Is there something else? Qinwu inquired. The dagger, feeling somewhat bashful, replied, Boss, I would like to bring my mother over to live here. This year, Xiao Dao's mother is merely 40 years old. Yet having labored in a chemical factory for the better part of her life, her physiological age seems to have advanced to nearly 60. Xiao Dao feels that if she continues to toil in that environment, she may not have much time left. Given the favorable conditions here with Qinwu, he wishes to bring his mother over to enjoy a more comfortable life. Qinwu nodded in agreement. Bring her over, you can construct a room in the passage, he said, pulling a green syringe from his pocket and handing it to Xiao Dao. If your mother suffers from any ailments, administer this injection, most conditions will improve. If not, then there's little that can be done. Xiao Dao's eyes glistened with unshed tears. He felt an overwhelming urge to kneel before Qinwu. Gritting his teeth, he implored, Boss, I wish to part amicably with Mr. Nepal. Could you provide me with some firearms and ammunition as a token of gratitude for his care over the years? Qinwu turned and retrieved 2 automatic rifles along with 500 rounds of ammunition from his hideout, placing them into Xiao Dao's hands. Here. This should suffice as a gesture of gratitude. Do not carry any moral burdens when working with me henceforth. The perspective shifted to the fertilizer gang's headquarters. Within the shop of the Nepalese merchant, Nepal scrutinized the 2 automatic rifles and the 500 rounds on the table, casting a wary glance at the visibly anxious Xiao Dao. Contemplating his response, he placed Xiao Dao next to Qinwu, intending to strengthen their ties for easier communication, while also aiming to keep a watchful eye on Qinwu, in case he were to ascend to greater heights, ensuring that he had an ally nearby to secure benefits. However, Xiao Dao's intentions were unmistakable. He sought to take his mother away, accompanied by 2 rifles and a substantial gift, signaling a severance of ties. The Nepalese merchant felt a surge of anger. Among their ranks, the greatest taboo is for a subordinate to switch allegiances, especially to someone perceived as stronger. Recently, Qinwu had been making bold moves, establishing a distillery, and just days prior, had even taken the younger members of the Pure Water Guild on a tour of his distillery. Initially, the leader of the fertilizer gang had planned to raid the distillery upon learning of its existence, gathering his men for the operation. However, upon hearing that Reno had visited the distillery, they retreated in shame. Qinwu, this suddenly emerged formidable figure, was suspected of having military connections and ties with the chief overseer of the Pure Water Guild. It's worth noting that the production of fertilizers requires significant water, and the Pure Water Guild had extended a pipeline to the fertilizer gang, ensuring a monthly water quota. Should they attack Qinwu and incite the Pure Water Guild's ire, their water supply could be cut off, drastically reducing their fertilizer production. Oh, and now the fertilizer gang has ceased fertilizer production, shifting instead to manufacturing chemicals for explosives. In summary, Reno's curiosity led him to visit the distillery, inadvertently granting Qinwu a layer of protection. Nepal let out a sigh, although he was quite displeased. He felt he had invested so much emotional energy into Qinwu that it would be unwise to squander it all. Thus, he donned a smile as he gazed at Xiao Dao. It's all right, Xiao Dao, you may go. Isn't there an ancient proverb that states, people strive to ascend while water flows downward? Should you find the time someday, do return to visit. The fertilizer gang will always be your home. If Boss Lee has any collaborative projects, you may also extend a hand to your brothers. Xiao Dao was deeply touched, promising that he would never forget the fertilizer gang, declaring that as long as he lived, he would always belong to them. Yet both were acutely aware that these were mere platitudes. Xiao Dao's interests were intricately entwined with Qinwu's, and he would never betray this man. It was utterly inconceivable for Nepal to expect Xiao Dao to divulge Qinwu's whereabouts. Chapter 77. Leading a team one day, while Qinwu was sequestered in his hideout. Honing his skills, the airwaves crackled with the voice of Lieutenant Rustank from the fated Lovebirds channel, announcing that the inebriated soldier who had lost his leg in an explosion had been exiled, and that his family would descend to the bottom nest the following day. Qinwu was tasked with retrieving them. The next day, Qinwu promptly summoned several of his young associates, instructing them to don their protective gear and arm themselves before heading to the safe zone. The 5 of them, clad in full protective armor and donning masks and helmets, wielded automatic rifles, presenting an intimidating facade that sent the nearby rodents scurrying away. Although they had momentarily frightened off these pests, the grand elevator served as their exit, and it was inevitable that the rodents would return once it descended. Despite their fearsome appearance, Qinwu and his team knew that if they stood guard at the exit, thousands of rats might muster the courage to challenge them for a bite of the hard bones. The previous encounter with the frantic rodents while retrieving the shower family lingered vividly in their minds. Thus, as Qinwu prepared to ascend in the grand elevator. He stationed Shower and his companions at the entrance to await his return. He himself donned a robe that concealed his armor, stowing his weapon in a backpack as he ascended with the elevator. It is worth noting that firearms were not prohibited within the nests. Anyone could legally possess a weapon, as no gun control laws existed. This was understandable, given the brutal nature of the Warhammer 40,000 universe, where one could never tell when extraterrestrial beings might descend like rain. Therefore, most Imperial planets did not enforce gun bans. However, the downsides were evident. Gang violence and chaos cults proliferated, quickly rallying armed forces against the planetary governor. Nevertheless, Qinwu preferred to maintain a low profile, opting to keep his weapons concealed. Upon reaching the central nest, the personnel working in the bottom nest disembarked the grand elevator, yawning, while law enforcement officials herded the exiled criminals into it. These unfortunate citizens of the central nest cried out and cursed, displaying the myriad facets of human nature, yet regardless of their reactions, they faced the law enforcement officers wielding electric batons. As nearly 1,000 exiled criminals were ushered into the grand elevator, its doors closed, and the descent commenced, with the officers surrounding the prisoners in a tight formation. Qinwu's gaze wandered among the exiled prisoners, swiftly honing in on the individual he was there to retrieve, a hapless soul confined to a wheelchair, with both legs amputated below the knees, accompanied by his pallid parents and younger brother. Upon recognizing them, Qinwu stepped forward a few paces and called out loudly to the crowd, "Cousin Kate! Cousin Kate!" Kate was the soldier whose legs had been severed by a landmine. Upon hearing his name, he turned to face Qinwu. The latter waved fervently until he confirmed that Kate had seen him and understood he was there to take him away. He then lowered his hand and focused his gaze on the judicial officers nearby. His earlier actions had drawn the attention of two officers, who brandished their electric batons and regarded Qinwu with suspicion. However, standing at a distance and having ceased his shouting, Qinwu was not in immediate danger. The officers merely shot him warning glances. Qinwu contemplated bribing the officers to bring Kate's family closer. Once the elevator reached the base level, they could exit alongside the safety personnel, sparing them from the need to snatch individuals from the clutches of the rats. Yet, it was evident that these officers had no intention of facilitating Qinwu's plans. One officer had already activated his baton, which crackled ominously, suggesting that if Qinwu dared to approach, he would not hesitate to unleash its power upon him. Nevertheless, Qinwu had a plan. He sat down cross-legged, retrieved a can of meat from his backpack, and set up an alcohol stove to heat the can. Minutes later, the bubbling oil within the can released an aroma reminiscent of a rich, heavily spiced Chongqing hot pot. The scent wafted through the elevator, capturing the attention of everyone present. Noticing the can was sufficiently heated, Qinwu extracted a fork, speared a piece of meat coated in red oil, and waved it in front of the officers before taking a hearty bite. The sound of his enthusiastic swallowing resonated through the air. Even the well-compensated officers found themselves deprived of meat in the grim environment of the nest, subsisting instead on the starch of corpses. The intoxicating scent of the greasy, salty, and richly flavored meat prompted their mouths to water uncontrollably. Unabashed, Qinwu consumed the entire can in front of more than 1,000 spectators. Rising to his feet, he wiped the red oil from his mouth, disregarding the longing stares of the officers as he shouted to Kate's family, whose hands were bound together, "Cousin Kate, when the elevator reaches the bottom, shift toward me. I will take you to my home in the nest." Just as one officer prepared to reprimand Qinwu, he was halted by his captain. The captain, observing the four cans left behind on the ground, glanced back at the disabled prisoner in the wheelchair, who wished to respond but lacked the courage to do so. After contemplating the alluring aroma of the canned meat, his mouth began to water anew as he cast another glance at the four cans at Qinwu's feet, whispering something to his subordinate. The officer paused momentarily before nodding in agreement. When the elevator finally reached the base level, the officers began to hastily usher the prisoners out, employing their customary brutality, unshackling the prisoners only to incapacitate them with electric batons before forcefully kicking them down the elevator. However, when it was the turn of the Kyle family, the officers removed their shackles and roughly shoved them towards Qinwu without providing any additional means of restraint. The Kyle family understood that they were being treated differently, yet they remained silent, following Qinwu as he gestured for them to proceed towards the staff passage. Young Joel, stationed by the elevator door, sighed in relief upon witnessing Qinwu successfully escort them through the passage. Although they were well equipped, facing over 1,000 rats in this vicinity was somewhat intimidating, especially when it came to extracting individuals from such a throng. Now that their leader had secured the family, they could implement Plan B, sheathing their weapons as they ventured towards the Purification Guild. Subsequently, Liin Wu gathered Kate's family along with young Joel. And while the rats were preoccupied with the chaos surrounding the large elevator and its prisoners, they swiftly returned to the distillery. The door of the large elevator slowly closed, isolating the malevolence of the lower nest, as dozens of officers gradually encircled the 4 cans left by Liin Wu. The captain picked up the 4 cans, weighed them, and, upon confirming their integrity, a flicker of joy crossed his otherwise stoic visage. He tucked 1 can into his coat and tossed the remaining 3 to his numerous subordinates, instructing them to sell the goods for profit and to show a kindness to any future encounters with the rats should they wish to take someone. Chapter 78. Maggots. Having secured the individuals, Liin Wu returned to his hideout, intrigued by the 4 he had brought back. Among them was Kate, a soldier with a broken leg, whose lower limbs had been obliterated after a drunken escapade led him into a minefield, leaving him now relegated to peeling potatoes. Next was Qinwu, Kate's younger brother, in his 20s and in the prime of his youth, standing an impressive 195 meters tall with arms nearly as thick as an average person's thigh, a paragon of youthful vigor. Then there was their father, Kes, another robust man, standing at 1.9 meters. Despite his advancing years, his physical strength remained formidable, capable of serving as a warrior. Finally, there was Miss Liss, a middle-aged woman with a sorrowful countenance, standing at 1.8 meters tall. In subsequent references, this family will be referred to as Brother Kai, Father Kai, and Mother Kai. This family possessed remarkable height genetics, all embodying a quintessential Schwarzenegger physique. However, due to Brother Kai's reckless actions that resulted in the loss of his legs, the entire family was exiled to the lower nest, effectively making them victims of his folly. His situation starkly contrasted with young Joel's, who faced exile due to normal circumstances. Brother Kai's plight was a self-inflicted calamity. Consequently, the families harbored differing sentiments regarding their banishment to the lower nest. Young Joel's family exhibited resilience and unity in the face of adversity, while the Kyles felt aggrieved, believing themselves to be victims of a foolish decision. Thus, the Kyles were engulfed in resentment, their expressions grim and silent, and upon discovering that their new abode was a distillery, Brother Kai's countenance darkened further. Liin Wu sensed that Brother Kai attributed their family's plight to him, perhaps due to his occupation as a purveyor of spirits. Liin Wu felt a tinge of displeasure. After making the long journey to bring this family over, they met him with sullen faces and failed to express any gratitude. It was worth noting that when Xiao Qiaoer's family was rescued, they nearly fell to their knees in thanks, with De Qiaoer pledging to become his loyal soldier on the spot. If it had been anyone else, Liin Wu would have promptly sent the Kai family packing. He was not an emotional trash can to have their discontent projected onto him. However, considering that this family possessed the physique of Schwarzenegger, capable of matching the strength of 2 individuals and serving as warriors, Liin Wu decided to extend a modicum of tolerance towards them. The sour expressions of these individuals stemmed from the fact that Liin Wu's retrieval of them had gone exceedingly smoothly, in stark contrast to the perilous rescue of Xiao Qiaoer's family, which had been fraught with danger. They had not endured the necessary trials. Yet, it was not too late to rectify that now. "Xiao Dao, come here," Liin Wu called out. Xiao Dao, who had been inspecting the brewing furnace, immediately rushed over, fully considering himself an integral part of the distillery. Having just returned with the family, he was eager to check on the fermentation tanks. Liin Wu gestured towards the 4 members of the Kai family, instructing Xiao Dao, "Take them to the sewage outlet and have them spend the day there as part of their welcome ceremony. Then, assess whether they should return." With that, Liin Wu turned away and headed to practice his skills without a backward glance. Initially, Xiao Dao did not grasp the meaning of Liin Wu's words, but upon noticing the 4 glum individuals, he understood. He grasped his automatic rifle, resting his finger on the trigger guard, and approached the Kai family. "You 4 follow me. The boss wants me to conduct the welcome ceremony," he commanded. Kaidi furrowed his brow and inquired, "What welcome ceremony?" Xiao Dao ignored him, swinging open the heavy iron door of the distillery and stepping outside. Feeling disregarded, Kaidi simmered with indignation, ready to press for an answer, but was halted by Kai father. "Push your brother along. Keep up. We are on their turf now, so we must adhere to their instructions. Move." Kaidi muttered under his breath, maneuvering to the wheelchair, pushing his brother as they followed their parents out of the distillery. As for Kai Gu in the wheelchair, he resembled a lifeless corpse. The Kai family trailed behind Xiao Dao, making their way towards the safe zone. An hour later, they arrived at the sewage outlet near the safe zone. The outlet was an absurdly large pipe, serving as a direct conduit between the middle and upper nests, designed to dispose of the refuse generated by both levels into the lower nest. Most of the debris discarded from here was dry waste, though it inevitably contained some wastewater. resulting in a majority of the refuse being semi-wet. Whenever the middle and upper nests accumulated enough waste, the outlet would open, dumping thousands of tons of garbage in one go. This refuse formed a towering mountain in the lower nest, which was said to reach an astonishing height of 100 kilometers. At the base of this garbage mountain lay an enormous grinder, akin to a titan's creation, which gradually consumed the towering refuse, pulverizing it into dust for incineration. The heat generated from this incineration would then be channeled back to warm the entire nest. No one has ever witnessed the colossal crusher at the base of the garbage mountain, yet the rodents lingering nearby behold it daily. The mountain of refuse plunges hundreds of meters downward as the giant crusher devours the waste. However, just as it consumes several hundred meters of trash, the discharge outlet relinquishes even more waste, causing the garbage mountain to rise ever higher. In the grim universe of Warhammer 40,000, even a titan-like machine, tirelessly working day and night, cannot contend with the refuse generated by a super metropolis housing billions. Sooner or later, the excess waste will inundate the entire hive, rendering the crusher's function merely a means to prolong this inevitable fate. Much like the heroes of the Imperium of Man, their valiant efforts serve only to extend the timeline of humanity's extinction. At this moment, the knife has brought the 4 members of the Kai family to the garbage mountain, where they hide within a pipe, gazing at the towering heaps of refuse. The entirety of the garbage mountain is essentially comprised of waste within a colossal circular pipe, measuring 10 kilometers in diameter. This pipe descends over 100 kilometers, with the crusher situated at its base, entirely filled with refuse produced by the hive. At this time, tens of thousands of individuals are rummaging through the refuse, sifting through it in search of various useful or useless items. The pipe where the knife and the Kai family are situated is a small maintenance conduit, with a drop of over 50 meters to the refuse below. The knife finds a comfortable spot to lean against, pulling out a cloth from his pouch to meticulously polish his prized firearm, completely disregarding the Kai family. Initially perplexed as to why the knife brought them to this place, the Kai family is now awestruck by the vast garbage field and the dense throng of people. Unable to tear their gaze from the scene below, these scavengers stand atop the refuse generated by the hive, incessantly searching, rummaging, extracting, and digging, as though treasures lay hidden within the semi-damp, bacteria-laden waste. Some scavengers have already excavated a pit 2 to 3 meters deep, leaping into the chasm to sift through the refuse. The waste, half-damp and oozing foul-smelling leachate, collects in the pits created by the scavengers. As they delve into these excavations, they find themselves nearly submerged in the fetid liquid, emerging with their bodies coated in a viscous, yellow-black unknown substance. At that moment, in the eyes of the Kai family, the garbage mountain has transformed into a vast cesspool, and those scuttling about within it resemble white maggots. Overcome by both psychological and physiological revulsion, Kai's mother retches, prompting Kai's father to rush to comfort her. Meanwhile, Kai and his brother share equally grim expressions, their nerves frayed by the grotesque scene. They had long heard that the lower hive was no place for humans to survive, yet now it appeared to them as a veritable hell on earth. Must one stoop to such repugnant depths to endure in this realm? However, the hive's welcoming ceremony for them is far from over. Somewhere within the mountain of refuse, a scavenger uncovers a nearly intact square iron box after sifting through a mound of debris. He opened the iron box and was instantly taken aback. Inside lay a shattered cream cake. His pupils constricted sharply, his heart raced, and adrenaline surged through him. Hastily, he closed the lid and stuffed it into his ragged backpack, eager to escape the scene. However, his frantic movements drew the attention of several nearby scavengers, one of whom seized his hand, gazing intently at him. "You just found an iron box, didn't you? What's inside?" The scavenger released his grip and turned to leave. "A few valuable parts. I intend to trade them with the gang for money." The man was dissatisfied with this response and lunged forward again, gripping his hand tightly. "What exactly did you find? Show me." The scavenger who had discovered the cake narrowed his eyes at the persistent questioning and suddenly pivoted, plunging a knife into the man's abdomen. "I found your mother's promotion tool." After committing the act, he fled, for he bore the cream cake on his back. Indeed, a cream cake. Although he was unaware of its true nature, the moment he opened the iron box, the sweet, buttery aroma briefly dispelled the stench of the garbage dump. In that moment, he realized that his wretched life, born from the belly of a prostitute and spent scavenging this fetid mountain for 2 decades, had culminated in the discovery of this iron box. Now, he cared for nothing else but to find a place devoid of odor, devour the contents of the iron box, and fulfill the purpose of his existence. Then he could finally embrace death. Yet, perhaps the difficulty of achieving this ultimate goal played a part, for as he intended to sprint out of the dump, the man he had stabbed began to wail. "Stop him." He found food. It's the leftover delicacies of the noble lord. It's something you worthless souls can taste and die instantly. His cries echoed across the 10-kilometer expanse of the trash heap, igniting the deepest desires within the hearts of the scavengers. Even the maggots in the filth yearned to glimpse the delicacies gracing the table of the noble class. For these wretches, even a mere glance would render their wretched lives worthwhile. Thus, chaos ensued. Tens of thousands clashed in the dump, wielding steel pipes, sharpened shards of metal, and even stones to murder one another. The air was filled with screams of agony, pleas for mercy, and maniacal laughter as the throngs descended into senseless violence. The individual clutching the iron box containing the cream cake was obliterated in the initial wave, his body and the cake reduced to fragments, merging into the refuse. As more and more people joined the fray, bodies piled upon one another, and the so-called cream cake was lost beneath layers of corpses. But now, madness had taken hold, and a primal frenzy ensued, as everyone lost their reason, indiscriminately slaughtering those beside them. These figures, draped in the hues of refuse, constructed a mound of bodies upon the trash mountain. The chaotic battle persisted for over half an hour, showing no signs of abating. The participants, in their frenzied state, engaged in increasingly brutal acts of violence against one another. One might wonder if they still remembered the initial reasons behind their murderous intentions. Amidst this terrifying turmoil, a sudden thunderous roar echoed above them. Shortly thereafter, debris rained down from the unseen heights, crashing onto the refuse mound below, producing a sound akin to pattering rain. The patter grew more frantic, more urgent. Soon, some individuals were injured or even killed by the falling objects. As one individual regained a semblance of sanity amidst the madness, he looked up, only to witness a mountain of refuse plummeting from the sky. Boom, 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 boom. Tens of thousands of tons of garbage cascaded from the discharge outlet, triggering a violent tremor. The Kaif family, trapped within the maintenance pipe, cried out in alarm and hurriedly retreated to the far end. Only when the thunderous cacophony subsided did the four of them regain a modicum of composure, trembling as they cautiously approached the maintenance pipe's opening to gaze upon the towering refuse mound. At that moment, the garbage heap had risen over 50 meters, nearly level with their position in the maintenance pipe. The very individuals who had been engaged in ruthless slaughter were now wholly absorbed into the refuse mountain, becoming one with it. The Kaif family gazed upon this grotesque, carnivorous mound of refuse, their emotions a tumultuous blend of horror and disbelief. To their astonishment, they soon noticed a throng of scavengers emerging from the adjacent pipe, brandishing metal rods as they began to pry through the debris. The number of scavengers swelled exponentially, as they gradually ventured from the relative safety of the periphery toward the center of the refuse mountain, driven by the desire to unearth high-value refuse. Heedless of the danger posed by the falling debris above, it was as if they were caught in a cycle, a grotesque and insatiable loop of consumption. At this moment, the Kaif family was left utterly speechless by the revelation. The first to regain his composure was Mr. Kaif. He finally understood the nature of the welcome that Little Knife had spoken of. It was a show of strength. Reflecting upon their family's actions upon arrival, he recalled the frown that had crossed Li Qinwu's face when he regarded his family, sending chills down his spine. Their demeanor had suggested that they were not mere refugees, but rather arrogant lords. Without the protection of a prominent figure within the depths, how could they possibly fare well? Mr. Knife, Mr. Kaif exclaimed, turning to seek out Little Knife to convey his thoughts, only to find that the young man had vanished without a trace. Panic surged within him as he swiftly urged his family to retrace their steps. Chapter 79, Lieutenant Winchester's Expedition. The Kaif family returned to the distillery, where Little Knife rapped on the massive iron door they had concealed themselves behind. Drenched in sweat, Li Qinwu emerged wearing a simple robe. He cast a glance at the four members of the Kaif family, noting their tense muscles and newfound seriousness. Mr. Kaif spoke with utmost reverence. Sir, we are profoundly grateful for your acceptance, providing us with a sanctuary within the depths. From this moment forth, we are at your service, ready to heed any commands. Li Qinwu uttered a sound of acknowledgement, realizing that he could not bypass the CG storyline. As he witnessed the sequence unfold, each character transformed from aloof, regal personas akin to Schwarzenegger into diminutive, childlike figures reminiscent of The Rock. Li Qinwu turned to Kai father and Kai brother, both robust young men, and inquired, "You two possess impressive physiques. I require your assistance in bearing arms for battle. Is that feasible?" In unison, they nodded, fully aware of the hardships of life in the underground. Whatever task Li Qinwu assigned, they were prepared to undertake. There exists a saying that to possess a weapon is to hold a position of power by entrusting them with firearms. Li Qinwu was essentially providing them with the means to secure their livelihoods and identities. Having endured the trials of the trash heap, The family had come to understand that firearms were not merely instruments of war, but also symbols of status in the depths below. Qinwu summoned little Xiaoer and gestured towards Kai father and Kai brother, instructing, have them practice according to the PDF regimen, primarily focusing on discipline. Once the issue of discipline was resolved, he would issue them firearms and set them to fire 500 practice rounds. Discipline, in this context, referred to standing at attention and maintaining order. Even in the era of Warhammer 40, the art of neatly folding bedding had been preserved, employed by various Star Realm armies and PDF troops alike, as it was indeed the most cost-effective method to refine a soldier's character. Little Xiaoer, typically gentle in nature, was perhaps not the wisest choice to lead two intimidating muscle-bound individuals, yet Qinwu had a purpose in mind. He sought to observe whether these two would falter and disregard Xiaoer's commands. Should Xiaoer report any insubordination to Qinwu, the family would be expelled. This was a test of obedience. With the two hulking figures arranged, Qinwu turned his attention to Kai mother. Madam Kai, you will collaborate with Ms. Shansa and Ms. Dao in managing logistics, preparing meals, and engaging in some brewing activities. Kai mother nodded in agreement. He then addressed Kai brother, who was confined to a wheelchair. You, too, shall join the logistics team, contributing in whatever capacity you can, such as peeling potatoes. Let me be clear, you are prohibited from consuming alcohol in my brewery. Should you dare to drink, you will be expelled from my premises. Your drinking not only harms yourself, but jeopardizes your family. I have no desire to be dragged down with you. Do you understand? Kai brother, filled with shame, nodded and even wept, appearing truly remorseful. Yet, Qinwu was aware that some alcoholics may express contrition in the moment, only to relapse later. He addressed the group. All of you bear the responsibility to supervise him. If he drinks, you must report it to me immediately. This man has already destroyed one family due to alcohol. Should he continue, he may well endanger us all. If you choose to shield him, you are being irresponsible. With that, he turned to little Dao and said, once this batch of liquor is sold, the proceeds are yours. Please summon those workers we previously sought. We need to expand the pipeline. This time, we shall brew 10 tons of potatoes in one go. During the expansion, ensure that this man's room is constructed a considerable distance from the brewing area. In the future, our distillery will be divided into living quarters, brewing areas, storage zones, and maturation sections for the spirits. Qinwu finds it utterly absurd to expect an alcoholic to abstain within the distillery. It necessitates a physical separation. Recently, Reno has been installing a water supply system for the distillery, which is set to undergo expansion. Consequently, it is prudent to segregate the living space from the working area, ensuring that this individual remains confined to the living quarters and is barred from entering the brewing zone. Kai Gu felt a wave of shame wash over him, and the other 3 members of the Kai family wore expressions of mixed emotions. After organizing the production matters, Qinwu returned to his hideout to continue training, while the 4 members of the Kai family gradually adapted to their new environment. Kai's father and younger brother stood at attention under the supervision of Xiao Xiaoer for 3 hours daily, with Xiao Xiaoer meticulously inspecting their beds for neatness, which proved quite taxing for the two. Xiao Xiaoer, being gentle in nature and reluctant to speak harshly, found managing Kai's father and younger brother akin to placing a sheep in charge of 2 tigers. Several times, Kai's younger brother felt overwhelmed by the military regulations outlined in the PDF, yet his father quelled his frustrations. Should you wish to see your brother and mother expelled, feel free to cause a ruckus. At worst, we can find a secluded spot to meet our end together. Kai's father's words silenced him, and thereafter, they complied dutifully with Xiao Xiaoer's instructions. One day, while Qinwu was engrossed in his training at home, his radio crackled to life. Lieutenant Rustank sent a message indicating that Lieutenant Winchester was preparing to depart, urging him to hurry to the military camp. Qinwu kicked open the door, armed with a sniper rifle and an automatic weapon, and shouted to the crowd in the distillery, "Quick, load our brewed spirits onto the cart. We are departing." Just days prior, the batch of liquor he had crafted had been completed and sealed, awaiting this very moment to be sold. The group sprang into action, loading cases of liquor onto the small train, with even Xiao Dao's mother lending her assistance. After receiving a green needle injection, her injuries had healed significantly, restoring her physiological age to around 50. Qinwu had repeatedly assured her that she need not undertake strenuous tasks, yet she consistently volunteered whenever work arose. The inhabitants of the lower nest fear little, save for the dread of being deemed unnecessary, worried that without work, they might devolve into mere wild vermin. Working together, they swiftly loaded the liquor onto the small train, which then set off toward the surface. Lieutenant Rustank was already waiting impatiently at the ventilation shaft, clearly anxious. As the team transferred the liquor to the vehicle, The military truck made its way to the PDF camp. Along the route, Lieutenant Rustank turned to Liin Wu and asked, "Are you prepared? I received word from the commander that Lieutenant Winchester is requesting to deploy with his noble guards from the regimental headquarters. The commander is currently stalling him with paperwork, but he is determined to march by tomorrow morning." Liin Wu chuckled. "So Winchester is not with the company at the moment? Perfect. I've brewed a few bottles of strong liquor. I'll send them directly to his men to ensure they are utterly inebriated come morning." Chapter 80. Deployment. As the military truck arrived at Lieutenant Rustank's encampment, the routine was the same. $8 for 100 milliliters, all sold to Rustank's troops, who were left to distribute it themselves. Subsequently, Liin Wu, accompanied by a few companions, shouldered several rare bottles and made his way towards Lieutenant Winchester's company. These bottles contained no additives. They merely consisted of a potent brew that induced intoxication more readily, often resulting in nausea and dizziness. They soon reached Lieutenant Winchester's camp, which bore a striking resemblance to Rustank's, with soldiers lounging, sleeping, and playing cards everywhere. The discipline here was even more lax. Lieutenant Winchester, a minor noble, though bearing the title of captain, resided not within the military confines but in the opulent upper echelons of society. How could a noble from such lofty heights coexist with these unruly soldiers? For days on end, the troops rarely glimpsed their captain, leading to a breakdown in discipline that was comparable to that of the rebels outside. In contrast, Lieutenant Rustank exemplified camaraderie, sharing meals and living quarters with his soldiers, considering their families' futures in times of injury. His troops, though often unruly, would stand resolutely by Rustank in the heat of battle. As for Lieutenant Winchester, who was he really? If not for his rank, the soldiers would scarcely acknowledge his presence. Liin Wu sauntered into Winchester's camp like a street urchin. A few soldiers, sunbathing on their folding cots, glanced up at his arrival and lazily inquired, "What brings you here?" Liin Wu set down his box, opened it, and retrieved 2 bottles of liquor, gently clinking them together, producing a resonant chime that captured the attention of every lethargic soldier in the vicinity. Liin Wu exclaimed, "Come one, come all. A grand promotion on fine spirits. Pure grain liquor that's delightful and will not cloud your mind. Just the right amount to leave you pleasantly dazed. Now, at a special discount, 1 bottle for just $5 or 3 for 20. Damn, 3 bottles for $20? You're not selling counterfeit liquor, are you?" An officer suddenly appeared before Liin Wu, snatching a bottle and twisting off the cap. "I'm tasting this for the brothers. If it's fake, you'll be out on your ear." He then proceeded to gulp down the 100 milliliters of potent liquor as if it were mere cough syrup. The officer smacked his lips and reached for another bottle. "Damn it, I drank too quickly to savor it. Let us try again." And so he continued to drink with reckless abandon. Liin Wu's heart raced. This was 200 milliliters of high-proof liquor, and the man showed no signs of hesitation. He genuinely feared the officer might collapse right before him. Cautiously, he inquired, "Sir, how does it taste?" The officer belched, gazing at Liin Wu with dilated pupils. He raised a thumb in approval. "Halashao." And then, with a thunderous crash, he fell to the ground, snoring profoundly, slipping into a peaceful slumber. As other soldiers observed, they flocked to Liin Wu to purchase liquor. While collecting their money and handing out drinks, he overheard a conversation between 2 soldiers. "Isn't Lieutenant Winchester supposed to return tomorrow to lead us into action? It wouldn't be wise to get drunk today, would it? What does it matter to us? That bastard Winchester only cares about his own glory. He doesn't share a dime with us. Besides, we're merely here to make up the numbers." He is flanked by a dozen noble-bred hounds, each equipped with laser rifles, capable of dispatching 100 insurgents effortlessly. Well then, is it more advantageous to spend $5 on a bottle or $20 on 3? Why are you asking me? I can't do the math. Buying 3 at once seems the better deal, right? After all, those discounts tend to increase with quantity. In no time, Liin Wu had sold all his liquor, with each soldier purchasing more than 3 bottles, downing them immediately, without even nibbling on peanuts. They were indeed a ruthless bunch. Liin Wu surmised that these men would take at least 3 or 4 days to metabolize the alcohol, making it impossible for Lieutenant Winchester to rely on them for battle the following day. Noticing that the soldiers were nearly incapacitated, he cast a glance towards the corner of the camp where the Chimera transport vehicle was stationed. Seizing the opportunity while everyone was inebriated and distracted, he stealthily approached the vehicle. Leaning against the fuel tank, he inserted a mechanical key into the lock and turned it gently, opening the tank with ease. This mechanical key was borrowed from 2nd Lieutenant Rustank, who had acquired it from Sergeant Nyekong. Many keys for mass-produced military equipment are interchangeable for maintenance convenience. In fact, the Chimera could be started without a key, simply by pressing a button. Such weapons, within the Army's watchful gaze, are not prone to theft. If they were to be captured by the enemy, it would likely be due to a direct hit from a rocket or artillery, rendering the key's existence moot. With his back to the Chimera, Qinwu adeptly opened the fuel tank lid and retrieved a bottle from his waist pouch, pouring a mixture of oil infused with ceramic steel powder into the tank. This action was second nature to him. He had practiced it numerous times at Lieutenant Rustan's camp. After completing this task, he surveyed the camp, noting the soldiers were thoroughly intoxicated. He swiftly turned, unzipped his trousers, and aimed to relieve himself into the fuel tank. Why not simply pour the urine from a bottle? Because this act served to humiliate the machine's spirit, provoking it into a volatile malfunction. The degradation of pouring a bottle versus urinating directly into the tank differed significantly in its affront. Take that, you wretched machine. With a resounding slap, he shut the fuel tank lid, as though delivering a blow to the very act itself. Having accomplished his mission, he kicked aside a nearby bottle and swaggered away. Upon returning to Lieutenant Rustan's camp, he informed him that all preparations were complete, and tomorrow would mark the end for Lieutenant Winchester. Together, they procured several remote-controlled explosives and headed back towards the ventilation ducts. He instructed his subordinate to return home first, while he asked Showdown to use the money earned this time to invite someone to expand the distillery workshop. Then, he would find the rebel Parsons in the nearby forest, urging him to ride quickly to the rebel camp. Chapter 81. The rebel's decision. The rebel Parsons' biohorse galloped swiftly, and Liin Wu, seated behind, felt as if his very essence was being jolted. The distance of over 40 kilometers was rapidly traversed, and by the time Liin Wu dismounted, he found himself within the confines of the rebel camp. After a period of absence, the camp had expanded significantly, resembling a bustling market at first glance. Hurry, take me to see Old Man's son. I have urgent matters to discuss. Liin Wu commanded Parsons. Parsons complied, leading Liin Wu to Old Man's senator. However, due to the fact that Liin Wu was armed with a sniper rifle, an automatic weapon, and a full suit of armor, his imposing appearance made the rebels uneasy. For guards armed with automatic rifles trailed closely behind him to prevent any disturbances. Following these vigilant guards, Liin Wu entered the wooden hut belonging to Old Man Sr. As Old Man's son attempted to engage in casual conversation with Liin Wu, he was abruptly interrupted. Cut the pleasantries. I'm here to inform you that the PDF is set to attack tomorrow morning. Old Man's son was taken aback and quickly inquired about the details. Liin Wu relayed the crucial information regarding Lieutenant Winchester and his unit. Old Man Son's expression shifted to one of disbelief, his heart racing with anxiety. How could this be possible? We haven't had any conflict with the PDF for some time. Are they really going to break this tacit agreement? This planet has established a situation where the PDF cannot advance, and the rebels cannot infiltrate. There was approximately a 20-kilometer combat zone between the two sides. But under certain influences, this zone had transformed into a buffer, with soldiers on both sides rarely breaching the combat zone to attack the opposing territory. The rebels had not launched an assault on the PDF camp for some time, nor had the PDF ventured beyond the combat zone to encircle the rebel strongholds. Currently, both sides were engaged in minor skirmishes, avoiding major conflicts as they lived their lives. However, upon hearing from Liin Wu that the PDF intended to disrupt the status quo and attack the rear of their own stronghold, Old Man's son found it hard to believe. Liin Wu sighed. What is there to doubt? Lieutenant Winchester is an aristocrat who needs military achievements to rise through the ranks. Thus, he plans to lead his troops to eradicate a rebel unit, enhancing his record, and you happen to be chosen. Old Man's son, visibly frustrated, asked why us. Because you are the closest to Winchester's base. He selects his targets based on a straight line, and it's evident that you are at the end of that line. Liin Wu was not speaking without basis. He had seen the map in Lieutenant Rustan's tent, and from that point, the nearest rebels were indeed Old Man's son's stronghold. Old Man's son's complexion shifted from red to pale, as if engaged in a mental whirlwind. Liin Wu inquired, have you decided how to respond? Will you flee or fight? Old Man's son looked at Liin Wu, fully armed and wielding two guns, and asked in confusion, why are you warning us in advance? Is it merely because we engage in business relations? Liin Wu nodded, then shook his head. I am disinclined to fabricate lies. Can I reveal the truth? On one hand, we indeed have a stable grain trade. I am unfamiliar with other rebel factions and have little desire to communicate with them. On the other hand, the weaponry and equipment possessed by the PDF soldiers are immensely valuable. Should you choose to fight, I shall lend you my assistance. He weighed the sniper rifle in his hands. Let me make it clear, any adversaries I eliminate will yield their weapons to me. You shall not pilfer my spoils. Old Sin scrutinized Liin Wu's eyes, seemingly discerning whether he was being truthful. What if I choose to flee? Liin Wu shrugged. In that case, I would still attempt to ambush that PDF group, taking down one PDF soldier. If I can manage to procure his equipment, it could fetch at least $10,000 in the lower markets. Should I succeed in slaying a noble guard, the reward would be even greater. Just the laser gun alone is worth a considerable sum, with the entire set of equipment likely valued between 20 to 30,000. Of course, I must advise you. If you opt to flee, it would be prudent to inform the neighboring rebel base so they might escape with you. Otherwise, Lieutenant Winchester will arrive to find you gone and undoubtedly head towards the adjacent rebel stronghold. To him, it makes little difference whom he slays. As long as he dismantles a rebel base, he will achieve glory. Oldson pondered for a long while before ultimately deciding to summon the leaders of several nearby rebel factions to deliberate on a response. Shortly thereafter, 7 or 8 rebel leaders arrived, mounted on their steeds and flanked by guards, seeking refuge in Oldson's cabin to confer. Naturally, Liin Wu, as an outsider, was deemed unworthy of attending their internal discussions and was sent outside to wait. He remained calm, diligently cleaning his sniper rifle with a cloth imbued with sacred oil, soothing the weapon's spirit. After more than half an hour, Liin Wu was beckoned into the cabin. Upon entering, he was met with several grim faces. The news he brought was devastating for these rebel leaders, who had endeavored to establish their base, constructing numerous buildings and cultivating the surrounding land for agriculture. If they chose to flee, the PDF would surely incinerate their village upon arrival, reducing their hard-won homes to ashes. Liin Wu inquired, "So, have you all prepared your response? Will it be flight or combat?" Regardless of their choice, he had strategies to confront Lieutenant Winchester. Should these rebels opt for battle, it would be ideal. Liin Wu could blend in among them, inflicting maximum casualties upon Winchester's forces. Conversely, if they chose to flee, he would have to shoulder the burden alone, wielding his sniper rifle to become a solitary hunter. Lieutenant Winchester, unable to fulfill his assault mission while suffering heavy losses from Liin Wu's sniping, would find his prospects for promotion severely diminished. The rebel leaders glared at Liin Wu, their expressions darkening. One of them slammed his hand on the table, rising to point an accusatory finger at Liin Wu, exclaiming, "Speak. Why have you brought us this news? What is your true intention? Are you a spy for the PDF? Do you seek to conspire with them to annihilate us all?" Liin Wu was momentarily taken aback by the outburst, but soon his anger flared. He grasped the solid wooden table before him, and with a sudden force, the table was overturned with a resounding crash. The onlookers were taken aback by Liin Wu's explosive temperament. It was as if a fuse had ignited. Several rebel leaders, caught off guard, found themselves pinned beneath the heavy table, eliciting cries of distress. Liin Wu pointed an accusing finger at the rebel leader who had shouted at him, unleashing a torrent of curses. "How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Do you wish for your demise? Do you believe I will not forcefully make you regret your insolence?" The rebel leader, known for his volatile temperament, erupted in response to Liin Wu's tirade, shouting, "This is insurrection. Seize him." His guards, flanking him, advanced to restrain Liin Wu. In a swift motion, Liin Wu delivered a forceful kick to one guard's abdomen, sending him crashing against the wooden wall with a loud thud, where he crumpled to the ground in agony, clutching his midsection. Subsequently, Liin Wu landed a punch squarely on the face of another guard, breaking his nose with a piercing scream. Within mere seconds, Liin Wu had subdued both guards. Leaving the scene in chaos, he charged towards the rebellious leader who had been bellowing at him, delivering a resounding slap that sent the leader sprawling to the ground. Bloodied and missing teeth, Liin Wu mounted him, pinning his hands with his knees, and unleashed a barrage of punches upon his face, turning it into a grotesque mask of bruises and blood. "You think you can remain silent? Allow me to instruct you on how to address your superior." Chapter 82. A word of caution from Lao Sun. Liin Wu's sudden outburst took everyone by surprise. The foul-mouthed rebel leader was now on the brink of unconsciousness, his legs rigid. The other rebel leaders hastily drew their firearms, aiming at Liin Wu's back. "Stop! Cease this at once! I command you to halt, or I shall fire!" they shouted, some with their fingers poised on the triggers. Seeing the weapons drawn, Lao Sun rushed forward, positioning himself protectively between Liin Wu and the rebels. "Put down your weapons. Anyone who dares to harm a guest on my territory shall face my wrath." Though these rebels belonged to a unified organization, their hierarchy resembled that of medieval warlords, with leaders of equal standing at the grassroots level. The murder of a guest on Lao Sen's grounds would be an unforgivable affront, severely damaging his reputation. No matter the justification, as the host, his failure to protect a guest would mean he could never again dine at the table of respect. As Lao Sun intervened, the other rebel leaders reluctantly lowered their weapons. The act of gunfire while visiting another's domain was a grave misstep. With the situation somewhat stabilized, Lao Sun hastened to embrace Liin Wu from behind, attempting to pull him away. Cease this madness, cease it at once. If you continue, he will truly perish. Let us speak of serious matters, serious matters. As Liin Wu engaged in the altercation, his ears were perked up. Once he discerned that Old Sun had stabilized the situation. He ceased his assault and sprang to his feet. He spat upon the face of the unconscious rebel leader and turned, pointing an accusatory finger at the assembly of rebel leaders, exclaiming, "You fools! Use your dull wits and ponder, what could I possibly gain from collaborating with PDF? Am I to benefit from you, mere agricultural simpletons? Your worthless lives are so inconsequential that PDF would not even recoup the cost of ammunition by eliminating you. Should you meet your end by bullets produced by the mechanized god cult, consider it a stroke of luck." Liin Wu's tirade left the rebel leaders blushing furiously, their faces burning with indignation at his scathing words. They felt his tongue was far too sharp, and soon began to retaliate with their own insults. He unleashed a torrent of eloquent expressions, all that he had absorbed during his time at the Zhuan Language Academy, filling the air with a cacophony of colorful vernacular. Even the stray dog passing by, along with all present and their esteemed female ancestors, found themselves soothed by his rhetoric in an instant. He gained over 200 sons and more than 1,000 grandsons. Among the assembly of rebel leaders, including the recently summoned guards, many were moved by Liin Wu's mellifluous speech, their faces transforming akin to cherry bombs from the game Plants vs. Zombies, flushed with youthful embarrassment. In that moment, over 20 guns and more than 40 knives were aimed at him. Had it not been for Old Sun's intervention, Liin Wu would likely have been minced to a pulp. Old Sun urged them to calm their tempers, reminding them that PDF would soon be upon them and they needed to strategize. Yet, both factions seemed entranced, continuing to hurl invectives at one another. At last, Old Sun, pushed to his limits, stepped aside, no longer acting as the buffer between them. As he did so, the previously raucous exchange fell silent. The little wooden cabin now so quiet that the drop of a pin would have echoed. Old Sun, trembling with fury, pointed at both factions. Curse one another? Fight! Weren't you just capable of such? I shall no longer intervene. Go ahead. Both sides, somewhat abashed, fell into silence. Moments before, emboldened by Old Sun's presence, they had spewed every vile epithet imaginable. Yet, with Old Sun now out of the way, they began to regard each other with caution. It was akin to two dogs barking at each other from behind a fence. They appeared ready to leap over and attack, but once the barrier was removed, silence prevailed. Old Sun let out a cold huff and instructed the guards, flip the table and take the unconscious Aurum outside to rest. Minutes later, the wooden table that Liin Wu had overturned was righted, and the assembly sat in silence around it. Old Sun spoke once more. I shall reiterate, it is now noon. Tomorrow, a battalion from PDF will arrive to sweep through. This concerns the lives of us and our subjects. Should anyone dare to jest or fool around, you shall immediately vacate this place. You are not welcome here. His words have set the tone, and the crowd no longer dwells on whether Liin Wu is indeed a spy. After all, if one possesses such critical information, it is sufficient to take it seriously. Why would a spy divulge such details? The assembly buzzed with discussions, faced with two choices: to concentrate their forces for an assault or to retreat. The notion of retreat was met with reluctance. They had established their stronghold over time, cultivated the land, and erected buildings. Some had even constructed water channels, erected water towers, established schools, and set up craft workshops. To abandon all of this, leaving it to PDF, would be akin to regressing to a state of liberation lost overnight. It has been previously noted that these rebel leaders resemble medieval warlords, lacking a cohesive unity, with each leader possessing relative political and military autonomy. In such circumstances, should they lose their territory and seek refuge with other leaders, they would likely be welcomed due to their shared cause. Yet, this would render a warlord bereft of both army and land, reducing him to an ordinary individual. A man of honor cannot be without power, even for a day. Thus, after nearly 20 minutes of deliberation, they resolved to fight. They planned to first evacuate the vulnerable, the elderly, women, and children, to ensure their safety. Should they face defeat, these groups could seek refuge with other rebels. The next step involved consolidating their forces. Excluding the one rebel currently in peaceful slumber, there were 8 leaders present. They pieced together a rough estimate of their assembled army: 120 cavalry, 350 infantry, and 700 men armed with melee weapons. Despite their numerical advantage and superior armament, a look of worry pervaded their faces. They did not feel confident in their chances of victory, as the disparity between them and PDF remained vast. PDF boasted advanced firearms, armor impervious to their crude weapons, and the formidable chimera transport vehicles that the rebels could not hope to breach. With their subpar resources, A mere encounter with PDF would shatter them to pieces. As uncertainty loomed over their strategy, Elder Sun turned to Liin Wu, who sat quietly in the corner, smoking. Mr. Scavenger, how should we engage in this battle? Do you have any insights? The assembled rebels regarded Elder Sun with astonishment. Was it truly advisable to consult an outsider for such matters? Shouldn't they be expelling this foreigner before deliberating their plans? Liin Wu took a drag from his cigarette, rose, and produced a rudimentary map he had sketched on paper, slapping it onto the table. Here lies the PDF camp, and here is your stronghold. There is a dirt road that runs straight from the PDF camp. I suspect the PDF contingent will likely approach via this route. As he spoke, Liin Wu opened his backpack and emptied its contents onto the table. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Explosives. Canisters of explosives. A portion of these had been procured from black market dealers, one of which contained military-grade explosives. He held a remote control capable of detonating the military-grade explosives from a distance of 5 kilometers. We are aware of both the timing and the direction of the enemy's approach. Let us dig a pit along the road and bury explosives within it. When the Chimera transport vehicle arrives, I shall merely press this button, sending them skyward. This is how Liin Wu intends to deal with the Chimera transport vehicle, by planting a remote-controlled bomb to obliterate it. However, the rebels present shook their heads in disapproval upon hearing his plan. Old Sun remarked, "This will not do. We have employed such tactics numerous times before. Laying bombs to ambush the PDF convoy has become predictable. They have learned their lesson. They will no longer adhere to the main roads, but rather traverse the open fields. For this area is predominantly flat terrain with no recent rainfall. The PDF's military vehicles possess excellent cross-country capabilities, and they tend to drive recklessly." Liin Wu then recalled his previous rides in military vehicles driven by Lieutenant Rustank, who had a penchant for reckless driving in the wilderness. There were indeed paved roads and dirt paths available, yet he would deliberately avoid them. The reason behind this suddenly dawned on him. Liin Wu shrugged his shoulders. "Then I have no alternative. These are the only strategies I can propose against the Chimera transport vehicle." At this moment, Liin Wu refrained from revealing the clandestine activities he had undertaken within Lieutenant Winchester's camp. The presence of too many ears could lead to peril. Should any among them be captured by the PDF, his own safety and that of Lieutenant Rustank would be compromised. The enemy had already been significantly weakened, and in combat, they would have the upper hand. Thus, there was no necessity to divulge further information. Old Sun picked up a detonator, scrutinizing it intently, a glint of resolve flashing in his eyes. "Leave these explosives to us. We shall bring them close to the Chimera transport vehicle." Liin Wu inquired, perplexed. "How do you intend to execute this?" "We shall bind it to a cavalryman and allow him to charge forward under the cover of our allies." Liin Wu gasped. "Isn't that tantamount to a suicide mission?" He hesitantly asked, "Are your soldiers truly brave enough to undertake such a fatal task?" At this, the rebels erupted in laughter, no one addressing his question, as if it were so naive that it warranted no response. Liin Wu shook his head. He held no interest in revolution, cause, or mission. He was merely a scavenger, a speculator, a mercenary. He retrieved the bomb's remote control from his pocket and tossed it to Old Senior. "The black button on the left is the safety. Turn it off first, then press the lever twice to detonate the bomb." Liin Wu explained the workings of the remote. Old Sun nodded in understanding, and Liin Wu added, "The turret of the Chimera transport vehicle is equipped with a 40mm automatic cannon, a small caliber machine gun, and the front of the vehicle carries a large caliber logging gun. Each side of the vehicle has 3 firing ports. If occupied, one can shoot through these openings. However, the rear of the vehicle is devoid of any armament, and its armor is the weakest at that point. If you intend to initiate a suicide attack, it is advisable to first dispatch someone to divert the turret's fire, then have the cavalry swiftly approach from the rear. This would significantly increase the chances of successfully incapacitating the enemy." The leaders of the rebel faction were struck by a revelation. It appeared that the Chimera transport vehicle bore vulnerabilities. Everyone took heed of Liin Wu's words, committing them to memory. Subsequently, they engaged in a relentless series of discussions and preparations. Around 3 in the afternoon, the rebel leaders withdrew from Old Man Sun's vicinity to rally their troops, including the rebel leader named Alurum, who had been bested by Liin Wu. Before departing, the bruised and battered figure cast a glare of enmity towards Liin Wu, then, with the assistance of his guards, mounted his steed and rode away. Old Man Sun remarked to Liin Wu, "Alurum is a vengeful individual. Your public humiliation of him has undoubtedly ignited his desire for retribution." Liin Wu responded with a sinister grin, "I shall grant him the opportunity to fire first. Should he fail to vanquish me, his fate will be sealed. I hope my act of killing him will not tarnish our relationship." Old Man Sun merely shook his head in silence. By around 5 in the afternoon, the elderly, weak, women, and children from Old Man Sen's group were gathered, laden with their belongings, and began their journey deeper into the territory controlled by the rebels. Should Old Man Sen and his group perish, these vulnerable individuals would not return. Conversely, if they emerged victorious, they would send word to call them back. Around 6 in the evening, the departing rebel leaders gradually returned, this time equipped with all the armaments from their base. Old Man Sen's stronghold was abuzz with activity, filled with an array of armed individuals. Many had brought fresh meat and vegetables, preparing a grand pot of stew, reveling in a festive atmosphere. The air was filled with boisterous shouts, laughter, and even songs and dances, as if they were aware that death awaited them the following day and sought to savor every fleeting moment of joy. Qinwu, however, found a vantage point, resting against a tree halfway up the slope, and aimed his sniper rifle at the distant trees. The thunderous crack of gunfire echoed through the night, reaching far and wide. Having previously coordinated with the rebels, they remained unfazed by the sound, continuing their merriment. Qinwu fired his weapon to calibrate it. Earlier, he had disassembled his sniper rifle for maintenance, and such precision equipment necessitated recalibration after being reassembled. Now, as darkness approached, he was pressed for time. He marked a crosshair on a tree 300 meters away and fired repeatedly, observing the bullet impact to adjust the crosshairs accordingly. Once he had set the zeroing, he did not cease fire, continuing to take aim at the distant trees. With each shot, he noted his findings in a notebook, meticulously crafting a shooting table. The shooting table, while seemingly straightforward, served as a crucial reference for a sniper during long-range engagements. It detailed the appropriate distance and corresponding settings for various positions. By recording this information in advance, a sniper could quickly glance at the table during combat, determining the optimal setting when an enemy appeared at a specific location. Furthermore, he meticulously recorded the distances to notable landmarks on the map. Qinwu sketched a rough outline in his notebook, capturing all the significant landmarks visible from his vantage point along with their respective distance data. For instance, the cabin of Old Sen lay 500 meters ahead. A large boulder to the left was 800 meters away, while the farmland cultivated by the insurgents to the right was at a distance of 1,200 meters. And the entrance to the forest road loomed 1,400 meters in the distance. With this information retained, should the enemy appear near these coordinates, Qinwu merely needed to glance down at his notebook to ascertain the distance between himself and the adversary, thereafter adjusting his aim accordingly with the scope's distance markings for a shot. Additionally, he took into account the influence of wind deviation. In the event of strong winds during shooting, the bullet's trajectory would require adjustment. Qinwu had previously planted an array of wooden stakes adorned with cloth strips at a distance. These strips would flutter in the wind, providing him visual cues. He would then rely on his experience and mathematical calculations to estimate the bullet's drift due to the wind. Currently, Qinwu boasted a marksmanship proficiency of 91, enabling him to accurately hit targets within 1,500 meters under conditions devoid of complex wind patterns. The term complex wind patterns refers to scenarios where, for instance, a sniper rifle is aimed at a target 1 kilometer away, with winds blowing left for the first 500 meters and right for the subsequent 500 meters, each at varying speeds. If only a simple east or west wind were present, Qinwu could precisely strike an enemy from a distance. However, with multiple wind directions, he would forego the attempt to shoot at distant targets. In the absence of superior equipment and wind measurement instruments, the trajectory of the bullet in such complex wind conditions would remain uncertain. Of course, if he were utilizing a laser sniper rifle, wind speed would be a non-issue, allowing him to fire without hesitation. From 6 o'clock until 8. Qinwu diligently selected 4 or 5 shooting positions before retreating to the cabin arranged by Old Sen for rest, replenishing his energy. On the second day, as dawn broke, he was awakened by Old Sen himself. "Come, our sharpshooter," he beckoned. "Today will determine whether we continue to survive or return to the embrace of the Emperor. The choice lies with you." At that moment, Old Sen brandished a PDF automatic rifle, adorned with a gear reminiscent of a Type 56 magazine vest, an axe strapped to his side, and a straw hat dyed a yellow-green hue with plant juices. Qinwu stifled a yawn, shouldering 2 rifles as he remarked, "If we truly cannot prevail, we can always retreat and return later when the PDF has departed, then we can start anew." Old Sen shook his head, his expression grave. "This is our homeland. How much blood, sweat, and tears have our comrades invested in its construction? Today we may run, tomorrow we may run. Will we run forever? When the invaders arrive, we flee. We deserve this oppression. In our fight against the invaders, we shall offer them only iron and blood." Qinwu clicked his tongue. He and the insurgents were not allies by any means, and such impassioned rhetoric failed to resonate deeply with him. Nonetheless, he respected their spirit of resistance and retrieved a green needle from his waist, extending it toward Old Senator. In recognition of your remarkable courage, I bestow this upon you. Should one be struck by a bullet and not succumb immediately, swift action to staunch the bleeding is imperative, followed by an injection of this substance, which may restore life. Old Sun accepted the green syringe, uncertain of its purported efficacy as claimed by Liin Wu, yet he expressed his gratitude and secured the syringe within his pack. Liin Wu and Old Sun exited the wooden cabin where the rebel forces had gathered. The various leaders of the insurgents were addressing their troops, motivating them, and preparing for the impending conflict. This process consumed approximately half an hour, culminating in a chorus of battle cries as their spirits soared. Dispersing to their respective positions, Liin Wu, armed with a sniper rifle and an automatic weapon, hastened to his designated sniping position, prepared for an ambush. The surrounding terrain was not overly complex, revealing vast expanses of plains. However, Old Sun had chosen a somewhat precarious location for their encampment, primarily dominated by extensive forests. These woodlands were not comprised of the planet's indigenous flora, which had perished long before human atmospheric alterations. Instead, these trees were cultivated for commercial purposes, suitable for paper, furniture, and numerous other applications. They thrived on hillsides, leading humanity to preserve substantial mountainous areas for their cultivation amidst the transformation of much of the landscape into plains. The encampment established by Old Sun and several rebel leaders was once a reforestation site. A clearing had been excavated in the midst of the forest, creating a fortified gathering place, shielded by dense woods in front and a towering mountain behind. Should the enemy approach from the front, their advance would be significantly hindered by the thicket, providing time for a retreat to the mountainous safety. Liin Wu's sniper position, designated as number 15, was strategically located on the mountainside behind Old Sun's stronghold. From this vantage point, he could observe the encampment clearly, as well as the entrance to the mountain path. He lay down, utilizing his backpack as a cushion, and set his sniper rifle atop it. He then retrieved his previously crafted ballistic chart and a rudimentary sketch, affixing the chart to his arm with tape for easy reference. Liin Wu waited in silence, his sniper rifle sweeping the area below, assessing the rebels' deployment. The insurgents primarily fortified their positions around Old Sun's encampment, intent on drawing the enemy into the forested area where visibility was limited, thereby diminishing the PDF's firepower advantage. At that moment, Liin Wu observed an alarming sight. A prominent tree at the junction of the forest and the plain had fallen. Following this, several more trees began to topple within the forest, extending toward Old Sun's camp. This ancient method of signaling, though archaic, proved effective. All were now aware that the enemy had arrived. Liin Wu extracted a strength booster and an endurance enhancer from his pack, administering both to himself. He then uncorked a bottle of remaining spirits, its durability down to a mere 110. Consuming its contents before taking a painkiller to ensure he was in a state of analgesia. After a series of actions, his attributes transformed to Strength 23, Endurance 23, Stamina 30. Just as he had prepared himself, the silhouettes of the PDF army emerged at the boundary between the forest and the plain ahead.